Hello everyone, welcome to part 11. Let's start with a quick recap of the previous episode. In the distant depths of the universe, Emperor Zhao Chen of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, with his extraordinary courage and wisdom, leads his fleet through the stars, vowing to maintain peace in the star domains. The story begins with Zhao Chen encountering a mysterious Zerg girl named Chongji. Not only does she expand Zhao Chen's understanding of the Zerg, but she also becomes a valuable ally in battle. During a Zerg attack, Zhao Chun demonstrates exceptional bravery and strength, repelling the enemy and uncovering the truth that the Zerg are being controlled by an organization called Order. As the plot progresses, Zhao Chun realizes that his enemies are not limited to the Zerg, but also include a powerful and mysterious entity known as Order. This organization seeks to corrupt the universe, and Zhao Chun continually exhibits wisdom and courage in his struggle against them, whether on the interstellar battlefield or the political stage. Under his leadership, the Xiaolong Legion grows from a small fleet into a formidable force in the universe, with their starships becoming the enemy's nightmare. Zhao Chen accidentally discovers a super soldier serum, which significantly enhances his strength, speed, and endurance, making his name legendary throughout the universe. However, behind his victories, he is acutely aware of the heavy burden he carries, not only facing external enemies but also being vigilant against internal strife. During an internal rebellion, he decisively establishes the Royal Jin Yi Wei, led by his sister Zhao Wan'er, to eliminate unstable elements and ensure the empire's stability. As Zhao Chen's power continues to grow, the Xiaolong Empire achieves significant advancements in technology, economy, and culture under his wise rule. The citizens live in peace and prosperity, enjoying the fruits of peace. However, as the shadow of order looms once again over the universe, Zhao Chen knows that greater challenges lie ahead. On his 10th mission, Zhao Chen deliberately feigns exhaustion, concealing his extraordinary strength. Under the admiring gazes of the ground crew, he pretends to be fatigued while calculating every step of the battle in his mind. In the rest area, a conversation with Lieutenant Zhang reveals the high mortality rate and rapid promotion of starfighter pilots. Their squad performs outstandingly in battle, becoming the pride of the 3rd Flight Squadron and even the entire mothership. As the newly appointed captain of the 18th Flight Squad, Zhao Chen faces the integration of new and veteran soldiers. With a strong presence and unwavering determination, he assures his team that as long as they follow orders, he will lead them safely home. In a fierce battle, Zhao Chen's tactical brilliance and courage are once again validated. He not only saves team member Xiao Yang, but also intercepts a deadly interstellar missile with astonishing maneuvers. In a pivotal battle, Zhao Chen's 18th squad faces an almost impossible task navigating through a super asteroid belt to confront enemy starships. During this mission, Zhao Chen showcases his military prowess and deep understanding of starfighter operations, successfully breaking through the enemy's defenses and paving the way for the Star Alliance's bombers. After the battle, Zhao Chen's heroic deeds earn him recognition from the upper echelons of the Star Alliance. He is promoted to colonel and receives a series of honors and rewards. His 18th squad is expanded into the 18th Squadron, becoming a flagship unit of the Star Alliance. However, Zhao Chun remains unsatisfied, his gaze fixed on a higher goal, returning to his true home, the universe still under the threat of order. Within the Star Alliance, Zhao Chen's achievements cause a stir, especially after he proposes high compensation for fallen soldiers. This suggestion ultimately gains the support of the Star Alliance leaders, becoming a significant news item that shakes the entire military. Zhao Chen's name and that of his 18th Squadron become legendary, inspiring countless soldiers. At a banquet, a deep and meaningful glance between Zhao Chun and Star Alliance leader Song Chen makes Zhao Chen realize that his fate is closely tied to this man. He resolves to have a face-to-face conversation with Song Chen to uncover the mystery of whether he can return to the Xiaolong world. However, Zhao Chun is unaware that this decision will bring him both challenges and opportunities. Within the upper echelons of the Star Alliance, a struggle over resource allocation is unfolding. Conservative noble families attempt to restrict Song Chen's power by controlling resources, while Song Chen seeks opportunities to gain full control of the Star Alliance. As Song Qingshan's trusted confidant, Zhao Chen is drawn into this power game. In a secret mission, Zhao Chen is tasked by Song Qingshan to command all starfighter units and ensure Song Chen's safety. With strict measures, he quickly establishes his authority, earning the respect and awe of all starfighter pilots and ground crew. Zhao Chen's outstanding performance impresses Song Chen. However, Zhao Chen's mind remains focused on one goal: finding a way back to his own universe. He knows that only the technology of the Star Alliance can help him achieve this dream. Therefore, he decides to seek allies within the Star Alliance while secretly observing its internal dynamics. In a conversation with Song Chen, Zhao Chen presents his conditions, hoping to obtain more resources and power to better accomplish his mission. Song Chun praises Zhao Chen's abilities and audacity, promising to meet his demands. As time passes, Zhao Chen's standing within the Star Alliance continues to rise, and his reputation spreads throughout the universe. Nevertheless, Zhao Chen never forgets his original aspiration. He is still searching for a way home. He believes that as long as he doesn't give up, one day he will find a way back to the Xiaolong world. That's the recap of Part 10. I hope you enjoyed today's Part 11. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation for work. If you're interested in this story and it's your first time watching, you can start from Part 1 in the comments section or the playlist below. Now let's dive into Part 11. Finally, Zhao Chen finalized his plan to depart in 3 days. During this brief preparation period, he needed to arrange numerous affairs. The military and political powers of the empire could be entrusted entirely to Charlotte and Lilith, but he had to personally oversee the tasks related to military research and development. Zhao Chen stood in the laboratory of the Imperial Military Research Institute, gazing through the large floor-to-ceiling windows at the Water Dragon Gate device from the Holy Elf Empire. Researchers were meticulously disassembling the device around the clock. This Water Dragon Gate is crucial to our interstellar travel plans, Zhao Chen said, turning to the project leaders behind him. We need to thoroughly study its internal structure, materials, and energy system. Although we are a T6-level technological civilization, the differences between universes could introduce entirely different theories and technological models. If we can learn and integrate these technologies, we might advance our own in multiple fields. Yes, we will complete the task entrusted by Your Majesty, Chief Engineer Annie replied with sparkling eyes, brimming with excitement. We will understand every detail of this device in the shortest time possible. Noticing Annie's barely concealed smile, Zhao Chen knew she was probably happy about his impending trip, as it meant she could temporarily escape supervision. I want to bring a technical expert on this trip to learn about the technologies of other interstellar civilizations, Zhao Chen said with a kind smile, placing his hand on Annie's shoulder. Since Chief Engineer Annie is so interested in new technologies, there's no need to choose. You'll come with me? Annie trembled at his words, her smile freezing instantly. I get travel sickness. I feel unwell whenever I travel, she stammered, looking pitiful. Seeing this, Zhao Chen decided not to tease her further and instead instructed, you must work diligently while I'm away. I've already asked Nicole to keep an eye on you. If I find out you've been slacking off when I return, you'll see how I deal with you. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Annie will complete all the tasks. Annie immediately promised, secretly feeling pleased. The work was easy for her, and she could finish 8 hours of tasks in 5, leaving plenty of time to slack off. However, Zhao Chen's next words shattered her daydream. In addition to the original tasks, I prepared an extra work list for you. I will personally check it, and Nana will help supervise your progress. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will move to your office and work with my sister during this period, Nana added from the side, dealing another blow to the already petrified Annie. Satisfied, Zhao Chen nodded and left, leaving Annie with a look of grievance and resentment. While I'm away, for any military research matters, contact Nana, Annie, and Iris, Zhao Chen instructed Lilith, who was taking notes behind him. Although Annie is lazy by nature, she will still complete the tasks perfectly. Lilith nodded in acknowledgement. Understood? Although Emperor Xiaolong often appeared to be a hands-off ruler, a closer look revealed that each critical aspect of the empire was managed by exceptionally talented individuals. This intricate arrangement was akin to fitting the most suitable gears into every crucial part of a complex machine. Even in Zhao Chen's absence, the empire's machinery operated smoothly, never collapsing due to a lack of leadership. Zhao Chen walked alongside Lilith, their footsteps echoing through the corridors of the Imperial Military Research Institute. They discussed various plans, and Zhao Chen emphasized, we must break through our current limitations. Developing even a single T7-class starship is more crucial than building an entire fleet. His gaze was resolute as he continued. While numbers are important, facing enemies with far superior technology requires us to have something that can match them heat-in. Lilith nodded earnestly, committing every word to memory. The two arrived at the landing pad, where 2 shuttles awaited. Zhao Chen turned to Lilith and said, to save time, we'll split up. You return to the Long Wang Interstellar Command ship, and I'll head back to the Imperial Guard fleet. Lilith frowned slightly, her tone tinged with concern. Your Majesty, are you sure about taking part of the Blizzard Ace fleet to visit the Holy Elf Empire? Marshal Charlotte suggested she could stay behind and leave the reverse-scale Ace fleet and the T6 Rakshasa Hades-class dreadnought under your command. Zhao Chen waved his hand firmly. This is a diplomatic visit, not a combat mission. No matter how powerful the reverse-scale fleet is, it won't make a difference on foreign soil. The Blizzard fleet is better suited for this task. If anything goes wrong, the Blizzard fleet, composed of interstellar cruisers and battlecruisers, is more capable of breaking through. He paused and added, As for the flagship, I'll take the T6 Gluttony-class starship. It may not be as formidable as the Rakshasa Hades class, but it's a solid choice. Lilith nodded, but remained concerned. Should we bring additional logistics and supply ships? Zhao Chen gently pinched Lilith's cheek and said with a hint of exasperation, I'll say it again, this is a diplomatic visit, not a combat mission. Bringing too many strategic resources is pointless. In the worst-case scenario, we need to escape quickly, not engage in a drawn-out battle. Excessive supply ships would only hinder the fleet's mobility. Sensing Lilith's worry, Zhao Chen feared she might try to stop him from going to the Holy Elf Empire, much like Charlotte had. To avoid this, he quickly bid her farewell and boarded the shuttle. Lilith watched the shuttle depart, her heart filled with anxiety. The months Zhao Chen had previously disappeared were the most painful for her to recall. Now, he was about to embark on another journey into the unknown reaches of the universe. Although they had explored extragalactic space with the help of the mechanoids before, this time he was heading to a universe inhabited by an unfamiliar interstellar civilization, which inevitably caused concern. However, Lilith also understood that from a rational and strategic perspective, Zhao Chen's mission was essential. It was his duty as the emperor of the Xiaolong Empire. She took a deep breath, striving to calm her inner turmoil, and began preparing for the challenges ahead. A self-deprecating thought flashed through Lilith's mind. If she had never established this empire, if everything was still the Xiaolong fleet, would there be fewer worries? But she quickly dismissed the naive notion. Some things can't be changed just by wishing. Much of the path she walked now was one she had been pushed down. After parting ways with Lilith, Zhao Chen headed to meet up with the Voyager fleet. In the designated sector, over 30,000 Xiaolong-class starships were already in formation, awaiting further orders. As Zhao Chen's shuttle appeared, the two fleet commanders felt a jolt of anticipation, preparing to welcome the Emperor aboard. As the flagship of the Blizzard Ace Fleet Group, Marshal Qidong's ship was ready. On the bridge, a soft and comfortable sofa throne awaited the Emperor. Qidong remembered the Emperor once saying that he preferred a soft, plush sofa to a hard throne. However, to Marshal Qidong's surprise, the Emperor's shuttle headed towards the Imperial Guard fleet. She immediately ordered a connection to the Emperor. The video window popped up, showing Zhao Chen, who had just boarded. Qidong, what's the matter? Why the rush to contact me as soon as I arrived? Zhao Chen asked, puzzled. Marshal Qidong seriously inquired. Your Majesty, is there a reason you went to the Imperial Guard fleet first? Huh? No, I just returned to my own ship. I left the Long Star Command ship to Lilith. Zhao Chen explained with a shrug. Your own ship? Isn't your flagship the Devourer Demon King? Qidong asked, her tone tinged with disappointment. Who said my flagship is the Devourer Demon King? Zhao Chen retorted. Qidong explained, the Devourer Demon King is the strongest warship in this escort fleet, and you designated it as the temporary flagship. Doesn't that make it your ship? Zhao Chen chuckled. Who says the highest-ranking person has to be on the flagship? I think the ship is fine. That's it. I'll stay here. The Devourer Demon King remains the flagship, and in case of combat, you will command. Marshal Qidong was momentarily speechless. Although there was no explicit rule, it was an unwritten norm for the highest-ranking officer to be on the flagship. Watching the dimming video window, she felt a pang of disappointment. Marshal, if the Emperor isn't coming to our ship, what about the throne? The secretary asked cautiously, pointing at the sofa throne. The temperature around Marshal Qidong seemed to drop. She stubbornly replied, leave it. Just because the Emperor isn't here now doesn't mean he won't come aboard our flagship later. The secretary sighed, not expecting the Marshal to be so fixated on such a minor detail. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen, the cause of the unease, was oblivious to the fact that his decision had upset a Xiaolong Marshal. He had arrived at the bridge of the Royal Guard Fleet's flagship, which was also the deputy flagship of the Voyager fleet. Panda girl Xiong Lulu saw Zhao Chen and immediately saluted him. Zhao Chen teased, how's the new ship? Ready for the mission? This is the newly commissioned T6 Purple Gold Silver Dragon-class Heavy Star battleship. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we have fully mastered this starship and will ensure your safety. Xiong Lulu responded confidently. The 3-day wait passed in the blink of an eye. The T6 Purple Gold Silver Dragon-class Heavy Interstellar battleship welcomed its first distinguished guest from another universe. As the bridge doors slid open, the elf Gladys stepped in, her eyes alight with wonder. She looked around, her gaze sweeping over the pristine bridge and its various departments. The entire bridge resembled the head of a mighty dragon, exuding an aura of supremacy over all things. Gladys recalled the battleship's exterior and interior designs she had seen earlier. Though different from the aesthetic ideals of the elven race, she had to admit the unique charm of this interstellar warship. In fact, every battleship of the Xiaolong series radiated a special kind of beauty. Gladys believed that even the elves from her universe, though they might not fully appreciate the style, would never deny its aesthetic value. In elven starship design, aesthetics always held a crucial place. As a renowned, high-ranking elven starship engineer once said, "A beautiful interstellar battleship isn't necessarily powerful, but a powerful interstellar battleship is always beautiful." Sitting regally on his throne, Zhao Chen gestured to a nearby chair and said, "Welcome, please have a seat." Gladys bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Majesty." She then took her seat gracefully. Zhao Chen asked, "Is everything ready?" Gladys replied, "Everything is in place. We can depart in half an hour." Zhao Chen's gaze drifted through the porthole, scanning the 30,000-strong Blizzard Ace fleet, ready for departure. In reality, the total size of the Blizzard Ace fleet exceeded 70,000 ships. This time, Marshal Qidong was taking less than half, equivalent to 10 core fleets. With a smile, Zhao Chen asked, "Bringing so many interstellar warships, your side shouldn't mind, right?" Gladys responded frankly, "As the supreme emperor of this universe, it's entirely appropriate for you to bring such an escort fleet." She explained that when the Holy Elven Empire's Elven King visited other universes, they would bring at least 30,000 interstellar warships for escort, a scale comparable to an interstellar war. The Elves highly valued ceremony, and other civilizations understood this, often seeing the Elven King's visit as a grand spectacle. Gladys continued her report. "The first batch of starships returning to the Holy Elven Empire has informed our Elven King and the High Council of your impending visit. The 5 Elven Kings and the High Council have expressed their warm welcome, and 2 Elven Kings will greet you at the inter-universe crossing point. The only regret is the short preparation time, which means we can't hold a grand, welcoming ceremony upon your arrival in the Holy Elven Empire. The ceremony will be postponed until you reach the High Council planet." Zhao Chen waved his hand dismissively. "This visit is mainly for discussions. There's no need for elaborate ceremonies. I'd prefer to quickly and efficiently conclude our matters. I'm not fond of banquets and such. I'd rather visit places like the Holy Elven Empire's Technology Museum." Gladys respectfully replied, "Ceremony is still necessary. As for the places you wish to visit, I will arrange everything accordingly. We will ensure Your Majesty is not disappointed." Noticing that Gladys had no intention of leaving, Zhao Chen asked, "Are you planning to stay on my flagship?" Gladys confirmed, "Yes, I have delegated all other tasks to my deputy. I will accompany you on this journey aboard your flagship, as per the Elven King's instructions. Of course, if you are not satisfied with my presence, I can—" Zhao Chen interrupted her with a casual wave. "No need. We're already familiar with each other. This arrangement is fine." He accepted the arrangement, considering Gladys as his guide for the journey. Gladys remained silent, her gaze fixed on the imposing emperor of the Xiaolong Empire before her. To be honest, this emperor was quite an enigma. Sometimes, he exuded an aura so powerful that it was intimidating. Other times, he seemed approachable, not at all like a high and mighty ruler. As time ticked by, a massive interstellar transport ship from Gladys's elven fleet slowly opened its hatch. What appeared next was an even larger water dragon gate device than they had seen before. This was a medium-sized water dragon gate, capable of handling the interstellar travel of 30,000 starships on its own. Normally, such equipment was of strategic military importance and required special approval from the High Council to use. "This is specially approved for the Emperor's visit to the Holy Elven Empire," Gladys explained. "With this, we won't need numerous smaller water dragon gates." Zhao Chen nodded in realization, his eyes fixed on the medium-sized water dragon gate as it slowly unfolded. A mist began to spread around the device, gradually enveloping it. This mist was reminiscent of the inky blackness that had appeared when the Dark Legion invaded the Xiaolong Empire's universe, suggesting there might be some common technological principles at work. Soon, the mist stopped expanding, maintaining a certain perimeter. Gladys meticulously arranged. The Emperor's escort fleet can enter the mist according to the standard formation. The coordinates for interstellar travel have been set, and it will take about 3 hours to reach our Holy Elven Empire's universe. Using the medium-sized water dragon gate has also shortened the travel time. My fleet will be divided into 3 parts, accompanying your fleet at the front, middle, and rear." Zhao Chen nodded and instructed Commander Xiong Lulu to follow Gladys's arrangements and notify Qitong. Xiong Lulu immediately set to work, her excitement barely contained. After all, this was a journey to another universe, an experience few in the Xiaolong Empire had ever had. Zhao Chen's flagship was positioned toward the middle rear section of the fleet as they prepared to traverse the mist. After a period of waiting, it was finally their turn to enter. Sitting on his throne, Zhao Chen watched the approaching mist intently, observing every detail. Sensing the Emperor's tension, Gladys reassured him, "Your Majesty, please rest assured. We've used this water dragon gate many times, and its safety is beyond question. The journey is very smooth, much like using a stargate for subspace travel." Zhao Chen did not respond, silently watching as the mist filled the entire viewport. The surrounding starships had completely vanished from sight. He turned to the starship radar, noting that its detection range was limited to a small area around them, just enough to see the nearby starships. Once inside the mist, all the starships seemed to be frozen in place. This was an experiment Zhao Chen had quietly instructed Xiong Lulu to conduct earlier. Clearly, in this space, the starship's travel speed was restricted, much like subspace travel via a stargate. The journey was remarkably smooth, with no turbulence and no physical strain on the body. Seeing there was nothing more to observe, Zhao Chen turned to Gladys, deciding to use the waiting time to gather some information. How much do you know about interstellar travel? Gladys replied, well, I only know the basics. What specific aspects are you interested in, Your Majesty? If you're keen on this topic, once we reach the Holy Elven Empire, I can request that experts in this field come and discuss it with you in depth. Gladys keenly noticed that the Emperor of the Xiaolong Empire was a scientific talent. Numerous rumors circulated within the empire, the most notable being the Emperor's significant involvement in the development and production of the Xiaolong series of interstellar warships. It was said that His Majesty was a genius in this field. Zhao Chen didn't beat around the bush and directly addressed the looming threat over the Xiaolong Empire. How much do you know about the ink? At the mention of the ink, Gladys's expression turned serious. During her time in the Xiaolong Empire, she had not been idle and had heard about the Empire's successful defense against the Order's attacks. For this reason, she maintained a respectful attitude toward the Emperor. Although the Order had not posed a threat to the Holy Elven Empire for many years, the dark history had left a lasting psychological shadow on the High Elves. It was a chilling memory, with the Elven Empire having paid a heavy price to survive. Even now, facing those past disasters, Elven commanders could not confidently claim they were fully prepared. Gladys explained, the ink, as we understand it, is actually a means by which the Order crosses the cosmic barriers to enter a universe. Zhao Chen recalled the term cosmic barrier from previous interactions with the mechanical race. Gladys continued, if you think of each universe as a room, the cosmic barriers are the walls between them. To establish a connection between rooms, you need a door. This is what our inter-universe travel does, creating a door between two universes, which can be permanent or temporary. In principle, this doesn't cause significant damage to the cosmic barriers. Gladys then presented an unexpected perspective. But the Order can't do this. Zhao Chen asked in surprise. They can't? Why not? Gladys explained, because they are not physical beings. They are a form of consciousness. They transcend all known types of life forms, which is why they have reached the level of a seventh-tier technological civilization. However, in achieving this level of technology, they lost some abilities. They cannot penetrate cosmic barriers in the conventional way, meaning they cannot create doors. After a brief pause, Gladys continued. So, if they can't build doors but still want to infiltrate this room, what can they do? There are two methods. First, they can violently destroy the walls. This takes a long time and usually relies on their consciousness to gradually wear down the walls. But this method is time-consuming and prone to interruption. Cosmic barriers have a self-repair mechanism, meaning the process must be continuous. We call this the Order's process of devouring a universe. The second method, Gladys went on, if they can't destroy the walls and can't build doors, how do they get in? Think of the cosmic barriers as a wall without waterproofing. A special liquid can seep through and form spots on the wall. The ink you mentioned is this special liquid. Zhao Chen seemed to grasp the concept and asked, how do they create this ink? Gladys replied, soul energy. If I'm not mistaken, before the Order attempted to enter your universe, there must have been multiple large-scale cosmic wars within a short period, causing massive casualties, right? Zhao Chen had an epiphany. Gladys continued, soul energy is a power the Order has always controlled. They can not only use this energy to create their dark fleet but also to coordinate from within. They can harness the soul energy produced in a short time within a universe to form the ink, allowing their dark fleet to enter that universe. Zhao Chen asked, why has this process suddenly stopped? There hasn't been any activity since. Gladys explained, because deploying the dark fleet with the ink also consumes soul energy. Simply put, there's a cooldown period. Once the cooldown is over, the dark fleet can use the ink again to invade the target universe. After listening to Gladys's explanation, Zhao Chen suddenly understood why Order had been so intent on inciting a large-scale war in the Falcon Empire's universe. A look of realization flashed in his eyes, followed by a new wave of confusion. So, those people we found in our universe who worship Order, what is their connection to it? Zhao Chen recalled past events, frowning slightly. Gladys wasn't surprised by his question. She calmly explained, our Holy Elven Empire has encountered the same situation. We even found these corruptors within the High Council. Corruptors? Zhao Chen murmured. repeating the unfamiliar term. Gladys continued, corruptors are intelligent beings whose souls have been corrupted by order. While the cosmic barriers can block order and its dark army, order possesses a unique ability. It can transmit its thoughts through dreams to intelligent beings with weak wills or extreme ideologies. Although the success rate is low, even if only 1 in 1,000 accepts these thoughts, it's considered a success. She explained that these individuals become corruptors. As they continue to receive Order's messages, they gradually abandon their original beliefs and become Order's initial followers in that universe. These followers then spread Order's faith, establish various organizations, and often use local religions as a cover to develop in secret. Listening intently, Zhao Chen couldn't help but frown in thought. It seems I need to be vigilant about potential corruptors within the Falcon Empire. He then raised another question. Why incite a civil war? Wouldn't it be more effective to let these corruptors slowly gain power? If Order gave them some top-tier technology, they could easily defeat most civilizations below T5 level. Gladys explained that their researchers had pondered this question as well. Through interrogations of captured corruptors, they discovered that Order usually only provides near T6 level technology, not true top-tier T6 technology. We speculate, Gladys said, that Order may not fully trust these corruptors and fears they could become a threat. After all, these individuals became corruptors due to inner weaknesses or extreme thoughts. If they obtained T6 technology and established a unified empire in their universe, becoming supreme rulers, do you think they would still be willing to devote everything to Order and integrate into it? Hearing this, a look of sudden realization flashed in Zhao Chen's eyes. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow, his thoughts racing as he pondered a crucial issue. Greed. Greed is also a formidable force. As an entity of Order, it should be well aware that the greed of intelligent beings is a double-edged sword. Possessing greed can make these infiltrators useful for Order. But these greedy enforcers might also crave power and set themselves up as rulers. I suspect that Order has likely encountered such situations in its developmental history. His gaze swept over everyone present as he continued to analyze. Experience is the best teacher, so when cultivating these infiltrators, Order would likely keep a backup plan. That explains everything. Turning to Gladys, Zhao Chen raised a new question. Besides the Dark Legion fleet, I also discovered that Order has other military forces. There are interstellar insectoids, and what seems like an undead fleet. Do you know anything about these? Gladys nodded, a hint of caution in her voice. We are aware of the interstellar insectoids. Even they possess consciousness and souls. Compared to conventional intelligent life forms, controlling the interstellar insectoids is easier because you only need to control their most powerful leader, the Insect Emperor. We've fought against the Order insectoids controlled by Order before. Order insectoids is the name our Holy Elven Empire has given to the insectoids under Order's control. She paused briefly before continuing. As for the undead legion you mentioned, we haven't encountered them. However, I suspect that during its invasions of other universes, Order discovered certain warlike species. These interstellar species, much like the interstellar insectoids, are highly suited for warfare. Order would then find ways to control them, turning them into its military forces. Gladys' eyes sharpened as she detailed the characteristics of the Dark Legion fleet. Since your Xiaolong Legion has also faced the Dark Legion fleet directly controlled by Order, you should be familiar with their combat traits. In terms of combat effectiveness per unit, the Dark Legion fleet might initially cause some losses due to unpreparedness. But once familiar with their tactics, you'll find that they are essentially just a conventional interstellar fleet, occasionally fielding a few quasi-T7 level dark starships. They also have the ability to resurrect, but beyond that, they have no other significant combat features. She further elaborated on the limitations of the Dark Legion fleet. Their limitations are significant. For instance, they lack physical form. After invading a planet, they can only destroy it, not occupy it. This is similar to the Order insectoids, but the insectoids can consume all life on the planet to grow their fleet. Additionally, the Dark Legion fleet ships, being non-corporeal, are highly resistant to physical attacks, but suffer more from energy-based attacks. Thus, focusing on developing energy-based weapons for your interstellar fleet can give you an advantage over the Dark Legion fleet. With experience, you can even win against them with fewer numbers. Zhao Chen nodded slightly, quickly organizing this information in his mind. Gladys' words revealed that the Holy Elven Empire had accumulated extensive experience in battling the Dark Legion fleet. Suddenly, Gladys' expression turned joyful. Your Majesty, we are about to arrive at the Holy Elven Empire. Zhao Chen did not respond immediately, but posed one last question, one final question. How is your Holy Elven Empire progressing in the development of T7 level technology? Gladys' expression became somewhat troubled. She shook her head and said, We've been working on T7 technology for a long time, but for some reason, we haven't made any progress. Zhao Chen pressed on. Do you know of any other T7 technological civilizations besides Order? His eyes gleamed with contemplation, as if weighing something. If there is a second T7 technological civilization in this universe, then defeating Order might not be the only option. Given the current situation, relying solely on our own strength to defeat Order would take an immense amount of time. Gladys shook her head, her expression grave. So far, our Holy Elf Empire has not discovered any other T7 technological civilizations. She continued, explaining that the Empire's researchers have inferred that in the current universe, Order might be the only T7 technological civilization. Otherwise, facing Order's rampant devouring behavior, other T7 civilizations wouldn't remain indifferent. Listening to Gladys' analysis, Zhao Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. His mind drifted to the Star Alliance universe he once encountered, recalling the hopeful and exceptional young woman he met there. He wondered if the Star Alliance universe had already been consumed by Order or how far it had developed. This puzzle lingered in Zhao Chen's mind, perhaps never to be answered. As Zhao Chen was immersed in these thoughts, the white mist outside the starship's porthole suddenly dissipated. The view opened up to a magnificent star field. Against the backdrop of the dark universe, two stars shone brightly, surrounded by several planets. Zhao Chen carefully observed this familiar, yet unfamiliar scene, realizing the similarities between different universes. In front of Zhao Chen's flagship, a squadron of Xylon-class starships had already arrived, forming a tight combat formation. Despite being invited, Marshal Qidong clearly understood the importance of being prepared for any situation. Soon, the welcoming fleet came into view, a fleet of about 3,000 starships. Though not numerous, they were all elite T5 and T6 class ships. These elegant and beautiful elf warships were identical to those under Gladys' command. Gladys pointed to the elf fleet in the distance and introduced. Over there is the elf fleet welcoming the Emperor of Xiaolong. Just as she finished speaking, she received a message. Gladys immediately turned to Zhao Chen and respectfully said, Your Majesty, Emperor of Xiaolong, I have just received a communication from our elf king. The two elf kings responsible for welcoming you are in that fleet, and wish to have a meeting with you. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. Gladys quickly began the operation, and soon, two holograms appeared before Zhao Chen. One was a male, and the other a female, both elves. The male elf had green hair and wore clothing woven from plants. Despite being middle-aged, he remained extraordinarily handsome. The female elf had flowing red hair and exuded a unique aura distinct from typical elves. Her red eyes curiously examined Zhao Chen, showing no regard for their identities or the occasion. Gladys began the introductions. This is His Majesty, Emperor of Xiaolong from the Xiaolong Empire universe, visiting our Holy Elf Empire. These two are among the 5 supreme elf kings of our Holy Elf Empire. The green-haired one is the Emerald Elf King, Mansfield Emerald. The Emerald Elf King nodded slightly, a hint of pride in his eyes. And this is the Flame Elf King, Salmon Flame. Hello, Salmon Flame greeted Zhao Chen with a smile. Both sides were sizing each other up. The Salamander Flame Elf King's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she boldly and unabashedly examined Zhao Chen from head to toe. This elf was a stark contrast to Gladys. Her fiery red hair and equally blazing red eyes, combined with a stunningly hot figure, were striking. She wore a tight, red tactical leather suit that accentuated her impressive curves. If elves were inherently elegant, then Salamander infused that elegance with a dash of fiery allure, akin to a rose with thorns, beautiful, yet dangerous. In sharp contrast stood Mansfield, the Emerald Elf King. He exuded an aura of superiority, his green hair and meticulously woven attire made from various flora, giving him the look of a spirit from the deep forest. His skin had an almost sickly pallor, and his eyes conveyed a sense of serene arrogance, as if Zhao Chen's presence was of no consequence. According to the report from Gladys, you recently had a skirmish with the Black Legion fleet? The Salamander Flame Elf King eagerly inquired, addressing Zhao Chen directly without any formalities. This blunt approach startled Gladys, and even Mansfield frowned slightly, casting a disapproving glance at his comrade. Yes, that was almost a year ago, Zhao Chen replied calmly. How did it go? Any casualties? Salamander immediately followed up, her eyes gleaming with a keen interest in the battle, matching her fiery appearance. Salamander, now is not the time to discuss such matters. Don't forget the purpose of our visit, Mansfield interjected, knowing full well that if left unchecked, this battle enthusiast could talk endlessly. True. Salamander nodded reluctantly before turning back to Zhao Chen with renewed enthusiasm. We should find some time to discuss this in detail later. Mansfield originally had no desire to engage in lengthy conversations with this outsider from another universe. He had even been reluctant to participate in this welcoming ceremony. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for other interstellar races, whether they were from another universe or their own. viewing them all with equal contempt. However, under the current circumstances, if he didn't take charge of the formalities, the ceremony might drag on indefinitely with Salamander at the helm. Determined to expedite the process, Mansfield forced himself to address Zhao Chen. Emperor Xiaolong, on behalf of the Holy Elven Empire, Salamander and I welcome you. Our fleets will accompany you to the capital star of our Holy Elven Empire, where the 5 elf kings and the High Council will meet with you to discuss the alliance. Once again, we warmly welcome your visit. After a few more brief exchanges, Mansfield quickly ended the video communication. Zhao Chen keenly observed that the Emerald Elf King, though he completed all the formalities, did so with a flat tone and an unchanging expression, as if he were merely reciting a script. There was no emotional response to Zhao Chen's presence. This is a very proud and arrogant man, Zhao Chen concluded in his mind. He had already mentally prepared himself for the Holy Elven Empire, knowing these elves might be similar to the angelic beings he had encountered before. If the other elf kings and High Council members shared the same personality traits as the Emerald Elf King, this alliance meeting was likely to be exceptionally challenging. The Flame Elf King, on the other hand, left a good impression on Zhao Chen. She might just be the key figure Zhao Chen needs to make inroads into the Sacred Elf Empire. After the initial meeting with the rulers of the Sacred Elf Empire, Zhao Chen's fleet of 30,000 starships, guided by the fleets of the 2 elf kings, headed towards the nearest star gate in the galaxy. Zhao Chen noticed the Jade Elf King's urgency and turned to Gladys beside him, smiling. It seems your Jade Elf King is in quite a hurry, isn't he? Gladys was taken aback, as she hadn't noticed anything unusual before. After a moment of thought, she explained, Your Majesty, please don't mind him. Our Jade Elf King has always been like this. He shows little interest in any interstellar races other than elves, and even high elves rarely get a response from him. His main concern is the ecology and plants on planets. She paused, her voice softening. To be honest, even among us elves, some think he is a bit obsessive in certain aspects. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow. Plants? An elf king interested in plants? Gladys quickly added, Your Majesty, please don't underestimate plants, especially in front of the Jade Elf King. He is one of the top experts in plant technology in our Sacred Elf Empire. Currently, over 1/5 of the energy supply in the Sacred Elf Empire comes from the plant energy technology he developed. This is why, despite his difficult personality, no one dares to provoke him. Zhao Chen was astonished. Plant energy was still in the theoretical research stage in the Xiaolong Empire, yet the Sacred Elf Empire had already applied it on such a large scale. He understood what this 1/5 proportion meant controlling a T6 technological civilization empire. The daily energy demands of the Sacred Elf Empire were astronomical. Gladys continued, The greatest advantage of plant energy is its sustainability and low pollution. Once the ecological chain is established, it can continuously generate energy unless a galaxy-level disaster occurs. This made Zhao Chen think of the T6 Dyson spheres being constructed on a large scale in the Xiaolong Empire. Each technology had its merits. Dyson spheres were more efficient, but also more costly. For an interstellar empire, affordable long-term energy supply was crucial, directly affecting future development bottlenecks. Zhao Chen softly praised, It seems your Jade Elf King is indeed remarkable. I hope I can have an in-depth discussion about this technology with him in the future. Gladys shook her head with a wry smile. Better not. The Jade Elf King is extremely obsessive in this regard. Honestly, even I avoid being alone with him. And what about the Flame Elf King? Zhao Chen asked. The Flame Elf King has a much better temperament, Gladys replied. Gladys's eyes flashed with a subtle expression. Zhao Chen keenly caught this detail and couldn't help but ask, Is it because she's warlike? Gladys sighed softly and nodded reluctantly. It's not exactly a secret, she explained slowly. Our Holy Elven Empire has always been a peace-loving interstellar civilization. If not for self-defense, we wouldn't have even built a fleet. We have had the technology for inter-universe travel for a long time, yet we've never initiated an invasion of another universe. That should tell you something? She paused before continuing. But the Flame Elf King is an exception. She belongs to the Fire Elf tribe, known for their bold and combative nature. Even so, the Flame Elf King's warlike tendencies are unprecedented. However, her astonishing combat skills are evident, far surpassing those of other elf kings. That's why she has maintained her position, even though her personality clashes with others. There was a hint of awe in Gladys's voice. Currently, the Flame Elf King also serves as the supreme marshal of our empire, commanding most of our imperial fleet. Recent military engagements have all been under her leadership, and the results have been impressive. Zhao Chen was somewhat surprised. You've been in wars? Gladys chuckled lightly. Of course. Although we cherish peace, some wars are unavoidable. It's one of the reasons we maintain a military force. For instance, when a civilization we are connected to is invaded by the devouring civilization, they seek our help. Honestly, we can hardly completely stop the devouring civilization, but we do our best. We send our Imperial fleet to cover the evacuation of those in need. Over the years, we have taken in many refugees from destroyed civilizations. These military operations have always been led by the Flame Elf King. Zhao Chen nodded thoughtfully. He looked at Gladys and said, "You say you can't stop the devouring civilization, but your military strength should be comparable to theirs, right? As long as the Order doesn't intervene, you should be able to hold your own against them." Gladys was silent for a moment, then spoke softly. "You're right. Even if we can't win, we could at least hold them off." But, she looked up at Zhao Chen. "Would you risk your homeland for another interstellar civilization?" Zhao Chen suddenly understood. This was clearly a decision made by the Elf Kings and the High Council. Provide moderate assistance to other civilizations, but avoid full-scale war with the devouring civilization. The leaders of the Holy Elven Empire were afraid of the devouring civilization and the order behind it. Gladys continued, "The Flame Elf King is actually a proponent of war. She has repeatedly suggested to the High Council that continuing this way is a slow death for the Holy Elven Empire. Watching the surrounding interstellar civilizations get destroyed one by one, potential allies disappearing one after another, she believes that one day, the devouring civilization will target us. Rather than waiting passively and letting our homeland become a battlefield, she advocates for taking the initiative and confronting the enemy at our borders." Gladys shrugged helplessly. But as you can see, her suggestions have not been adopted. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. These details suggested that the Flame Elf King might be someone worth aligning with. He turned to Gladys and said, "I'm quite interested in this Flame Elf King. We had agreed to have a good conversation earlier. Could you arrange a meeting for us?" As Zhao Chen's guide, Gladys not only accompanied him, but also monitored his every move in the Holy Elven Empire. Whether Zhao Chen could meet the Flame Elf King depended on her arrangements. Though the situation was somewhat uncomfortable, it was necessary to follow the rules while on someone else's turf. Gladys hesitated for a moment before responding, "I'm not sure about the Flame Elf King's schedule, but I will report this matter, and if there's an arrangement, I will inform you as soon as possible." "Thank you." Zhao Chen expressed his gratitude, and thus began his initial journey in this alternate universe. Throughout the journey, Zhao Chen's gaze continuously swept over the wonders of the universe. Though most of the sights were familiar stars, planets, and asteroid belts, as the spaceship entered the habitable planet zone, a distinctly different atmosphere from the Xiaolong Empire enveloped him. Here, except for the gas giants, nearly every sizable celestial body was adorned with lush greenery. Even more astonishingly, the Sacred Elf Empire had developed plants capable of surviving in space, used as decorative accents. Zhao Chen observed a space city, its outskirts enveloped in verdant vegetation, occupying about 80% of his field of vision. Scattered among the greenery were colorful flowers, the largest of which had an astonishing diameter of 1 kilometer. Such gigantic plant landscapes could send chills down the spine of anyone with a fear of large objects. Moreover, interstellar facilities like stargates and spaceports also adopted similar green decorative styles. The entire star domain of the Sacred Elf Empire exuded an impression of vitality and harmony with nature, rather than lifelessness. Even in the pitch-black cosmos, it never felt oppressive. Even aboard starships, plants were a common sight. Some interstellar warships appeared so plant-like that Zhao Chen couldn't help but wonder if they were entirely made of plants. With this question in mind, he sought confirmation from Gladys. Gladys explained that indeed, some interstellar warships were entirely constructed from special plants. In the Sacred Elf Empire, almost all T1 and T2 class interstellar warships were made from plants, with the proportion of plant materials decreasing as the warship class increased. These were no ordinary plants but specially cultivated ones. One such plant, known as Interstellar Moss 031, had become the primary construction material for T1 interstellar warships and small shuttles. By setting a model and allowing the moss to grow within it, a complete T1 class interstellar warship could form over time. Afterward, different functional plants were cultivated inside the warship, such as those generating energy, acting as engines, or capable of firing lasers. By integrating these plants organically, a fully plant-based interstellar warship was created. These special interstellar warships, though taking longer to build, having slightly weaker defenses and moderate weapon power, had significant advantages: extremely low construction costs and the ability to self-repair when damaged. These benefits more than compensated for their drawbacks. The widespread adoption of this technology meant that nearly every citizen of the Sacred Elf Empire could own a T1 or even T2 class interstellar warship. Space travel had become commonplace. Some freedom-loving elves even built residential starships, planning to live in space permanently. The low energy consumption of lower-class interstellar warships, combined with the ecological advantages of plant-based warships, theoretically allowed T1 and T2 class ships to never need to return to port. In this cultural context, internal strife in the Sacred Elf Empire was greatly reduced, with residents more inclined to seek spiritual fulfillment. What do you think of the Sacred Elf Empire? Zhao Chen asked Marshal Qidong through the video window. As the senior official accompanying the visit to the Sacred Elf Empire, Marshal Qidong had been instructed by Zhao Chen to observe everything carefully. Apart from Xiong Lulu, the commander of the Emperor's Guard fleet, Qidong held the highest rank, so Zhao Chen chose to discuss this matter privately with her. At this moment, Zhao Chen was seated in the office of his personal quarters. Here, Gladys naturally had no reason to accompany him. Marshal Qidong spoke slowly, wisdom gleaming in her red eyes. She analyzed. Based on our intelligence, it's clear that the Holy Elven Empire has a distinct class hierarchy. High elves are at the top, various elf races occupy the middle, and other interstellar species, including refugees fleeing the predations of the Devourer civilization, are at the bottom. She paused for a moment before continuing. Interestingly, despite the class differences, the elves do not oppress other races. They simply look down on these lower races from the bottom of their hearts. She illustrated. Elves even refuse to eat crops grown by other races and disdain to dine in the same restaurants with them. Zhao Chen couldn't help but let out a wry smile at this. Qitong went on, the elves won't actively bully these races because, in their eyes, such behavior is too crude. It's akin to, she thought for a moment and found a suitable analogy. It's akin to getting into a fight with someone who just crawled out of a cesspit. It's revolting. This vivid analogy made Zhao Chen chuckle, but he had to admit it accurately described the current state of the Holy Elven Empire. Qitong continued her explanation. This peculiar social structure explains why the empire is relatively peaceful internally. Other races are willing to maintain the status quo partly because of the elves' immense power, and partly because the elves do not covet their territories. She added another metaphor. After all, would you take a bed from someone who just crawled out of a cesspit? Unless there's something particularly valuable there, which is usually not the case. More importantly, Qitong added, the elves are not stingy with sharing their lower-tier technology. We know that food technology in this universe is highly advanced, even leading to wastefulness among the elves. As the saying goes, the elite eat meat, and you can at least drink some soup. For other interstellar races following the elves, just drinking soup is enough to sustain them. This ensures their basic living standards within the empire. At least they don't worry about food and drink. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. He had considered these points as well. However, Qidong's expression suddenly grew serious. She frowned and said, but this environment is both a blessing and a curse. The biggest problem is that it's so peaceful here that even the eagles have lost the desire to soar. Zhao Chen squinted, understanding the implication of Qitong's words. Qitong continued her analysis. While the Holy Elven Empire possesses T6 level technology, a glance at their interstellar warships and the aura of their elven soldiers reveals that these soldiers might be competent, but they are not exceptional warriors. I sense no desire for war in them. Their eyes lack the killing intent. She spoke with a heavy tone. A fleet that lacks the will to fight, even with advanced technology, might be able to defeat weaker enemies, but will never conquer equally strong or stronger foes. And if an interstellar empire's army loses the will to fight, that empire will become precarious. Zhao Chen listened intently and then said, your points are valid, but perhaps not comprehensive. This might be because you haven't interacted with the higher-ups of the elven race. Recalling his past experience, he added, I once encountered an elven queen who had that kind of aura you mentioned. With such a leader, while it can't be guaranteed that the entire Holy Elven Empire shares her spirit, at least the interstellar fleet she leads would gradually be influenced by her. I believe that if this Elven Queen recognizes this issue, she will cultivate commanders with similar qualities to lead her forces. As the saying goes, a brave soldier leads a brave army. Qidong nodded slightly, conceding, Your Majesty, you have a point. In a country with a more defined power structure, this influence might be more pronounced. But as far as we know, the Holy Elven Empire has 5 Elven Kings and a High Council. Zhao Chen frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied with Gladys's explanation. He gently tapped the armrest of his chair, his gaze piercing as he looked at the Elven envoy. I don't believe that under such a system, the Elven King has enough power to change the current state of the Sacred Elven Empire, Zhao Chen said calmly. Let's set this topic aside for now. Next, I will try to obtain some operational data and information on the standard interstellar warships currently in service in the Sacred Elven Empire. He then turned to Qitong beside him, his eyes filled with meaning. When the time comes, analyze the data quietly and quickly prepare a detailed report on the Sacred Elven Empire's interstellar warships. Also, be ready with various contingency plans. Qitong nodded solemnly, fully understanding the Emperor's intentions. While one shouldn't harbor ill intentions, it's crucial to remain cautious, especially when facing such a powerful neighbor. She knew the importance of being well prepared for any possible scenarios. Zhao Chen adhered to a principle. Better to have preparations that are never needed than to be caught unprepared. Such plans were likely abundant with Lilith and Charlotte as well. Being proactive was Zhao Chen's modus operandi. After ending the communication with Qitong, Zhao Chen focused on the documents about the sacred Elven Empire before him. He had previously sent these to Qitong for her insights. Zhao Chen had acquired this information by hacking into the universe's communication networks using his technical skills. Although Gladys's information couldn't be entirely trusted, much of the network intelligence was merely rumors, making it challenging to obtain core intelligence about the sacred Elven Empire. Suddenly, a communication alert sounded. Zhao Chen answered the call from the bridge, and Xiong Lulu's image appeared on the screen. Your Majesty, Xiong Lulu said respectfully, Lady Gladys asked me to inform you that we have passed through the Stargate and are now in the outer region of the sacred Elven Empire's capital star system. We will reach the outskirts of the capital star system within 10 hours. Lady Gladys wishes to confirm the detailed arrangements for the visit with you in person. Zhao Chen nodded. Understood. I'm on my way to the bridge. Have Gladys wait for a moment. As you command, Xiong Lulu replied. After ending the communication, Zhao Chen stood up and left the room. Before long, he arrived at the bridge. Emperor of the Xiaolong Empire. Gladys greeted Zhao Chen with a hint of respect in her voice. The time spent together had made her develop some goodwill towards the Emperor. Zhao Chen took his seat and smiled at Gladys. So, what are our plans moving forward? Gladys immediately pulled up an electronic document and began her report. Today, we will arrive at the capital star region and then proceed directly to the capital star system. According to the plan, you and your fleet will make a brief stop at the outskirts of the capital star system. Your Legion fleet will remain there, and you will board our starship to enter the capital star system. Before she could finish, Xiong Lulu interjected. This won't do. Our Emperor has traveled a great distance. And now you expect him to board your starship to enter the capital star system? Is this how you welcome distinguished guests? Gladys looked troubled. I have actually suggested this to the High Council, and it is still under discussion. Zhao Chen's tone was calm but firm. My Legion fleet can stay outside the star system, but my personal guard fleet must accompany me. This was clearly an attempt by the other side to undermine the visiting Xiaolong Emperor. Zhao Chen would not let them succeed, but bringing 30,000 warships into the enemy's capital star system was indeed inappropriate. Therefore, Zhao Chen only requested his personal guard fleet to accompany him, as a show of his stance. He added coldly, I can make this concession, but only this one. Whether you want to save face is up to you. Gladys looked troubled, but also somewhat relieved. She considered the request reasonable. After all, the Emperor of an interstellar civilization had shown great sincerity by coming such a long way. It was not excessive for an Emperor to bring 3,000 personal guard ships, especially when the 30,000 Legion fleet was left outside, already giving ample respect. I will do my best to discuss this with the High Council, Gladys said earnestly. Zhao Chen nodded silently, indicating his agreement with Gladys' suggestion. They then proceeded to finalize the details of the upcoming trip. Gladys elaborated on the itinerary. You will enter the core region of the capital star system and eventually dock at the outer space port of the capital star. During the docking process, a dedicated ceremonial fleet will hold a grand welcome ceremony, which will be publicly broadcast throughout the Holy Elven Empire. After that, you will board our largest spaceport, where 2 or 3 Elven Kings will personally greet you. They will accompany you for a brief rest at the spaceport before taking a special interstellar elevator to the capital star itself. She continued, ultimately, you will meet with our 5 Elven Kings and High Council members in the Imperial capital. That evening, a grand welcome banquet will be held. After the banquet, you will rest at a location we have arranged. Discussions on bilateral matters will begin the next day, with a specific agenda to be confirmed on the first night. Zhao Chen nodded in understanding, indicating no objections. At that moment, the Pantheress spoke up. May I ask how many personnel we can arrange to protect His Majesty the Emperor during the visit? Gladys replied, there is no limit to the number of people entering the spaceport, but we recommend that no more than 300 people take the interstellar elevator to the capital star, and no more than 30 attend the banquet. Of course, if the Emperor of Xiaolong has special requests, we can negotiate further. Zhao Chen responded calmly. Apart from the first item that requires your discussion with higher authorities, I have no objections to the rest. Gladys immediately contacted her superiors. She soon returned with a relaxed expression and reported the final confirmation. Your Emperor's escort fleet can enter the capital star system, but must travel along designated routes. Upon nearing the capital star, only your flagship and 30 escort starships can proceed, while the rest must dock at the outer interstellar anchorage. The 30 escort starships will berth at the outer spaceport, and only your flagship can enter the inner spaceport berth. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. After expressing her welcome once more, Gladys left to finalize the preparations. Zhao Chen then began to determine the personnel accompanying him on the visit. Through a video call, he declined requests from Marshal Qidong and Bear Lulu, assigning them to oversee the Blizzard Ace Fleet Group and the Emperor's Guard Fleet, respectively, and to remain on standby. Who will accompany you to the capital star of the Holy Elven Empire then? Qitong inquired. Zhao Chen replied, the Pantheress will lead a team of personal guards to ensure my safety. Additionally, Lilith has already prepared a delegation for the visit. I will take them with me. Regarding the arrangements for the visit, leave it to them. You just need to stay at your posts and focus on your duties. Zhao Chen said sternly, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Zhao Chen is well prepared this time. Even though Lilith didn't come along, she has made all the necessary arrangements for him. He scanned the room, his gaze sweeping over each crew member. Get ready, everyone. This is our Xiaolong Empire's first official contact with other interstellar civilizations. Don't let our empire down. Yes, sir. Everyone responded in unison, then promptly returned to their tasks. Soon, all the arrangements for the Xiaolong Empire's Imperial Fleet's visit to the Holy Elf Empire were in place. From the moment they entered the capital star sector of the Holy Elf Empire, every step of the Imperial Fleet's journey had been meticulously planned. The route was clear, and there were hardly any signs of interstellar warships, clearly indicating thorough prearrangements. As the Xiaolong Empire's visiting fleet approached the capital star system, the fleet's speed gradually slowed down. The enormous visiting fleet split into two parts. 30,000 interstellar warships from the Blizzard Ace Fleet, led by Marshal Qitong, anchored at a designated interstellar docking area outside the capital star system. This area was already occupied by numerous interstellar transport and supply ships, and even a few small spaceports, evidently prepared for the visiting interstellar fleet. Gladys conveyed the Holy Elf Empire's goodwill. They would provide resource supplies for the Xiaolong Empire's interstellar warships free of charge, and even offer maintenance services. Zhao Chen cautiously accepted the strategic supplies, but insisted that they be transferred only to the logistics supply ships accompanying the Xiaolong Empire's fleet. These supply ships would then distribute the resources to the Blizzard Ace Fleet's warships. Although this added extra steps, caution was paramount in a foreign land. All resources had to undergo strict inspection by the staff on the supply ships before being transferred to the warships. Currently, the Xiaolong Empire's fleet prioritized using its own supplies, accepting the Holy Elf Empire's resources only as a backup. As for the maintenance offer, Zhao Chen politely declined, fully aware that it was an attempt to gather data on Xiaolong's interstellar warships. Zhao Chen could easily imagine the countless high-definition space cameras around the docking area, observing the Xiaolong interstellar warships. Let them watch, but boarding the ships was out of the question. Subsequently, the fleet entering the Holy Elf Empire's capital star system was reduced to just over 3,000 ships. Apart from the prearranged 3,000 warships of the Imperial Guard fleet, only 600 warships from the two accompanying Elf King's fleets entered the star system, highlighting its special significance to the Elf Kings. Standing on the bridge, Zhao Chen gazed intently at the star system before him. The sight was breathtaking, completely overturning his understanding of the universe. If he hadn't known about the Holy Elf Empire's plant technology, he might have thought he had wandered into a fantasy world. Massive vegetation covered the star system, with some planets boasting towering trees whose canopies connected with the satellites orbiting the planets, forming snowflake-like patterns of stunning beauty. However, the most remarkable sight was in the distance, so awe-inspiring that even Zhao Chen stood up in amazement, while Xiong Lulu beside him was dumbfounded, rubbing her eyes repeatedly. No way! Am I seeing things? Xiong Lulu stammered, pointing towards the astonishing spectacle in the distance. A colossal tree stood towering in space, so immense that Zhao Chen found it indescribable. Even a supergiant planet seemed no more than a tiny apple on this tree. Not only was it enormous, but it also shone brilliantly. To Zhao Chen's astonishment, he discovered 9 dazzling stars nestled in its crown, radiating light in all directions. This sight left Zhao Chen utterly stunned. The existence of 9 stars in a single small galaxy was an unbelievable phenomenon. The gravitational interactions between stars are incredibly complex, and any slight imbalance could lead to catastrophic consequences. Yet these 9 stars coexisted harmoniously, and the only plausible explanation was the presence of this miraculous giant tree, the World Tree. Gladys explained that this tree was known by various names in different cultures, such as the Elven Tree of Gods or the Solar Tree. According to records from the Holy Elven Empire, it seemed to have existed since the dawn of the universe. However, even the Empire's most brilliant scholars could not explain its origins. Gladys gazed at the World Tree with a look of reverence, as if she were beholding a supreme deity. Zhao Chen recalled rumors he had heard before, suggesting that the Holy Elven Empire could build top-tier interstellar warships with the help of the World Tree. Witnessing the tree's wonders firsthand, Zhao Chen no longer doubted these claims. Maintaining the harmonious coexistence of 9 starships seems these stars are also nurturing the tree, Zhao Chen mused. Such an existence could never be ordinary. Gladys gave an ambiguous response, clearly indicating that this touched upon the Holy Elven Empire's secrets. Zhao Chen wisely refrained from probing further, and Gladys smoothly changed the subject. She explained that the terms capital system and capital sector were merely external designations. Within the Holy Elven Empire, this sector was known as the life sector because it was the most vibrant with life across the empire. The capital system was referred to as the Holy Tree System, named after the empire's greatest sacred tree. When Gladys mentioned that the capital planet was called Moon God Star, Zhao Chun and Xiong Lulu both showed puzzled expressions. Xiong Lulu couldn't help but ask, "We understand the life sector and the Holy Tree System, but why is the capital planet called Moon God Star?" Gladys explained that this was tied to elven history. Legend had it that when the elves first ventured into the interstellar era, they came from a planet called Moon God Star. In elven mythology, the elven god and the moon god were the same entity. The sun symbolized life, while the moon represented grace and freedom, as plants often grew quietly at night. Gladys added that moon god was actually a simplified translation. In Elvish, it had a more complex name. She had learned about the culture of the Xiaolong Empire, so she used moon god as a more understandable term. "A beautiful name," Xiong Lulu remarked. Gladys proudly said, "It's not just the name that's beautiful. It's the most beautiful planet I've ever seen. You'll be mesmerized when you see it." Hearing this, Zhao Chun and Xiong Lulu were filled with anticipation, eager to witness the mysterious moon god star for themselves. The speed of the interstellar fleet gradually slowed down. What used to be a 10-minute journey now took nearly half an hour. As they approached Moonstar, the majority of the Imperial Guard fleet and the Elven King's fleet, led by the guiding ship, docked in the outer interstellar anchorage. Zhao Chen's fleet was suddenly reduced to 30 ships, all of which were T6 class interstellar battleships. This elite fleet, along with 2 Elven King's ships, entered a spacious navigation channel. On either side of the channel, ornately painted interstellar battleships hovered, with light and shadow devices projecting dazzling colors, creating a magnificent welcome ceremony. This grand spectacle was meticulously prepared by the Holy Elven Empire to welcome Emperor Zhao Chen of the Dragon Empire. The fleet slowly moved towards Moonport, the most luxurious starport of the Holy Elven Empire, and the only one connecting to Moonstar. Under guidance, the Dragon Empire's interstellar battleships were led to their respective berths. Zhao Chen's flagship was assigned to a special berth, which was clearly different from the others, not just for docking a ship. Gladys explained that this berth was specially reserved for important guests, and even the Elven King's flagship wouldn't dock here. The previous guests received here were flagships from visiting fleets of other universe civilizations, and it had been a century since its last use. Through the porthole, Zhao Chen saw the flagships of the 2 Elven Kings docked at the neighboring starport berths. One ship, painted green and covered with plant motifs, was clearly the Emerald Elven King's flagship. The other, painted red with weapons and red plant intertwining, resembling bows entwined with red thorns, exuded an aura of elegance and majesty. This was the Flame Elven King's flagship. These 2 Elven King's flagships were near T7 class interstellar battleships, known as the Moonshadow Heavy Interstellar Battleships. They were custom modified according to each Elven King's requirements, with unique exteriors and specially designed internal modules. The exact number of these ships is debated. Some say there are only a dozen, while others claim there are over 100. Regardless, they are undoubtedly the most powerful interstellar battleships of the Holy Elven Empire. Report: the starships have docked. The gangway is being connected, Xiong Lulu reported nearby. Zhao Chen turned to Gladys. "Prepare to disembark. After we disembark, I'll leave the arrangements to you, Miss Gladys." Gladys immediately responded, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. Everything has been arranged for a pleasant journey for you." Zhao Chen nodded and then looked at Xiong Lulu. "Take care of the fleet. Contact me if there are any important matters." "Yes," Xiong Lulu replied. Zhao Chen turned and walked towards the bridge door, with the already prepared diplomatic delegation following closely behind. The leopard woman, leading several guards, stood behind Zhao Chen, while the diplomats in Dragon Empire civil service uniforms followed. Gladys led the way beside Zhao Chen, guiding the delegation on the first step of their journey in the Holy Elven Empire. Occasionally, Gladys would introduce some unique features of the Moon Goddess Star. Before long, Zhao Chen arrived at the corridor leading to the docking port of the starship. The corridor was naturally and elegantly decorated, and to his surprise, the flowers adorning it were real, not mere decorations. "Please," Gladys said, leading the way. Zhao Chen and his companions walked leisurely down the long corridor. The walkway stretched for several hundred meters, but there were floating platforms in the middle that could quickly transport them to the other end. From a distance, Zhao Chen could already see a dense crowd waiting on the opposite platform, roughly estimating nearly 1,000 people. This grand reception indicated that, despite the Holy Elven Empire's prideful nature, they were taking the visit of the Xiaolong Empire's delegation very seriously. As Zhao Chun descended the steps at the end of the corridor, melodious music suddenly filled the air. Simultaneously, small creatures resembling a cross between fireflies and butterflies danced to the rhythm, creating a unique and enchanting natural aesthetic. Soon after, clear and pleasant singing began to resonate. Zhao Chen noticed an elven choir on either side of the welcoming crowd, performing live. This scene reminded Zhao Chen of the information he had gathered earlier. The elves not only loved natural plants and had a somewhat prideful character, but also had an extraordinary passion for music. In elven society, music held an extremely important place, and no grand occasion was complete without it. At this moment, several elves dressed in various styles of elegant robes approached Zhao Chen. Gladys tactfully stepped aside, bowing her head slightly. The demeanor of these elves and the way others treated them indicated their significant status. Among them were two familiar faces to Zhao Chen: the aloof and indifferent Emerald Elf King Mansfield and the Flame Elf King Solomon, with his curious red eyes brimming with boundless energy. From the moment Zhao Chen set foot on this land, the Flame Elf King had been eyeing him, seemingly ready to bombard him with questions at any moment. In addition to these two, there were three other elves who also appeared to have noble statuses. When all five stood before Zhao Chen, one of them, who looked the oldest and had the appearance of an elder, stepped forward, bowed and smiled, saying, "Honorable Emperor of Xiaolong, welcome to our land. I am Gustav, the Radiant Elf King of the Holy Elven Empire." Zhao Chen returned the gesture with the Xiaolong Empire's formal greeting and said, "It is an honor to be here." Zhao Chen had already learned about this Radiant Elf King while researching the Holy Elven Empire. Although he might not be the strongest or highest ranked among the five elf kings, his status was undoubtedly the most esteemed. This was because he hailed from the Light Elf tribe. Even though the current strength of the Light Elves was debatable, no one dared to show them any disrespect. It was the Light Elves who led their people into the interstellar age when the elves were still confined to the moon goddess star. The first starship to venture into space was developed and built by scientists from the Light Elf tribe. At the founding of the Holy Elven Empire, the first elf king to be recognized was also from the Light Elf tribe. Since then, the Light Elves had secured their place in the Holy Elven Empire. Over the years, other elf kings might come and go, but the Light Elves always retained a seat. The Radiant Elf King before Zhao Chen was not only the oldest among the current five elf kings, but also the most respected. He was in charge of welcoming the Xiaolong Emperor's visit. It was said that it was at his request that the proud Emerald Elf King agreed to join the Flame Elf King in greeting the Xiaolong delegation. It seemed that only the Radiant Elf King could command the Emerald Elf King. The Radiant Elf King turned slightly, gesturing to the four elves beside him. "Your Majesty, Emperor of the Xiaolong, please allow me to make some introductions," the Radiant Elf King said with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the high elves present. "You have already met these two, the Emerald Elf King Mansfield and the Flame Elf King Solomon. These are representatives of the High Council, Andrew and Calamoni." The four elves bowed elegantly and solemnly to Zhao Chen. As they did, Zhao Chen silently recalled information about the High Council, the core organization for discussing important matters in the Holy Elf Empire. It typically consisted of over 60 representatives from various elf tribes, including some prominent leaders. Andrew and Calamoni, standing before him, were among the most distinguished, hailing from the Earth Elf tribe and the Swiftwind Elf tribe, two influential groups within the Holy Elf Empire. "You must be weary from your long journey," the Radiant Elf King continued, his tone carrying the kindness of an elder. "Although the formal banquet is scheduled for tomorrow, we have arranged a small welcoming gathering for you." Zhao Chen graciously accepted. Following the lead of the high-ranking officials of the Holy Elf Empire, they proceeded to the lunar starport. The welcoming banquet was set in the most luxurious restaurant at the starport, and only after the meal would they take the space elevator to Lunar Star. The dining table was laden with dishes Zhao Chun had never seen before, mostly vegetarian, but with a few meat dishes prepared especially for him. The exotic cuisine intrigued Zhao Chun, though he found the flavors less impressive than those from the Xiaolong Empire. He speculated that this might be because the ingredients he was accustomed to were cultivated by the T6 Purple Gold Eden class starship. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Zhao Chen's mind. If he could bring back seeds of these unique fruits and vegetables from the Holy Elf Empire and use the advanced technology of the Purple Gold Eden class starship to cultivate them, he could potentially produce superior quality crops. His gaze softened at the thought, and he looked at the high elves with newfound kindness. After the meal, the group prepared to enter Lunar Star. This planet held special significance for the elves, and thus, the use of flying vehicles was strictly limited to preserve its pristine state. Zhao Chen and the others took the space elevator, admiring the planet's beautiful natural scenery through the floor-to-ceiling windows. At that moment, the Flame Elf King leaned in close to Zhao Chen. "Your Majesty, Emperor of the Xiaolong," he said softly, "I am quite interested in your empire's starships and your battles with the Order. You mentioned on the starship that you were willing to discuss these matters. Could we arrange a time for that?" Zhao Chen was slightly taken aback by the directness of the Elf King, thinking to himself, this Elf King is rather straightforward. Zhao Chen shrugged, looking helpless. "I have a lot of questions I want to discuss with the Elf King, but I've left the itinerary to Gladys. After all, this isn't the Xiaolong Empire." The Flame Elf King waved his hand, a similar look of helplessness on his face. "I know. It's those old folks, always overly cautious. They insist on finishing the negotiations before allowing any informal contact between our high-ranking officials. There's no other way for now. Let's wait until our alliance talks are over, then we can chat about other things." "No problem. I'm always available," Zhao Chen replied with a smile. At that moment, the High Elves seemed to notice the conversation between the Flame Elf King and Zhao Chen. The Flame Elf King pursed his lips and quickly rejoined the group of elves. The space elevator continued to ascend, soon breaking through the atmosphere. Clouds began to appear above, and the magnificent interior of the moon goddess star unfolded before Zhao Chen's eyes. The scenery was both what he had imagined and somewhat unexpected. As far as the eye could see, the entire planet's interior was covered in dense vegetation, including some exotic species Zhao Chen had never seen before. The most striking feature was a colossal tree in the distance, towering thousands of meters high, its branches adorned with countless twinkling lights. Upon closer inspection, these were actually clusters of cities of varying sizes. Gladys explained that over there is the largest city cluster on the moon goddess star, known as the moon goddess tree. From afar, it looks like a giant tree, but it's actually home to numerous cities. Our meeting will be held at the top of the moon goddess tree, in the largest city of the cluster. The view there is breathtaking. Zhao Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping in other directions. Besides the trees and vegetation, there were oceans, with hardly any other landforms visible. Gladys continued, due to ecological control technology and modifications to the planet, the moon goddess star enjoys perpetual spring with no natural disasters. Industrial facilities and mining are prohibited here as a form of compensation for the damage done in the past. She went on to recount the history of the moon goddess star. In the early days of entering the interstellar era, the elves had nearly exhausted the planet's resources, and industrial development caused severe pollution. Once they had the technological capability, they began to rebuild their home, leading to the lush, vibrant moon goddess star of today. Suddenly, Zhao Chen noticed something speeding through the sky in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it was a creature that seemed to be a cross between a bird and a dragon, with beautiful feathers and a majestic form. Even more astonishing, elves stood on the backs of these creatures, gliding through the air like sky knights, striking elegant poses. Gladys explained, "Those are elf dragon birds, one of our favorite animals. Besides loving plants, elves also enjoy taming gentle and beautiful creatures, making them our friends." Before they knew it, the space elevator had come to a stop. Around them appeared a platform resembling a lotus pond. Gladys made a gesture of invitation, leading the way for Zhao Chen. The Radiant Elf King added, "Due to the unique nature of the moon goddess star, there's only this one space elevator. Our destination, the moon goddess tree, is still some distance away, as it's not suitable to build the space elevator directly on it." Curious, Zhao Chen asked, "So how do we get to the moon goddess tree from here?" The Radiant Elf King pointed to the interstellar shuttles and several large avian creatures that had been prepared beside the platform and explained to Zhao Chen, "Normally, the use of technological flying devices is prohibited within the moon god realm. However, considering you are an esteemed guest from afar, the High Council has made a special exception, allowing you and your delegation to use these shuttles to reach the moon god tree." Gladys was about to lead Zhao Chen and his party when she noticed Zhao Chen standing still. Curious, Zhao Chen asked, "Are those individuals traveling with us on the shuttles?" The Radiant Elf King shook his head. "No, we will be riding these avian mounts," he said, gesturing to the various large birds. Zhao Chen smiled slightly and said, "In that case, I'll follow the local customs and ride with you. However, my delegation members might not be accustomed to it. So please take care of them and let them use the shuttles." Upon hearing this, Gladys and the other elf kings looked surprised, except for the Flame Elf King, who seemed intrigued. The Radiant Elf King quickly tried to dissuade him. "Your Majesty, these avian mounts may appear docile, but riding them requires a high level of physical fitness. A slight mistake could result in a fall. Even our untrained elven children are not allowed to ride them. It would be best if you..." Zhao Chen interrupted. Since I have come to the Holy Elf Empire, I naturally want to experience your culture and scenery. How could I miss such an opportunity? Please don't worry about my safety. Make the arrangements as I requested. He then turned to his delegation and instructed, you all take the shuttles. Before anyone could object further, Zhao Chen strode towards the avian mounts. The leopard woman sighed helplessly. Knowing the emperor's character once he made a decision, it was final. Although she wanted to accompany him, she couldn't disobey his orders. She thought, the emperor is likely more concerned about their safety than his own. After all these years, she worried least about his safety. In the vast universe, or even just on this planet, the emperor himself was the greatest threat. The leopard woman bowed slightly and said, yes, your majesty, please take care. She then turned to Gladys and said solemnly, Miss Gladys, I entrust the emperor's safety to you. With that, she led the delegation towards the shuttles. This scene left the elves bewildered. The radiant elf king muttered, this is so unusual, completely different from other leaders of interstellar civilizations who have visited. Those emperors travel with large entourages for security. At the slightest risk, their subordinates would rush to dissuade them. But this dragon emperor not only has no pretense, his subordinates seem unconcerned about his safety. Despite their doubts, since Zhao Chen had made his decision, there was little more they could say. The radiant elf king instructed, Gladys, accompany the dragon emperor and ensure his safety. Choose a gentle mount for him. The flame elf king volunteered, I'll ride with the dragon emperor. After a moment of consideration, the radiant elf king agreed but reminded, don't use your own mount. Pick an appropriate one. Ensure the dragon emperor's safety. Though slightly dissatisfied with not being able to use his own mount, the flame elf king agreed. They then quickly followed Zhao Chen. Standing in front of the various avian mounts, Zhao Chen asked in amazement, are these all your mounts? The creatures varied greatly in size and appearance. Some were as large as small T-1 interstellar ships, resembling airborne whales. Zhao Chen's eyes roamed among these extraordinary beings, filled with curiosity and interest. Some of the smaller ones, like the Pegasus, can only carry one person. Your Majesty, Emperor Xiaolong, this way, Gladys said, approaching Zhao Chen and pointing to a mount that looked like a fish but had feathers. This one can carry up to 5 people, and the experience is quite pleasant. Zhao Chen noticed that the mount had no seats and recalled seeing the elves standing on their mounts in the space elevator. He shook his head slightly and turned his gaze to other mounts. What about those mounts over there? Zhao Chen pointed to a few mounts lined up in the distance, each adorned with plant-woven patterns resembling fleet emblems. Gladys explained, those are exclusive mounts. The green butterfly-like one belongs to the Emerald Elf King, and the pure white dragon is for the Luminous Elf King. The others are for senior council members. Exclusive mounts are usually reserved for their owners and aren't lent out. Zhao Chen nodded in understanding, thinking it was similar to the concept of not lending out cars. He guessed that the elves, especially the Emerald Elf King, would never allow outsiders to ride their mounts. Suddenly, a giant crimson bird caught Zhao Chen's attention. Its wingspan was at least 100 meters, and it was breathtakingly beautiful, reminding him of the mythical vermilion bird. He could even feel the temperature around him rising. How about that one? Zhao Chen asked, pointing directly at the red bird. Gladys hesitated. That one belongs to the Flame Elf King. It's probably not. The Flame Elf King unexpectedly agreed. Of course, no problem at all. Since His Majesty, Emperor Xiaolong, has chosen it himself, how can we, as hosts, not fulfill our guest's request? It was then that Zhao Chen noticed a red plant-made emblem hanging under the bird's neck, previously hidden by its thick feathers. The Luminous Elf King stepped forward to object. That mount is too dangerous for flying. Your Majesty, perhaps you should choose another. He clearly hadn't expected Zhao Chen to pick that one. The Flame Elf King gave him a sly look, as if to say, I didn't break your rule. The guest chose it himself. The Luminous Elf King reluctantly suggested, how about, Your Majesty, you ride mine instead? But the reluctance in his eyes was obvious. Zhao Chen politely declined. No need. Since the Flame Elf King doesn't mind, I'll go with her mount. Thank you, Flame Elf King. You're welcome. Hop on. The Flame Elf King said, gracefully leaping onto the red bird's back. Need a hand? She asked, raising an eyebrow with a hint of challenge in her tone. Zhao Chen, not to be outdone, bent his knees slightly and leaped up. While not as gracefully as the elves, he landed steadily on the bird's back. The red bird seemed displeased with the unfamiliar presence and let out a cry, flapping its wings. The Flame Elf King crouched down to soothe it. Sorry about that. Red doesn't really like strangers. Zhao Chen smiled and said, maybe we're just not familiar yet. We'll get used to each other. With the Flame Elf King's calming presence, the bird settled down somewhat, though Zhao Chen could still sense its displeasure. At that moment, Gladys appeared on the bird's back as well. She bowed slightly to the Flame Elf King and explained, The luminous elf king asked me to come up and ensure Emperor Xiaolong's safety. It seemed they were still concerned that the crimson bird might cause some trouble. I call this giant bird Xiao Hong. We grew up together. The flame spirit king stood at the front, turned back, and said to Zhao Chen and Gladys, hold tight, and if you can't, grab onto Xiao Hong's feathers. We're about to take off. Gladys immediately crouched down, gripping the bird's fiery feathers tightly, assuming a professional stance. Seeing Zhao Chen standing still, she urgently reminded him, Your Majesty, the Sky Dragon Emperor, this bird has a fiery temper and isn't very gentle in flight. It's safer to crouch down. Zhao Chen smiled and waved his hand. No worries, I'll stand for now. If it gets rough, I'll sit. Gladys wanted to persuade him further, but a sudden gust of wind silenced her. Xiao Hong had already started to ascend rapidly, its massive wings flapping like a rocket shooting into the sky. The wind howled and Gladys could only cling to the bird's body, gripping the feathers tightly to avoid falling. The Flame Spirit King, however, looked utterly delighted, her red hair flowing in the wind like a true fire spirit. She glanced back secretly, curious to see if the interstellar leader could withstand the challenge. To her surprise, Zhao Chen stood there with his hands behind his back, looking completely at ease, even enjoying himself. It was impressive considering Xiao Hong was ascending at nearly a 60-degree angle, a feat even a trained spirit like herself would struggle with if unfamiliar with the technique. Zhao Chen was indeed enjoying the moment. The biting wind slapped his cheeks, whistling past his ears, and his clothes flapped wildly. He watched the ground grow distant and the clouds approach, feeling an unprecedented sense of relaxation and freedom. It was a stark contrast to riding interstellar battleships or shuttles, as if every pore of his body was reveling in the joy of soaring through the sky. Xiao Hong, perhaps wanting to show off its skills or displeased with the unfamiliar passengers, began performing various high-difficulty maneuvers in the air. Its speed, sharp angles, and agility were so intense that even the Flame Spirit King had to discreetly grab a feather and bend slightly to avoid falling. Gladys was so terrified that she kept her eyes tightly shut, not daring to look. Yet Zhao Chen maintained his natural posture, as if he had become one with the giant bird. Before long, under Xiao Hong's flight, they arrived at the top of the enormous moon goddess tree, where a designated landing area for mounts was prepared. Xiao Hong flapped its wings, creating a whirlwind, and slowly descended. The moment they landed, Gladys jumped off the bird as if escaping for her life, clutching a nearby tree and vomiting into the grass. The Flame Spirit King candidly said to Zhao Chen, Your Majesty, the Sky Dragon Emperor, you are impressive. It's your first time riding Xiao Hong, and you've already mastered the technique. You're also the first to dismount without a change in expression. She made no effort to hide the fact that she had been testing Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen smiled slightly, leaping off the bird with ease, and gazed at the fiery red behemoth before him. The giant red bird stared at the man before it, then slowly bowed its head after a few seconds. Zhao Chen reached out to stroke its beak and feathers. The bird seemed to enjoy it, letting out a gentle coo. I think I understand now why, even in the age of space exploration, your elf tribe still retains this primitive way of flying, Zhao Chen said with a smile. The Flame Elf King sighed. There aren't many traditions left that we can keep. This is one of the few. It showcases the resilience of the elves, but we are no longer the fearless beings we were at the dawn of the space age. Noticing the bitterness in her eyes, Zhao Chen asked, Are you referring to the Holy Elf Empire's lack of full engagement when other civilizations were invaded by the Devourer civilization? Not just that, the Flame Elf King replied heavily. The weakness of the elves runs deep now. If it weren't for the Devourer civilization threatening our very throats, these dormant souls wouldn't have awakened. But who knows if this realization has come too late? Just as Zhao Chen was about to respond, others began to arrive. The Radiant Elf King gave the Flame Elf King a reproachful look. Shalaman, why are you here so soon? Didn't I ask you to be more cautious? Then, turning apologetically to Zhao Chen, he said, Emperor of the Xiao Dragon, I hope you weren't startled? No problem. Zhao Chen replied with a smile, his gaze still lingering on the giant red bird. It was quite an experience, giving me a glimpse into the ancient culture of the Holy Elf Empire. Honestly, I'd love to take a few of these back. They're more comfortable and convenient than shuttles. The Flame Elf King didn't seem to notice Zhao Chen's interest in her mount. Once everyone had gathered, the Radiant Elf King instructed Gladys to take Zhao Chen and the Xiao Dragon delegation to their resting place, as the formal banquet would be held the next day. Zhao Chen gazed at the dim sky, where the moon god tree was surrounded by flickering lights like fireflies, blending harmoniously with the natural environment. Truly a breathtaking sight. Gladys led them to a nature-inspired building. This will be your residence for tonight. I'll be staying here as well, so feel free to reach out if you need anything. The building lacked technological lighting. Instead, the light came from flowers, plants, and glowing insects. A faint, pleasant fragrance filled the air, creating a serene atmosphere. After the leopard woman thoroughly inspected the rooms and confirmed everything was in order, Zhao Chen entered. The hotel seemed to grow out of a giant flower, with Zhao Chen's room at the top and other rooms branching off below, connected by vine-formed stairs. Though small, the room had everything one might need. All the furniture and items were made of plants. Even the liquid in the bathroom was flower nectar, fragrant and as refreshing as water. The bed, made of some kind of wood, was soft and comfortable. "Are you satisfied, Your Majesties?" Gladys inquired. "Quite nice." Zhao Chen nodded, deeply appreciating how the Holy Elf Empire had integrated plant technology into every aspect of life. The environment reminded him of returning to the mountains after working in a bustling city perfect for relaxation. "That's good to hear," Gladys said. "If you need anything, just let me know. I won't disturb your rest now. I'll come and get you at 8 in the morning. The banquet starts at noon tomorrow." After Gladys detailed the itinerary for the next day, she excused herself and left the room. Zhao Chen stood in the suddenly quiet space, slowly walking towards the window. He gently pulled aside the curtain woven from leaves and gazed up at the dazzling night sky. This sky was entirely different from the one he knew on Earth, densely packed with stars, vibrant with colors, like a magnificent cosmic painting gradually unfolding before his eyes. Zhao Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "This place really feels like an entirely different civilization, like being in a dream." He took a deep breath and continued, "It truly is a beautiful interstellar civilization." Looking at the advanced and beautiful world before him, a trace of worry crept into Zhao Chen's heart. If there were no conflicts, he would never want to see such a brilliant interstellar civilization destroyed by the claws of a devouring civilization or disorder. "I hope the upcoming meeting goes smoothly," he murmured to himself. The Xiaolong Empire needs allies now, especially a powerful one. Meanwhile, in the Moon Temple of the Lunar Tree, an important meeting was taking place. The three elven kings Zhao Chen had previously met, and 2 members of the High Council were all present. Additionally, all members of the High Council either attended in person or via holographic projection. 2 more elven kings also joined the meeting. A male elven king seated on the throne spoke first, his tone carrying a hint of arrogance. "You've all met the emperor of the Xiaolong Empire. What are your impressions?" The luminous elven king responded first. "He seems to be a kind and approachable leader." The flame elven king followed. "He's very brave and physically strong. He's the first person to ride my steed without flinching." The jade elven king gave a brief assessment, pleasant enough to look at. This simple evaluation surprised the members of the High Council, as everyone knew the Jade Elven King's stringent standards. It was no small feat for an outsider to earn such a remark. The 2 High Council members also shared their views. "So far, there seems to be no issue, but we need to know more. I think we can move on to the next stage." The presiding Elven King nodded. "Since those who have interacted with the Xiaolong Emperor see no issues, let's proceed to the next stage." A female Elven King with a gentle voice spoke. "The devouring civilization has always eyed us covetously. Although we don't have to worry about the threat of disorder, the devouring civilization has grown too powerful for us to face alone after several wars. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the Xiaolong Empire, the devouring civilization would likely be plotting our invasion now. So, the idea of finding an ally to face the devouring civilization must be realized quickly. For now, the Xiaolong Empire seems the most suitable. Moreover, the devouring civilization is also attempting to invade the Xiaolong Empire's universe. This way, we can use the Xiaolong Empire's universe as a buffer. If the war doesn't happen directly in our universe, the impact on us will be minimized." The luminous Elven King said solemnly, "I agree." The delegation from the Xiaolong Empire brought an impressive fleet of T6 and T5 interstellar warships. From a combat perspective, they fully deserve our recognition. Fighting alongside us will be no problem. A High Council member raised a question. "But how will we cooperate?" "That's the issue." Other High Council members voiced their opinions, mostly from a position of power, focusing solely on the interests of the Holy Elven Empire. They suggested gaining the upper hand, demanding control over the battlefield, and even opposing the Xiaolong Empire's request to station troops in their universe. Hearing this, the Flame Elven King frowned. She abruptly stood up, her voice filled with anger and urgency. "Enough! Do you realize what time it is? You're still thinking about these things. When other cosmic civilizations were invaded, we could have had many allies fighting alongside us. If we had acted then, we wouldn't be in this situation now. And now, you're still thinking about this and that. Can't we just cooperate with them honestly? We share the same military strength. We should be focusing solely on combating the devouring civilization in this meeting, not mixing in other interests. We made a wrong choice once before, and if we make another mistake this time, it'll push our holy elven empire into the abyss. The next day, Zhao Chen woke up to the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, truly understanding the meaning of the phrase. As he opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by melodious birdsong and the rich scent of blossoms. Gladys brought in a breakfast tray adorned with vibrant petals. Curious, Zhao Chen tasted one and was surprised to find it sweet, like fresh, sweet vegetables. Your Majesty, please enjoy your meal. I will take you to the banquet venue shortly, Gladys said respectfully. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. Following the itinerary, he and the Xiaolong delegation attended a unique reception banquet. The event was held in a garden bursting with flowers, surrounded by tall trees and colorful blooms. The table was laden with exquisite vegetarian dishes, each one a feast for the eyes and palate. However, as time passed, Zhao Chen began to miss the taste of meat. These elven vegetarian dishes were fine for occasional meals, but eating them continuously for several days could become tiresome. Thus, he politely sampled each dish without consuming much. The guests of the banquet were almost exclusively high elves, and Zhao Chen had yet to see any other interstellar races, highlighting the esteemed status of the elves in the Holy Elven Empire. However, these high elves seemed largely uninterested in the visitors from afar. Most merely observed Zhao Chen's group from a distance, conversing in small clusters, with some even displaying looks of disdain. Your Majesty, these guys' looks are really annoying, the leopard woman grumbled as she chewed on a leaf. She added, and these foods, they don't fill you up at all. She then picked up a fruit and started munching on it, finding it more palatable than the leafy greens. Zhao Chen smiled and reassured her, you should look at it from a different perspective. Prejudice and arrogance are the most foolish traits of any race. Interacting with such people can actually be advantageous for us. The leopard woman pondered for a moment, and then asked, but aren't we here to form an alliance with them? How can we ally with foolish people? Zhao Chen looked at her appreciatively and explained, you need to understand that neither overly foolish nor overly clever allies are ideal. Allies who are somewhat clever yet arrogant and foolish are actually the most suitable for our Xiaolong Empire. The leopard woman suddenly understood and nodded with a smile. This explanation made her view the surrounding elves in a more favorable light. At that moment, the radiant elven king approached Zhao Chen, and they exchanged greetings. It seems your Majesty isn't very interested in this banquet. Have we not been hospitable enough? The radiant elven king inquired. Zhao Chen shook his head with a smile and explained, your hospitality has been more than adequate. However, the most important matter now is our alliance and how to address the threats that devour civilization and order. If we can resolve these issues, I believe I will return to the Holy Elven Empire with a much better mood to experience everything here. The radiant elven king smiled slightly. The Emperor of Xiaolong truly cares for his people and country. In that case, we can shorten the banquet and discuss the alliance matter sooner. However, since our elven kings and high council members are spread across the empire, not all of them can gather here quickly. Therefore, during the alliance meeting, the absent elven kings and high council members will participate via holographic projection. I hope the Emperor of Xiaolong can understand. Zhao Chen nodded in understanding. The banquet then proceeded at a faster pace and concluded earlier than scheduled. Afterward, Zhao Chen and his entourage were guided to a semi-open council hall. The hall featured a large central platform with rows of crescent-shaped seats arranged in ascending tiers, clearly designed for the high council members. That's where your delegation will be seated. The Radiant Elf King indicated a section of the hall. Gladys led the members of the Xiaolong delegation to their designated seats in an orderly manner. Compared to the hundreds of representatives in the High Council, the Xiaolong delegation, with just over a dozen members, seemed small in scale. However, each member exuded confidence and composure. These delegates held unique statuses, having been almost invisible within the Xiaolong Empire before. They hailed from the Xiaolong Empire's Interstellar Diplomatic Department, a previously redundant entity. After Zhao Chen unified the empire, diplomacy seemed unnecessary. However, with the emergence of the Holy Elven Empire, Lilith quickly reactivated the diplomatic department, breathing new life into these long-dormant diplomats. As Zhao Chen passed by the delegation seats, he made eye contact with a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. She was Su Yin, the current Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Xiaolong Empire and former Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Xingyao Empire. Around her, other members sat proudly. Their previous roles included ministers from the Holy Radiance Empire, the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom, the Angelic Race, and other diplomatic entities. They represented the elite of interstellar diplomacy within the Xiaolong universe. Zhao Chen recalled their meeting last night. Su Yin had straightforwardly said, Your Majesty, please follow my lead tomorrow. Do not speak unless I signal. We assure you that this negotiation will secure the best interests for the Xiaolong Empire. Your Majesty, please have a seat here. The Radiant Elf King smiled as he guided Zhao Chen. On the stage, 5 crescent-shaped seats faced the High Council. A distinctly different seat had been added in the center, obviously a temporary arrangement. Zhao Chen nodded and took his seat, sharing the stage's center position with the Radiant Elf King. Despite their inherent pride, the High Elves observed meticulous etiquette, perhaps considering it a disgrace to show rudeness in front of outsiders. Surveying the surroundings, Zhao Chen noted that to his left sat the Radiant Elf King, followed by the Emerald Elf King, with an empty seat beyond. To his right was another empty seat, and at the far end sat the Flame Elf King, who acknowledged Zhao Chen's glance with a slight smile. Suddenly, beams of light appeared over the 2 empty seats, and holographic images materialized in the vacant seats of the High Council. These were the holograms of attendees who couldn't be present in person. To Zhao Chen's right appeared a dark-skinned man with a cold gaze. After a brief glance at Zhao Chen, he looked away. Zhao Chen recognized him as the Kagaya Elf King, Onions, one of the 5 elf kings of the Holy Elven Empire. On the far left, a fair-skinned female elf dressed in light blue gauze appeared. She looked at Zhao Chen and nodded with a gentle smile, exuding a sense of warmth. This person is none other than Maridiz, one of the 5 elven kings, known as the Water Moon Elf King. Her presence is like moonlight shimmering on a lake, radiating a gentle glow. As a half-blood elf, Maridiz carries the lineage of both the Moonlight Elves and the Water Elves, making her reputedly the most gentle of all the Elven Kings. In the Holy Elven Empire, she is not only adored by the elves, but also held in high regard by other interstellar races. With Maridi's arrival, all members of the High Council were finally gathered. The council chamber instantly lit up, illuminating every corner. The Radiant Elf King cleared his throat and announced, "The meeting to discuss the alliance with the Scaled Dragon Empire now begins. Please, both parties, present your thoughts and opinions on this alliance." Although the Radiant Elf King chaired the meeting and spoke first, the ensuing discussion quickly shifted to the elven members of the High Council. One high-ranking elf stood up, addressing the delegation from the Scaled Dragon Empire with a tone of formality. "Honorable Emperor of the Scaled Dragon Empire, it is our great honor to welcome you to our Holy Elven Empire." However, his courteous demeanor was fleeting. His voice turned stern. "I have heard that the Scaled Dragon Empire has recently been invaded by the Order's Black Fleet and has just recovered from a civil war. Your empire is only 2 years old, still rebuilding, and now targeted by the devouring civilization. We deeply sympathize with and are concerned about the Scaled Dragon Empire's plight." He paused before continuing. "We are willing to establish an alliance with the Scaled Dragon Empire and offer our assistance. We are prepared to send troops to your empire." He then laid out a series of demands, mirroring the conditions previously presented by Gladys during her visit to the Scaled Dragon Empire. These demands included unconditional stationing of troops, priority use of stargates and starports, the establishment of a large, permanent, two-way stargate governed by the Holy Elven Empire, and unified command of both nations' fleets by the Holy Elven Empire's commanders in battles against the devouring civilization. Faced with these harsh conditions, Zhao Chen maintained a faint smile. He knew well that negotiations were merely a game of bargaining. The High Council's attempt to intimidate him right from the start did not faze him. If the talks fell through, he was ready to walk away. At this moment, Minister Su Yin abruptly slammed the table, interrupting the high-ranking elf. Her action drew displeasure from the other side, but Su Yin remained unfazed and spoke directly. "I apologize for the interruption, but I must say that making such outrageous demands is equally disrespectful. If this is the attitude with which you wish to form an alliance, then perhaps this meeting should end here. We have no desire to waste time. Instead, we should focus on preparing our forces for the decisive battle against the devouring civilization." Su Yan's words struck the table like a heavy hammer. The high-ranking elf's face darkened, and he retorted sharply, "What do you mean by outrageous demands? These are reasonable suggestions. We only wish to help the Scaled Dragon Empire. Given your current situation, facing the devouring civilization and the potential return of the Black Fleet, what are your chances of victory? You have yet to battle the devouring civilization and do not understand its power. Standing alone, you have no chance of winning." Another high-ranking elf joined the argument, his tone laced with disdain. "We may not have fought the devouring civilization, but we in the Scaled Dragon Empire fight with our heads held high, not bowing and scraping. I see no sincerity from your side here." Minister Su Yin sneered and retorted, "And even if we are not a match for the devouring civilization, may I ask, is your country? Once we fall, the devouring civilization will target your nation next. The only difference between us is the order in which we fall." As Minister Su Yan's sharp words rang out, the High Council members quickly countered. Members of the Scaled Dragon delegation also began to speak up, arguing forcefully to secure their own interests. From the broad strategic issues to the finer details of troop deployment, stargates, starports, and command authority, both sides engaged in fierce debate. However, amidst this war of words, the true power players remained remarkably composed. While the debate raged below, those on the dais remained impassive. The Emerald Elf King even sipped leisurely on some liquor, half closing his eyes in contentment. Zhao Chen, on the other hand, had closed his eyes altogether, reclining in his chair as if to rest. In this negotiation that tested the mettle of both sides, the real game had only just begun. The entire council chamber was filled with a cacophony of voices, creating a tense atmosphere. Although the Xiaolong delegation was significantly outnumbered by the High Council, their presence was equally imposing. The negotiations had reached a deadlock, with neither side willing to concede on almost any condition. Finally, the Kagaya Elf King couldn't hold back any longer. He turned his head, his cold eyes fixed on Zhao Chen. Emperor of Xiaolong, so far, I haven't seen any sincerity from your country in forming an alliance with us, he said, implying that Zhao Chen and his delegation had traveled a long distance with the intention of seeking an alliance. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he exchanged a glance with Su Yin, the foreign minister, seated below. Rising to his feet, he adjusted his attire and calmly responded, I apologize, but there seems to be a misunderstanding. My visit to the Holy Elf Empire was by invitation. I'm not sure what sincerity the Kagaya Elf King is referring to. If these negotiations cannot continue, then so be it. We can go our separate ways. With that, Zhao Chen made a move to leave, prompting the Xiaolong delegation members to stand as well. At this moment, the Guangyao Elf King hurriedly stood up to stop Zhao Chen, wearing a congenial smile. Emperor of Xiaolong, please don't take offense. Onions has always been this way. I hope you can understand. I think everyone is tired from the discussions. Why not take a short break? I prepared some desserts and drinks in the dining room outside. You and your delegation are welcome to enjoy them. Zhao Chen nodded silently, signaling his agreement. The negotiations were temporarily halted, and both sides took a break. In the dining room, the Xiaolong delegation members cautiously scanned their surroundings and quickly set up jamming devices to ensure their conversation remained private. Zhao Chen looked at the well-trained diplomatic staff and remarked with a smile, it seems you came well prepared this time, almost driving the elves to their wits' end. Foreign Minister Su Yin explained, this is part of our duty. The temperament of the Elven High Council is quite predictable. They carry themselves with a certain formality, likely due to their customs and etiquette. So, we intentionally played hardball at certain points to catch them off guard. The negotiations have now reached a critical stage. I suspect the Elf Kings are currently discussing the final outcome. You may need to engage with them unknown to finalize the details. Su Yin then presented an outline of the alliance agreement, detailing the importance and feasibility of each clause. After listening carefully, Zhao Chen's eyes lit up with approval. Excellent. When we return, you will be rewarded. You've done a great job this time. Su Yin modestly replied, Your Majesty, this is our duty. We are thrilled to have the opportunity to showcase our abilities. Previously, we thought the diplomatic department had no place to shine, and some even considered transferring elsewhere. Now, we are finally able to contribute to the empire, and we are truly gratified. Other members of the diplomatic team echoed the same sentiment, expressing their shared feelings. It was evident that they genuinely felt they had made a meaningful contribution this time. The brief rest soon came to an end. Zhao Chen and the others stood up, ready to return to the banquet hall. Just as Zhao Chen was about to step onto the stage, the Radiant Elf King reached out to stop him. With a knowing smile, the Elf King pointed to a concealed door behind the stage and whispered, Emperor of the Xiaolong, please follow me. Zhao Chen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in understanding and followed the Radiant Elf King. The air was thick with tension, and Zhao Chen knew that the ultimate purpose of his visit to the Holy Elf Empire was about to be revealed. Passing through the mysterious door, a beautifully crafted room came into view. In the center was a round table woven from living plants, exuding a faint fragrance. For other elf kings were already seated around the table, their expressions serious. Please take a seat, the Radiant Elf King gestured invitingly. Zhao Chen walked slowly to the empty seat, his mind racing with thoughts. Once Zhao Chen was seated, the Radiant Elf King got straight to the point. Now that it's just us, Emperor of the Xiaolong, both sides have come with the intention of forming an alliance. While there are disagreements on some details, the most pressing issue is how to resist the invasion of the devouring civilization. His voice grew grave. Although the devouring civilization may first invade the Xiaolong Empire, our Holy Elf Empire will undoubtedly be their next target. We are in a situation where the fall of one will inevitably lead to the fall of the other. Therefore, we must quickly form an alliance and move to the next phase of joint operations. The Radiant Elf King looked Zhao Chen in the eye and continued. Based on the negotiations between the High Council members and your diplomatic delegation, we hope to finalize the details here. What do you think? Zhao Chen understood well that while the High Council appeared to be the center of power in the Holy Elf Empire, the real authority lay with the 5 elf kings before him. He calmly replied, "I am willing, but it also depends on your stance." The ensuing negotiations went surprisingly smoothly. Perhaps it was due to prior groundwork or the nature of their positions. Following the advice of Foreign Minister Su Yin, Zhao Chen made concessions on minor points, allowing the Holy Elf Empire to gain some superficial advantages, but he remained firm on core interests. Finally, the Radiant Elf King raised his hand and summoned 4 rings of light that hovered before everyone. "We have reached an agreement on most issues. Now, only these key points remain: your country's troop station in our territory, the jurisdiction over stargates between our universes, the command of the future joint fleet, and the management of our troops stationed in the Xiaolong Empire." The glowing Night Elf King immediately spoke up. "We do not accept station troops." Zhao Chen responded calmly. "Our station troops are merely symbolic. As allies, we need to help and cooperate with each other. While the current threat of the devouring civilization is directed at the Xiaolong Empire, if they were to suddenly shift their strategy and attack the Holy Elf Empire, we as allies cannot stand idly by." He continued, "We can negotiate the number of troops. I discussed this with Miss Gladys earlier. If your country deploys a fleet of 1 million elf troops to the Xiaolong Empire, then correspondingly, we should have the right to station up to 200,000 Xiaolong interstellar fleet in the Holy Elf Empire. A ratio of 5 to 1 is our bottom line. If this is unacceptable, then all proposals will be nullified." Zhao Chen's tone was resolute as he placed his hand flat on the table, his gaze sweeping firmly over each elf king present. On the surface, the 5-10 ratio seemed disadvantageous to the Xiaolong Empire. However, even if the Holy Elf Empire agreed to the same scale of deployment, the Xiaolong Empire could not mobilize such a vast force. Rather than bluffing, it was better to secure some practical benefits. After a brief silence, the glowing Night Elf King unexpectedly spoke. 100,000. Zhao Chen glanced at the Dark Elven King, wondering if this was due to the king's personality or a strategy devised by the elven leaders to have the Radiant Elven King play the role of the bad cop. With a resolute expression and an undeniable tone, he stated, 5 to 1. There's no room for debate on this." The Radiant Elven King smiled, but his words carried a hint of warning. "All right, 5 to 1 it is. Since the Emperor of the Sky Dragon Empire insists, we won't argue further. However, we have one condition. The Sky Dragon Empire's troops can only operate within the areas we permit." Zhao Chen smiled slightly and nodded. "That's not a problem. But we need to ensure one thing. If the devouring civilization invades the Holy Elven Empire, the Sky Dragon Empire's fleet must have the right to appear within the affected battle zones." The Radiant Elven King hesitated briefly, but eventually agreed. In their view, the likelihood of the devouring civilization invading both empires simultaneously was minimal. "Regarding our dispatch of reinforcements," the Radiant Elven King continued, "we can send a total of 5 million starships in phases to support your nation." Zhao Chen calculated in his mind, based on the information he had from Gladys and what he gleaned from the Holy Elven Empire's network, that their active starship fleet numbered 30 million. While 5 million sounded substantial, it was only 1/6 of their total fleet, indicating they didn't intend to commit fully to the battle against the devouring civilization, keeping significant reserves. 5 million is acceptable, Zhao Chen nodded, already having a plan in mind. Correspondingly, the Sky Dragon Empire could station up to 500,000 starships in the Holy Elven Empire. However, given the current situation, he couldn't mobilize such a large fleet there anyway. The Radiant Elven King added sternly, "We cannot hand over the command of these 5 million elven starships to you." Zhao Chen tapped his fingers on the table and said calmly, "There's really no need to argue about this. Neither of us would allow our star fleets to be commanded by the other. So, let's each command our own. However, to handle potential cooperative situations, we should establish a joint command center at the high command level of both our star fleets, sharing all combat intelligence and information related to the devouring civilization and maintaining order. If cooperation is needed, it can be discussed and decided within this joint command center." The Elven Kings exchanged glances without speaking. Finally, the Radiant Elven King said, "We have no objections to that." Zhao Chen decided to address everything at once, placing his elbow on the table in a straightforward manner. "Regarding the construction of the Cosmic Stargate, you previously mentioned that since the technology is provided by you, the permanent Stargate across the universe should be controlled by you." "That's only fair," the Luminous Elven King said flatly. Zhao Chen countered, "Your point is valid. But who told you that the Sky Dragon Empire lacks such technology?" The Elven Kings all turned to Zhao Chen. He smiled slightly and continued, "Within a week, I will provide a framework for the Cosmic Stargate technology. If you review it and find no issues, it will prove that the Sky Dragon Empire possesses similar technological capabilities. In that case, there is no question of you solely providing the technology. The technology used to build this cosmic stargate can be yours or ours. So, there's no need to discuss this any further. If we use one side's technology, neither side would want the other to control the stargate. Let's be straightforward. It's just about concerns we all understand. So, let's not hide it. The control of the cosmic stargate will be shared, with the Sky Dragon Empire controlling our end and the Holy Elven Empire controlling yours. It's that simple. The Emerald Elven King looked at Zhao Chen skeptically. Do you really have cosmic stargate technology? From what we know, even inter-universe travel is challenging for you. Zhao Chen's smile widened. The Sky Dragon Empire tends to be low-key in this regard, keeping our best technologies under wraps. You must have noticed from our T6 starships that our technological level is not inferior to yours. If you don't believe it, I'll show you our Stargate technology framework in a few days. If you're still not convinced, we can use our Stargate technology instead. It's not an issue. In the end, both parties reached a consensus to temporarily set aside the issue of the cosmic stargate. Although the ownership of the Stargate technology remains disputed, the management rights, as suggested by Zhao Chen, would be controlled by each country on their respective sides. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Zhao Chen sat up straight, his gaze sweeping over the assembled elf kings, and spoke calmly. Next, we need to discuss the stationing of your nation's fleet in the Xiaolong Empire. He outlined the arrangements in detail. 5 military bases equipped with T5 level stargates and starports, ensuring the smooth operation of 5 million interstellar warships. Zhao Chen's tone was firm yet polite. These facilities will be under our jurisdiction, but we promise to unconditionally meet the daily needs of your fleet. Zhao Chen then emphasized the restrictions during peacetime and the rules of engagement during wartime. Each of his statements carried an undeniable weight, clearly delineating boundaries. Without permission, your fleet must not leave the designated areas, nor forcibly take over any of our facilities or land on any planets. The Kagaya Elf King listened with a displeased expression and said coldly, "This doesn't seem like a request for reinforcements. It looks more like a defensive setup." Zhao Chen leaned back in his chair, his expression calm. "Let me reiterate, this is a mutual defense alliance, not a one-sided plea for help. If you're unwilling, we can end this here." He shrugged and added, "If necessary, I can give you more time to discuss, or let the people outside continue this discussion." A brief silence fell over the room. The Elf Kings exchanged a few glances, clearly having anticipated these conditions. Finally, the Guangyao Elf King broke the silence with a smile. "We can accept this. From our interactions over the past few days, I believe the Emperor of Xiaolong is a trustworthy ally." Zhao Chen's lips curved slightly, silently praising Su Yan's diplomatic skills. He then asked, "So, when shall we officially sign the agreement?" "Tomorrow. We need to make some preparations," replied the Guangyao Elf King. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement, already planning his return to the Xiaolong Empire. At that moment, the Jade Elf King suddenly asked, "When can we see your nation's cross-universe Stargate technology?" "Within 7 days," Zhao Chen replied confidently. The Guangyao Elf King smiled and said, "Then Emperor of Xiaolong, we are allies from now on." He gave Zhao Chen an elven salute. Zhao Chen returned the gesture, speaking sincerely. "To our enemies, we respond with cannon fire. To our friends, we offer the finest wine and delicacies. You are welcome to visit the Xiaolong Empire in the future, and I'm sure you will find it rewarding." Subsequently, both sides delegated the task of drafting the specific terms to the High Council and the Xiaolong diplomatic departments. While some might question the binding nature of a written agreement, this step remained indispensable. This thing may not always be 100% effective, but sometimes having it gives you a justified advantage. Zhao Chen dined with several elf kings, engaging in lively conversation. Seizing the opportunity, he expressed his desire to explore the Holy Elf Empire over the next few days to experience its culture and technological advancements. The Radiant Elf King readily agreed and arranged for Gladys to continue accompanying him. Zhao Chen also mentioned his wish to take back some specialties from the Holy Elf Empire, particularly seeds of certain plants and fruits. The Radiant Elf King not only agreed without hesitation, but also generously gifted him a considerable amount, clearly proud of the visitor's admiration for their empire's produce. When it came to discussing the purchase of military equipment and industrial products, the Radiant Elf King was initially hesitant, but eventually met some of Zhao Chen's requests. He allowed Zhao Chen to buy some T4 and all T3 and below interstellar warships. Although these models were retired in the Xiaolong Empire, Zhao Chen's true aim was to learn from the Holy Elf Empire's technological advancements. Even if he couldn't obtain the most advanced equipment, these relatively outdated models would still enable the Xiaolong Empire's scientists to understand the design concepts and technological development of the Holy Elf Empire. Subsequently, the Holy Elf Empire's High Council and the Xiaolong Empire's delegation quickly finalized the details of the alliance, largely aligning with the discussions between Zhao Chen and the Elf Kings, pending formal signing. To reward the hard-working diplomatic delegation and the Pantheress's personal guard squad, Zhao Chen arranged a lavish dinner. He borrowed a small treasure chest from Gladys and had the chef on his interstellar warship use the ingredients they brought to prepare a feast. As the aromatic dishes were placed on the table, the Pantheress eagerly grabbed a golden, crispy chicken drumstick and began devouring it with a satisfied smile. This is so delicious, she mumbled. After days of eating nothing but their grass, flowers, and fruits, I almost forgot what meat tasted like. Others also started eating, their faces lighting up with long-missed joy. Though the food in the Holy Elf Empire was novel and unique, everyone had grown a bit tired of it after several days. Minister Su Yin raised his glass and solemnly addressed his colleagues. For the Empire, for His Majesty. This is what our Empire's foreign ministry should be doing. A toast to His Majesty. We are grateful for the opportunity to serve, otherwise we would have been wasting away in the foreign ministry. To His Majesty, the other diplomats echoed in unison, their glasses clinking amidst laughter and chatter. Putting down his empty glass, Zhao Chen looked at Minister Su Yin and said earnestly, as agreed, 3 days from now is the signing of the alliance agreement. One clause in the agreement is that both sides will send diplomatic personnel to establish embassies in each other's political centers. This task will be your responsibility, Su Yin. Choose the personnel as you see fit. Zhao Chen's expression suddenly turned serious as he glanced at the leopard woman beside him. She responded with a simple gesture, indicating that all possible eavesdropping devices in the room had been neutralized. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chen looked gravely at Su Yin. Su Yin, even though we are now allied with the Holy Elven Empire, the future is unpredictable. You must make it clear to the embassy staff that their duties there might face various emergencies, even life-threatening ones. Minister Su Yin straightened his back and replied firmly, Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will handle this matter appropriately. Concerning the safety of our personnel, you need not worry. Our colleagues in the Foreign Ministry are well aware of their responsibilities. This is our battlefield, and with any battlefield, there may be sacrifices. We are all prepared to dedicate ourselves to the Empire. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the Foreign Ministry members present. Seizing the moment, Minister Su Yin stepped forward and lowered his voice. Your Majesty, regarding the construction technology of the Cosmic Stargate, the Elven King has requested that you provide the relevant technology. Will this be an issue? She looked slightly worried, knowing that the Xiaolong Empire apparently did not possess this technology. Zhao Chen's lips curved into a confident smile. Don't worry, leave that to me. Enjoy the banquet tonight. When we return to the Xiaolong Empire, I will host a celebration banquet for you all. The day before signing the alliance contract, Zhao Chen met with the 3 Elven Kings, again a Radiant Elven King, the Emerald Elven King, and the Flame Elven King. The other 2 Elven Kings were absent, seemingly indifferent to the meeting. The Emerald Elven King got straight to the point. Emperor of Xiaolong, please allow us to review your nation's interstellar travel stargate technology. Zhao Chen calmly took out a device resembling a disc and placed it on the table, pressing a button lightly. Immediately, multiple electronic screens appeared, displaying complex technological texts. The Emerald Elven King focused intently, frequently pulling up different screens for in-depth study. The Flame Elven King lost interest after a brief glance, while the Radiant Elven King poured tea for Zhao Chen and engaged in casual conversation. Half an hour later, the Emerald Elven King looked up with a frown. Emperor of Xiaolong, why is the core technology missing from these technical documents? The smile on Zhao Chen's face gradually faded, and his tone turned cold. Emerald Elven King, your question is somewhat abrupt. The T6 Interstellar Permanent Stargate technology is top secret for both parties. Showing you the framework is already a gesture of alliance. Asking to see the core technology is overstepping, isn't it? Unless, of course, you are also willing to open up the core technology of the Water Dragon Gate and all T6 interstellar warships. The Radiant Elven King quickly mediated. Emperor of Xiaolong, please don't take offense. Mansfield has always been obsessed with technology and may have momentarily lost himself. The Emerald Elven King still had doubts, but without the core technology, how can we confirm? Zhao Chen interrupted. First of all, is there any issue with the framework? After a moment of hesitation, the Emerald Elven King admitted. So far, there doesn't appear to be any issues. Good, Zhao Chen chuckled. Since the framework is correct, the rest is the core technology. If you still have doubts, you are welcome to use our interstellar Stargate technology. We don't mind. These words subtly changed the expression on the Radiant Elven King's face. In the end, both parties agreed to adopt the sacred Elven Empire's Water Dragon Gate Stargate model for permanent universal stargates. Zhao Chen and the Elven Kings sat around a spacious conference hall, discussing the details. The light from the crystal chandelier cast a glow on their serious faces, reflecting the importance of their decisions. The mid to low-end components will be handled by both factories, while the core components will be provided directly by our side, The Emerald Elven King explained clearly, pointing with his slender fingers at the holographic projection of the Stargate diagram. Zhao Chen nodded slightly, and then made a surprising proposal. As for the construction costs, we can waive that portion. His words brought a moment of silence among the Elven Kings. They exchanged a few meaningful glances and eventually agreed, in an unspoken manner, to bear the costs of the core modules. According to the signed agreement, both parties committed to completing the Stargate construction in the shortest time possible. After a moment of contemplation, the Emerald Elven King estimated the timeline. We can complete a small Water Dragon Gate Stargate model within 3 months. Although its traffic capacity is limited, it will suffice for current needs. Zhao Chen was well aware that the Elven King's decision to not adopt the Xiaolong Empire's Stargate technology was expected. He had anticipated this, so the so-called Xiaolong Empire Stargate technology he provided to the Emerald Elven King was merely a rough framework, lacking core technology. For the Sacred Elven Empire, using their own technology not only asserted their leadership, but also avoided dependency on others for critical technology. Although Zhao Chen understood the importance of the Stargate, given the current technological level of the Xiaolong Empire, he had no choice but to accept this plan. However, this decision was not without its benefits. By participating in the production of other components, the Xiaolong Empire would have the opportunity to significantly improve its own Stargate technology. The next day, the Sacred Elven Empire held a grand alliance ceremony. All 5 Elven Kings and the entire High Council attended, with many participating through holographic projections. This ceremony undoubtedly enhanced the Xiaolong Empire's influence within the Sacred Elven Empire. Under the watchful eyes of many, Zhao Chen and the Radiant Elven King, as representatives, solemnly signed the alliance agreement. As their pens touched the paper, the Xiaolong Empire and the Sacred Elven Empire officially forged an alliance, ushering in a new chapter of cooperation between the two civilizations. The ceremony uniting the two nations as allies was solemn, yet simple. Finally, representatives from both countries posed for photos under the flashing lights, capturing this historic moment forever. After the ceremony, a grand banquet and celebration commenced. For Zhao Chen, these social events held little importance. He entrusted all such matters to the Empire's Department of Foreign Affairs. Skilled diplomats mingled effortlessly at the banquet, establishing connections with the high-ranking officials of the Sacred Elven Empire, paving the way for the establishment of the first Xiaolong Empire embassy in the Sacred Elven Empire. At this moment, Zhao Chen stood alone on the open-air terrace outside the banquet hall. He leaned on the natural railing formed by lush vegetation, gazing down at this unique planet. From this height, the scenery below appeared small and magical. Finally, we have a chance to talk, an excited voice sounded beside Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen turned to see the Flame Elf King approaching, a curious smile on her face. Indeed, I've been looking forward to chatting with you, Zhao Chen responded with a smile. The Flame Elf King got straight to the point. I heard there was another mechanical race in your universe that suddenly disappeared. Zhao Chen nodded in confirmation. Yes. Where did they go? Were they defeated and driven out of your universe? The Flame Elf King inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Zhao Chen shook his head, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. No, we were more like friends. They left for another battlefield, a distant one, to protect our home universe. Someday, I will bring them back. The Flame Elf King appeared thoughtful, clearly having more questions. She continued, have you fought against many of the Order's military forces before? Zhao Chen countered, haven't you? The Flame Elf King shook her head and raised 2 slender fingers. We've only battled the Dark Legion fleet of the Order and the armed forces of the Devourer civilization they created. As for the Order's Zerg, or undead, that appeared in your universe, we've never heard of them. She paused briefly before continuing. I have, however, heard of the Zerg, but they weren't allied with the Order at the time. They are an entirely uncommunicative species, invading surrounding planets aimlessly upon appearance. We've had interstellar Zerg appear in our universe before, and we tried to make contact, but to no avail. They reproduce rapidly and even consume our cultivated plant ecosystems for reproduction. Since then, our High Council decreed that any appearance of interstellar Zerg in our universe must be eradicated. A species that only knows war and cannot communicate simply cannot coexist peacefully with us. Zhao Chen keenly sensed the underlying meaning in her words and looked her directly in the eyes. I assume you mentioned the interstellar Zerg because you know there is a Zerg species within our Jiaolong Empire? The Flame Elf King nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I know you've been reluctant to discuss this Zerg species in your empire. But as the supreme commander responsible for military cooperation between the Sacred Elven Empire and the Jiaolong Empire, I will personally visit your empire in the future. When the Devourer civilization invades, I will inevitably encounter your Zerg species, so I hope to learn as much as possible. Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. If it were any of the other elf kings asking, I might not respond. The Flame Elf King picked up on Zhao Chen's implication. Do you dislike the arrogance of our elven race? Others have said the same when interacting with us. She paused momentarily, then candidly admitted, it may indeed be in our nature. Even I possess this arrogance. However, my pride is directed at the weak, while I respect the strong. The Flame Elf King's eyes blazed as she stared intently at Zhao Chen. Her gaze held a mix of awe and curiosity towards a powerful being. Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile slightly, thinking that her interest in him was likely more than just personal charm. With a wave of her hand, the Flame Elf King conjured a massive holographic projection window. The window displayed a comprehensive record of the Xiaolong Empire's history, with detailed information about the Xiaolong fleet standing out prominently. Zhao Chen, the Flame Elf King began, you were once a mere baron of the Xingyao Empire. Yet in just 10 years, through relentless technological innovation, you built the mighty Xiaolong fleet and established the Xiaolong Empire. More astonishingly, you elevated a civilization's level from T4 to T6. Such achievements are undeniable proof of your extraordinary capabilities. She continued, I have studied every battle you fought against the forces of order. No matter the challenge, you and the Xiaolong fleet always managed to turn the tide and secure victory. Emperor Zhao, you and your fleet truly deserve my utmost respect. Feeling the intensity of her gaze, Zhao Chen smiled and looked out into the distance. He spoke slowly. In my empire, there is a special force, the Xiaolong Zerg fleet. It is a swarm under my complete control, opposing the forces of order. I cannot divulge the details of their origin and training process, but I can assure you, on future battlefields, they will be your most reliable allies. The Flame Elf King didn't press for details but said with anticipation, I look forward to fighting alongside your Xiaolong Zerg one day. Now about your most formidable starships, such as the T6 Rakshasa Dreadnought and the T6 Dragon Emperor Command Ship. She fired off a series of questions about the Xiaolong Empire's current fleet, past adversaries like the Dark Legion's Quasi-T7 ships, and the Order's undead army. She even recorded this information in Zhao Chen's presence, occasionally offering her own insights and suggesting improvements to the Xiaolong fleet strategies in certain battles. Zhao Chen also seized the opportunity to learn about the Holy Elf Empire. Their conversation was a deft exchange of information, each skillfully steering away from topics they preferred to avoid, demonstrating their high-level communication skills. Finally, Zhao Chen made a request. I've heard that your most advanced T6 starships are made from materials of the World Tree. Before I return to the Xiaolong Empire, might I have the chance to see it? To be honest, I am currently stymied by the T7 technology bottleneck and hope to find breakthroughs in other universes. The Flame Elf King pondered briefly before replying solemnly. Seeing the materials of the World Tree is not an issue. But I must caution you, in our Holy Elf Empire, you won't find opportunities to break through T7 technology. The World Tree can only support up to T6 technology, so please don't have high expectations. Zhao Chen was puzzled. Are you so certain that the World Tree has no potential to break through to T7? It seems so miraculous that it should contain even greater power. A hint of helplessness flashed in the Flame Elf King's eyes. I cannot explain this to you right now. All I can say is do not place too much hope in the World Tree. From her reaction, Zhao Chen sensed that the Holy Elf Empire might be hiding some unknown secrets. The day before Zhao Chen was set to return, the Flame Elf King honored his promise and took him to a starship factory beneath the World Tree. From a distance, the factory looked like a dense thicket of brambles, with countless vines climbing its outer walls, a stark contrast to typical industrial facilities. Zhao Chen and the Flame Elf King entered the factory through a shuttle. The Elf King said solemnly, this is our military facility responsible for producing T6 class interstellar warships. For security reasons, Emperor Xiaolong, you must follow my lead. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement and stayed close to the Elf King. For confidentiality reasons, they walked through fully enclosed corridors, preventing Zhao Chen from seeing the construction process of the T6 interstellar warships. Eventually, they arrived at a massive chamber that required identity scans for entry. The room was sparsely populated, but in the center lay a gigantic branch that could easily be mistaken for an ancient tree on any ordinary planet. Zhao Chen knew this was merely a small twig from the World Tree. The Flame Elf King explained, this is a material harvested from the World Tree, used to produce T6 class interstellar warships. It is a new type of material that contains immense energy, making it naturally suited for building starships. Zhao Chen looked around. The wood appeared ordinary, but he could sense a unique comfort emanating from it. He couldn't help but ask, if it's so powerful, why not use it for breakthrough research in T7 technology? The Elf King fell silent, clearly hiding significant secrets. Sensing this, Zhao Chen tactfully changed the subject. The World Tree is so enormous that a single branch can build a starship. Can't you construct a vast fleet of T-6 starships? The Flame Elf King shook his head and explained, we cannot actively harvest materials from the world tree. If we forcefully cut a branch, it would quickly age, wither, and turn to dust. Only naturally fallen branches possess this special capability. While we are making efforts to increase collection efficiency, we can only expedite the detachment of already loose branches and cannot fully control the process. Zhao Chen realized this explained why the Holy Elf Empire, despite its vast resources, had not developed an overwhelming military force. Half-jokingly, he asked if I wanted to take a sample back with me. That's not possible, right? The Flame Elf King replied frankly, given our current relationship, that's indeed not possible. But if our relationship deepens in the future, it's not entirely out of the question. Zhao Chen teased, you'll remember that. If I ever save the Holy Elf Empire and do you a huge favor, you'll want the biggest, toughest branch. The Flame Elf King, seemingly oblivious to Zhao Chen's jest, responded earnestly, no problem. Zhao Chen gazed calmly out the porthole at the assembling fleet of the Jiaolong Legion. I'm planning to head back tomorrow, he said. Turning to the Flame Elf King, he asked, when do you and your fleet plan to head to the Jiaolong Empire? The Flame Elf King replied solemnly. As agreed, we will initially send 5 million starships to the Jiaolong Empire. This will take about a month to prepare. After that, we will dispatch 1 million starships every week. She added, before that, we need the Jiaolong Emperor to prepare the industrial bases we require. As for me, I will likely accompany the third wave of starships to the Jiaolong Empire. After speaking, the Flame Elf King paused and looked intently at Zhao Chen. So, Jiaolong Emperor, when will your fleet be stationed in our Holy Elf Empire? Zhao Chen shrugged, a hint of helplessness in his tone. There's no rush for that. Whenever we have arrangements, I'll inform you in advance. You know, our Jiaolong Empire isn't as vast and resourceful as your Holy Elf Empire. We have limited starships. Although we agreed to mutual deployment, we don't have many spare fleets. The Flame Elf King's gaze was piercing as she looked at Zhao Chen. The number of starships doesn't entirely represent a fleet's combat capability. From what I understand, the Jiaolong Legion has a history of winning battles with fewer numbers. By effectively coordinating star missile ships and star frigates, they've often achieved impressive combat ratios. Zhao Chen sighed inwardly, impressed by the Flame Elf King's deep understanding of the Jiaolong Legion. Due to their alliance, they had been in frequent contact recently, and she never missed a chance to inquire about various details. Zhao Chen would offer brief responses to what he could disclose. For sensitive information, she knew better than to press further. Afterward, Zhao Chen inquired about the raw materials for the World Tree and concluded the meeting. The scene shifted to the bridge of the Emperor's Guard fleet. Zhao Chen sat on the throne-like sofa, watching the Jiaolong Legion fleet preparing to return. Gladys stood beside him, reporting, everything is ready. The Water Dragon Gate will open in 10 minutes, and you and your fleet can return to the Jiaolong Empire. Accompanying you will be our Holy Elf Empire's Star Fleet, including diplomats and technical staff responsible for overseeing the basic construction of the Water Dragon Gate Star Gate type on your side of the universe. Gladys paused, then stood straight and continued, additionally, I have received a special assignment. I will be dispatched to the Jiaolong Empire as an envoy. From now on, if you need to discuss any matters with the Holy Elf Empire, I can represent the High Council in negotiations. Zhao Chen looked at Gladys, his tone light. No need to be so formal. We're old acquaintances by now. I didn't expect to have to bring you along on my return. Gladys smiled. You don't need to worry about me. I've already had a video call with my family. This trip to the Jiaolong Empire will only last a few months. As you know, we elves have a long lifespan, averaging around 1,000 years. Zhao Chen then remembered the elves' exceptionally long lifespans. A few months was indeed insignificant to them. Let's get ready to depart, Zhao Chen said. Yes, Gladys replied. Soon, everything proceeded as it had when they arrived. With the opening of the Water Dragon Gate, Zhao Chen and his fleet embarked on their journey back. Meanwhile, on the eerie bridge of a pitch-black, beast-like starship of the devouring civilization, the latest intelligence was being relayed. Latest updates from the Holy Elf Empire. They have made contact with the newly discovered universe and have initiated military cooperation, apparently forming some sort of alliance. Furthermore, they plan to dispatch 5 million elf starships to that new universe, ostensibly to collectively resist our invasion. A creature clad in worn-out armor, shrouded in black mist, spoke in a deep, commanding voice. I know about that news too. He paused for a moment before continuing. Who would have thought that after abandoning so many universes, those cowardly elves would choose to stand alongside this new cosmic civilization and fight us? Where did they find the courage? Wouldn't it be easier for them to hide away in their little corners and wait for death, as they used to? In front of him, 2 video windows simultaneously lit up. In one window, A gaunt, skeletal creature let out an eerie laugh. In the other window was a massive, mountain-like figure. The skeletal creature spoke in a sharp voice. Don't underestimate them. I did some research on this new universe. They call themselves the Xiaolong Empire, from the Xiaolong universe. It's an interstellar civilization with T6 technology. Even the Great Entity sent fleets to invade this universe and was defeated multiple times. This infuriated the Great Entity. If it weren't for the main fleet being held up in extragalactic space by a bunch of metal clunkers, this universe would have been devoured long ago. So, we must be cautious of a civilization capable of resisting the Great Entity. The massive figure suddenly burst into laughter, his voice booming like thunder. Ha ha, don't make me laugh. Why should we be cautious of an interstellar empire that's less than 10 years old? The only reason they resisted the Great Entity's infiltration is because it was just a fraction of the Great Entity's power. If the Great Entity could fully manifest, do you think a mere T6 civilization could stand a chance? The armored creature interrupted their dispute with a stern voice. Enough of this pointless argument. Our only task now is to devour the Xiaolong Empire's universe and then completely invade the Holy Elven Empire. The Holy Elven Empire has always been a thorn in the side of the Great Entity. We were on the verge of invading their universe. But who would have thought they would use such a technological trick? It only delayed their demise. We shall deliver their death sentence on behalf of the Great Entity. He paused briefly before continuing. But first, let's eliminate the Xiaolong Empire. How are the preparations for the expedition fleet coming along? The skeletal creature immediately responded. My side has 5 million interstellar warships ready. The massive figure followed. I also have 5 million interstellar warships, ready to depart at any time. The armored creature nodded in satisfaction. Good. That gives us a total of 15 million interstellar warships. That should be more than enough to annihilate the Xiaolong Empire. We might even draw more Holy Elven Empire fleets to the Xiaolong Empire's battlefield and destroy them there. The three creatures simultaneously let out a spine-chilling laugh. Hehehehe. Devour. Devour everything. Meanwhile, aboard a spaceship traversing the universe, Zhao Chen gazed at the familiar interstellar scenery and turned to Gladys, striking up a conversation. By the way, I wanted to ask you something. Based on the information I've gathered over the past few days about the Devourer civilization from your Holy Elven Empire, it says that the Devourer civilization is controlled by 3 monarchs. These 3 monarchs are said to be the sole followers of Order, and there are even rumors that they have personally met Order, gaining technological knowledge from it to establish the Devourer civilization. Is it true that they've met Order? Gladys shook her head and replied, those are just rumors. Who knows if they've actually met Order? We've never seen Order ourselves. Order usually manifests on a spiritual level, either influencing you subtly or making its presence felt in your mind. It's a very strange entity. Zhao Chen nodded thoughtfully and continued. What about the 3 monarchs of the Devourer civilization? Have you seen them? I couldn't find any visual records of them. Gladys answered. The 3 monarchs are at the pinnacle of the Devourer civilization's power. There are many legends and rumors about them, but no real visual records. It's said that one of the monarchs is a giant fat man, standing 5 meters tall, who enjoys eating other sentient beings alive. Another is a thin, cunning, and cruel figure who delights in watching a planet fall into apocalypse, savoring the people's desperate struggles. The third, the armored monarch, is the most mysterious but holds the highest position among the 3. The delegation from the Xiaolong Empire has just returned from the Holy Elf Empire, bringing back a wealth of valuable information and a signed alliance contract. Zhao Chen was reporting to Lilith and Charlotte through a video window. Lilith was engrossed in reviewing the various documents from the Holy Elf Empire, her eyes quickly scanning each page, absorbing a vast amount of information. Meanwhile, Charlotte's attention was caught by a different topic. Zhao Chen, do we have detailed information about the Holy Elf Empire's active interstellar battleships? Charlotte asked eagerly. I heard they have a special material that can be used to build T6-level interstellar battleships. Zhao Chen quickly pulled up another document, filled with various interstellar battleship data, all from the Holy Elf Empire. He explained, this includes information on both their active and retired battleships. However, data on higher-level battleships is relatively limited. As for the special material you mentioned, it is indeed a fascinating substance, the World Tree. It's not just a new material. It also contains some form of energy that can be used for T6 battleship construction. But we don't know much about the specifics, as the Holy Elf Empire keeps it highly confidential. Charlotte immediately focused on studying the battleship information. At this moment, Lilith looked up and said to Zhao Chen, the alliance contract is generally acceptable. While we didn't gain much, we didn't lose out either, considering our current limited bargaining chips. However, I noticed that the information on their T7 level technology development seems insufficient. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. That's right. I pay particular attention to that as well. The Holy Elf Empire doesn't seem to have invested much in T7 level technology research, but we can't rule out the possibility that they are conducting highly secretive research. Lilith frowned thoughtfully. Normally, T7 level technology research requires massive resources and manpower, making it unlikely to proceed without any noticeable activity. Moreover, the entire universe of the Holy Elf Empire is under the control of the elves. Apart from external threats and the devouring civilization, they could openly conduct research to quickly advance to T7 civilization levels and directly counter the order. High-profile research would be more logical, with perhaps just enhanced security around research facilities to prevent fanatic attacks. Zhao Chen responded gravely. Indeed, there seemed to be some inexplicable secrets within the Holy Elf Empire. Both the Elf King and the envoy Gladys, who returned with me, gave the impression of hiding something. However, for now, we should avoid probing too much to prevent impacting our cooperation. Lilith agreed. Exactly. We need to leverage the Holy Elf Empire's strength and maintain this relationship. But we also can't remain completely in the dark about them. I'll find ways to establish some suitable information channels. Zhao Chen suddenly smiled. Regarding information channels, I actually already have a plan. Seeing Lilith's puzzled look, he added, I'll tell you the details later. By the way, how have things been while I was away for nearly 10 days? Lilith responded succinctly. Everything is proceeding as planned, no issues. Zhao Chen nodded, feeling a bit relieved. During his visit to the Holy Elf Empire, he had been constantly concerned about the situation at home, which is why he had chosen to make the trip as brief as possible. Regarding the potential invasion by the devouring civilization, the entire territory of the Xiaolong Empire has entered a 24-hour, level 2 state of combat readiness. The number and frequency of patrol fleets in key areas have significantly increased, and the T6-based dynamic monitoring device is continuously operational to monitor any cosmic anomalies. Charlotte and the Marshals have devised multiple emergency plans, and Zhao Chen has prepared wartime protocols. If an enemy invasion is detected, 300,000 interstellar warships can be mobilized within 3 hours under normal circumstances, and up to 1 million in emergency situations. Lilith provided a detailed report on all aspects of the war preparations. Despite the seemingly calm surface, the Xiaolong Empire can swiftly transition into a state of war with a single command, involving the entire populace. Zhao Chen presented a document containing the military fleet combat strength of the devouring civilization from the Holy Elf Empire to Charlotte and Lilith. After a quick review, Charlotte promised to complete the assessment within 3 days. Zhao Chen continued to assign tasks. The Holy Elf Empire will establish 5 garrison bases within our territory. You will finalize the locations. Be cautious when arranging personnel to liaise with them. Those high elves are known for their temper. Remember, they are our allies, and we must show respect without compromising our dignity. Lilith nodded in agreement. After the meeting, Zhao Chen hurriedly left. The scene shifts to the Xiaolong star system. Gladys arrived here for the first time with the Emperor's personal guard fleet. Xiong Lulu candidly remarked, Our star system isn't as magnificent as your holy tree star system. Gladys gazed at the scene before her. There was no world tree, no botanical technology landscapes, but the orderly interstellar fleet and the constant flow of warships showcased the vitality of the Xiaolong star system. Where is your emperor? Gladys asked, realizing that Zhao Chen was nowhere to be seen. Xiong Lulu smiled and explained, His Majesty has gone to the Imperial Military Research Institute, which is a classified unit. You are welcome to tour the star system, and I will accompany you. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Gladys understood that Xiong Lulu's accompaniment was essentially surveillance, but she didn't mind. This is a form of reciprocity. Gladys once accompanied the Emperor of the Xiaolong Empire under the orders of the High Council during her time in the Holy Elf Empire, and now she enjoys the same service. Smiling, Gladys said, Well then, I shall accept the honor. I am indeed curious about the home star system of the Emperor of the Xiaolong Empire, the place that gave birth to the Xiaolong Empire. Meanwhile, after handling various affairs of the Xiaolong Empire, Zhao Chen from the Imperial Military Research Institute hurried back to the institute. Witnessing the advanced and powerful interstellar warships of the Holy Elf Empire and understanding the strength of the devouring civilization made Zhao Chen more aware of his own shortcomings. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the tranquility. The office door was kicked open, startling Annie, who was enjoying a hamburger. Her patty fell to the ground. Zhao Chen looked at the stunned Annie with confusion. What's wrong with you? Annie stared longingly at the patty crushed under Zhao Chen's foot and lamented. Oh no, my patty. Zhao Chen, unaware of Annie's reaction, continued, Annie, report on your work progress. On my way here, your sister Nana already reported her part to me. He stepped forward and finally noticed the patty under his foot. Zhao Chen frowned slightly and muttered, Whose patty is this? Why is it on the floor? The cleaning robot didn't even pick it up. Saying this, he glanced at the cleaning robot nearby and, with a forceful kick, sent the patty into the robot's collection slot. Score! Perfect shot! Zhao Chen silently congratulated himself on his move. After that, Zhao Chen returned to his desk and called out, "Annie." Hearing Zhao Chen's voice, Annie snapped back to reality. She looked at the hamburger in her hand. Now, just 2 slices of bread. Determined not to waste food, she stuffed the bread in her mouth and walked over to Zhao Chen's desk to start her report, her tone tinged with a hint of resentment. After listening to Annie's report, Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. He took out a stack of documents and said, "These are some notes I took in the Holy Elf Empire. Go through them. They might be helpful for our upcoming research." Seeing her workload increase, Annie could only accept the task reluctantly. At that moment, a knock came at the door. "Your Majesty." "Come in," Zhao Chen responded. Dr. Camille entered the room, having rushed over upon receiving the notice. "Your Majesty." Zhao Chen looked at Dr. Camille. "Camille, you're in charge of the cosmic exploration and cosmic Stargate research projects. You can delegate the cosmic exploration tasks to your deputy for now. Focus on the cosmic Stargate project. I have some theoretical materials here that might be useful. Take them and have a look." Zhao Chen continued. "Additionally, the Holy Elf Empire has sent some technical personnel to accompany me back. We've established an alliance with them and will use their Shui Long Min Stargate technology to build a permanent cosmic Stargate connecting our universe and theirs. To increase construction efficiency, we'll handle the mid to low-end component modules on our side, with their personnel providing guidance and technical support. However, the core technology modules will still be constructed by the Holy Elf Empire and then transported here." Zhao Chen emphasized, "Although we can only access mid to low-end technology for now, it's better than nothing. Assign a few of your best researchers to work with the Holy Elf Empire's personnel. Learn as much as you can. We need to develop our own interstellar travel capabilities and build our own cosmic Stargate as soon as possible." Hearing Zhao Chen's words, Dr. Camille responded with excitement and determination. "Rest assured, Your Majesty. We will seize every opportunity to accelerate our research. We will ensure that we achieve interstellar travel technology on par with others in the shortest time possible." Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. The reason he chose to temporarily halt the cosmic exploration project and focus on interstellar travel was that the former aimed to find primordial universes to break through T7 technology civilization. However, according to information from the Holy Elf Empire, there were no such primordial universes nearby. Relying on others for interstellar travel technology would be akin to handing them a weakness. Therefore, solving this technological issue was of utmost importance. A week later, in the universe of the Xiaolong Empire, an interstellar fleet emerged from the blue mist. These ships were vastly different from those of the Xiaolong system, each one resembling a meticulously crafted work of art. Not far away, a Xiaolong interstellar fleet had been waiting for some time. This newly arrived fleet was the Second Elven Legion from the Holy Elven Empire, personally led by one of the 5 great Elven Kings, the Flame Elven King. The Xiaolong Empire had dispatched Marshal Zhao Riyue to greet them. Not only was she the Empire's marshal, but she was also the sister of Emperor Zhao Chen, making her the perfect candidate for this reception. Standing in the command cabin, Zhao Riyue calmly observed the elven fleet before her. Her adjutant quietly reminded her, "His Majesty instructed us to ensure a warm reception." "I understand," Zhao Riyue replied succinctly, then proceeded to establish communication with the opposing fleet. Soon, a video window popped up, displaying the image of the Flame Elven King. Zhao Riyue had already familiarized herself with his appearance through the provided information. Maintaining a composed demeanor, she smiled and said, "Honorable Flame Elven King, I am Zhao Riyue, Supreme Commander of the 6th Fleet Group of the Xiaolong Empire, and Marshal of the Empire. I am here to welcome you on behalf of the Xiaolong Empire. We extend our warmest greetings to you and your fleet." The Flame Elven King scrutinized Zhao Riyue with interest and said, "Marshal Zhao, I have long heard of your reputation. I understand you are the sister of Emperor Zhao Chen and have distinguished yourself in the military with your exceptional combat and command skills. Your prowess in battle is truly commendable." Zhao Riyue remained composed despite the praise and responded calmly, "You flatter me. I am merely fulfilling my duties." She then inquired, "Flame Elven King, do you and your fleet require any rest? If not, we can proceed directly to the temporary base prepared for you." The Flame Elven King nodded in satisfaction. "The commander of the 1st Legion has already briefed me on your preparations. The military base you have arranged is highly professional and has no issues. We do not need to rest and can head directly to the base." Zhao Riyue immediately arranged, "Very well. I will send you the navigation information. My fleet will escort you to the base. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Additionally, during this process, no ship from your fleet is allowed to leave without our permission. The flame Elven King responded briefly. Understood. Despite being prepared, she couldn't suppress her curiosity about the Xiaolong Empire. She made a request. Marshal Zhao, once we arrive at the military base, I would like to request a tour of the Xiaolong system. Please convey this to Emperor Zhao Chen. Without hesitation, Zhao Riyue replied, that has already been arranged. His Majesty has instructed that, within allowed limits, you may visit any place in the Xiaolong Empire, and I will accompany you as your guide during this time. The flame Elven King smiled. Thank you in advance, Marshal Zhao. After exchanging a few final words, the communication ended. The flame Elven King sat back in her captain's chair, her expression calm. But her anticipation for the forthcoming visit to the Xiaolong Empire was evident. Under the escort of the Jiaolong Empire fleet, the expeditionary force led by the Flame Elf King reached the designated area. However, one of the elf lieutenants expressed her displeasure with this monitoring behavior. She couldn't help but speak up. Your Majesty, the people of the Jiaolong Empire are going too far. We came here to support them, and yet they are monitoring us like this. They claim it's a welcome, but it's clearly surveillance. This is too disrespectful. The Flame Elf King looked at the lieutenant calmly, his tone peaceful but with a hint of warning. What's the problem? When the Jiaolong Empire sent their legion to our universe, weren't they under our supervision? We dictated where their fleet could dock, and they complied. Now that we are on their turf, why shouldn't we follow their arrangements? The lieutenant instinctively wanted to argue, but sensing the growing coldness in the king's eyes, she realized her mistake. In the presence of other elf kings from the Holy Elf Empire, such remarks might be harmless, but not with the Flame Elf King. He never judged others by their bloodline or race, only by their strength. The Flame Elf King sternly warned, we are about to station ourselves in the Jiaolong Empire for an extended period. If you maintain this attitude, you will inevitably cause trouble for us. If that happens, I will consider removing you from the expeditionary fleet. The lieutenant immediately bowed her head in acknowledgement. Your Majesty, it was thoughtless of me. I promise not to make such mistakes again. I hope so. I don't want there to be a next time, the Flame Elf King said coldly. Under the guidance of Zhao Riyue's small fleet, 1,000,000 elven interstellar warships passed through the specially arranged stargates of the Jiaolong Empire, all arriving at the designated military base within a day. The elf lieutenant looked back at the stargate in amazement and said incredulously, this stargate is so efficient. The Flame Elf King didn't hold back his praise. This is an advanced and powerful stargate network system. Being able to mobilize 1,000,000 interstellar warships in a day speaks volumes about the Jiaolong Empire's infrastructure and military deployment efficiency. By comparison, it would take at least 2 days for the Holy Elf Empire to achieve the same. This time, the lieutenant didn't argue, as it was indeed a fact. She realized that behind this seemingly simple stargate lay the profound military strength of the Jiaolong Empire. The Flame Elf King added, the stargates can transport not only fleets, but also logistical supplies. With such a stargate network, the Jiaolong Empire's homeland defense capabilities are significantly enhanced. The lieutenant, who had previously been in charge of stargates, couldn't help but laud. From my observation, the stargate we just used is likely a T6 level large stargate, and it's more advanced than our Holy Elf Empire's T6 stargates. It seems the Jiaolong Empire has indeed mastered interstellar travel technology, but they've kept it under wraps. She recalled the previous disputes during the cooperation between the two nations. Ultimately, it was decided to use the Holy Elf Empire's technology, with the Jiaolong Empire agreeing to bear the costs of the core technology modules, thanks to the insistence of the Elf Kings. At that time, the Jiaolong Emperor presented a technical framework to the Emerald Elf King to prove their capabilities. In hindsight, it seems that was genuine. The Flame Elf King concluded, a network of T6 stargates as the primary structure, supplemented by T5 stargates, forms the vast stargate infrastructure of the Jiaolong Empire. She began to look forward to the temporary military base that the Jiaolong Empire had prepared for them. Soon, in a starfield not far from the stargate they had just passed through, a cluster of interstellar facilities appeared. After only a few minutes of travel, they reached their destination. This military base not only provides convenience for the station fleet, but also serves as a strategic fortress ready to respond to any emergency. At its core lies a towering, large starport, surrounded by a constellation of smaller starports arranged in a hexagram pattern. Among these are 8 T6 class starport and several T5 and T4 class starports. In the distance, a massive industrial base stands on an asteroid, echoing the starport cluster. As the Flame Elven King surveyed the base, a communication request window from Marshal Zhao Riyue suddenly popped up. The Marshal's voice followed, Your Majesty, this is the military base we've prepared for you and your fleet. The layout of the other 4 bases is similar, with minor differences in the number of lower-grade starports. We refer to these 5 bases by code names, and this one is Elf Base 2. Marshal Zhao continued with a detailed introduction. The T-6 Sanctum-class large Stargate we used earlier is specifically designed for the interstellar fleet's deployment. In wartime, it will be fully utilized for fleet coordination. The base includes a T-6 Star Fortress large starport, 3 T-5 Moon Well large starports, and 15 T-4 Storm Fortress large starports. The industrial base is equipped with various repair facilities and houses 100 T-5 Star-class and 500 T-4 Twin Star-class heavy industrial ships. The starports provide comprehensive living services for you and your soldiers, accommodating at least 1.5 million starships of the regular Elven fleet. After listening to the introduction, the Flame Elven King nodded and smiled with satisfaction. Emperor Xiaolong has thought of everything, even things we hadn't considered. We are very pleased with these military base facilities. Marshal Zhao responded cheerfully. I'm glad to hear that. If you have any further needs, please feel free to contact me directly. Subsequently, the Elven fleet quickly settled into the base. Once the relocation was confirmed, the Flame Elven King decided to bring only her flagship, politely declining the escort offer, and followed Zhao Ryue's fleet to the Xiaolong star system. Soon, the Flame Elven King's flagship passed through the Stargate and entered the Xiaolong star system. As the first Elven King of the Holy Elven Empire to visit the Xiaolong Empire's power center, she observed everything around her carefully. Although the Xiaolong star system was not as breathtaking as the Holy Tree star system of her empire, it had many intriguing details. Numerous interstellar transport ships shuttled back and forth, and a massive industrial zone in the distance caught her eye was the construction site for the Xiaolong Empire's advanced starships, including T-6 class behemoths. The Flame Elven King was curious but understood that it was a military secret of the Xiaolong Empire, and she likely had no access. Suddenly, a video communication request appeared. Upon accepting, the face of Emperor Zhao Chen of Xiaolong appeared on the screen. Smiling, Zhao Chen said, "Your Majesty, Flame Elven King, I should have personally welcomed your visit, but certain affairs kept me busy. I had to entrust my elder sister, Marshal Zhao Ryue, with the task. I hope you understand." The Flame Elven King responded gracefully. "No worries. I had a delightful conversation with Marshal Zhao." Zhao Chen continued, "Since you have come to my domain, I should play the perfect host. Please follow me." With that, Zhao Chen's flagship led the way. With Zhao Chen leading, the Flame Elven King's flagship received the highest clearance, traveling unimpeded to a massive interstellar structure. When the Flame Elven King saw the shining golden sign, she was taken aback. She stared at the 4 large characters, Chang'an City, as the ship of the Flame Elf King gracefully docked at the berth designated for foreign guests. Zhao Chen was already there, eagerly awaiting their arrival. He fixed his gaze on the noble figure descending from the ship, a courteous smile on his face, and warmly greeted, "Welcome, Your Majesty." The Flame Elf King surveyed the grand buildings around them with curiosity and asked, "Is this the interstellar city built by your Xiaolong Empire? I've read about Chang'an City in the documents, but I assumed it was just a large starport. I never expected it to be so magnificent. In our Holy Elf Empire, apart from the World Tree, we've never seen such colossal interstellar structures." Zhao Chun proudly explained, "Chang'an City is currently the political center of the Xiaolong Empire. Many of the empire's affairs and governmental institutions are concentrated here. We utilized T-6 Divine Palace-level interstellar complex technology for its construction. There are several similar city-states within the empire, each with unique characteristics and architectural styles." The Flame Elf King nodded with a smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "It seems this visit to the Xiaolong Empire will be full of surprises." Zhao Chen warmly suggested, "In that case, why don't we take a tour? We've also prepared a welcoming banquet for you to savor the cuisine of our Xiaolong Empire." At the mention of cuisine, a subtle expression flickered across the faces of the Flame Elf King and her entourage. However, she gracefully agreed, and her attendants, unable to voice any objections, followed closely behind. The interior of Chang'an City left the elves in awe. It was luxurious yet practical, with each area boasting its own unique style. After a tour, even these high-minded elves had to admit the city's excellence. From an aesthetic and artistic standpoint, this city-state had clearly captured their discerning hearts. The welcoming banquet was set in an open-air pavilion on a lake, with a transparent floor revealing the clear water and fish swimming below. In the center of the pavilion was a round table that could seat 20 people, perfectly accommodating both parties. Zhao Chen guided the Flame Elf King to her seat and meaningfully said, "In our culture, sharing a meal is significant. Dining together signifies that we are friends." The 2 groups took their places on either side of the table. The Flame Elf King managed a faint smile and subtly signaled her entourage, reminding them silently, "Whatever dishes are served, show respect and adapt to the customs." The elves' expressions immediately became tense, as if they were about to enter a battlefield. However, when the dishes were presented on the table via a lift system, The elves were astonished to see that half of the offerings were various fruits and vegetables, while the other half were exquisite meat dishes. To their great surprise, many of the fruits were specialties of the Holy Elf Empire. Zhao Chen explained, I arranged for these specially. Knowing the dietary preferences of the elves, we prepared not only the specialty fruits of the Holy Elf Empire, but also some unique dishes from the Xiaolong Empire. If you find them to your taste, please enjoy as much as you like. The Flame Elf King pointed in surprise at a plate of sliced fruit and exclaimed, Is this our Holy Elf Empire's Shui Mi Yu Tao? Zhao Chen nodded in confirmation, yes. When I returned from the Holy Elf Empire last time, I brought back some seeds and cultivated them. This is the first batch that's fully matured, Zhao Chen said, pointing to the plate of glistening fruit on the table. Intrigued, the Flame Elf Queen picked up a piece and placed it in her mouth. Instantly, her eyes lit up with amazement. The taste of the Shueyue peach far surpassed any fruit she had ever tasted in the Sacred Elf Empire's sweet, juicy, and with an unparalleled texture. Did you really just cultivate this? She asked, astonished. Zhao Chen nodded and explained, We have specialized agricultural technology facilities that not only produce high-quality fruit, but also significantly shorten the growth cycle. The T6 Purple Gold Eden-class starship played a crucial role in this. Other high-ranking elves eagerly sampled the fruit, and praise filled the room. One elf exclaimed, Wow, this fruit is so much better than what we have in our empire. And it's the size of a fist. Incredible. Zhao Chun felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking this could be an excellent opportunity to expand interstellar trade. He knew the elves were affluent and appreciated luxuries, making them a promising market. The Flame Elf Queen then turned her attention to other specialties from the Xiaolong Empire, giving them high marks after tasting them. She sincerely remarked, I never expected the Xiaolong Empire to have such a bounty of delicious fruits and vegetables. At that moment, Zhao Chen pointed to some dishes that appeared to be meat and said, I know elves might be a bit hesitant about these, but do give them a try. The Flame Elf Queen hesitated for a moment before deciding to taste them. As she did, her eyes widened once more. Zhao Chen smiled and explained, These are actually all vegetarian dishes, just prepared in different ways. Most of the dishes here are vegetarian. He recalled that during his time in the Sacred Elf Empire, he noticed their cuisine was mostly raw and simple, like fruit platters and vegetable salads, lacking complex cooking techniques. This time, he had prepared these vegetarian dishes that looked like meat to showcase a different culinary experience through exquisite cooking. Seeing this, the other high-ranking elves also tried the dishes and were equally impressed. After the banquet, Zhao Chen asked the Flame Elf Queen if she was satisfied with the hospitality. The Elf Queen genuinely praised, very satisfied. The Xiaolong Empire not only has advanced interstellar ship technology, but also such delicious food. Especially your cultivation techniques, which can produce such high-quality fruits and vegetables in a short time, are truly remarkable. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Chen suggested, if the Elf Queen finds these items pleasing, we could provide them to the crew of the 5 million elven starships stationed in the Xiaolong Empire. Hearing this, the Flame Elf Queen and the high-ranking elves looked delighted. They highly valued such experiences, especially after tasting superior ingredients, and naturally hoped to continue enjoying them. That would be wonderful, the Flame Elf Queen said gratefully. We really appreciate His Majesty's efforts to provide these benefits for our expedition fleet. Zhao Chen replied with a smile, We are allies. It's the least we can do. Zhao Riyue, observing silently throughout, understood clearly. She could see that her brother was meticulously planning each step with great care. After finishing the sumptuous meal, Zhao Chen arranged for the Flame Elf Queen and her entourage to be escorted to their accommodations. Once the guests had departed, Zhao Riyue turned to Zhao Chen, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Your hospitality this time was quite unusual. You even prepared a special welcome feast, she said with a light laugh. You don't seem like an emperor of an empire, but more like a businessman promoting his products. Zhao Chen stretched, and a sly smile appeared on his face. If being a businessman can make our country prosperous, then why not? Besides, his gaze sharpened, my goals are far from simple. He pointed to the remaining fruits and vegetables on the table, explaining, these may look like simple produce, but according to our understanding of the Holy Elf Empire, the High Elves who rule their highly value not just spiritual pursuits, but also natural fruits and vegetables. There's even a saying in their land, an elf without fruit faces death. A land that cannot grow fruit is a hell. This shows how important these items are to them. Zhao Riyue's eyes widened in surprise. They really value these things so much? Zhao Chen nodded and continued. You might not understand, but it's closely tied to their cultural environment. Some interstellar races favor useless yet beautiful gems, while others spend vast sums to build homes on asteroids just for the privacy of their family. If we can grasp these characteristics, we can gain an advantage when interacting with them. His voice brimmed with confidence. We've already succeeded in the first step. The Flame Elf Queen and the High Elves' reactions were the best feedback. Next is the second step, selling these products to the 5 million elf starship stationed in our empire. 5 million starships mean at least a billion elves. We can sell them fruits of various grades, ensuring that both lower-ranking crew members and higher-ranking officers can enjoy our products. Zhao Chen's eyes sparkled with wisdom. When they return to the Holy Elf Empire, they'll become advocates for our goods. This will allow us to easily penetrate their market. This way, we can expand our food trade market while integrating into the interstellar trade network of the Holy Elf Empire. Remember, the quickest way to understand a country is through trade. Trade allows us to learn about a country comprehensively and quickly, even building networks. We can also establish our intelligence network within the Holy Elf Empire. It's a win-win. Zhao Riyue couldn't help but look at her brother in a new light. She hadn't realized that he had planned so far ahead. However, Zhao Chen's expression suddenly became serious. But all of that is secondary. The most important thing right now is to prepare for the possible invasion of the devouring civilization. They have been eyeing us covetously. We drove away their minions before, so they're bound to strike back hard. Even with the support of the 5 million elf starships from the Holy Elf Empire, we must still be prepared to handle any situation ourselves. We can't rely entirely on others. Zhao Riyue nodded firmly, her tone resolute. The 6th Fleet of the Xiaolong Legion is fully combat-ready after extensive training. We can defend the Empire against any enemy at any time. Zhao Chen looked at Zhao Riyue and sighed softly, a hint of emotion in his voice. It's a bit ironic. I initially wanted to create a peaceful environment for you all, but step by step, we ended up building an empire, and I became its emperor. We established the royal Zhao family. Wanner is now the supreme commander of the Shadowhunter Ace Fleet, and you are the supreme commander of the 6th Fleet of the Xiaolong Legion. Not to mention Charlotte, who returned to work immediately after giving birth, without even having time to spend with her child. With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhao Chen gazed into the distance, his expression complicated. I often wonder if the path I've chosen is the right one. Zhao Riyue placed a comforting hand on her brother's shoulder, her voice warm and determined. Why so sentimental all of a sudden? That's not like you. Since we've chosen this path, let's not look back. We have each other, and together, we'll face whatever comes. No fear. It's been a month since the Xiaolong Empire and the Holy Elven Empire signed their alliance agreement. During this brief yet eventful period, 5 million elven starships have arrived at the temporary military bases provided by the Xiaolong Empire, forming a spectacular galaxy above the bases. Simultaneously, using the Holy Elven Empire's Water Dragon Gate technology, a magnificent cosmic stargate is rapidly taking shape, its construction progressing far ahead of schedule. As the relationship between the two nations deepens, their interactions and understanding of each other have also increased. During this time, Zhao Chen of the Xiaolong Empire and Dr. Camille have been diligently researching complex inter-universe travel technology, achieving groundbreaking progress. They successfully conducted 13 short-term inter-universe travel experiments, a technology quite similar to the one-time use technology employed by the Holy Elven Empire during its first visit to the Xiaolong Empire. In the lab, Dr. Camille excitedly reported to Zhao Chen, the Y071 prototype is ready. If you approve, we can begin constructing the first mass production model. Zhao Chen nodded, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. We've made significant breakthroughs in this area. Although we can currently only open short-term, one-way inter-universe channels, each capable of transporting 10,000 T5 class starships, it would take about 300 trips to transport a full Xiaolong Empire fleet group. This technology isn't advanced enough to fully meet our needs, but it's the only mass-producible inter-universe equipment we have right now. We should start large-scale production as soon as possible for military preparedness. Dr. Camille eagerly suggested, could you name this mass production model? Zhao Chen paused, realizing it was his first time naming a piece of technology. Previously, the system provided starships and other technologies already had preset names. He decided to give this honor to the hardworking research team. This is your achievement. The honor should belong to you. Dr. Camille's eyes sparkled with joy, as if seeing his newborn child. After a moment of thought, he proposed, let's call it White Jade. When it activates, it appears like a flawless white jade stone suddenly emerging in the universe. Recalling the scenes from the experiments, Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. White Jade it is. Start mass production immediately, but maintain strict confidentiality. The transport process must also be discreet, quietly distributing the equipment to the various Xiaolong Empire fleet groups. As they discussed the details, Zhao Chen's handheld terminal suddenly lit up. He opened the video communication and saw Zhao Riyue's face. The previously scheduled third high-level military meeting between the two nations is ready, Zhao Riyue reported. The Flame Elven Queen wishes to meet with you privately after the meeting. She says there's something important to discuss. Zhao Chen responded briefly. Understood. Most matters should be handled by the military department. After the meeting, I'll meet with the Flame Elven Queen. Arrange our meeting. After ending the communication, Zhao Chen turned to Dr. Camille. I'll leave things here to you. Although we've successfully developed one-way, single-use inter-universe travel equipment, it's far from enough. Our ultimate goal is to build large, permanent inter-universe stargates. Dr. Camille responded firmly. I understand. We will continue our efforts. I assure you, we will catch up to the Holy Elven Empire's technology in the shortest time possible. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction and then turned to leave. Moments later, Zhao Chen appeared in a secluded section of a military meeting room somewhere in the interstellar city of Chang'an. Through the one-way glass separating the room, he observed the intense debate between the two sides. Inside the room, the atmosphere was charged and voices were raised. Is it always like this? Zhao Chen turned to Charlotte, frowning slightly. Charlotte shrugged and explained, yes. Both sides are led by equally strong commanders. On one side, we have Xing Qixing of the Elven race, and on our side, we have equally formidable leaders. Each side wants to secure the best interests for their own. So every meeting feels like a battle. Zhao Chen nodded thoughtfully, realizing why Charlotte chose not to participate directly. Suddenly, the argument in the meeting room escalated, with Xue Xiaoxiao already having one foot on the table. Zhao Chen couldn't help but ask, are they going to fight? Charlotte seemed unfazed. Relax, they know their limits. The other side values etiquette highly. At most, it's just a war of words. Zhao Chen still looked a bit concerned. Won't this affect their relationship? After all, we might have to fight alongside each other in the future. Charlotte smiled and explained, we have a contingency plan. After each meeting, the two most argumentative individuals will have a simulated battle to settle their differences. So far, both sides have had their wins and losses. It's become a regular post-meeting event. For us soldiers, nothing solves a problem like a good fight. If one isn't enough, we'll have two. And if that doesn't work, we'll step in ourselves. Hearing this, Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction, but quietly added, if anyone loses too badly, dock their pay for the month. Charlotte just rolled her eyes at this. Zhao Chen's attention was soon diverted by another matter. The Flame Elf King is waiting in another small meeting room, looking quite serious. It seems like something important. No rush, let's wait a bit, Zhao Chen said calmly. While it might be important, I suspect it has to do with the devouring civilization. Since she hasn't contacted me directly, it means it's not urgent yet. Then Zhao Chen turned to the main topic. Regarding the 5 million interstellar warships sent by the Holy Elven Empire, do you have a detailed count? Charlotte nodded and brought up a detailed data panel. She began to report. The Holy Elven Empire's fleet structure is similar to ours, but with different scale divisions. They organize 100 interstellar warships into a small Elven fleet, 3,000 into an Elven Brigade fleet, 100,000 into an Elven Corps fleet, and 1 million into an Elven Corps fleet group. From the Brigade fleet level, every commander is a High Elf, which is a status symbol. Regardless of their original Elven tribe, obtaining High Elf status is equivalent to becoming nobility. Zhao Chen nodded, indicating he was already familiar with this information. Charlotte continued, they sent 5 Elven Corps fleet groups this time. As far as we know, the Holy Elven Empire has a total of 30 Elven Corps fleet groups, so this represents 1/6 of their fleet strength. Each Elven Corps fleet group has a core fleet group commander, and currently, these 5 commanders are under the jurisdiction of the Flame Elf King. Aside from these regular Imperial Corps fleets, they have 2 special military fleets. One is the High Council fleet group, specially created by the High Council, usually built by major Elven families. Its size varies, currently around 300,000 interstellar warships. The other is the Elven King's Corps fleet, which is the personal army of each Elven King, with varying sizes. The Flame Elf King's fleet is the strongest, rumored to have nearly 30,000 warships, making it the most powerful military force in the Holy Elven Empire. The other 4 Elven Kings also have formidable personal armies, though smaller in scale and less frequently deployed. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes, beginning to calculate the total numbers. The number of interstellar warships in the regular fleet of the Holy Elven Empire exceeds 30 million. While this figure is astonishing, Zhao Chen knew that an empire's actual military strength often differs from rumors. He turned to Charlotte, curious whether the Flame Elf King's Legion fleet would participate in this operation. Charlotte shook her head and explained, the Flame Elf King only brought 3,000 interstellar warships as an escort fleet. The High Council might have imposed some restrictions, so the Flame Legion fleet isn't participating. However, she lowered her voice. The Flame Elf King privately told me that her fleet is ready to assist the Xiaolong Empire if needed. Zhao Chen nodded, trusting the Flame Elf King's promise, but also aware of the Holy Elven Empire High Council's cautious attitude. Charlotte continued to detail the 5 Elven Legion fleets currently stationed in the Xiaolong Empire. They are the 13th, 17th, 21st, 25th, and 30th Legion fleet groups. Zhao Chen squinted, speculating. I guess the fleets with lower numbers are stronger? Charlotte nodded in confirmation. Basically, yes. The lower-numbered fleet groups have a long history, rich combat experience, and the most advanced equipment. She added, however, the Holy Elven Empire is clearly holding back. They haven't sent any of their top 10 fleet groups. Zhao Chen shrugged and chuckled. The agreement didn't require that anyway. It only stipulated 5 million regular Legion fleets. For the Xiaolong Empire, having them is better than not. He stood up, glanced at the still arguing commanders, and said, I'll go see the Flame Elf King now. After navigating a few corridors, Zhao Chen reached a small room. The Flame Elf King was leisurely enjoying some local fruits. Seeing Zhao Chen enter, she smiled and greeted him, her tone much more relaxed. Zhao Chen didn't hesitate and started eating the fruit. The Flame Elf King frowned slightly, like a small animal guarding its food, as she watched her plate being emptied. How can you still have an appetite? The Flame Elf King asked. You should know why I called you here, right? Zhao Chen responded while eating. It's nothing but new developments from the Devourer civilization. Since you didn't contact me urgently, the situation can't be that bad. They might be preparing for war, but that's something we expected. Worrying won't help if it's inevitable. Seeing the fruit on her plate dwindling, the Flame Elf King hurriedly salvaged the last few pieces. After finishing, she patted her flat stomach and continued, You're right. The latest intel shows that the Devourer civilization has started building forward bases, preparing to deploy about 15 million interstellar warships as a vanguard into the Xiaolong Empire's universe. The exact attack time is unknown, but could be within a week. She paused briefly, then added, The current situation is unfavorable for us. The Stargate connecting our two empires still needs at least a month and a half to be completed. Although we have the Water Dragon Gate for cross-universe deployment, it's a consumable and can't be used continuously. Once the war starts, the consumption will be enormous. You need to be prepared. Zhao Chen gazed at the Flame Elf King and said softly, I understand your concern. You're worried about the combat consumption of the 5 million elf starships and need us to temporarily provide material support. The Flame Elf King nodded slightly, a hint of worry in her eyes. Sensing her concern, Zhao Chen quickly explained, There's no need to worry about that. Our alliance agreement already includes specific supplementary clauses. While each side bears its own battlefield expenses, within our empire, costs for stargates, starports, and daily maintenance can be covered by us if necessary. He paused for a moment before continuing. More importantly, if war breaks out before the universe Stargate is completed, the combat consumption of the 5 million elf starship stationed here will be supplied by the Xiaolong Empire first, with reimbursement from your side later. This has all been agreed upon. The Flame Elf King looked directly at Zhao Chen and said candidly, I don't doubt your country will honor the agreement. My concern is that once war breaks out, the consumption of 5 million starships will be astronomical. Zhao Chen smiled slightly, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. I understand your concern. Although the Xiaolong Empire currently has fewer than 5 million starships, our logistical support is robust. We can fully handle the monthly consumption of your 5 million ships. With a touch of humor in his tone, he added, You should know, our Xiaolong fleet has fought some pretty large battles. We might not match your numbers, but when it comes to battlefield consumption, no one knows it better than we do. Hearing this, the Flame Elf King's tense expression relaxed slightly. Since you were so confident, I am relieved. Her expression then turned serious, her voice lowering unconsciously. In a week, we will be at war with the devouring civilization. Our subordinates will finalize the specific battle plans, but there are some principles I must personally convey to you. Zhao Chen nodded, signaling her to continue. The Flame Elf King took a deep breath and began. Frankly, I shouldn't be saying this, but after spending time with you, I respect you and admire the Xiaolong Empire you've built. I've witnessed the destruction of many interstellar civilizations and don't want to see the same tragedy befall the Xiaolong Empire. She paused briefly before continuing. Before I set out, the High Council held a secret meeting with me and established several key points. Although I don't fully agree, the other Elf Kings did, so I must comply. The Flame Elf King listed the conditions one by one. The total battle loss rate of the Elf fleet must not exceed 50. No more than 50,000 starships can be lost in a single day, and without the High Council's permission, no additional reinforcements will be dispatched. After she finished, she watched Zhao Chen quietly, waiting for his reaction. Zhao Chen's expression remained calm, as if these conditions were within his expectations. The Flame Elf King said frankly, As a commander, I dislike such roundabout tactics, especially after getting to know the Xiaolong Empire and preparing to fight alongside you. I don't want to hide anything. So, I've told you everything I can. Zhao Chen's deep gaze met the Flame Elf King's as he softly asked, Then why did you tell me all this? The Flame Elf King answered without hesitation, Because in the future, we will be comrades. The eyes of the flame elf queen sparkled with determination as she spoke calmly yet earnestly. I'm considering this from the perspective of the Holy Elf Empire. If the Xiaolong Empire falls and the battlefield shifts to our lands, we alone can't withstand the invasion of the devouring civilization. Our annihilation would only be a matter of time. Only by joining forces with you do we stand a chance against this formidable enemy. Everything I do is to lead the Holy Elf Empire down the right path. Zhao Chen smiled slightly, his interest piqued. Do you have any specific ideas? What do you mean by cooperation? The flame elf queen leaned in, reducing the distance between them. Her slender fingers lightly gestured between them, a hint of cunning in her eyes. Cooperation? Aren't we already allies? Feigning confusion, Zhao Chen responded, don't play coy. You know what I mean. You're talking about private cooperation between you and me, right? Narrowing her eyes, the flame elf queen, though straightforward and combative, was not without wit. She spoke directly. Exactly. Our cooperation won't harm the interests of either nation. That's the bottom line. Our goal is simple: defeat the devouring civilization by seizing every opportunity. Neither of us can achieve this alone. Only by working together can we succeed. Zhao Chen crossed his arms, signaling her to continue. Taking a deep breath, the Flame Elf Queen began to outline her plan. First, we need to convince the High Council of the Holy Elf Empire and the other Elf Kings to abandon their strategy of merely defending our homeland. We have over 30 million interstellar warships, but we've only deployed 500,000. My goal is to, aside from necessary defensive forces, commit all 30 million warships to the Xiaolong Empire battlefield. Only by going all out do we have a chance at victory. Zhao Chen shook his head, pointing out the flaw in her plan. If you were in charge of the Holy Elf Empire, this might work. But the High Council and the other Elf Kings won't agree. Increasing the fleet by 500,000 to 1 million might be possible, but 30 million? They don't have the courage. Unless... He looked at the Flame Elf Queen meaningfully. You want me to help you seize power and become the sole Elf Queen? The Flame Elf Queen rolled her eyes. Don't be ridiculous. That's out of the question. Listen to me seriously. I know it's unrealistic to achieve everything in one step, but we can proceed gradually. Like getting a cautious gambler to increase their stakes, we start with a tenth, then a quarter, then a third, and eventually half. By then, will they have any way out? Zhao Chen nodded thoughtfully. How do you plan to do that? The Flame Elf Queen eagerly explained. The key lies in the first battle. Without crossing any lines, we must achieve a victory within a month. That way, I'll have the leverage to secure more support from the High Council. Suppose the devouring civilization deploys 15 million warships. If we can destroy a third of their fleet within a month, I can secure another 500,000 warships. Then, we keep pushing forward, achieving continuous victories, and gradually persuade the High Council to send more fleets into the fight. The Flame Elf King's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Zhao Chen and said, this way, our goal is achieved. The Holy Elf Empire will have no choice but to fight the devouring civilization within the boundaries of the Xiaolong Empire. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. I have to say your idea is quite brilliant. It's like setting up a high-quality project and securing the first round of funding. Once you have good results, you go for the second, third, and fourth rounds. He asked with a hint of concern, but aren't you afraid that the High Council and the other Elf Kings will target you once they find out? The Flame Elf King shrugged, her expression suddenly darkening. What does it matter if I'm afraid or not? Her gaze seemed to pierce through time, witnessing a horrifying scene. Have you ever seen a universe completely destroyed? Not just conquered or fallen, but utterly annihilated. Familiar places and even a few friends just gone. I don't want to see that happen to my home, to my people. Zhao Chen looked at her thoughtfully, realizing that the Flame Elf King had hidden stories of her own. He extended his hand and said, I understand your thoughts. Based on what you've said, I'm willing to cooperate with you. The Flame Elf King immediately grasped Zhao Chen's hand and, blinking, reminded him, I must warn you in advance. In the first phase, I only have 5 million starships and there are many restrictions. This means your Xiaolong fleet will bear significant pressure and could suffer heavy casualties. Zhao Chen smiled in response. I know. To be honest, even without the Holy Elf Empire, we would still have to fight this battle. As you said, this is our home. The Flame Elf King couldn't help but chuckle. Talking to you is refreshing, much better than dealing with those High Council folks who can drag a single issue out for weeks. Zhao Chen's expression suddenly turned serious as he looked directly at the Flame Elf King. Xiaoman, I understand that in this cooperation, both between our empires and between us personally, it's a matter of mutual benefit. But I don't care. Human relationships are inherently about mutual benefit. However, if you fail to deliver on your promises, I will make sure to take you down with me, even if it means going to hell. The Flame Elf King recognized the gravity in Zhao Chen's tone, especially since he called her by name. She solemnly replied, Zhao Chen, I swear by my honor and the spirit god, I will uphold our agreement. Zhao Chen's demeanor instantly relaxed, as if they had just been having a casual conversation. He curiously asked, now that we've discussed the main issues and our relationship is closer, can I ask you something I've been curious about? Is there a secret about your world tree? The Flame Elf King's expression froze slightly, and she calmly replied, I can't tell you about that now. Don't try to find out. You won't learn anything. If the other Elf Kings or the High Council discover your curiosity, it could affect our cooperation. When the time is right, I will tell you. Zhao Chen frowned slightly and proposed, how about this? If we manage to destroy the first 15 million starships sent by the devouring civilization, and my Xiaolong fleet has more kills than your elf fleet, you'll tell me the answer to my question. Deal? The Flame Elf King gave Zhao Chen a skeptical look. While she acknowledged the strength of the Xiaolong Empire's fleet and starships, she still believed they were no match for the Holy Elf Empire's military might. Besides, she estimated it would take at least 3 to 6 months to defeat the 15 million devouring civilization starships. Deal, the Flame Elf King agreed calmly. Then it's settled. Zhao Chen stood up with a smile. You'll go prepare for the upcoming war, comrade. The Flame Elf King watched Zhao Chen's back and chuckled softly. See you later, comrade. Forewarned about the impending invasion by the Devourer civilization, the Xiaolong Empire immediately initiated more in-depth preparations. 6 Imperial fleet groups and 5 elite fleet groups were put on full alert, with nearly 3.5 million main interstellar warships ready for action. Simultaneously, a surplus of interstellar warships was designated as reserves to quickly replenish any losses at the front lines. In the military command center, Zhao Chen, Charlotte, and Lilith gathered around a massive star map, meticulously analyzing their strategic deployment. The map's glowing points indicated various strategic locations, and the fleet groups were already positioned according to the plan. Pointing to the 5 brightest spots on the map, Charlotte explained, we've divided the battlefield into 5 strategic zones, centered around 5 major interstellar cities: Chang'an, Luoyang, Yinjing, Kaifeng, and Jinling. Each zone has an independent battlefield command center. Lilith added, we've pre-deployed strategic resources in these 5 interstellar cities to serve as supply points. Once the battle begins, we can quickly provide the necessary materials to the frontline fleets. Zhao Chen nodded and asked, how are the preparations for the conventional strategic weapon and ammunition supplies? Lilith replied, the current production can sustain about 20 days of conventional combat consumption, but we're confident we'll reach a month's reserve before the battle starts. Charlotte suddenly reminded, all of this hinges on the timely completion of the cosmic stargate we're building with the Elven Empire. If there's any issue with this, our entire plan will be severely compromised. She continued, the military has formulated combat plans for each strategic location, with the cosmic stargate being classified as a primary strategic point. It's located near Luoyang and is guarded by Shui Xiaoxiao's 4th Fleet Group of the Xiaolong Empire. If any unexpected situation arises, they will act immediately to ensure the stargate's safety and timely completion. Zhao Chen frowned and said, relying solely on Shui Xiaoxiao's fleet group to accomplish this task is quite challenging. Charlotte responded with a grave expression. Indeed, it's a significant challenge, but we have no other choice. If the Stargate isn't completed on time, our position in this battle will be extremely precarious. After a moment of silence, Zhao Chen finally said, proceed with your plan. But remember, don't place all your hopes on others. We must be prepared for any possible scenario. Zhao Chen's words carried a veiled warning about the Holy Elven Empire, reminding everyone that in such critical times, they couldn't fully rely on any allies. As time ticked away, the Xiaolong Empire's preparations continued at a frantic pace, with everyone making final arrangements for the imminent life-and-death battle. The surface of the Jiaolong Empire appeared calm, with everyday life continuing as usual for its citizens. However, the upper echelons were shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. All stargates and starports had entered a state of semi-military control, and the leaders of the interstellar trade groups within the empire were ready to comply with military regulations at any moment. Orders for military industries had been postponed, with production lines operating non-stop around the clock and products being continuously shipped to the 5 major interstellar cities. The Empire's Supreme Military Command had 11 marshals rotating shifts to ensure at least 3 were on duty at all times. An urgent order had been issued. Any fleet, starship, or military personnel must return to their combat posts within half an hour upon receiving a command. The entire empire was like a giant beast poised to strike, ready to confront any enemy that might emerge from the darkness. In the Cosmic Space Dynamics Monitoring Department, staff members kept their eyes glued to every fluctuation on their instruments. Suddenly, a female staff member noticed a slight anomaly in the XY 771 region. Although such fluctuations could occur under normal cosmic conditions, she paid extra attention. Moments later, The fluctuation value surged 20-fold within a short period. Although it lasted less than a second, it was enough for her to immediately press the alarm button. Yellow level anomalous fluctuation detected in the XY771 region, she reported loudly. The department head quickly arrived and carefully examined the anomalous data. While it was unclear if this indicated an intruder, he promptly reported the information to the Imperial Secretariat. The Secretariat soon responded, "Continue to monitor." In the following minutes, everything returned to normal. Just as the department head was about to leave, the staff suddenly exclaimed, "Report, yellow level anomalous fluctuation in the XY771 region has reappeared, with an intensity 50 times higher than before and lasting 1.3 seconds. The department head immediately reported again and instructed other staff to closely monitor for similar anomalies. Over the next half hour, similar anomalous fluctuations appeared in different regions at least 13 times. The department head contacted the Secretariat once more, emphasizing that these were no coincidences and urging higher authorities to take it seriously. Finally, half an hour after the first anomaly, multiple staff members simultaneously reported persistent, anomalous fluctuations concentrated in 3 regions. The department head confirmed, "Report, it can be confirmed that enemies are invading the Jiaolong Empire space from coordinates XY771, XM981, and XQ003. Received," the higher authority replied. "Thanks to your meticulous work, we dispatched military forces half an hour ago." The secretary of the department added a comment that left the department head taken aback. Military forces had been dispatched half an hour ago. This information filled her with immense relief, signifying that higher-ups had a high level of trust in their work and valued each report they submitted. It was undoubtedly the best recognition for their dedicated efforts. The department head relaxed slightly, her gaze then shifting to 3 specific areas. The spatial fluctuations there had already breached the warning threshold, displaying a glaring red. She knew in her heart that the Xiaolong Empire was about to face another baptism of war. Meanwhile, in the neighboring star system to the Luoyang system, a state of emergency had been declared. All personnel capable of evacuation were being urgently relocated, while those unable to leave in time were being sheltered in the planet's internal bunkers. Tens of thousands of interstellar warships were traversing the T5 Voyager-class medium stargate into this system, with the countless twinkling stars at the system's edge actually being the engine halos of the support fleet. Due to its proximity to the Luoyang system, the response here was exceptionally swift. As one of the 5 core star systems of the Xiaolong Empire, Luoyang's importance was beyond question. In this stretch of the cosmos, hundreds of black, decayed spots resembled holes in the sky, through which one could clearly see the menacing warships standing ready in another universe. The Luoyang City Xiaolong 4th Legion Fleet Group's super flagship fleet swiftly issued an alert. Demon Civilization Invasion Fleet detected in Luoyang System 02. Enemy warships have begun spatial jumps, causing abnormal electromagnetic fluctuations near the target warp points, affecting our warship performance. The enemy has already deployed 100,000 warships in Luoyang System 02. These urgent reports quickly reached the command desk of Xue Xiaoxiao, the highest commander of the Xiaolong 4th Legion Fleet Group. "Who would have thought I'd run into this? These guys sure know how to pick their spots." Xue Xiaoxiao stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes piercing as she stared at the star map, rapidly issuing a series of orders to mobilize the fleet to support Luoyang System 02. Simultaneously, she did not neglect the defenses of Luoyang System 08, where a cosmic stargate connecting to the Holy Elf Empire was under construction. To prevent the enemy from breaking through the defenses, Xue Xiaoxiao retained part of the fleet to garrison key locations and swiftly established a logistics supply network between Luoyang City and Luoyang System 02. Once everything was arranged, Xue Xiaoxiao turned to her deputy commander, Zhong Xiaoxia. "Zhong Xiaoxia, I'm giving you 10 Legion fleets, totaling 30,000 interstellar warships. Stay in Luoyang City, ensure its safe operation, and handle the logistics support. I'm heading to Luoyang System 02 to command the battle." "Rest assured, Marshal, I will complete the mission," Zhong Xiaoxia responded solemnly. Xue Xiaoxiao nodded and immediately set off for Luoyang System 02. En route, she closely monitored the increasing number of enemy forces on the interstellar sandbox. Due to the abnormal electromagnetic reactions in the enemy's spatial warp zones, our fleet could only perform limited firepower attacks from a distance, unable to operate at full combat efficiency. This was evidently a self-protection strategy by the enemy, providing cover for their long-range troop deployments. Under such circumstances, our forces could only construct a defensive line on the outskirts of the interference zone, preparing for a direct confrontation with the enemy. On the bridge of the T6 Dragon Emperor-class Star Command ship, the tense atmosphere seemed to freeze the air. Secretary Lilith stood beside Commander Zhao Chen, her expression serious as she reported, "It has been confirmed. This is an invasion fleet from the Devourer civilization." Zhao Chen's gaze was fixed on the interstellar sand table before him, capturing the entire situation of the Xiaolong Empire. Three prominent red zones stood out, like dangerous flames igniting on this serene interstellar prairie. Lilith pointed to these areas, and detailed battlefield information immediately appeared in the air. The primary invasion zones are threefold. Lilith introduced succinctly. XQ-003 is the northern Luoyang battlefield in the Luoyang-02 star system. XY-771 is the western Jinling battlefield in the Miller Home star system. And XM-981 is the eastern Kaifeng battlefield in the Scorpion Tail Tiger star system. She particularly emphasized the uniqueness of the Luoyang-02 star system. This system is close to Luoyang City and the Luoyang-08 star system, which is responsible for constructing the interstellar gate to the Holy Elven Empire. Marshal Xue Xiaoxiao of the Xiaolong 4th Corps Fleet has already dispatched forces to ensure the enemy does not threaten Luoyang City and the under-construction interstellar gate. Lilith continued her report. The Xiaolong 3rd Corps and 2nd Corps fleets have also moved to support the other two battlefields as planned. At that moment, a holographic image of Charlotte suddenly appeared beside Zhao Chen. Her voice was filled with urgency. While the number of Devourer Civilization invasion fleets at each of the three battlefields currently does not exceed 100,000 ships, based on the current growth rate and intelligence from the Holy Elven Empire, we estimate the enemy's total fleet could reach 5 million interstellar warships. We must prepare for the worst. Charlotte elaborated on her deployment plan. Given the strategic importance of the Luoyang-02 star system, I will personally lead the reverse-scale elite fleet, the Xiaolong 5th Corps fleet, and parts of the Star Queen and Hell Angel elite fleets to support it. I recommend the Xiaolong 1st Corps fleet immediately support the Miller Home star system, and the 6th Corps fleet support the Scorpion Tail Tiger star system. She continued, the Star Queen and Hell Angel elite fleets will each be divided into 5 parts, with 1 part allocated to each of the 3 battlefields and the remaining 2 parts on standby. The Blizzard and Shadow Hunter elite fleets are also on standby to respond to any sudden enemy actions. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement, adding, on the Elven side, the Flame Elf King has promised to dispatch 1 million interstellar warships from her 5 million ship fleet to each battlefield initially. The remaining 2 million will be allocated based on the evolving situation. This way, each battlefield will have at least 2 million of our warships. Even if the enemy deploys 5 million at each battlefield, we, as defenders, will still hold the initiative. After Charlotte's holographic image faded, Zhao Chen turned to Lilith and inquired, you mentioned before that the Devourer civilization possesses a technological artifact called the Soul Altar, which can form a Black Legion fleet. Has this appeared on the battlefield yet? Lilith responded, we have been closely monitoring for the Soul Altar. We will report immediately if it is detected. Zhao Chen lowered his head, continuing to observe the interstellar sand table. The 3 red zones seemed like flames spreading across the tranquil interstellar prairie, threatening the peace of the entire empire. Meanwhile, in the distant Scorpion Tail Tiger star system, the once peaceful starfield had become riddled with chaos. Invasion fleets from the Devourer civilization appeared like a nightmare in the region. Nearby, the defenders were already on high alert, ready to face the imminent fierce battle. In the distance, a steady stream of elven starships poured through the Stargate, replacing the initially dispatched Xiaolong-class starships. These elven fleet units immediately engaged upon arrival, intensifying the battlefield. On the bridge of the flagship of the Holy Elven 17th Fleet Group, the fleet commander swiftly issued a series of orders upon his arrival. His gaze swept across the battlefield and settled on the starships of the Devourer civilization. The familiar silhouettes of those ships brought a flash of fear to the eyes of the commander, who had previously faced their terror firsthand. He then turned his attention to the orderly Xiaolong fleet. At first, he glanced indifferently, but his expression soon turned to surprise. He observed the Xiaolong fleet's combat formations carefully, his brow furrowing as if deep in thought. At that moment, the adjutant hurried over to report, Commander, we have 10,000 starships on site. According to our communication with the Stargate authorities, it will take at least 9 more hours to transport the remaining 90,000 starships. Noticing the commander's gaze, the adjutant curiously asked, Commander, are you planning to contact the Xiaolong Empire's commander first? The fleet commander did not answer immediately, his eyes still on the Xiaolong starships. After a moment, he said seriously, I originally thought the Xiaolong Empire only possessed advanced starships, but now it seems their fleet's combat discipline is also quite high. Each unit executes orders with precision, outperforming our elven fleet in some aspects. The adjutant followed the commander's gaze and saw the same. After a moment of thought, the adjutant speculated, perhaps it's because they have recent combat experience? The fleet commander raised his hand and decisively ordered, get me in touch with the highest commander of the Xiaolong fleet here. Yes, sir. The adjutant promptly carried out the order. Soon, 2 video windows appeared before the commander. The Elven commander spoke first. Hello, I am Jestin, commander of the Holy Elven 17th Fleet Group. The individuals in the two windows introduced themselves. A woman in a splendid military uniform said, Medusa, commander of the Xiaolong 4th Fleet Group. The other, a younger woman, followed, Zhao Ryue, commander of the Xiaolong 6th Fleet Group. Upon hearing the name Zhao Ryue, Jestin took a closer look at her. He recalled that the database mentioned a Xiaolong fleet commander who was the Emperor's elder sister. It seemed she was the one. Jestin spoke solemnly. I am here under the orders of the Flame Elven King to support this battlefield. I would like to discuss the battle deployment with you both. Marshal Medusa glanced at Zhao Ryue. Zhao Ryue remained silent, aware of her unique position. Although she and Medusa were both imperial marshals and fleet commanders, Medusa's seniority far surpassed hers. Naturally, it was appropriate for the veteran to speak first. Medusa began. Our higher-ups have already discussed this. The general principle is that, due to the current lack of coordination between our fleets, we will fight independently, leveraging our respective combat styles. Therefore, we only need to align on our combat objectives. She continued, our objective is to contain the battle within the Scorpion Tiger star system and prevent it from expanding. Within this area, we aim to deplete the enemy fleet. Based on the current battlefield, I have mapped out this defensive line. As she spoke, she brought up a holographic star map, clearly marking the defensive line. Due to the abnormal electromagnetic reactions at the Devourer civilization's spatial warp points, entering this area could increase our fleet's casualties. So, for now, we will hold this defensive line and use our firepower to wear down the enemy, Medusa explained. According to the information I have received, currently, we are gathering 2 million interstellar warships here, while the enemy will ultimately have 5 million. Medusa surveyed the command center with a serious expression as she laid out her battle plan. I propose we divide our existing 2 million interstellar warships into 4 parts. My Xiaolong 3rd Legion Fleet Group and Marshal Zhao's Xiaolong 6th Legion Fleet Group will each form one part, and your Holy El's 17th Legion Fleet Group will be split into 2 parts. We'll adopt a rotational combat strategy. One group will fight on the first defensive line, another will be ready to take over on the second defensive line, and the remaining 2 will rest on the third defensive line. She continued, this way, we can ensure that each of our Legion fleets performs at their best on the battlefield. Rotational combat will also keep our fleets in good fighting condition. The first rotation interval will be 3 hours, and we can adjust later if needed. I suggest starting with the Xiaolong Empire's fleet groups. What do you think? Medusa finished, her eyes keenly fixed on the Elven Fleet Group commander. This plan was formulated after she reported to the Dragon Emperor and was suitable for 3 battlefields, with only the arrangement of the defensive lines varying. The Elven Fleet Group commander nodded in agreement. No problem. He realized that this plan would clearly expose any fleet issues during combat, avoiding any blame-shifting or half-hearted efforts. With the plan set, the defensive battle officially began. First up was the Xiaolong 3rd Legion Fleet Group, already engaged in combat. 500,000 interstellar warships formed a battle formation on the first defensive line, launching a fierce attack against the continuously incoming Devourer civilization fleet. Despite the enemy's growing numbers, the Xiaolong 3rd Legion had already destroyed a significant number of enemy ships. As the battle raged on, the command channel remained open. The Elven Fleet Group commander noticed 2 different battle positions at the rear of the battlefield, filled with interstellar missile ships and carrier starships in impressive numbers. Marshal Zhao, do these 2 fleets belong to your legion? The Elven Fleet Group commander inquired. Zhao Ryue shook her head and explained, these 2 fleets are from the Queen of the Stars Ace Fleet Group and the Hell Angel Ace Fleet Group, responsible for providing us with fire support. They are our trump cards. If your fleet encounters a tough situation, you can also request fire support. The Elven Fleet Group commander glanced at the interstellar warships. He was well aware of the firepower capabilities of the interstellar missile ships, but at that moment, he did not believe his Holy El's fleet group needed the Xiaolong Empire's fire support. The battle continued for 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. It was soon time for the rotation. The Elven Fleet Group commander closely monitored the rotation process on the battlefield. He knew that although the rotation strategy sounded excellent, allowing well-conditioned fleets to replace those in continuous combat to maintain optimal frontline strength and reduce casualties, the rotation process itself was extremely dangerous. It could easily create a firepower gap, allowing the enemy to seize the opportunity to break through the defensive line and affect the overall situation. However, to the Elven Fleet Group commander's genuine admiration, the Xiaolong Empire's 2 Legion fleet groups executed the rotation process incredibly smoothly, leaving no openings for the enemy. Nearly 1 million interstellar warships completed the entire rotation deployment in just 10 minutes, a textbook example of battlefield coordination. The Elven Fleet Group commander turned to his adjutant and asked, do you think we can achieve this level during our rotation? The adjutant did not give a confident answer. Though the elves prided themselves on their excellence, they did not deny their limitations. We've trained for battlefield rotations, but we can't match the Xiaolong Legion fleet group's level. In terms of time alone, they need just 10 minutes. We might need 20 minutes, even without mistakes. The Elven Fleet Group commander pondered for a moment, and then ordered, have the staff department plan this phase carefully. We don't need to match the Xiaolong Legion Fleet Group, but we must not embarrass the elves. Understood. The adjutant took the order and began preparations. On the bridge of the T-6 Twilight Elf-class heavy interstellar battleship, the Flame Elf King gazed at the star map shared by the Xiaolong Empire. The map clearly displayed 3 battlefronts, a typical invasion strategy of the devouring civilization. 3-pronged attack break through just 1 point, and they can establish a beachhead, the adjutant analyzed from the side. They'll set up soul altars there, continuously creating fleets of the Black Army to deplete our forces. The Flame Elf King nodded, her eyes scanning the densely marked warships on the map. Among these 15 million warships, more than half are sacrificial pawns, she pointed out calmly. Although we've never faced the devouring civilization Hedon, we've witnessed countless cosmic collapses over the years. The adjutant added, following your orders, we've gathered extensive intelligence. Today, those efforts are finally paying off. Indeed, the Flame Elf King said. This first wave appears fierce, but is actually designed to wear down our strength, preparing for the real invasion. If we can't withstand this round, they'll launch a full-scale attack immediately. She glanced at the clock. The battle had been raging for 10 hours. Currently, all 3 fronts are employing rotation tactics to control the battlefield and exhaust enemy warships. So far, progress is good. The adjutant pulled up several battlefield images. Our fleet commanders are all praising the performance of the Xiaolong Empire's legions. The Flame Elf King nodded in satisfaction. For those usually arrogant commanders to give such quick praise, the marshals of the Xiaolong Empire must indeed be impressive. The adjutant continued his report. Based on our analysis, the Xiaolong Legion's adjustments across multiple battlefronts have been impeccable. They operate like precision-programmed robots, executing orders flawlessly. Each starship battalion performs like a well-trained soldier, dutifully fulfilling their roles. However, the Flame Elf King's brow suddenly furrowed. The adjutant immediately fell silent, recognizing the sign of her anger. How is the performance of the Sacred Elf Legion? The Flame Elf King asked icily. The adjutant hesitated, but reported truthfully. Several battle records indicate some subpar performance on our side. The most serious incident involved 2 elf warships nearly colliding on an interchange route during rotation tactics. Although they avoided each other in time and didn't affect the battle, it was undoubtedly a significant error. The Flame Elf King's voice was as cold as ice. Conduct an internal review of the involved starships immediately. Emphasize that if such basic mistakes happen again, not only will the ship captains be held accountable, but the fleet and battalion commanders will also bear responsibility. The adjutant quickly shifted the topic. Understood. Additionally, following your orders, all 3 fleets of our Sacred Elf Legion have entered the battlefield and are engaged in combat. On the Xiaolong Empire's side, all planned Legion fleets are also in position. We have each deployed at least 2 million interstellar warships across the 3 battlefronts. What is the status of the devouring civilization's invasion fleet? The Flame Elf King inquired. The adjutant walked into the command room with a grave expression and reported the latest battle situation to the Flame Elf King. In the past 10 hours, each battlefield had seen the arrival of at least 3 million ships from the Devourer Civilization fleet, with an average increase of 300,000 ships per hour. The Flame Elf King frowned and asked, what is the casualty ratio between the 2 sides during this period? Taking a deep breath, the adjutant began to report in detail. In the first 10 hours, each battlefield adopted a 3-hour rotation combat system, with the Xiaolong Empire fleet leading. According to the intelligence we have, separating our data from the Xiaolong Empires, in the first 6 hours, the Xiaolong Empire fleet destroyed nearly 100,000 Devourer Civilization warships, while losing less than 10,000 of their own, achieving an astonishing casualty ratio of 10 to 1. 10 to 1? The Flame Elf King widened her eyes in disbelief. Is this data accurate? Was it provided by the Xiaolong Empire? The adjutant nodded and explained, we have 2 sets of data, one published by the Xiaolong Empire and the other collected by our personnel on the battlefield. We can confirm that the Xiaolong Empire's casualty statistics are accurate. In fact, according to our statistics, the Xiaolong Empire's losses are even less than 10,000 ships. Their calculation includes damaged ships that need to return to the dock for repairs, so the actual losses might only be 60 to 70% of that. The Flame Elf King was even more shocked after hearing this. She had already found the 10-to-1 casualty ratio unbelievable, and now learning that the actual ratio might be even higher stirred a storm in her heart. And what about our own forces? She asked anxiously. preparing herself for the worst. The adjutant's expression became somewhat subtle, and he hesitated before speaking. We took over the battlefield for about 4 hours. During this period, we destroyed about 80,000 enemy ships and lost 20,000 of our own. Seeing a hint of self-mockery on the Flame Elf King's face, the adjutant quickly added, "Our Holy Elf fleet has not experienced this level of combat for a long time. It's normal to be somewhat unaccustomed." The Flame Elf King shook her head, her tone tinged with resignation. "According to you, we have more detailed combat experience against the Devourer civilization. This is the Xiaolong Empire's first encounter with the Devourer fleet, and all the intelligence they had was provided by us. Look at their performance. They prepared for the battlefield immediately, quickly mobilized their fleet, and deployed effectively. And look at us." The adjutant was at a loss for words. The gap between the Xiaolong Empire's 10-to-1 casualty ratio and their own 4-to-1 was not something that could be simply described as twice the difference. The Flame Elf King did not pursue the issue further and instead inquired about the battlefield consumption of each fleet. The adjutant promptly replied, "The Xiaolong Empire fleet starships have an average combat resource consumption of around 60 in the battlefield. Our ships, due to the shorter combat time, have a consumption of around 30. The Flame Elf King squinted at the star map, contemplating the battlefield situation. She knew that besides the combat capabilities of the fleets, logistical support was equally crucial in influencing the outcome of the war. Finally, she asked, "Did the Xiaolong Empire's missile ships participate in the battle?" She had studied the capabilities of the interstellar missile cruiser and was acutely aware of its terrifying power. Despite its formidable firepower, it demanded a significant logistical support, making it a cost-inefficient behemoth in her eyes. In contrast, she held a higher regard for the interstellar artillery ships equipped by the Xiaolong Legion. The adjutant reported, "Currently, only a small number of interstellar artillery ships are engaged in combat. They haven't been deployed on a large scale. Notably, none of the Hell's Angels Ace fleet groups from the Xiaolong Empire, which have been assigned to 3 different battlefields, have entered the fray." The Flame Elven King murmured thoughtfully, "It seems they understand the heavy consequences of playing this ace. They won't use it unless absolutely necessary." The adjutant continued to inquire, "Your Majesty, we have 2 Divine Elven Legion fleet groups. Should we deploy them to the battlefield? Has the Xiaolong Empire made any requests?" The Flame Elven King narrowed her eyes and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "No requests have been made. However, one of the conflict zones is near the construction site of the cosmic stargate that connects the 2 universes. Inform the Xiaolong Empire that we will station the 30th Divine Elven Legion fleet group in the Luoyang 02 star system to protect the stargate construction. As for the 13th Divine Elven Legion fleet group, keep them on standby. We will deploy them if the Xiaolong Empire requests support." The adjutant acknowledged the orders. The Flame Elven King gazed down at the interstellar war map. It wasn't that she was unwilling to send her fleet groups in a battle or feared the loss of her interstellar fleet. She wouldn't regret any sacrifices made in combat against the enemy. However, to achieve the first objective she had agreed upon with the Xiaolong Emperor, she needed to minimize casualties at this stage. As the defense of the Xiaolong Empire entered its 15th hour, the Devourer civilization fleet had already lost 5 million warships across various battlefields. By this point, the once unending stream of enemy ships entering the Xiaolong Empire through those portals had finally dwindled, leaving only the interstellar transport fleets constantly coming and going. Due to the increasing scale of the Devourer civilization's invasion fleet, the original defensive lines on various battlefields had been repeatedly altered. The star systems where the battles were taking place, along with neighboring systems, had all begun the urgent evacuation of local residents. On the 9th planet of the Miller Home system, a continuous stream of interstellar transport ships shuttled between the planet's surface and outer space. Even many small and medium-sized shuttles had been requisitioned. Every city, town, and village on the surface had designated evacuation points. A young Halford girl clutched her doll tightly, nervously asking, "Daddy, where are we going?" Her mother, trying to maintain a calm tone, replied, "We're going to a safe place." Her eyes constantly scanned their surroundings, ensuring none of her children got lost. "Big brother, big sister, keep an eye on your younger siblings. Don't get separated." The little girl hugged her doll, looking timidly at the crowd around them. Fortunately, they soon boarded a transport ship. The ship's announcement system crackled to life. "Please move inside and stand at your designated positions. There are no seats available, so hold on to the handrails. We will take off in 1 minute." The little girl surveyed the cramped cabin. The doors slowly closed, and the ceiling was only about 8 feet high. Each standing position was marked by a square equipped with handrails. There were visible signs that some equipment had been removed. Red lights began flashing inside the cabin, and the announcement system chimed in again. "This transport ship is about to take off. Please stand firm and hold on." As the ship launched with a powerful centrifugal force, The little girl clung to the handrail, squeezing her eyes shut in fear. The force soon dissipated, though a few people who hadn't secured themselves fell and got injured. The announcement system advised those injured to self-treat temporarily and raise their hands if they needed serious assistance. Fortunately, most injuries were minor and manageable. About 15 minutes later, the transport ship seemed to come to a stop. The red lights in the cabin turned off, and the announcement system came on once more. This transport ship has arrived at the designated interstellar transport ship. The doors will open shortly. Please follow the instructions to disembark in an orderly manner. The little girl held on her mother's coat as they followed the crowd out of the cabin. They emerged into a long corridor with transparent glass windows on either side. She couldn't resist looking out and saw thousands of interstellar transport ships floating in various locations. In the distance, she noticed a vast array of shimmering lights, as if a magnificent show was unfolding. Quick, quick, quick! Urgent shouts echoed through the bustling crowd. People surged like a tide, each trying to form orderly lines and move forward. In this chaos, some were tearfully searching for lost relatives. Staff and robots busily directed the flow on either side of the aisles, striving to maintain order. All eyes were fixed on the colossal structure before Thema T6 Star Whale class, super heavy interstellar transport ship. Originally designed for cargo, the ship had been converted into a massive honeycomb of compartments. Despite the limited space, everyone found a place. Though there were no luxurious seats, each person had a spot to sit or even lie down. Comfortingly, every position came with simple food and water. A young Halford girl followed her family to their assigned spot. She curiously observed her surroundings and noticed a small package beside her. Inside was a piece of candy, which she eagerly unwrapped and popped into her mouth. The sweet taste instantly eased her anxiety, softening her resistance to the sudden journey. Soon, the compartment was packed. The doors slowly closed, but the atmosphere remained breathable. A mechanical voice then announced, "This is T6 Star Whale 061. We will transport you to the designated starport. There, you can choose to transfer to habitable planets for temporary living arrangements. We will provide basic necessities. If you have relatives to stay with, you can apply for travel expenses." This announcement repeated, while information about the habitable planets played on the ceiling screens. These planets boasted better environments than their homeworlds and even offered job opportunities. This greatly alleviated the passengers' anxiety, and some began to dream of a bright future. On the bridge, the captain watched the monitoring screens intently. Each compartment turned green, indicating normal status. She turned to the first officer and solemnly said, "Double-check the life support systems in all compartments. We are transporting people this time, a full 10 billion. We cannot afford any casualties. Medical teams must be on standby." The first officer confidently replied, "Don't worry, Captain. I've checked multiple times. Each compartment has at least one crew member to ensure passenger safety." The captain emphasized, "Remember, after completing the evacuation, we have to handle logistical supply transport. When leaving the target starport to load supplies, all temporarily installed passenger compartments must be dismantled. Time is life. Not a second can be wasted." The first officer assured her that everything was under control. The captain glanced at the time and reviewed the status of each section. "In about 10 minutes, all compartments will finish boarding. Then we prepare to depart. All departments, get ready for the voyage." "Yes, ma'am." The first officer sprang into action. The captain monitored every detail, not daring to relax. Only when all passengers were in place, doors sealed, external corridors retracted, and surrounding ships and shuttles cleared the safety zone, did the T6 Star Whale class, super heavy interstellar transport ship begin its slow journey toward the Stargate, embarking on this unprecedented large-scale evacuation mission. The captain took one last look in the direction of the battlefield, where an invisible barrier seemed to confine the conflict to a specific area. However, this battlefield was steadily expanding, like a voracious black hole devouring the surrounding star regions. On the bridge of the T6 Long Wang Interstellar Command ship, Secretary Lilith was briefing Zhao Chen on the latest situation. Her voice was clear and concise. "Evacuation of the 3 battlefield star systems is 50 complete. We expect full completion within 15 hours. By then, no civilians will remain within the battle zone, only combat personnel." Zhao Chen frowned and asked, "What's the status of the neighboring star systems?" Lilith quickly responded, "The neighboring star systems are also evacuating, but at a slower pace. We estimate that within 60 hours, all areas within the yellow alert zone will be cleared, except for the Luoyang system. Due to the presence of Luoyang City, the situation there is special. Residents can choose to evacuate, enter shelters, or relocate to Luoyang City. If the conflict spreads, everyone must move to Luoyang City." Zhao Chen nodded slightly. As one of the pillars of the Xiaolong Empire, The importance of Luoyang City cannot be overstated. Losing it would deal a significant blow to the entire war effort. What about the resettlement of evacuees? Zhao Chen pressed on. Reports indicate that 1.3 trillion people need resettlement, involving 35 billion level populations. Lilith confidently replied, "We are well prepared. We can properly resettle not just 1.3 trillion, but even 10 trillion people. Within 3 days, everyone will resume normal life." Zhao Chen pondered. The Xiaolong Empire was no longer what it once was. Every decision now had far-reaching consequences. The interstellar warships from various battlefields are about to enter the resupply phase, and the logistical pressure is immense. Can you handle it? Zhao Chen looked directly at Lilith. Lilith responded firmly, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, logistical supplies will not affect combat operations." The war had been raging for 24 hours, and everyone in the Xiaolong Empire was aware of the challenge posed by the invaders from an alternate universe. Yet, most people's daily lives remained unaffected, continuing their work routine without any worry about the conflict. At this moment, the High Command of the Xiaolong Empire's military and the Sacred Elven Fleet Group were convening their second military meeting. The primary focus was to discuss adjustments to strategies from the past 24 hours of warfare and to consider new suggestions. While most of the content remained unchanged, participants proposed new ideas on some details. Under the discussion between Zhao Chen and the Flame Elf King, the original rotational combat strategy underwent significant changes. Zhao Chen announced the new arrangements. On each battlefield, the combat time for the Xiaolong Empire fleet groups will be extended from 3 hours to 8 hours, while the Holy Elf fleet groups will be adjusted to 4 hours. The battle rotation will be divided into 4 phases, alternating between Xiaolong and Holy Elves. For example, the first batch will be Xiaolong, the second batch Holy Elves, and the third batch Xiaolong again. The entire rotation cycle will span 24 combat hours. This change undoubtedly marked a major adjustment for all battlefields. The marshals of the Xiaolong Legion remained expressionless, as if they had been informed beforehand. However, the commanders of the Holy Elf fleet groups reacted differently. Suddenly, one commander slammed the table and shouted angrily, "I object. Why do we only get 4 hours of combat time, while the Xiaolong Empire gets 8 hours? Is this an insult to our Holy Elf Legion? Although our current achievements may not match yours, we do not fear death and can fight the devouring civilization to the end just as well. We don't need this kind of care." Other elf commanders also showed displeasure, clearly feeling insulted in their superior elf status. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the Flame Elf King spoke coldly, her sharp gaze sweeping over her fleet commanders. "Silence. This decision was made jointly by the Xiaolong Emperor and me, and I have agreed to it. Your objections are invalid. The upcoming battles will proceed as per this plan." The Elf King's words doused the commander's anger like a bucket of cold water. However, one commander couldn't help but speak up. "Your Majesty, what?" "Shut up!" the Flame Elf King interrupted sternly. "If you have questions, raise them after the meeting. Don't embarrass me here." The commander, publicly rebuked, reluctantly fell silent, but still appeared unconvinced. Subsequently, the second wartime military meeting between the two nations concluded, and the holographic images of the attendees gradually faded away. However, a few fleet commanders' holograms remained before the Flame Elf King, looking hesitant. The Elf King spoke calmly. "I know you have something to say. You want to know why the Xiaolong Empire fleet gets 8 hours per rotation while we only get 4, right?" In the next moment, her tone turned icy, directly addressing the commanders. "Why? You should ask yourselves. Back in our empire, each of you claimed to be ready for a decisive battle against the devouring civilization. And now, just look at these combat statistics. Is this what you call being prepared?" She pointed out the disparity between the two sides. "Each of your battlefields has 1,000,000 starships, as does the enemy. I know they have the advantage of fighting on home turf, having just experienced war with rich combat experience. So, I gave you time to familiarize yourselves with the battlefield, gave you opportunities. And now, the loss ratio is still 4-1, while theirs has exceeded 10-1. Over 24 combat hours, they lost fewer than 20,000 ships, while we lost 40,000, with our kill count not even half of theirs." The Flame Elf King continued to berate them. Why did they change this time allocation? To prevent us from suffering excessive losses. To save our face. Now you want to save face? Then go earn it back on the battlefield. When the loss ratio returns to above 8-1, I'll apply for more combat time for you. In reality, Zhao Chen and she had discussed this change, and the real reason was to subsequently request more reinforcements from the High Council. However, the Flame Elf King wouldn't say this outright. Instead, she used this opportunity to harshly reprimand the commanders, making them realize how disgraceful they had been. She hoped that through this scolding, she could inspire them to improve themselves in the war, not to let her current efforts go in vain. The flagship of the Hell's Angels Ace Fleet Group, 7th Corps Fleet, hovered silently in space, having stood guard for nearly 30 hours. On the bridge, the deputy captain grumbled impatiently. "We've been waiting here for almost 30 hours without firing a single shot. Are we just here for show?" The Corps commander cast a sharp glance at her subordinate, her tone serious. "You know how important we are. Our weapons cannot be used lightly. Firing even once means consuming a massive amount of war resources. While the Empire can bear this cost, have you considered the subsequent supply issues?" She continued, "Resupplying our interstellar missile ships will not only take up the time and space of other friendly ships, but a single ship alone requires a great deal of time. This means we would have a long period of firepower vacuum. So unless it's a critical moment, our fleet will not engage easily." The deputy captain muttered under his breath, "But at least let us fire a few shots. Watching others fight while we just stand by is frustrating." The commander shook her head. "Tasks that involve firing a few shots can be handled by the frontline fleets equipped with interstellar missile ships. When we receive the order to fire, it's a completely different level of action. Be patient and wait for the command." The Corps commander's gaze never left the interstellar map in front of her. Although there were no specific mission deployments, she remained constantly vigilant, ensuring she could enter combat mode the moment an order was received. Meanwhile, data on enemy interstellar warships collected during the war continuously flashed before her eyes. This information was crucial for interstellar missile ships equipped with terminal guidance missiles. Understanding the strengths and weaknesses of enemy close-in defense systems and the distribution of their ship armor allowed them to make the best tactical arrangements during attacks, ensuring that every strike achieved maximum impact. Simultaneously, at a distant location, within the command headquarters of the frontline operations against the devouring civilization, 3 commanders from different factions were intensely discussing the current situation. "Based on the current situation, the Jiaolong Empire has shown strength beyond our expectations," one commander began. 40 combat hours have passed, and their defense line shows no signs of weakening. Not only that, but they are becoming increasingly adept at countering our interstellar warships. Another commander chimed in. "This is indeed unexpected. We initially thought that the Jiaolong Empire, established less than 3 years ago, would be of little concern, and that at most, the Sacred Elven Fleet Group would give us some trouble. But now it appears that the most intense fighting is with the Jiaolong Empire's fleet, while the Sacred Elven Fleet Group has not fully committed to the battle." The third commander reminded them, "I warned against underestimating the Jiaolong Empire. According to our intelligence, this universe is one of the key targets of the great entity. Previous attempts to conquer it have failed. More alarmingly, they still have a mech core fleet, which is currently engaged in a prolonged battle with the great entity's Black Legion in the outer regions." The 3 commanders fell into deep thought, weighing the current situation. Finally, one of them broke the silence and asked, "What should our next move be? Should we continue with the original plan?" Another commander analyzed. "Over the last 40 combat hours, the battlefield hasn't expanded as we expected. In fact, the current battlefield size is less than a fifth of what we anticipated. If we continue like this, the final result may fall far short of our expectations." The third commander added, "More importantly, with our limited control over the battlefield, deploying the soul altars would lack sufficient defensive depth. This would make it easy for the enemy to launch strong attacks and destroy our positions. So far, the fleet of the Xiaolong Legion and the fleet groups of the Holy Elven Legion have demonstrated combat capabilities beyond expectations." After each of the 3 devouring commanders expressed their views, they all turned their gazes towards the oldest and most authoritative commander among them. The elder commander pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "Given the current situation, I have 3 suggestions. First, stick to the original plan. Although it may not achieve the desired goals, the enemy's logistics might collapse first. Second, request additional fleets from the 3 kings to the current 3 battlefields. Third, activate the contingency plan and open up a new battlefield." He continued his analysis. "According to intelligence, the main fleet of the Xiaolong Empire does not exceed 3 million ships, and the Holy Elven Empire has supported them with 5 million ships, totaling less than 10 million. Considering the enemy's strength, it would be best for us to increase our forces from 15 million ships to 30 million. However, this requires the approval of the 3 kings." Upon hearing that they needed to seek approval from the 3 kings, one commander hesitated. "The original plan was to complete the first phase with our current forces and then send reinforcements. Requesting additional troops after just 40 hours of combat might be seen as a sign of incompetence and could lead to punishment." Another commander spoke in a serious tone. "You have a point. But it's clear to all of us that without unforeseen events, the original plan is unlikely to succeed. We would face punishment then as well. It's better to admit our shortcomings now." The elder commander turned to the hesitant commander. "I agree that we should report to the 3 kings immediately and request reinforcements." What is your opinion? Seeing their firm stance, the hesitant commander gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. The three then prepared their report, requesting permission to inform the three kings of the battle situation. In the eerie Grand Hall, the holographic images of the three commanders appeared. They prostrated themselves on the ground, breathing cautiously, fearful of disturbing the supreme three kings. After their report, a lean figure on the high throne spoke. You mean to say that nearly 10 million enemy warships are preventing us from executing the Soul Altar operation against our 15 million ships? Yes, that is correct, the elder commander replied with a trembling voice. The Xiaolong Empire's fleet is far more powerful than expected, even surpassing the Holy Elven fleet. If not for their limited numbers, we would struggle to maintain the first wave of the offensive. They have completely phased out T3 class warships, equipping only T4, T5, and a few T6 class ships. Their fleet is diverse, their coordination is impeccable, and their combat effectiveness is astonishing. The elder commander reported cautiously, fully aware that every word could mean life or death for the three of them. In the devouring civilization, no matter how high one's status, in the presence of the three kings, they were as insignificant as ants. The three kings could, with a single thought, annihilate the top 5 noble families of the devouring civilization. Suddenly, a voice dripping with amusement emerged from a massive shadow. But from what I see, your performance has been lacking. A 10-to-1 loss ratio, surely there's some fault in your command. Hearing this mocking question, the three commanders instantly broke into a cold sweat, feeling as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Compared to the somber-voiced thin king, the smiling fat king instilled even more fear. Among the three kings, his unpredictability was the most terrifying. The armored king, surveying the three devourer commanders, spoke gravely. I have reviewed the battlefield reports. Your statements are accurate. With only 15 million starships, it is indeed challenging to execute the attack plan. Following your advice, each of us will dispatch an additional 5 million starships. As for the tactics, you may decide on your own. We only care about the results. Upon hearing this, the three devourer commanders felt a wave of relief, grateful to have preserved their lives. The elder commander immediately pledged loudly, "Rest assured, your majesties, we will conquer the Xiaolong Empire." The other two commanders quickly echoed his vow. Dismissed. The reinforcements will arrive within 3 days. The armored king gestured with a wave of his hand. Yes, your majesty. The three commanders responded in unison and then vanished. The fat king, still smiling, remarked, "You are quite generous, increasing the forces just like that." The armored king coldly replied, "What other suggestions do you have? The facts are clear. The Xiaolong Empire is a tough nut to crack. Moreover, we have received orders from the Great Being. We must capture the Xiaolong Empire's universe, no matter what. If you disagree with sending reinforcements, I won't force you." The fat king quickly placated, "Don't be angry. I didn't say I disagreed. Just 5 million ships, right? Consider it done." The thin king remained silent throughout, implicitly agreeing with the decision. In the Xiaolong Empire's universe, 100 hours after the outbreak of war, around the city of Luoyang, countless starships moved incessantly, making the city more prosperous than any other city except for Chang'an. However, this sudden prosperity brought tremendous pressure to Luoyang's administration. In the command center, heads of various departments gathered. Major General Dong Lan, the governor of Luoyang and head of the Luoyang star system, was giving a speech. Internal management is just as crucial as external. The population of Luoyang has increased 5-fold in a short time. Although it hasn't reached its limit, such a surge inevitably brings problems. Under current circumstances, we cannot afford any mistakes. If any department fails, I will hold its head accountable. I don't want to hear any excuses. One department head couldn't help but complain, "Governor, we understand now is not the time for excuses. But we are severely understaffed with at least a 50 shortfall. Our original 3-shift system now requires everyone to be on duty, and it's still not enough. In my logistics department, for example, the average rest time in the past 40 hours has been less than 10 hours. At this rate, machines might hold up, but people won't." Governor Dong Lan pondered for a moment before responding, "I am aware of your concerns. I have reported to the chief secretary, who promised to send reinforcements within the next 10 hours. More personnel will be coordinated to double our workforce. I know the situation is tough, but I ask everyone to hold on a bit longer. This is for our empire." The department heads nodded silently. Despite the difficulties, they would remain at their posts. After the meeting, Dong Lan, rubbing her temples, declined her secretary's suggestion to rest. "I can't sleep. As soon as I close my eyes, all I see are the issues in Luoyang. The emperor has entrusted one of the 5 cities to me, and I cannot let anything go wrong." At that moment, an urgent top priority communication came through. Donglan immediately answered, only to hear the other party report urgently. Donglan, latest intelligence. Two more invasion points have appeared around the Luoyang star system, located in Luoyang System 11 and Luoyang System 04. Breaking news. Luoyang Star System 11 and Luoyang Star System 04 have been invaded by the Devourer civilization. Secretary Lilith, visibly tense, quickly approached Zhao Chen and quietly reported the urgent situation. Zhao Chen gazed at the interstellar war map, where two expanding red zones had suddenly appeared on the once peaceful star chart. His brow furrowed slightly, but he didn't show much alarm. He had anticipated this moment ever since learning about the massive scale of the Devourer civilization's fleet, and had prepared for various scenarios, including the possibility of the enemy sending additional fleets. It seems they've realized that the initial force of 15 million starships isn't enough to defeat us on three fronts, Zhao Chen calmly analyzed. So, they've opened two new battlefronts, and they've chosen their locations wisely. He pointed at the map, where three red zones, one large and two small, formed a triangle, encircling the star system where Luoyang City was located. Zhao Chen squinted. This move is deliberate. Their target is clearly Luoyang City and the cosmic stargate we're constructing. Recalling the intelligence provided by the Flame Elf King, Zhao Chen elaborated, such inter-universe transportation capabilities require high spatial stability. Most of these devices have usage limitations. According to our estimates, the Devourer civilization's inter-universe transportation device can only maintain a fleet of 5 million starships within a single star system. Moreover, not all star systems are suitable as spatial transfer points. They need to be carefully selected. His finger traced the map. Given the current situation, the enemy is clearly aware of the importance of Luoyang City and the cosmic stargate under construction. Because of Luoyang City's inherent spatial functions, external spatial transfers are impossible. The star system where the cosmic stargate is located is the same. Therefore, to attack these locations, they have to capture the surrounding star systems first. Lilith frowned. Does that mean the enemy will send another 10 million starships to the two new battlefronts? Charlotte's holographic image suddenly interjected. Not necessarily 10 million. If I were the commander of the Devourer civilization's invasion fleet, I would keep a portion of the fleet in reserve. This reserve fleet can be flexibly deployed to continually reinforce each battlefront, maintaining a constant pressure of 5 million ships per front. Additionally, they could exploit any opportunity to launch a concentrated attack on a single star system, attempting to break through. Zhao Chen nodded thoughtfully. Now it's a matter of matching military resources. Our 6 Imperial fleet groups are fully deployed, with only a few elite fleet groups on standby. The Holy Elf Legion has 2 more fleets, totaling 2 million starships available. The immediate priority is to address the new threats, but our available fleet numbers are severely limited. Lilith looked worried. Zhao Chen turned to Charlotte. Do you have any plans? Charlotte gazed at the interstellar war map and slowly replied. There are 2 options. First, we could detach parts from the existing 6 Imperial fleet groups and draft additional fleets from across the Empire to form 2 new fleet groups for the new battlefronts. Second, we could assign these new battlefronts to the Holy Elf Legion. Their 2 million starships may not solve the problem entirely, but could buy us some time. Zhao Chen took a deep breath. Our main issue, right now, is the lack of sufficient forces. He turned to Lilith. You mentioned we still have some surplus starships, right? How many exactly? Lilith promptly responded, a total of 300,000. Lilith responded with a hint of gravity in her voice. She laid out the new plan in detail. The 300,000 starships originally designated to support various Legion fleets would be reorganized into 3 Imperial fleets, each consisting of 100,000 ships. 2 of these fleets would be dispatched to new battlefronts, while the remaining fleet would be held in reserve, ready to deploy at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, the Holy Elf Legion fleet would take over the original positions. Zhao Chen turned to Charlotte, his eyes questioning. Charlotte gave a slight nod and agreed. This is indeed the most suitable arrangement. We cannot relinquish full control of the battlefront to the Holy Elf Legion fleet. If anything unexpected happens, we could be caught in a pincer movement. This way, we maintain some maneuvering space. Zhao Chen immediately issued the order. Let's proceed with the deployment. Although forming temporary Legion fleets is challenging, we must establish the 3 Imperial fleets within 20 hours. In the meantime, I will contact the Holy Elf Legion fleet to temporarily cover our positions. Our units must be ready and combat effective within 20 hours. His gaze fell seriously on Charlotte. Charlotte responded confidently. That won't be a problem. Although those starships are in reserve, their crews are ready and can be mobilized at any moment. We have the necessary protocols to complete the formation quickly. The key is to determine the leadership, especially the commanders of the 3 fleets. After a moment of thought, Zhao Chen named 3 individuals, Qing Man, Wei Shishir, and Maidayer. He briefly introduced their backgrounds. Qing Man, a trusted general of Medusa, is currently the deputy commander of the Xiaolong 1st Legion Fleet. Wei Shishi, formerly a confidant of Princess Qin Xiaolei of the Xingyao Empire, is the deputy commander of the Xiaolong 3rd Legion Fleet. And Mai Day'er, Charlotte's half-sister, is the deputy commander of the Xiaolong 2nd Legion Fleet. All three hold the rank of Imperial General. Charlotte nodded in agreement and immediately began to make arrangements. She personally contacted the three generals to convey the Emperor's orders. When she reached Wei Shishi, she succinctly issued the command. Deputy Commander Wei Shishi of the Xiaolong 3rd Legion Fleet, you are temporarily relieved of your current duties. Complete the handover of your current responsibilities and fleet command as quickly as possible. Once done, return to the Xiaolong system to form the Xiaolong 7th Legion Fleet, temporarily composed of 100,000 starships. You will serve as its highest commander. Upon hearing the order, both Marshal Medusa and General Wei Shishi on the other end of the communication were initially stunned. Then they sighed in relief. Medusa couldn't help but quip, "Marshal Charlotte, could you please say everything in one go next time?" Charlotte gave a slight smile, her gaze shifting to the stunned Wei Shishi. Her voice was steady and commanding, conveying the Emperor's decree. "Admiral Wei Shishi, you have 1 hour to hand over your current duties. Immediately afterward, proceed to the Xiaolong star system to form the 7th Fleet Group. Remember, you must achieve combat readiness within 20 hours and be prepared to execute any mission." Wei Shishi snapped out of her daze, straightened her back, and responded firmly, "Rest assured, Grand Marshal Charlotte and His Majesty the Emperor of Xiaolong. I guarantee the mission will be completed. If I fail, I am willing to face military justice." As Charlotte was about to end the communication, Medusa called out to her. Medusa skillfully manipulated the controls, closing the communication windows of the others, leaving just the two of them in private conversation. "Charlotte," Medusa said in a lowered voice, "I know this might not be the right time, but I need to confirm something. The Xiaolong star system has 300,000 reserve starships. Wei Shishi's fleet group takes 100,000. Are the remaining 200,000 going to form 2 more fleet groups? If so, who will command these 2 fleet groups?" Charlotte responded succinctly, "There are 3 candidates, one of whom is Qingman." With that, she decisively ended the communication. Medusa stared at the darkened screen, a rare smile creeping onto her usually stern face. Qingman was her kin, almost like a sister to her. Qingman's potential promotion to Grand Marshal was not just a personal honor, but also crucial for the future of the Serpent Clan. Medusa whispered to herself, "Little one, don't let me down." The scene shifted to Charlotte delivering a new assignment to Qingman. Her tone was serious. "Admiral Qingman, you are appointed as the highest commander of the 8th Fleet Group. Hand over your current duties within an hour and proceed to the Xiaolong star system to form your fleet. Remember, you must be combat-ready 20 hours from now." Qingman immediately responded, "Understood." Next, Charlotte's gaze softened as it fell on Mai Day'er. This young woman, who used to follow her around playing war games, had grown into an outstanding officer. "Admiral Mai Day'er," Charlotte announced, "you are appointed as the highest commander of the 9th Fleet Group. Similarly, you have 1 hour to hand over your current duties and 20 hours to form your fleet and be combat-ready." "Understood?" Mai Day'er was momentarily stunned. Her tiger tail stopped swaying. She hesitated. "Charlotte, Grand Marshal, am I really up to this?" Charlotte's tone became stern. "If you think you can't do it, say so now. But we don't have much time for second thoughts. Mai Day'er, are you ready?" Mai Day'er clenched her fists, recalling her determination to follow Charlotte. She straightened up and firmly replied, "Rest assured, Your Majesty and Grand Marshal. The 9th Fleet Group will be combat-ready within 20 hours and prepared for any mission." The order to assemble 3 fleet groups within 20 hours made the Flame Elf King furrow her brows. As an experienced commander, she knew that forming a truly combat-ready interstellar fleet group was far more complicated than merely gathering warships together. "Isn't this timeline a bit too rushed?" she asked worriedly, her eyes reflecting her concern. The Flame Elf King elaborated on her concerns. She pointed out that as the fleet size increased from dozens to thousands or even tens of thousands of ships, the difficulty of organization grew exponentially. Without a robust framework, even if the fleet was brought to the battlefield, it could fall into chaos due to various issues and fail to execute combat orders effectively. "In my view, assembling 3 fleet groups in 20 hours is practically an impossible task," she said, her tone filled with skepticism. Zhao Chen listened and then smiled confidently. He responded calmly, "I understand it sounds like an impossible task, but in our Xiaolong Empire, we have a well-established combat system, and every officer and soldier is the most suitable for their role. I believe they can complete the mission within 20 hours. I guarantee this, as the Emperor of Xiaolong." His gaze firmly met the Flame Elf King's eyes as he continued, "You don't need to worry about that part. I just need to confirm if your two Holy Elf Corps fleet groups can immediately support the two new battlefields and stabilize them within 20 hours. After 20 hours, my fleet groups will arrive on schedule to assist in the combat. The Flame Elf King pondered for a moment, then nodded solemnly. Deploying my two core fleet groups is not a problem. Our mission here is to cooperate with you in combat and jointly resist the invasion of the Devouring Civilization fleet group. Even without subsequent reinforcements from your side, we will hold our ground until... Her voice trailed off, her eyes dimming slightly as she seemed to recall certain restrictive conditions from the High Council. So, there's no need to rush these 20 hours, she reiterated, looking intently at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen didn't argue further on the matter, simply replying concisely, "In that case, it's settled. The 20-hour arrangement will be handled by the Xiaolong Empire." He thought to himself that actions speak louder than words. The Flame Elf King then issued an important warning. "I must remind you that the second wave of the Devouring Civilization's invasion fleet might exceed the estimated 10 million interstellar warships for the two battlefields. Rumors suggest it could be more, and our intelligence agents are still investigating the exact numbers. Once we have the latest information, I will notify you immediately. But you must prepare for the worst," she continued. "In the battles over the past few days, the commanders of the Devouring Civilization's invasion fleet might have already recognized especially your Xiaolong Empire's fleet group's formidable combat capabilities. This will undoubtedly increase their attention to you, leading to additional reinforcements. Hence, it's likely they will continue to send more troops." Zhao Chen listened, a slight smile of confidence playing on his lips. "To be honest, I've already prepared for the worst-case scenario. What you're worried about is nothing to me. From the start, the Xiaolong Empire had no retreat in this war." The Flame Elf King nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, we are in the same boat." Soon after, the two new battlefields swiftly entered a state of war. Thanks to prior planning, the deployment on these battlefields proceeded exceptionally smoothly. The two Holy Elf Corps fleet groups entered first, and leveraging their previous cooperation experience and the combat insights from the other three Holy Elf Corps fleet groups, they quickly adapted. Meanwhile, the number of the Devouring Civilization's fleet groups also increased, and the battle grew increasingly intense. The fires of war spread across the galaxies, with two fleets of the Holy Elven Legion battling on a newly opened front for 15 hours, barely holding off the fierce assault of 5 million interstellar warships from the Devouring Civilization. Without the rotational support of the Xiaolong Legion fleet, these two elven fleets, each comprising only 500,000 warships, had to take turns fighting. Even so, their combat hours far exceeded those of their comrades on the other three fronts. In this interstellar war, the one bearing the greatest pressure was undoubtedly Donglan, the governor of Luoyang City. Initially, a single battlefield in the vicinity was already straining Luoyang City's resources. Now, with the sudden addition of two more, it was as if 3 mountains were pressing down on the city, pushing it to the brink. Donglan's adjutant, her face weary and eyes filled with anxiety, quickly reported the city's dire situation. "Governor, Luoyang City is already operating at its limits. The two additional galactic battlefields keep sending evacuees to us. Although we still have enough space for them, we are severely lacking in management personnel. The demand for living supplies and energy is skyrocketing daily." Taking a deep breath, the adjutant continued, "What's even more challenging is the interstellar transport issue. A massive amount of battlefield supplies needs to be transshipped through Luoyang City, causing severe congestion on our main routes. Navigation efficiency has dropped by 30. If this continues, we might face a total collapse. If the war situation worsens, we could break down at any moment." After hearing the report, Donglan's expression was grave but composed. She said in a steady voice, "The very existence of Luoyang City is to handle crises like this. No matter how tough the challenges are, we must endure." She began to analyze the problems one by one and propose solutions. "Regarding the accommodation of personnel, we can allocate management staff from other areas. As for the issue of route congestion, we can construct temporary interstellar docks on the city's outskirts to alleviate the unloading pressure." With Donglan's continuous practical solutions, one difficult problem after another started to be resolved. Under her leadership, although Luoyang City was under immense pressure, all operations continued in an orderly manner. From the perspective of the 3 galactic battlefields, logistical support from the rear showed no signs of faltering. However, the situation on the front lines was becoming increasingly dire. Urgent reports from the Luoyang 11 star system indicated that the enemy's assault was intensifying and the defense line was on the verge of collapse. "Report! Section 071, one of the defense line has been breached. There's a gap. Emergency request for reinforcements. A fleet has been surrounded by the enemy." One urgent message after another flooded into the flagship of the 13th Regiment of the Holy Elven Legion. The commander, overwhelmed by the perilous situation, struggled to find a way to cope with what seemed like an endless interstellar war. The commander of the Elven fleet stared at the increasingly desperate defensive lines, his face filled with shock and worry. Damn it, I didn't expect these civilization-devouring invaders to be this tough, he muttered to himself. In less than 20 hours, the battlefield of the Luoyang 11-star system had already surpassed the scope of any of the other 3-star system battlefields. Previously, he had only understood the situation through intelligence reports, thinking it was just a normal battle and the pressure wouldn't be too great. However, when he received the order from the Flame Elven King to lead the 30th Sacred Elven Legion fleet to the Luoyang 11-star system, he truly felt the horror of the enemy. What's our current loss? The commander asked his deputy. The deputy quickly pulled up the data, his expression grim. So far, our 30th Sacred Elven Legion fleet has lost over 60,000 starships, and the number is still climbing every hour. If we don't get reinforcements, we can hold out for no more than 200 combat hours before we are completely wiped out. The commander gasped. 1 million starships, and they could only hold for 200 combat hours, and that was without enemy reinforcements. The enemy likely had endless reinforcements, as new warships kept pouring out of those rotten space rifts no matter how many they destroyed. Suddenly, the commander remembered a message from the Flame Elven King. The Dragon Emperor promised that if they could hold out for 20 hours, the Dragon Legion fleet's reinforcements would arrive. Although the specifics of the support weren't detailed, it was their only hope at the moment. How long have we been in battle? The commander asked urgently. 16 hours, sir, the deputy replied. For more hours. The commander calculated internally, thinking it shouldn't be too much of a problem to hold out. However, the next 4 hours felt like an eternity. The enemy's attacks grew fiercer, and the loss rate reached staggering levels 10,000 starships per hour. As the 20th hour approached with no word from the Dragon Empire, the commander felt a deep sense of despair. By this time, the 30th Sacred Elven Legion fleet's loss rate had reached a staggering 10, even surpassing the losses of the 3 earlier engaged legions. At this critical moment, a communication window suddenly popped up, displaying a message from Admiral Qingman, commander of the Dragon Empire's 8th Legion fleet. The commander was puzzled. Wasn't the Dragon Empire supposed to only have 6 Legion fleets? With questions in mind, he connected the video call. The image of a serpent-like officer appeared on the screen. Hello, I am Admiral Qingman, commander of the Dragon Empire's 8th Legion fleet. She introduced herself succinctly. We are here to support the Luoyang 11-star system battlefield. Our fleet will arrive in 20 minutes and take over the battlefield. We will continue with the rotation tactic, giving you 5 hours of rest. After 5 hours, you will rotate back in. Any questions? The moment the commander of the Elven fleet received the message, it felt as though a massive weight had finally been lifted off his shoulders. Reinforcements from the Xiaolong Empire had finally arrived. He immediately instructed his subordinates to discuss the rotation details with the incoming forces to minimize their own casualties. No problem, we'll fully cooperate, Admiral Qingman solemnly promised. After the communication ended, the commander let out a long sigh of relief and turned to his adjutant. At last, reinforcements. We can take a short break and restore our combat readiness. This will not only enhance our fighting power but also reduce casualties. The adjutant, however, looked worried. I wonder how strong this hastily assembled Xiaolong 8th Corps really is. The commander frowned slightly. He knew very little about this fleet. The Flame Elven King had only briefly mentioned it before, advising them not to expect too much and to be prepared to fight to the end. Let's wait and see, the commander said. We'll find out in 20 minutes. As long as they can buy us some time to rest, that's all we need. At least we won't have to endure another 200 combat hours. He smiled wryly. Previously, they had been confident, believing their meticulous preparations would give them at least a 50-50 chance against the devouring civilization's invasion. However, real combat had proved that even if they had known the enemy's numerical superiority in advance, the situation was still far worse than expected. The commander couldn't help but think that if the battle were on the sacred Elven Empire's home soil, even he wouldn't be able to guarantee holding back the devouring civilization's offensive. 20 minutes passed in a flash. The Xiaolong 8th Corps fleet finally appeared deep behind the battlefront. However, when the commander saw those starships, he was stunned. These are the ships? He turned to the adjutant, hoping for a reassuring answer. The adjutant swallowed hard and answered with difficulty. I just confirmed with them. The Xiaolong 8th Corps fleet has only 100,000 starships, and with the accompanying support fleet, the total size doesn't exceed 120,000 ships. The commander felt deceived. Just over 100,000 ships were a drop in the ocean in the current battle. It was important to note that their Holy Elven fleet had a full 1 million starships. Although intelligence praised the Xiaolong ships for their superior performance, even surpassing the Elven ones, quality alone couldn't make up for such a vast numerical disparity. Report, The adjutant suddenly interrupted. The Xiaolong 8th Corps has requested to rotate the defense line and asks for our cooperation. Get me their highest commander immediately, the Elven Fleet commander ordered sharply. Soon, the Serpent commander reappeared on the communication screen. Admiral Qingman, the Elven commander asked seriously, is your fleet really just these 100,000 ships, or are there other units yet to arrive? Yes, Admiral Qingman answered succinctly. The Xiaolong 8th Legion fleet was established less than 20 hours ago, equipped with a staggering 100,000 starships. Admiral Qingman candidly presented this fact to the Elven fleet commander, leaving nothing concealed. The Elven commander gasped, eyes widening in disbelief. He had never imagined that he would face such a monumental challenge joining forces with a newly formed legion. It seemed like an absurd joke. At that moment, he finally understood why the Flame Elf King had previously downplayed the situation and urged them not to overthink it. The truth was indeed unsettling. The Elven commander furrowed his brows, his tone filled with doubt. Admiral Qingman, it's not that I distrust you, but everyone knows that a legion takes considerable time to become combat effective. Your fleet is less than a day old, and frankly, I find it hard to believe in its combat capabilities. Despite the skepticism, Admiral Qingman remained calm and composed. She responded serenely, I understand your concerns, but I have complete confidence in the Xiaolong 8th Legion fleet. When I accepted this mission, I made a solemn pledge. Even though we were formed less than a day ago, I dare say our strength rivals that of seasoned veterans. What you can achieve, we can too. Now, as per our agreement, have your fleet withdraw, and we will take over the defense line. You can rest. Seeing Qingman's resolute attitude, the Elven commander's anger began to rise. He raised his voice. Admiral Qingman, this is no joke. I will not hand over the defense line we've guarded so diligently to a legion I cannot trust. Admiral Qingman's tone remained steady but carried a firm resolve. First, I am executing the orders of the Xiaolong Emperor and need only obey. I owe you no explanation, but I will say this. No matter what I say now, you may find it hard to believe. As warriors, only on the battlefield can we prove our strength. My legion and I will take full responsibility for our actions. If the defense line retreats, even a meter after we take over, I will bear all consequences. This is my pledge as Qingman, the highest commander of the Xiaolong 8th Legion fleet. Now, please proceed with the rotation of your troops. This is my final request. Admiral Qingman's words were imbued with undeniable authority. The Elven commander, frustrated, ran a hand through his hair, realizing he had no choice. Refusing to relinquish the defense line would mean defying orders. I hope you can stand by every word you've just said, the Elven commander snapped before angrily cutting off the communication. Admiral Qingman shrugged and turned to her aide. It seems the Elven commander doesn't quite believe in our capabilities. The aide smiled slightly. Then let's prove ourselves through our actions. Admiral Qingman's eyes, like a serpent's, focused sharply. She stared at the galactic war map and declared firmly, 5 hours. We must hold the defense line within this time frame. For the Xiaolong 8th Legion, with only 100,000 starships, this task was daunting, but it was the order from their superiors. Execute the battle plan as we discussed earlier, Admiral Qingman commanded. Yes, ma'am. Following this, the Xiaolong 8th Legion fleet and the Sacred Elven fleet began rotating their positions along the defense line. Despite this being their first collaboration, the process went relatively smoothly, thanks to the wealth of experience and templates amassed from other galactic battlefields. These valuable lessons had been widely shared among the legions, laying a solid foundation for a seamless transition. With the experience accumulated from previous operations, the rotation of the Xiaolong 8th Legion fleet group was executed swiftly and precisely. Over 100,000 interstellar warships orderly moved into their designated combat positions, each ship immediately entering a state of combat readiness. On the bridge, commanders watched intently, ready to issue the order to fire at any moment. The pressure from the enemy's nearly 5 million warships was immense. Although they were facing fewer ships in reality, the disparity compared to Xiaolong's mere 100,000 warships was still substantial. The Xiaolong troops on the front lines quickly felt the strain, and the defensive line began to slowly but inevitably retreat. Sir, the adjutant reported with a grave expression, less than 20 minutes into the engagement, our defensive line is already in crisis. At this rate, it might collapse within an hour. Hearing this, the Elf Fleet Group commander furrowed his brows. He ordered in a deep voice, relay to our forces. Even during rest and resupply, remain vigilant and be ready to return to the front line at any moment. He had prepared for the worst, ready to fill the gap if the Xiaolong fleet were to falter. Just then, there was a stir at the rear of the Xiaolong 8th Legion. A brigade of interstellar missile ships began to mobilize, with countless missile launchers coming online in unison, poised to strike. The elf commander watched this rare spectacle with interest, wondering if this was Xiaolong's trump card. In the next moment, tens of thousands of T-5 Crimson Reaper and T-6 Holy Blood Hell Angel Heavy interstellar strategic missiles were launched simultaneously. The missile barrage streaked across space like a meteor shower, raining down on the enemy positions. The sight was so magnificent that even the aesthetically inclined high elves couldn't help but admire it. However, the adjutant soon noticed something unusual. Strange, the coverage of these missiles seems somewhat scattered. They aren't concentrating on the front lines. The elf commander observed closely, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. They're dividing the battlefield. The missiles created a massive chasm between the enemy's front and middle positions, completely isolating the two segments. At that moment, a counterattack force suddenly emerged from the Xiaolong fleet, launching a fierce assault on the now isolated enemy front line. Following closely behind was a swarm of interstellar fighters and drones, working in perfect harmony with the main fleet to execute a pincer movement. Caught off guard by this unexpected counterattack, the enemy's frontline fleet quickly fell into disarray. Without support from the rear, they could only watch as they were slowly but surely consumed. The adjutant exclaimed, "My God, they're actually counterattacking!" The elven fleet commander widened his eyes in sheer astonishment. His adjutant gasped, exclaiming, "They actually did it!" With just 100,000 starships, not only did they fend off the enemy's assault, but they also launched a counterattack. The commander quickly composed himself, his gaze fixed on the interstellar war map. He analyzed gravely. Admiral Ching Man's deployment was meticulously planned. First, she used the firepower of interstellar missiles to cleverly divide the enemy's formation, especially severing the connection between the enemy vanguard and their main forces. Concurrently, she dispatched interstellar cruisers and battlecruisers for rapid strikes, isolating and destroying the enemy's vanguard fleet one by one. He continued, to offset the numerical disadvantage, Qingman also strategically deployed T-5 and T-6 grade starfighters and drone swarms for fire support. These units are highly reliable in combat. Additionally, our line of battleships and destroyers are steadily advancing, gradually wearing down the enemy's forward units. The elven adjutant frowned, but our mission is primarily defensive. While the Xiaolong Legion fleet has temporarily gained the upper hand by eliminating the enemy's vanguard, the enemy still has nearly 5 million starships. We have only a few 100,000. No matter how brilliant our tactics, how many can we destroy? The enemy will keep coming. Moreover, the Xiaolong Legion fleet has suffered significant losses in this offensive and will have to endure the enemy's counterattack. The commander shook his head, his eyes gleaming with insight. Your observation is too superficial. Everything you mentioned is true, but you overlooked a crucial point: the change in the battlefield environment. Battlefield environment? The adjutant was puzzled, then closely examined the war map and real-time battlefield visuals. Suddenly, he realized, it's the starship wreckage. The commander explained excitedly. Exactly. Within our controlled area, the battlefield space is limited. In this offensive, the Xiaolong Legion fleet destroyed a large portion of the enemy vanguard, and the wreckage of these starships is piling up in the combat zone. While it may not completely block the routes, it will severely impact the enemy's attack efficiency and route choices. He continued to analyze. The enemy faces a dilemma. If they don't clear the wreckage, they'll have to navigate around it, and as time goes on, the accumulating wreckage could form an impassable debris field. If they choose to clear it, they'll need to use their ship-mounted weapons to further destroy or dissolve the debris, which will undoubtedly weaken their attack firepower. The commander's voice grew more passionate. In previous battles, the generation and clearance of starship wreckage were balanced, minimally affecting the battlefield. But Admiral Qingman's strategy is like pouring a large bucket of water into a pool where the drainage rate remains constant, causing the water level to rise rapidly. He concluded, Admiral Qingman understands this principle deeply. Realizing she couldn't change the number of starships on either side, she chose to alter the battlefield environment to limit the effective forces the enemy could deploy. Achieving such an effect, the combat prowess of the Xiaolong Legion's fleet is not only reflected in their advanced starships, but also in the impressive combat skills of every member. Having been established for merely 20 hours, they demonstrated such high-level coordination that it left the attending elven senior officers with a new respect for the Xiaolong Empire's strength. After 5 hours of intense battle, the battlefield was littered with mountains of starship wreckage, severely hampering the invaders' efficiency. The 8th Fleet of the Xiaolong Legion not only successfully held the line, but also pushed the front forward. This outstanding performance amazed the elven officers. Report, the 8th Fleet of the Xiaolong Legion requests to rotate with our forces, the elven adjutant reported. The elven fleet commander immediately ordered, execute the rotation as planned. First echelon, 5-hour combat shift. Subsequently, The commander inquired about the Xiaolong Legion's casualties. The elven adjutant quickly pulled up the data. In the past 5 hours, the 8th Fleet of the Xiaolong Legion destroyed 60,000 enemy starships, while losing fewer than 5,000 of their own. Although precise combat expenditures couldn't be calculated, both Star Missile Fleet groups participated in the battle. This astonishing kill-to-loss ratio of over 10 to 1 was remarkable, considering that the Xiaolong Legion only deployed 100,000 starships on this battlefield, rather than the full 500,000 they might have used elsewhere. The result was even more impressive. The Elven Fleet commander couldn't help but acknowledge the strategic significance of Star Missile ships on the battlefield. In the ensuing battles, despite the continued heavy pressure from the enemy, the support of the 8th Fleet of the Xiaolong Legion provided the Holy Elven Fleet a much-needed respite. With increasingly proficient rotation tactics, they successfully slowed the retreat of their defensive line. Time passed, and the war reached its 150th hour. On the bridge of the T-6 Longhuang command ship, Lilith reported the latest situation to Zhao Chen. The situation in the two new battlefields is temporarily stable, with no imminent risk of a complete collapse. However, according to the projections from the planning department, as our starship losses reach a certain level, the pressure on our defensive lines will increase significantly. This critical point is expected to occur around the 300th hour of the war. Zhao Chen squinted, calculating in his mind. 300 hours, roughly 2 weeks, was still far from the private agreement he had with the Flame Elf King, which was set for a month. Charlotte's holographic image then displayed a series of data. By the 300th hour, it is estimated that our Xiaolong Legion fleet will have lost nearly 1 million starships, amounting to a 30 casualty rate of the total forces currently deployed. With the subsequent reduction in star missile supplies, the decreasing number of starships, and the effects of prolonged combat, the average casualty rate will further increase. Consequently, each front may collapse like a breached dam. In the next 300 combat hours, the situation facing the Xiaolong Empire will be far more severe than merely losing 1 million starships. The threat posed by the devouring civilization will only worsen. However, Lilith had a different perspective. We can't just calculate it that way, Lilith interjected, her holographic image flickering in the command center. The enemy will suffer losses too. According to this estimate, in 300 hours, our Xiaolong core fleet alone can destroy at least 10 million enemy starships. The hologram of the Flame Elf King appeared beside Lilith, arms crossed and expression grim. I believe the situation will be worse than you think, he said. Although your data doesn't include the combat performance of our Sacred Elf fleet, don't forget that the devouring civilization has a trump card they haven't used yet, the Soul Altar, which can harvest soul energy to forge their Black Legion fleet. The Flame Elf King continued his analysis. Based on their usual invasion tactics, there are 2 main conditions for triggering the use of the Soul Altar. One is the rapid defeat of a large number of enemy fleets to use their soul energy to build the altar, which we can temporarily disregard. The other is when their initial invasion fleet suffers over 30 losses. Given the circumstances, they have already reinforced their fleet mid-battle, bringing their total to around 10 million ships. So, by the time we reach 300 combat hours, it's highly likely the devouring civilization will deploy the Soul Altar. When that happens, we'll be under immense pressure. The room fell silent. Everyone present was all too familiar with the term Soul Altar. Although it hadn't yet appeared on the battlefield, it hung over the Xiaolong Empire like a sword ready to drop at any moment. This was why the Empire had been holding back its trump cards. A few flagships had only been providing limited fire support, ready to respond when the enemy revealed their ace. Lilith shrugged helplessly and asked, "So, after all this, do we have any way to break the deadlocks?" "No," she answered herself. "The Xiaolong Empire's trump cards are well known. If we use them now, we won't have a way to counter the devouring civilization's subsequent moves." Zhao Chen turned his gaze to the Flame Elf King, who shook his head helplessly. "Given the current situation, I've contacted the High Council, but they are firm in their decision. They need to observe the Xiaolong Empire's battlefield situation further and won't send reinforcements for now. Even my request to deploy my own exclusive elf fleet has been denied. The latest news is that my fleet's base is now under 24-hour surveillance by the High Council, and the strategic Water Dragon Gate is strictly controlled. Without authorization, I can't transfer my fleet from another universe." Charlotte casually commented, "Some Elf King, you are so powerless." The Flame Elf King shrugged, unfazed by Charlotte's remark. During their time together, he had become quite familiar with the high-ranking officers of the Xiaolong Empire, especially the straightforward Grand Marshal Charlotte. Zhao Chen summarized, "Since there's no other way, we'll have to take it one step at a time. When the devouring civilization makes their move, we'll counter accordingly." Charlotte yawned and said, "I'm going to rest. I haven't slept for 30 hours. I'll take a nap while things are still calm." With that, she cut off the communication. The Flame Elf King looked at Zhao Chen in surprise. Is she always this laid back? Zhao Chen smiled wryly. Since we can't come up with a solution now, it's better to rest and face the upcoming challenges with a clear mind. The flame elf king eyed Zhao Chen suspiciously. Over time, she had also learned about Zhao Chen's character. She squinted and said, "You must have some trump card you're not telling me about." Zhao Chen smiled, but said nothing. "Come on, I thought we were close allies. How can you still have secrets from me?" The flame elf king pouted. Zhao Chen chuckled. "We are indeed close allies, but even between such allies, there can be secrets. But rest assured, this secret won't harm you, my dear allies." The air in the grand hall of the High Council of the Holy Elven Empire was so thick with tension, it felt like it could be cut with a knife. Flame Elf King Solomon stood at the center of the council, her red hair flickering like flames and her eyes blazing with anger. She scanned the room, her gaze as sharp as a hawk's, passing over each High Counselor and the four Elven Kings. "You all claim to act for the good of the Holy Elven Empire." Solomon's voice was filled with urgency and dissatisfaction. "Yet now, you refuse to send troops to support the battlefield of the Dawn Dragon Empire." Taking a deep breath, she continued, "I have reported the situation on the Dawn Dragon Empire's battlefield to you in detail. The battle is going exceptionally well, far better than previous interstellar conflicts. The only shortfall is the lack of troops, while the devouring civilization continues to send reinforcements." Solomon's voice grew louder. "Have you ever seen any interstellar universe send over 2,500 starships in the first round of invasion by the devouring civilization? No. As I see it, they have deployed around 30 million starships." Her gaze became even sharper. "What does that tell you?" "It tells you that even they recognize the strength of the Dawn Dragon Empire's fleet. They're taking it seriously. If the enemy understands this, why can't you?" Her voice carried a hint of sarcasm. "Do you want to sit back and watch from a safe distance? Aren't you afraid the fire will spread to you? Let's be realistic. The Dawn Dragon Empire's universe is our defensive depth. If the Dawn Dragon Empire falls, we won't stand a chance against the onslaught of the devouring civilization." No sooner had she finished speaking than an elf counselor stood up, his voice tinged with impatience. "Regarding the Flame Elf King's request for additional troops, we have discussed it multiple times, and the conclusion is to wait and see." Another counselor chimed in. "Yes, we can't be sure yet. This could be a ploy by the devouring civilization to lure our main fleet to the Dawn Dragon Empire's universe and then annihilate it. If that happens, it would be disastrous for the Holy Elven Empire. Moreover, as things stand, the Dawn Dragon Empire can still hold on." "Let's wait a bit longer," a third counselor added. Solomon listened to their words, her anger nearly boiling over. She turned sharply to face the four Elven Kings. "You didn't express your stance in the previous meetings. Now, I want to know where you stand." The Radiant Elf King spoke bluntly. "I disagree. It's been less than half a month of fighting, and you want to send reinforcements already. Our fleet isn't something that can be mobilized with a simple command." The Aqua Elf King spoke more gently. "I don't have a strong opinion on whether to send a second wave of troops. But our Holy Elven Empire values unity. If everyone is against it, Solomon, perhaps we should wait." The Emerald Elf King spoke in a deep voice. "I support homeland defense. We've built many defensive facilities in the Holy Elven Empire over the years. I believe our fleet is most effective in home territory. And practically speaking, if we can deplete more of the devouring civilization in the Dawn Dragon Empire's universe, it will greatly reduce the difficulty of our homeland defense." The Luminous Elf King remained calm. "I have nothing more to add. Solomon, allow us some more time to discuss. Given the current situation in the Dawn Dragon Empire, it won't collapse anytime soon." Solomon's anger reached its peak as she listened. Her voice was almost a hiss through clenched teeth. "Discuss. Discuss. This isn't child's play. This is war. This is a critical moment. Previous interstellar universes lost their chance because of your endless discussions and deliberations. Now we have one last chance." After the holographic image of the Flame Elf King dissipated, the High Council erupted into a chaotic discussion. The council members debated whether to dispatch reinforcements, but most remained hesitant. The Radiant Elf King cleared his throat and said calmly, "We need further deliberation on whether to send a second wave of reinforcements to the Xiaolong Empire." 300 hours had passed, and the defense of the Xiaolong Empire had reached a critical juncture. According to the projections of the Supreme General Staff, without a change in the current combat strategy, the situation on the 5 battlefronts would soon deteriorate rapidly. Aboard the Dragon Emperor, the interstellar command ship, Zhao Chen surveyed the attendees of the internal military meeting and spoke in a deep voice. 2 weeks have passed. Let's hear the current situation. As the Grand Marshal of the Empire, Charlotte was the first to speak. In the past 300 combat hours, we have deployed a total of 3.7 million interstellar warships, including those newly launched and supplied to the front lines over the past 2 weeks. We have lost 910,000 ships, which is less than expected, but for a relatively small fleet like ours, a casualty rate of 25 is a significant blow. We currently have 2.8 million operational warships. Charlotte paused before continuing. We have destroyed nearly 10 million enemy ships, while the Holy Elf Legion has deployed 5 million ships, lost nearly 1 million, and destroyed about 5 million enemy ships. Together, our forces have eliminated 15 million enemy ships. But the enemy still has over 2 million ships on each of the 5 battlefronts. Zhao Chen gestured for her to continue the analysis. Charlotte raised her hand to summon the interstellar sand tables of the 5 battlefronts and pointed to the first 3, saying, "In these earlier battlefronts, the numerical gap between our forces and the enemy is closing and is about to reach parity. Our defensive lines have not collapsed." Her finger moved to the other 2 newer battlefronts, her expression grave. But these 2 new battlefronts are a different story. Our allied forces have only 800,000 ships, while the enemy has nearly 2.5 million, a significant disparity. Even worse, the battlefronts are expanding, especially in the Luoyang 04 star system, where the battlefront now covers 1/5 of the system's area, far exceeding the others. We lack sufficient forces to curb the enemy's expansion, let alone compress the battlefronts. Pointing to the Luoyang 04 and Luoyang 11 star systems, Charlotte's tone was serious. "If I'm not mistaken, the devouring civilization will make a move next. They have 2 possible options." Zhao Chen stared gravely at the holographic battlefield map and said in a deep voice, "We either send reinforcements to one of these 2 star systems to increase the pressure, or we use the Soul Altar as a trump card to summon the Black Legion fleet for a fierce assault." Admiral Wei Shishir of the Sky Dragon 7th Fleet immediately stepped forward to take responsibility. "It's my fault for not preparing adequately for battle, causing the situation in the Luoyang 04 star system to spiral out of control." Qingman and Midair were about to echo her sentiments, but Zhao Chen raised his hand to stop them. "Don't blame yourselves," Zhao Chen said, his voice tinged with fatigue and understanding. "Each of you only has 100,000 starships. Although logistics have ensured your losses are replenished and missiles are supplied, the pressure you face far exceeds that of other battlefields. Holding out for 300 combat hours without collapsing is already an achievement." Hearing the Emperor's acknowledgement, the 3 admirals felt a wave of relief and warmth wash over them. Zhao Chun looked around and asked, "How many forces do we still have at our disposal?" Charlotte quickly responded, "Only the Blizzard and Shadow Hunter elite fleets remain. All other forces are already engaged in battle." Zhao Wanner interjected excitedly, "The Shadow Hunters are ready to execute any mission at any time." Her tone revealed a 2-week-long anticipation for action. Although Qitong remained silent, his eyes conveyed the same eagerness. Turning to Charlotte, Zhao Chen asked seriously, "How is the preparation for that plan?" Charlotte solemnly nodded. "Everything is in place. Personnel in the 5-star systems have been evacuated, leaving only a few on-duty staff who can withdraw within half an hour." A shadow crossed Zhao Chen's eyes. "If possible, I don't want to use this plan. But for the greater good, it may be our last resort." He continued, "Commanders, be mentally prepared and study the battle scenarios simulated by the strategic staff. We are currently on the defensive and must react to the enemy's moves. Like 2 swordsmen in a stalemate, if we can withstand the opponent's initial strikes, we may find an opening." After the meeting, Zhao Chen slumped into the captain's chair and chuckled bitterly. "I used to hate meetings, but now I have them every day." Lilith comforted him. "The situation has changed. Meetings are necessary to convey your strategic directives." Noticing that Charlotte's image had not disappeared, Zhao Chen asked, "Is there something else?" Charlotte replied seriously, "I have a tactical plan to counter the Soul Altar." She then elaborated on her strategy. After listening, Zhao Chen asked, "How confident are you in this plan?" "Less than 50%. It also depends on your new technological equipment," Charlotte admitted. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment and decided, "Keep it confidential for now. The risk is too high. You can develop a detailed plan in private as a contingency. Coordinate with Lilith if needed." Charlotte nodded in agreement. She understood that this plan was highly risky, but in such critical battles, bold tactics were often necessary to turn the tide. The defense of the Xiaolong Empire has lasted for 300 combat hours, and the battle seems to have reached a stalemate. However, the Xiaolong Empire's forces remain on high alert, more vigilant than ever. Everyone knows that the Devourer civilization is about to launch a new offensive. Sure enough, the Devourer civilization quickly made its move. The latest intelligence reports show that a massive fleet of Devourer civilization warships is pouring into the Luoyang 11 star system, with 300,000 new warships arriving every hour. The sheer numbers are staggering, and the intensity of the attacks has significantly increased. The entire Luoyang 11 star system is in a precarious state, with defenses on the brink of collapse and more than 2/3 of the region at risk of falling. If the situation isn't controlled promptly, the entire star system could be lost within 20 hours. Lilith, looking tense, reported this urgent intelligence to Zhao Chun. Zhao Chen's eyes were sharp as he focused on the star map before him, pointing to the location of the Luoyang 11 star system. It appears the Devourer civilization is targeting this area. What should we do now? Lilith asked, her eyes full of expectation. At that moment, Charlotte's holographic image suddenly appeared. Got the news? How are we handling the current situation? She asked directly. Zhao Chen turned to Charlotte, awaiting her suggestions. Without hesitation, Charlotte said, we cannot abandon the Luoyang 11 star system. Our principle is to contain the battlefield spread and prevent the enemy from gaining momentum. She quickly outlined a series of countermeasures. Immediately dispatched the Xiaolong 9th Legion Fleet and the Blizzard Ace Fleet for support. Authorized Marshal Qidong to deploy the T6 Gluttony King flagship if necessary. And ensure Zhao Chen's flagship, the T6 Dragon Emperor starship, is ready for deployment. Other flagships should also be on standby. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement and instructed Lilith to follow Charlotte's plan. However, he still had concerns. What if this is just a feint and their real target is elsewhere? Charlotte shrugged. Given our current situation, even if this is a feint, the pressure on us is the same. We must respond with full force. If they have other plans, we'll have to deal with those as they come. Zhao Chen remained silent. This was the predicament of the Xiaolong Emperino. Other options. Is there still no way to get the Holy Elf Empire to send more reinforcements? Charlotte asked. Zhao Chen shook his head no. The leadership of the Holy Elf Empire is mostly conservative. They won't provide support without clear evidence of the situation. He then shared some positive news. In 2 days, the cosmic star gate connecting the two nations would be completed and operational within 24 hours. This would enable the Holy Elf Empire's logistical supplies to reach the Xiaolong Empire. The Flame Elf King promised to ensure this. Additionally, both sides had agreed to compensate for some of the combat materials previously provided by the Xiaolong Empire with raw materials, which would significantly alleviate the shortage. Charlotte frowned slightly. Given the current situation, the Holy Elf Empire is missing opportunity after opportunity by not taking action. Zhao Chen squinted. Everyone acts in their own interest, which is understandable. But being too short-sighted will ultimately harm themselves. He paused and then asked, how's the progress on the plan you mentioned earlier? If we can deliver a significant blow to the Devourer civilization, perhaps the Holy Elf Empire will realize the urgency of fully committing to this fight. We're still running simulations, Charlotte replied, her tone hinting at anticipation. Charlotte reported the simulation results with a serious tone, noting that there was only a 40% chance of success and the potential for significant losses and risks. Zhao Chen responded gravely. We have no other choice now but to prepare with everything we've got. Charlotte's holographic image then faded, replaced by the anxious figure of the Flame Elf King. She bluntly pointed out the crisis in the Luoyang 11 star system, warning that the enemy might soon use a soul altar to further worsen the situation. Zhao Chen nodded in understanding. The Flame Elf King admitted her failure to convince the conservatives. Zhao Chen smiled reassuringly and pointed out that the losses in the Holy Elf Legion fleet had already exceeded expectations, with a single day's highest loss nearing 80,000 interstellar battleships. He kindly inquired about the pressure she was facing in the High Council. The Flame Elf King gave a self-deprecating smile, acknowledging the difficulty of persuading the stubborn factions. She admitted that although the current battle situation was manageable, the 50 casualty limit had not changed. After hesitating for a moment, she sincerely reminded Zhao Chen to be prepared for the potential withdrawal of the Holy Elf Legion fleet and even hinted that the Holy Elf Empire could offer him sanctuary. Zhao Chen gently but firmly interrupted her, stating that this was his homeland, the empire he had built. He would not abandon the land he and his followers had fought to protect. The Flame Elf King sighed, her expression heavy. Despite her high evaluation of the current battle conditions and the benefits she had reaped, she understood that war was far more complex than a simple confrontation. This realization made her clench her fists. Noticing the Flame Elf King's concern, Zhao Chen smiled and reassured her, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Besides, we haven't lost yet. Who says we are destined to be the losers in this war? Until the very last moment, we shouldn't give up any hope. The Flame Elf King looked at Zhao Chen with a complicated expression, unsure if he truly believed his words or was merely comforting himself. After a brief exchange, she focused on accelerating the mobilization of resources and supplies from the nearly completed Cosmic Stargate, as her 5 Holy Elf Legion fleets had all been deployed to the battlefield. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the Xiaolong 11 star system, Midair was in a video conference with Admiral Qing Man, commander of the Xiaolong 8th Legion fleet, and the highest-ranking elf commander of the Holy Elf 30th Legion fleet. Both commanders wore expressions of exhaustion, bearing the immense pressure of the Luoyang 11 battlefield. Facing the enemy's massive reinforcements and fierce attacks, they felt as if they were carrying a mountain. Admiral Qing Man expressed gratitude, saying, "It's great to have your help. Our burden will be much lighter. General Meteor's gaze fell on General Qingman, immediately noticing something was amiss. The snake tail that usually curled proudly was now limp on the ground, and the scales had lost their usual sheen. This silent display spoke volumes about the immense pressure Qingman had been under recently. This is our duty, General Meteor said softly, before reporting the latest battle updates. The Emperor has dispatched the Blizzard Ace fleet to support the Luoyang 11 star system battlefield. They are currently traversing the Stargate and are expected to arrive within half an hour and be combat-ready within an hour. Additionally, the Emperor has authorized Marshal Qidong to deploy the T-6 Gluttonous Demon flagship for the battle. Hearing that the T-6 Gluttonous Demon could join the fight, General Qingman's tired eyes suddenly sparkled with energy. "That's fantastic," she exclaimed with delight. Nearby, the commander of the Holy Elf 30th Fleet couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "We know a bit about the T-6 Gluttonous Demon. It's indeed a powerful starship. But in a battle of this scale, can a single ship really turn the tide?" General Qingman, with a tone of pride, replied, "Most of the combat data on the Xiaolong flagships is highly classified. Early on, there might have been some battlefield information leaks, but for a new model like the T-6 Gluttonous Demon, the outside world knows very little. One T-6 Gluttonous Demon may not change the entire battle, but its presence is like a stabilizing force. Once you see it in action, you'll understand its terrifying power." The elf commander, filled with curiosity, eagerly anticipated witnessing the legendary warship. Soon after, the Xiaolong 9th Fleet, led by General Meteor, joined the battlefield. Due to the intensified enemy assault, all fleets were pushed to the front lines without any chance for rotation or rest. Despite this, the defensive line continued to slowly retreat. Even with Marshal Qidong's Blizzard Ace fleet joining the fray, the situation couldn't be entirely reversed. Suddenly, General Qingman's urgent voice echoed through the command channel. "M711 direction. Line 081 is under heavy attack and in danger of being overrun." The elf fleet commander responded anxiously. "All our fleets are engaged in combat. We can't provide support in the short term." General Meteor frowned. "I need at least 15 minutes to mobilize reinforcements on my end." General Qingman shook her head. 15 minutes is too long. The line might be breached by then. If a gap appears, the consequences will be dire. Marshal Qidong, who had been silent, finally spoke up. "Let me support that line." The elf commander expressed concern. "Marshal Qidong, isn't your Blizzard Ace fleet mostly dispersed across various battlefields? Mobilizing them will take time too." Marshal Qidong calmly replied, "Large-scale mobilization does take time, but a single ship can act immediately. I will send the T-6 Gluttonous Demon to support the line right away. Meanwhile, my fleet can organize a contingent of 3,000 ships within 10 minutes to follow up. Our fleet mainly consists of interstellar cruisers and battlecruisers, which are highly mobile. Leave this to me." Hearing Marshal Qidong's plan, both General Qingman and General Meteor breathed a sigh of relief. With the T-6 Gluttonous Demon in action, the situation should be manageable. The elf commander, observing the reactions of the three Xiaolong officers, grew even more curious. Just how powerful was this T-6 Gluttonous Demon to earn such unwavering trust from these experienced officers? Having fought alongside them for some time, he knew the Xiaolong officers were exceptionally shrewd. Because of this, he raised no objections and instead looked forward to witnessing the might of this mysterious warship firsthand. "Keep a close watch on the T-6 Gluttony Demon starship," the commander of the Elven fleet instructed his deputy, his eyes glinting with both caution and curiosity. The deputy sprang into action, his slender fingers dancing across the control panel. Several high-definition video windows instantly opened before them, displaying various angles of the T-6 Gluttony Demon starship. The massive vessel was gliding slowly towards the distant battlefield, its enormous black hull tracing a conspicuous path through the starry void. Narrowing his eyes, the commander scrutinized the images on the screen. Based on the average speed of a T-6 class starship, he quickly calculated in his mind. This warship would take at least 5 more minutes to reach the battlefield. "How peculiar," the commander muttered to himself. "Why do the generals of the Xiaolong Legion place such trust in this ship? Could it really turn the tide of battle single-handedly?" His gaze lingered on the Gluttony Demon starship's silhouette. Unlike most of the angular Xiaolong-class warships, this starship's outline resembled a solidified shadow, faintly reminiscent of the Devourer civilization's ships. Yet, unlike those chaotic and grotesque Devourer ships, the Gluttony Demon exuded a unique aesthetic. Its jet-black body did not appear sinister, but rather conveyed a sense of solemnity and dignity. The ship's lines were smooth and graceful, like a noble clad in a black tuxedo, exuding an air of high-born mystery. Even the aesthetically discerning elves had to admit that the design of this ship was quite tasteful. As the commander silently appraised the ship, the screen suddenly underwent a dramatic change. The massive T6 Gluttony Demon starship vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. The space it once occupied was now empty, with only the twinkling stars remaining. The Elven fleet commander shot to his feet, scanning the video windows in disbelief. "What happened?" he exclaimed. "How did the T6 Gluttony Demon starship just disappear?" The deputy immediately began an investigation, his expression equally puzzled. Soon, they discovered the missing warship in an unexpected location not within their defensive perimeter, but among the enemy's fleet. "Report," the deputy said urgently. "The T6 Gluttony Demon starship has appeared in an enemy formation outside our relief line. It is activating its star shield to fend off attacks from surrounding enemy ships." The commander frowned, his mind racing. "This is single-ship spatial warp technology," he concluded swiftly. "Though our Holy Elven Empire possesses this technology, its cost-effectiveness is so low that we rarely use it in combat. I never imagined the Xiaolong Empire would not only employ it but do so with such precision." He analyzed what he had just seen. The Gluttony Demon's war preparation time was under a minute, far quicker than the Elven Empire's equivalent technology. Its warp accuracy was astonishing. In such a complex battlefield, even a slight deviation could spell disaster. Furthermore, this technology seemed to have minimal requirements for spatial stability, a significant advantage in an energy-fluctuating combat zone. Yet, a question soon surfaced in the commander's mind. What are they trying to achieve? Do they really think one ship can warp into the heart of the enemy formation and survive? He quickly scanned the scene, noting that the Gluttony Demon was surrounded by at least 300 to 500 enemy ships, mostly T5 and T4 classes. Despite the T6 grade star shield, such a dense barrage of firepower would be hard to withstand for long. "Is this a suicide mission?" the commander murmured, puzzled by Marshal Chidong's tactical intentions. At that moment, the deputy suddenly pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "Commander, look!" The commander focused his gaze and gasped. The Gluttony Demon's hull was slowly splitting open, revealing a terrifying array of weaponry. 12 super heavy cannons and over 300 main guns, their firepower far surpassing that of a standard T6 star battleship. The Elven officers exchanged glances, each seeing the shock and a hint of unease in the other's eyes. They realized that this war might be far more challenging than they had anticipated. Despite its formidable firepower, the T6 Gluttony Demon starship found itself struggling to escape its current predicament. At this critical moment, an astonishing scene began to unfold. All the ship's mounted weapons suddenly retracted into the hull, transforming the entire vessel into a sleek, streamlined form with no visible armaments. This sudden change left everyone bewildered. The Elven fleet commander resisted the urge to contact General Xiaolong through the command channel, focusing intently on the unfolding situation. Soon, he witnessed one of the most shocking spectacles of his life. Centered around the T6 Gluttony Demon, a pitch-black mist quickly coalesced, engulfing the entire starship in an instant. The black fog did not stop there. It spread outward at an alarming rate. "What is that?" The Elven fleet commander struggled to recognize the bizarre phenomenon. "Sir, it's a black hole," the lieutenant quickly reported. "Our detection equipment indicates black hole fluctuations." "A black hole?" The Elven fleet commander widened his eyes in disbelief. The Xiaolong Empire has mastered black hole technology and can deploy it in combat. While the Holy Elven Empire was also researching black hole technology, their efforts were limited to a few experimental bases that could only create tiny black holes, far from practical use. Their most successful experiment had merely devoured a small asteroid in a desolate star system, and the artificial black hole had soon dissipated due to energy depletion. Based on current observations, this black hole has reached the level of a conventional small black hole and is still growing stronger, the lieutenant added. Suppressing his inner shock, the Elven fleet commander kept his eyes glued to the surveillance screen. By now, the T6 Gluttony Demon had completely vanished from view, replaced by an abyss that seemed capable of consuming everything. Nearby Devourer civilization starships were desperately trying to escape the black hole's influence, but the overwhelming gravitational pull inexorably dragged them towards the dark abyss. Smaller starships disintegrated before everyone's eyes, their fragments swiftly absorbed into the black hole. This scene played out repeatedly as one starship after another was mercilessly devoured. Report: the black hole's range is still expanding. While its size isn't massive, its gravitational force has reached that of a natural black hole. The lieutenant conveyed another shocking update. Swallowing hard, the Elven fleet commander said solemnly, "This is an artificial black hole with the capabilities of a natural one. Record everything and ensure this information reaches Flame Elf King and the High Council of the Holy Elven Empire. The Xiaolong Empire's technological prowess far exceeds our expectations. The fact that they can control and weaponize black hole technology alone is proof of their terrifying potential." Understood, sir. The lieutenant promptly began executing the orders. As minutes ticked by, the artificial black hole annihilated thousands of Devourer civilization starships, creating a vacuum in the battle's center. The remaining enemy ships dared not approach and formed a large perimeter around the void. Although the immediate results of this action weren't particularly remarkable, the Elven fleet commander did not underestimate the starship's power. He realized that this weapon was better suited for other environments, such as destroying heavily fortified star fortresses or directly attacking the homeworlds of starfaring civilizations. The sheer destructive force was chilling. Once the black hole is unleashed, those interstellar fortresses or home planets of civilizations will be destroyed, securing a decisive victory in the battle. The captain of the T-6 Voracious Demon King starship calmly analyzed the situation. However, the current stalemate, due to the black hole's limited range, made the results less than satisfactory. Suddenly, the black hole dissipated like a mirage, as if it had never existed. In the newly formed empty space, the T-6 Voracious Demon King starship hovered quietly, its radiant star shield gleaming like an unchallenged monarch in the silence. Nearby, the warships of the devouring civilization maintained a cautious distance, still reeling from the recent harrowing event. It wasn't until they received orders from their superiors that the devouring civilization's interstellar fleet began to approach slowly. By then, the T-6 Voracious Demon King had deployed all its onboard weapons, retreating towards the defensive line while unleashing full firepower on the approaching enemy ships. The commander of the Elven fleet, witnessing all this, finally understood why the Xiaolong generals had such faith in this warship. Although it might not turn the tide of the entire battle, its presence was a strategic weapon that, when used correctly, could alter the course of local engagements and even produce unexpected results. The current usage was just the most basic application. Even as an observer, he could think of numerous astonishing tactical effects that this interstellar warship could achieve. The crisis at Defense Line 081 is temporarily resolved. Marshal Cheetong's icy voice echoed in the command channel, as if the impressive display just now had nothing to do with her. Until the reinforcements arrive, I will lead the T-6 Voracious Demon King to defend this line. Roger that, responded the two Xiaolong generals immediately. The Elven fleet commander hesitated for a moment before also replying. Roger that. Xiaolong Legion, Xiaolong Flagship, T-6 Voracious Demon King, starship. The strength of the Xiaolong Legion was formidable, and their combat proficiency was awe-inspiring. The Elven commander recalled hearing that the Xiaolong Empire had a total of 4 Xiaolong flagships. Besides the T-6 Voracious Demon King, there was the T-6 Dragon Emperor starship, the command ship of the Xiaolong Emperor, the T-6 Rakshasa Underworld King-class dreadnought, the flagship of the Grand Marshal of the Charlotte Empire, and the T-6 Demon Queen carrier, the flagship of the Queen's Ace fleet. If the other Xiaolong flagships were also at this level, the Elven commander gulped nervously but was also filled with anticipation, hoping to witness these legendary warships firsthand. As an experienced captain and current fleet commander, his passion for excellent and powerful interstellar warships had never waned. Over the next 350 hours, the Xiaolong Empire fully committed to the defensive battle. The Luoyang System 11 battlefield quickly became the most critical of the 5 battlefields. The devouring civilization continuously reinforced their invasion fleet here, maintaining a scale of 5 million interstellar warships at one point. Their relentless assaults made the intensity of the battles here the highest of all battlefields. Data showed that on this battlefield, the Xiaolong Legion fleet and the Holy Elven fleet destroyed over 100,000 enemy warships per hour. Meanwhile, their own losses per hour exceeded 10,000 ships, with most coming from the Holy Elven fleet. These numbers underscored the importance the devouring civilization placed on this battlefield. Despite barely holding off the enemy's fierce attacks, the retreat of the defensive line was inevitable. At this moment, over 2/3 of the Luoyang System 11 had fallen, and the entire system faced the threat of complete occupation. The intense fighting had already resulted in the destruction of more than 12 celestial bodies, with debris from warships and planets scattered everywhere. Just as everyone gritted their teeth, preparing for continued fierce combat, a massive black rift suddenly appeared in the central area of the devouring civilization's invasion fleet. This rift was even larger than the previous decaying one. Soon, black pillars began to float out of the rift, arranging themselves in an irregular pattern, gradually forming the outline of an altar. There was no need to think twice. Everyone realized that this was the ultimate weapon of the devouring civilization, the Soul Altar, a black technology bestowed upon them by order. T-6 Dragon Emperor Star Command Ship, Bridge Report. A suspected enemy Soul Altar device has been detected in the Luoyang 11 star system. The department officer's voice echoed through the bridge, tense and urgent. Pull up all visual feeds. Secretary Lilith immediately ordered, her fingers swiftly gliding over the control panel. In an instant, real-time battlefield footage of the Luoyang 11 star system appeared on the holographic screens in front of Zhao Chen and Lilith. Dominating the center of the display was the massive T-6 Devourer starship, and at the heart of the invading fleet's controlled area, a bizarre structure composed of enormous black pillars floated ominously in space. Zhao Chen frowned, staring intently at the mysterious structure. Despite having anticipated this, the sight of the soul altar still stirred a tinge of unease within him. I wonder what level this soul altar is, Lilith murmured under her breath, her eyes reflecting a mix of curiosity and caution. At that moment, two new communication windows popped up, revealing the faces of Grand Marshal Charlotte and the Flame Elf King. The two high-ranking commanders exchanged a brief glance before the Flame Elf King spoke. The soul altar has appeared. Based on the visuals, this seems to be a level 5 soul altar. A level 5 soul altar, Charlotte continued. According to previous intelligence, this type of altar can produce 200,000 Black Legion starships daily, correct? The Flame Elf King nodded in confirmation, then added, although this number may seem small, given the current battlefield scale, its impact is significant. This is a low-cost war factory for the Devourer civilization, capable of continuously manufacturing Black Legion fleets. I suggest we remain vigilant, as the enemy is likely to deploy more than one level 5 soul altar, given the intensity of the current conflict. Charlotte frowned at this. Is there no limit to how many soul altars they can deploy? The Flame Elf King shook his head, explaining, theoretically, as long as there is enough space and a sufficient supply of soul matter in the area, there is no limit. Historically, the Devourer civilization rarely deploys multiple soul altars in the same battlefield to avoid overlapping coverage. While this increases fleet production, it also significantly delays resource recovery. However, considering our strength, the enemy might change their strategy. Zhao Chen quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. In the past, a single soul altar producing 200,000 ships was usually sufficient for battlefield needs. But facing the formidable Xiaolong Legion, the enemy might deploy more altars to break through their defenses. If multiple soul altars appear, or even higher level ones like a level 6 soul altar, Lilith said worriedly, her gaze instinctively shifting to Zhao Chen, concerned both for the battle and the safety of their sovereign on the front lines. Your Majesty, Charlotte addressed Zhao Chen, given the enemy has deployed a soul altar, as per our original plan, we need your Dragon Emperor Star Command ship to personally oversee the Luoyang 11 star system. Zhao Chen nodded solemnly. Understood. I will issue the order immediately. The Dragon Emperor will head to the Luoyang 11 star system at once. How should we respond if more soul altars appear later? Lilith asked again, her worry evident. Charlotte proposed mobilizing other flagship fleets, and no sooner had she finished speaking than the expression of the Flame Elf King grew complex. She seemed to hesitate several times, ultimately clenching her fists tightly. As an ally, she felt powerless. Every one of the 5 Sacred Elf Legion fleets was already engaged in battle, leaving no forces to spare. This sense of helplessness filled her with both shame and anger, particularly toward the High Council. I'm sorry, the Flame Elf King finally spoke, her voice laden with guilt. At a time like this, as an ally, I can't offer you more help. Her straightforward nature meant she always spoke her mind. Before Zhao Chen could offer any comfort, she quickly added, I will report the situation of the Xiaolong Empire to the High Council again and do my utmost to persuade them to dispatch more Sacred Elf Legion fleets as soon as possible. At the very least, my fleet will come to aid the battlefield. Zhao Chen observed the determined expression of the Flame Elf King and nodded slightly. After a brief discussion, the meeting concluded. Zhao Chen's T-6 Longwang interstellar command ship immediately set off, passing through the Stargate to the Luoyang 11 star system battlefield. Most people believe Longwang was merely an auxiliary interstellar warship. In reality, it not only commanded from the rear, but also possessed formidable frontline support capabilities. When Longwang crossed the Stargate and appeared in the Luoyang 11 star system, Zhao Chen witnessed a battle there for the first time. The proximity of the defensive line made him frown. The enemy clearly understands the importance of the Stargate, which is why they are focusing their attacks here, explained Lilith, his secretary. Fortunately, the commanders have heavily fortified this area, making the defense much stronger than in other directions. At that moment, several video windows appeared before Zhao Chen, showing General Qingman of the Xiaolong 8th Legion Fleet, General Maidayer of the 9th Legion Fleet, Marshal Qidong of the Blizzard Ace Fleet, and the commander of the Sacred Elf 30th Legion Fleet. Greetings, Emperor of Xiaolong. The highest commander of the Sacred Elf 30th Legion Fleet, High Elf Xavier, said excitedly. The Flame Elf King has informed us that you will personally oversee the battle. We await your orders. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhao Chen said solemnly, Since the Flame Elf King has entrusted you and your fleet to my command, prepare all remaining Elf interstellar warships and connect to the Longwang Interstellar Command ship signal. The command of this battlefield will now be fully taken over by the Dragon Emperor, an interstellar command ship. On the bridge, Commander Elf Xavier was momentarily stunned by the abrupt order, but he chose to comply. Soon, all interstellar battleships on the battlefield were integrated into the control network of the T-6 Dragon Emperor. Report, all fleet battleship data has been uploaded to the combat terminal and intelligent combat deployment is underway, an operator announced loudly. Following this report, department heads immediately dove into their tasks. Unlike before, when they only issued combat orders, they were now playing a central role. In the center of the bridge, a massive three-dimensional interstellar war map materialized, its detail far surpassing any conventional map. Each workstation automatically adjusted its direction to face this map. Dragon Emperor Super War Mode ready. Initiate. The AI of the Dragon Emperor, Zhao Chen, appeared before everyone. She was clad in a platinum armor and wore futuristic glasses, hovering above the war map. Meanwhile, the Elven interstellar battleships connected to the Dragon Emperor noticed something unusual. Report, the energy of our starship's shields is slowly recovering, an astonished lieutenant reported to his commander. Similar phenomena are occurring on other battleships as well. A flash of shock crossed Commander Elf Xavier's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Do not panic. This is a battlefield support function of the T-6 Dragon Emperor from the Xiaolong Empire. Any battleship linked to the Dragon Emperor can have its shields recharged within a certain range. Remote recharging? The lieutenant was taken aback. Is this really just T-6 technology? It feels more like T-7. Spread the word to avoid unnecessary panic, Commander Elf Xavier ordered. Also, reiterate that any command from the Dragon Emperor must be executed unconditionally. Orders from the Dragon Emperor are equivalent to those from the Flame Elf King himself. Yes, sir. The lieutenant immediately complied. Commander Elf Xavier turned to gaze out the porthole at the Dragon Emperor, shimmering like a diamond. He had just learned about this feature, and its implications were staggering. This seemingly simple function was akin to a battlefield-wide healer for the engaged starships. Even more astonishing, it had no technological barriers and could interface with any system, including Elven battleships, as long as both parties agreed. As the Dragon Emperor took over battlefield command, Commander Elf Xavier's respect for this T-6 flagship grew. This warship surpassed the T-6 Gluttony Demon King and was suitable for any battlefield. Commander Elf Xavier did not relinquish full control. He meticulously observed every command issued by the Dragon Emperor. The orders, though seemingly ordinary, were precise and swiftly relayed to every battleship's bridge, guiding the High Command's next moves. Whether for navigation, combat, or retreat, the instructions were accurate to the last digit. Under this command system, battlefield efficiency increased by at least 30. Enemy casualties rose by 30, their own losses decreased by 30, and even logistical support efficiency improved by 30. These seemingly small increments accumulated to create a significant leap in the fleet's combat effectiveness. Even against the pitch-black Legion fleet, they felt no pressure. However, just as Commander Elf Xavier was about to breathe a sigh of relief, alarms blared. Warning! 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 Another level 5 soul altar has appeared. Shortly after, another bad news came in. This is bad. Another level 5 soul altar has appeared here too. Fear filled Commander Elf Xavier's eyes as he stared at the 3 black, smoke-emitting altars in the midst of the devouring civilization's invading fleet, as if facing 3 dreadful demons. 3 level 5 soul altars appeared out of nowhere on the battlefield, standing like 3 towering black spires, emanating an unsettling energy. Lilith gasped, a trace of horror flashing in her eyes. As a seasoned warrior, she knew exactly what this meant every day. 600,000 starships from the Black Legion would be born from these altars. Zhao Chen frowned slightly, his tone grave. We can't drag this out. If we let them keep recovering at this rate, we'll be worn down to death here, eventually. His gaze swept across the battlefield, quickly analyzing the situation. Engaging in a war of attrition with the enemy, right now, is foolish. We must destroy these 3 altars as soon as possible. Zhao Chen quickly contacted Charlotte. The video window popped up, and Charlotte's face appeared on the screen. She got straight to the point. I've already been briefed on the situation in the Luoyang 11-star system. The enemy has added 2 more level 5 soul altars. We must destroy all 3 as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the fall of the Luoyang 11-star system is just a matter of time. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. Charlotte continued. Before the Black Legion fleet can fully form, we need to launch a strong offensive. She paused. My T-6 Rakshasa King-class Dreadnought and T-6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship are already on their way to provide support. Zhao Chen's brow furrowed tighter. 2 flagships alone might not be enough. Charlotte's expression was serious. You're right. They aren't the real trump card in this operation. My plan is... After hearing Charlotte's plan, Zhao Chen looked surprised. Are you sure you want to execute that plan now? The risk is enormous. Charlotte's eyes were resolute. We have no choice. The enemy doesn't just have these 3 altars. There could be more, possibly even level 6 ones. We can't keep executing decapitation strikes every time. We'll be worn down to death. We must eliminate them at the source. Despite the risks, given the current situation of the Xiaolong Empire, we have to take this gamble. Zhao Chen was silent for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. He knew very well that the Xiaolong Empire needed a breakthrough opportunity at this critical juncture. Meanwhile, in the Luoyang 11 star system, the Elven commander Xavier was frowning as he observed the enemy's positions. Around the 3 soul altars, more than 30,000 Black Legion starships had already gathered, mostly ranging from T3 to T5 levels. Although there were no T6 level threats, the endlessly producing fleet was enough to wear their side down to death. Just then, Xavier's Elven lieutenant suddenly exclaimed, "Sir, look over by the Stargate." Commander Xavier of the Elves frowned slightly, puzzled by his deputy's panic. Following the deputy's gaze to the Stargate, he instantly understood the reason 2 flagship warships of the Sky Dragon Empire were in plain sight. The T6 Rakshasa Underworld-class Dreadnought and the T6 Devil Emperor-class carrier. Xavier recalled witnessing the power of the T6 Gluttony Lord and the T6 Dragon Emperor firsthand, and knew better than to underestimate these flagships. However, he was also aware that stabilizing the Luoyang 11 star system with just these 2 warships was nearly impossible. As long as the 3 soul altars remained, this place would be nothing short of a soul-grinding meat grinder. The command channel of the T6 Dragon Emperor interstellar command ship suddenly lit up, and 2 communication windows popped open. Charlotte, the Sky Dragon Empire's 5-star marshal, and Marshal Sulan, captain of the T6 Devil Emperor. This battlefield had become the focal point of the entire war, gathering 4 Sky Dragon flagships, 3 Empire marshals, and even the Sky Dragon Emperor himself. Rakshasa Underworld is in position, Marshal Charlotte reported succinctly. Devil Emperor ready, awaiting orders, Marshal Sulan said, standing by. Zhao Chen gazed at the interstellar war map on the Dragon Emperor's bridge. The AI, Xiaolong knew, had already drafted an action plan based on Charlotte's suggestions. Operation Hydra Decapitation. Commence. Xiaolong's voice echoed through the bridge, and a series of commands were relayed to all interstellar warships in the Luoyang 11 star system. Commander Xavier was taken aback by the order, pondering. An all-out offensive? What is the Sky Dragon Emperor thinking? While the fleet still has combat strength, a counterattack would rapidly deplete resources. If they run out of strength, they won't even have a chance to rebuild the defensive line once the offensive collapses. The Elven deputy was utterly shocked, considering this a suicidal attack akin to moths flying into a flame. "Sir, you must contact the Dragon Emperor and demand a halt to this plan." Xavier remained silent for a moment, then resolutely said, "Execute the Dragon Emperor's orders." But the deputy looked at the commander in confusion. "I said, execute the Dragon Emperor's orders," Xavier reiterated. "Communicate this to all interstellar warships. Unconditionally follow the Dragon Emperor's commands. No slacking, violators will face military justice." Seeing the deputy's puzzled expression, Xavier explained, "On a personal level, I trust the Dragon Emperor, the Sky Dragon Empire, and its military leaders. They are not foolish. They must know how to fight this battle. Since they made this decision, there must be a reason. I am willing to stand with them. Furthermore, the Flame Elf King has long decreed that our Sacred Elf 30th Legion fleet must unconditionally follow the Sky Dragon Emperor's orders, as if she were here in person." Though still hesitant, the deputy carried out the command. Xavier suddenly felt a surge of excitement, an experience unheard of for a high elf. High elves typically avoid displaying emotions, considering loud laughter and shouting vulgar and rude. They believe that a high elf should have no emotions, as emotions are for the lesser beings. Yet, at this moment, Xavier could not suppress his inner exhilaration. Placing a hand over his chest, he secretly anticipated the most glorious battle the Sacred Elf 30th Legion fleet was about to face. It was restlessness, excitement, a thirst for war. In that moment, he seemed to see the fiery gleam in the eyes of the Flame Elf King. With a single command from the Dragon Emperor's interstellar command ship, all fleets on the defense line instantly switched from defense to offense. The fleets of the Xiaolong Empire Legion and the Holy Elf Legion surged forward like arrows released from a bow, launching a fierce assault on the enemy positions. This sudden counterattack caught the Devourer Civilization's interstellar fleet off guard. They clearly hadn't expected their resilient prey to bite back so fiercely. The battlefield in the Luoyang 11 star system became even more brutal. Combat data skyrocketed. setting new records for this war. However, the generals of the Xiaolong Empire knew well that this offensive momentum was unsustainable. Prolonged defensive operations had drained most of their interstellar ships' combat capabilities, and the enemy forces far outnumbered theirs. This counterattack was akin to extracting the last ounce of strength from an exhausted marathon runner for a sudden sprint. Sure enough, after just 15 minutes, some sections of the battlefield saw interstellar fleets beginning to falter, most notably on the Holy Elf Legion's side. "Don't you dare back down!" Commanders away of the Elves roared over the internal command channel of the Holy Elf 30th Legion fleet. "Look at the other interstellar ships, fighting to the death. Are our elven ships any less capable? Without my order, you fight to the death in this offensive, even if it means total annihilation." His words were not just to execute the Dragon Emperor's command, but also to uphold the pride of the elven race. After all, the allied fleets were still fighting. Retreating now would be nothing short of disgraceful. At that moment, the elven deputy officer suddenly shouted with joy, "Sir, look! A Xiaolong fleet is coming to support us." Commanders away squinted and indeed saw a Xiaolong fleet joining the battle from the flank. Though it was only a single brigade, its ferocity and momentum matched that of an entire legion fleet. "That looks like the Dragon Emperor's Imperial Guard fleet." The deputy officer pulled up a close-up view and recognized the fleet. Commanders away felt both touched and ashamed. The Dragon Emperor had personally dispatched the Imperial Guard fleet for support, clearly seeing the shortcomings on their side of the battlefield. As his thoughts raced, the deputy officer excitedly exclaimed again, "Look! Those two Xiaolong flagships are here too." The T-6 Rakshasa-class interstellar dreadnought was speeding forward, following the path cleared by the Imperial Guard fleet, heading straight for the enemy's front lines. Meanwhile, the T-6 Demon Emperor-class carrier ship at the rear opened all its hangar doors, releasing millions of interstellar drones and fighters that swarmed out like locusts, forming dark clouds that descended upon the Devourer civilization's fleet. These swarms were as formidable as any interstellar warship, if not more so in some respects. Under this powerful assault, the area of the Holy Elf 30th Legion fleet, which was on the verge of collapse, instead intensified its offensive. The entire encirclement surged forward, like an apple with a big bite taken out of it, pushing significantly towards the core. Suddenly, commanders away realized their goal is to destroy those 3 soul altars. Destroy those 3 soul altars? The deputy officer was momentarily stunned, but then said, "How is that even possible? There are over 4 million Devourer civilization warships on the front lines. They will never let us get close to those altars." "Of course," commanders away explained. "That's why the Dragon Emperor ordered a full-scale attack. These offensives seem fierce, but are actually feints. Yet, they all appear to be the main attack. This way, we can draw the enemy's forces in all directions. The Dragon Emperor is merely deciding on the final attack route. And ultimately, on our side, the Dragon Emperor found the best route for the assault. That's why the 2 Xiaolong flagships and the Imperial Guard fleet are here. This is insane. Truly a mad battle plan." Commander Zawei's breath quickened, feeling his blood boil. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. The elven adjutant furrowed his brow, staring intently at the interstellar map where the Emperor's Guard fleet had pierced through the invading fleet of the Devourer civilization like a blade. He couldn't help but ask again with concern, "Can they really pull this off?" Commander Xaviel of the Elves pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. "To be honest, I can't be certain about the success of the Xiaolong Legion. Given the current interstellar battleships they've deployed, the combat effectiveness of the Emperor's Guard fleet is indeed undeniable. They are entirely composed of T5 and T6 level battleships, with a significant number of T6 ships. However, their total number is a shortcoming, only 3,000 ships. Even if they had 30,000, our chances would be much greater. 3,000 battleships." The elven adjutant nodded in agreement. "In a battlefield of this scale, that number is indeed insignificant, like a grain of sand in the ocean, barely able to stir a small wave. But these are the Emperor's Guard fleet of the Xiaolong Empire, which gives us a glimmer of hope, albeit slim." The adjutant continued to analyze. "Even if we count the support we can provide, we have less than 100,000 battleships on this offensive route. Unless we pull reinforcements from other regions to support this offensive line." Commander Xaviel shook his head, dismissing the idea. "We could indeed draw battleships from other defensive lines, but that would mean the enemy's battleships could also move to support this battlefield. This wouldn't change the overall situation. It would just lead to a concentration of enemy forces on this front, making it even harder to break through." The adjutant's gaze returned to the offensive route on the interstellar map, his tone filled with worry. "But there are at least 500,000 enemy battleships on this route, not counting the black warships around the 3 soul altars. Based on previous casualty ratios, we might still have a fighting chance. But this time is different. Their goal is to capture the enemy's 3 soul altars. This requires not just casualty ratios, but also the ability to destroy the soul altars quickly with overwhelming force. He continued, during this process, the Devourer civilization's fleet will inevitably realize the Xiaolong Legion's strategic intent. Once they sense the soul altars are under threat, the invading fleets from other regions will undoubtedly send reinforcements. Even if we in the Xiaolong fleet try our best to delay them on other fronts, we can't completely stop the enemy's support. Ultimately, some enemy reinforcements will reach this battlefield. They have backup, but we don't. Commander Xavier nodded in agreement. Your analysis is spot on. The key now isn't our interstellar fleet, or even the Emperor's Guard fleet of the Xiaolong, but those 2 Xiaolong flagship vessels. The crux lies in whether they can make a decisive impact on the battlefield, break through the enemy lines quickly, and destroy those 3 soul altars. At this moment, both of their eyes were fixed on the T-6 Rakshasa Underworld-class dreadnought and the T-6 Demon Emperor carrier. The T-6 Demon Emperor carrier had already deployed tens of thousands of interstellar fighters and drones, showcasing their formidable combat capabilities on the battlefield, continuously attacking enemy battleships along the offensive route and gradually expanding the breach. Simultaneously, the 3,000 battleships of the Emperor's Guard fleet launched a full-scale assault, with dozens of T-6 level battleships displaying their prowess. The T-6 Fury Goddess-class heavy artillery ship provided continuous fire support, and although its precision wasn't as high as the missile ships, its firepower coverage within a certain range was unmatched. As the offensive progressed, enemy battleships began to launch attacks from both flanks, attempting to cut off the offensive route. The situation in this interstellar battle was changing rapidly, with the outcome hanging in the balance. The T-6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyers and T-6 White Jade, Tortoise-class heavy interstellar strategic frigates serve as steadfast sentinels along the attack route, with one deployed at regular intervals. Their presence creates an imposing barrier, demonstrating remarkable localized combat and defensive capabilities. During the advance, beyond providing long-range fire support, the interstellar warships also take on the primary offensive role. The T-6 Purple Gold Silver Dragon-class heavy interstellar battleships, T-6 North Wind King-class heavy interstellar battlecruisers, and T-6 Wind Spirit-class light interstellar cruisers are tasked with this mission. Their bow cannons, main cannons, and secondary cannons launch near-continuous assaults, significantly accelerating the pace of the advance. The enemy fleet also boasts T-6 class interstellar warships. At this juncture, the T-6 Seraph Crossbow-class interstellar long-range hunter ships showcase their specialty, preemptively locking onto these high-value targets. Coordinating their strikes, several Seraph crossbows fire in unison, often crippling enemy ships with a single salvo. This tactic proves highly effective in actual combat. The T-6 Divine Wing Empress-class super heavy carrier starship collaborates with the rear T-6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship, deploying a large number of interstellar fighters and drone swarms. Despite being outnumbered, our fleet dominates the interstellar airspace, maintaining complete air superiority. The Swallowing civilization, although possessing carrier starships, falters against the Xiaolong Legion in interstellar air combat. They can only watch as their air superiority is seized, leaving their warships vulnerable to enemy fighters and drones, while their own aircraft struggle to leave the carrier's vicinity. Seemingly out of place, several interstellar transport ships also appear on the battlefield. When their hatches open, revealing rows of T-6 Phoenix Guard-class medium multifunctional interstellar combat mechs, fills the air. These mechs can switch between interstellar fighter and combat mech modes, with the former offering weaker firepower and the latter sacrificing flight mobility. Inside the transport ships, the T-6 Phoenix Guard mechs are neatly arranged like a honeycomb. Suddenly, as if receiving orders, their head indicators light up, awakening like iron giants. One by one, the mechs are ejected, transforming midair into interstellar fighters, each heading to their assigned tasks. Most fly towards the T-6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyers and T-6 White Jade Tortoise-class heavy interstellar strategic frigates guarding the attack route. Upon reaching their target warships, these fighters decelerate and transform into combat mech mode, gently landing on the designated spots on the warship surfaces without hindering their combat capabilities. Each warship is bolstered by several hundred T-6 class interstellar combat mechs, instantly enhancing their firepower. These mechs assist the frigates and destroyers in securing the navigation route, while the remaining units join the main offensive force. With only 3,000 interstellar warships, the fleet displays combat prowess comparable to 30,000 or even 100,000 warships. The sight leaves the nearby Elven High Command in awe. Incredible combat prowess, such elite forces. In our Holy Elf Empire, what fleet could possibly compare? The Elven Lieutenant exclaimed in disbelief, then muttered under his breath, the Flame Elven King's fleet. Commander Xavier shook his head, his gaze serious. Given equal numbers, no known fleet can match the prowess of the Wyvern Guard fleet. Even the Flame Elven King's personal guard would need at least 5 times their numbers to stand a chance, and 10 times to secure a victory. The lieutenant's eyes widened as he grasped the implication. 10 times the force only offered a chance of victory, not a guarantee. 30,000 starships against 3,000, and victory was merely possible. What was more concerning was the Wyvern Guard fleet's high mobility. If they chose to retreat, even an overwhelming force would struggle to intercept them. Xavier pinpointed this vulnerability, and the lieutenant suddenly understood. Their eyes simultaneously turned to the T-6 Demon Emperor carrier, a starship far exceeding the capabilities of any comparable vessel. Did you notice the coordination of those interstellar drones? Xavier asked. Their teamwork is unbelievably precise, executing every mission flawlessly. Even more astonishing, the T-6 Demon Emperor seems to have an internal drone production line, continuously generating combat power. This single ship alone is equivalent to an entire fleet. Xavier spoke highly of the T-6 Demon Emperor, then shifted his attention to the still inactive T-6 Reaper dreadnought. Despite the impressive performance of the Imperial Guard fleet and the formidable T-6 Demon Emperor, he remained skeptical that the Wyvern Legion could complete their audacious mission. The disparity was still evident. Their hopes now rested on the T-6 Reaper dreadnought. At that moment, the lieutenant received an urgent report. Commander, there's an unusual spatial fluctuation at the rear of the battlefield. But the Dragon Emperor's side says there's no need to worry. Xavier frowned, about to inquire further, when he saw rings of light materializing in the void. Emerging from these rings were Wyvern interstellar warships, specifically an entire fleet of Wyvern-class missile ships. Their numbers rapidly increased, soon surpassing 10,000. Leading this colossal fleet was the legendary T-6 Emerald Dream jump ship, capable of warping entire fleets through space, vastly surpassing the Elf Empire's Water Dragon Gate technology. As the missile ship count approached 30,000, the lieutenant gasped. This is the Wyvern Emperor has deployed her Hell's Angels elite fleet. Xavier swallowed hard, his eyes shining with excitement. The sight of 30,000 interstellar missile ships firing simultaneously was enough to set one's blood racing. At that moment, a wolf woman with an excited expression appeared on the communication screen. She was the commander of the Hell's Angels elite fleet, General Bai Shui. Reporting, Hell's Angels elite fleet is fully assembled, awaiting orders. Bai Shui reported to Wyvern Emperor Zhao Chen, her eyes full of fervor. Zhao Chen asked briefly, "Are the preparations I instructed complete?" Reporting, "Your Majesty, all interstellar missile ships are fully resupplied and ready for any mission." "Awaiting your command," Bai Shui replied eagerly, as if poised for a grand hunt. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. "Detailed battle plans will be transmitted directly to you and the fleet captains by the Dragon Emperor ship. You have 5 minutes to prepare, then commence the attack immediately." Bai Shui understands. The wolf woman bared her sharp fangs, a fierce smile spreading across her face, her eyes gleaming with a predatory light, ready to pounce on her prey. Commander Zawile the elf stood by the porthole, a spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. In the distance, the Hell Angel Ace fleet's battle formation was fully unfurled, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. Nearly 30,000 interstellar missile ships were arrayed in neat rows, forming tightly knit battle positions. Each ship began deploying its interstellar missile launchers, with the hatches slowly opening to reveal the missiles stored inside. The dense array of launch ports, resembling a massive beehive, appeared dark and foreboding, sending shivers down one's spine. All interstellar missile ships. What kind of scene will this salvo create? The elf lieutenant muttered under his breath. He recalled a previous fleet with just 3,000 interstellar missile ships, whose salvo was already awe-inspiring. And now, this number had increased tenfold. Commander Zawile's gaze swept over the data readouts before him, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. "It's not just 30,000. The number far exceeds 30,000, he said, his voice trembling slightly. This Hell Angel Ace fleet group has 30,000 T-4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ships, 10,000 T-5 Crimson Reaper-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ships, and 30 T-6 Sacred Blood Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ships. The mere presence of those 30 T-6 class missile ships was enough to astonish anyone. Their massive hulls and the sheer number of missiles they carried were a testament to their terrifying destructive power. Fortunately, these interstellar missile ships were not targeting them. Instead, they eagerly anticipated the spectacular display that was about to unfold. Although the wait lasted only a few minutes, for all the onlookers, each second seemed to stretch into eternity. "It looks like they're preparing to launch," the elf lieutenant said eagerly. Commander Zawile immediately reminded, "How are the video recording arrangements for each starship? Make sure to capture this moment as thoroughly as possible." This is crucial for us. This was the first time the Holy Elf Empire had witnessed the full-scale deployment of the Xiaolong Empire's powerful interstellar missile fleet, and recording this ace fleet's battlefield data was of utmost importance. Everything's been arranged, the elf lieutenant replied confidently. All the cameras and recording equipment on the surrounding starships are aimed in this direction. We'll definitely get some blockbuster footage. At that moment, a video window suddenly popped up. Commander Zawile was initially a bit impatient, but quickly composed himself when he saw the caller was the Flame Elf King. Am I interrupting something? The Flame Elf King asked with a half-smile. No, not at all. What can I do for you, Your Majesty? Commander Zawile replied respectfully. I heard that the Xiaolong Emperor has deployed the entire Hell Angel Ace Fleet's interstellar missile ships to the Luoyang 11 star system battlefield. Is that correct? The Flame Elf King asked directly. Upon receiving confirmation, the Flame Elf King requested a live feed of the scene. Commander Zawile immediately brought up the footage of the Hell Angel Ace Fleet's battle formation in the video communication window. Seeing the massive fleet of interstellar missile ships, even the Flame Elf King couldn't help but feel a jolt of awe. So many interstellar missile ships. Although she had heard about it, witnessing the scene firsthand was an entirely different experience. Even through a communication window, she could feel the exhilarating grandeur of the spectacle. If she were there in person, the sense of excitement would undoubtedly be even stronger. Suddenly, the interstellar missile ships began their launch. One by one, missiles detached from their launchers, trailing long tails of flame as they sped towards their targets. From a distance, the missiles from countless interstellar ships formed graceful arcs, resembling thousands of white threads crossing the vast expanse of space, turning into points of starlight falling ahead. This was undoubtedly the most spectacular meteor shower ever seen by the Flame Elf King and Commander Elf Xavier, so much so that even the aesthetically demanding elves couldn't help but exclaim, "How beautiful!" These meteors quickly approached the target battlefield, which was the original attack route of the Emperor's Guard fleet. The Swarm Civilization's interstellar fleet immediately detected the danger, and all their escort and destroyer ships activated their defensive weapons. Closian weapon systems created dense barrages in the sky, attempting to intercept the incoming missiles. Even some interstellar missiles were used for interception. These defensive measures did have some effect, as explosions formed vortices in front of the Swarm Civilization fleet, clearly intercepting a significant number of missiles. However, more Xiaolong interstellar missiles broke through these smoke vortices and continued towards their targets. Within the Swarm Civilization fleet, all ships capable of interception gave their all, knowing the catastrophic consequences if such a dense missile barrage landed on them. Despite their best efforts, only a few missiles were successfully intercepted. The sheer number of enemy missiles was overwhelming. Finally, some missiles broke through the defensive net and hit the star shields of the Swarm Civilization ships. Explosions blossomed instantly, like countless torches igniting in the dark cosmos. More and more Swarm Civilization ships were engulfed in flames. Whether they were T4, T5, or T6 class ships, none could survive this wave of missile attacks. This included the T6 Holy Blood Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ships, whose T6 class missiles had staggering power. As the smoke cleared, the Emperor's Guard fleet charged into the battlefield without hesitation, unconcerned about friendly fire. At this moment, an elf adjutant hurriedly reported to Commander Elf Xavier, "The Dragon Emperor has ordered our fleet to follow up and maintain the offensive line. But the battlefield ahead is covered in explosion smoke and dust, making it impossible to see. Many captains are worried about friendly fire." Upon hearing this, Commander Elf Xavier's face changed dramatically. Before he could respond, the Flame Elf King in the video window coldly remarked, "Xavier, when did your 30th Legion fleet become so cowardly? Are they afraid to advance just because of some smoke and fire? Xiaolong's ships dare to charge. Are they braver than the soldiers of our Holy Elf Empire?" Hearing the Flame Elf King's angry question, Commander Elf Xavier felt a sense of dread. In this battle, the combat capabilities demonstrated by the Xiaolong Fleet Group clearly suppressed the Holy Elven Fleet Group. However, the elves lacked the courage of their opponents, which was undoubtedly a resounding slap in the face. Commander Xavier of the Elves, with a grim expression, said to the Flame Elf King, "Your Majesty, this is my responsibility. I have not managed my subordinates well. But rest assured, I have given the order. All interstellar warships of the Holy Elven 30th Corps Fleet Group are now under the command of the Dragon Emperor. They will absolutely obey any orders. I will personally oversee the battle, and if any ship shows cowardice or disobeys, I will be the first to execute them." After speaking, Commander Xavier, barely able to contain his anger, turned to his elven adjutant, who sent me that message. "List their names and contact them all. Do they think my previous words were just wind in their ears? Are they afraid to advance just because of some explosions and smoke ahead? How come the Xiaolong's interstellar warships dare to charge in? I can tolerate our ships being inferior and our combat experience lacking, but if they lack even the most basic courage, they might as well get out. Commander Xavier quickly contacted several individuals, harshly reprimanding them as a warning to others. After this, no one dared to mention the matter again. On the battlefield, the Holy Elven interstellar warships followed orders and charged into the smoke with the Emperor's guard fleet. The Flame Elf King glared coldly at Commander Xavier, warning, "If this happens again, regardless of whose fault it is, I will hold you accountable." Commander Xavier immediately assured, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, it will not happen again." He then reiterated this to his adjutant, demanding that the warning be conveyed down the ranks, promising severe punishment for any further transgressions. On the battlefield, the barrage of interstellar missiles continued relentlessly. Their sheer number made them difficult to intercept completely. Observant individuals would notice that the missile fire coverage of the Hell Angel Ace fleet group was gradually advancing, as if sweeping the battlefield inch by inch. The Elven adjutant reported, "Interstellar fleets from other regions are rushing to support the attack route. The Dragon Emperor has issued a death order, demanding that fleets from other directions attack at all costs, to hold off the enemy on the main battlefield as much as possible." This situation was anticipated. The devouring civilization, realizing the Xiaolong Empire's intent to destroy the three soul altars, would naturally mobilize more warships for protection. Commander Xavier immediately inquired, "Is our Holy Elven 30th Corps fleet group executing this order?" The adjutant replied, "Yes, every corps and regiment fleet is strictly following the orders, without any slack." With the previous lesson learned, anyone causing trouble now would be courting death. Time was of the essence, and the devouring civilization had a significant numerical advantage. Even with full-force attacks on all fronts, it was difficult to completely restrain the enemy. The opposing fleet would inevitably appear on the main attack route, and the longer the delay, the less favorable the tactic of swiftly destroying the three soul altars would become. Though the Flame Elf King was far in the rear, he had a keen understanding of the battlefield situation. The Elven adjutant, gazing out the porthole at the still falling meteor shower of missiles, muttered softly, "So many interstellar missiles. There should be no problem, right?" At this moment, no one dared to give a definitive answer. They could only wait for the outcome. The Flame Elf King suddenly spoke. "This reminds me of the Hell Angel Ace Fleet Group's motto." Commander Xavier asked, "What is their motto?" "Where the angel's wings reach, the starry sky becomes a purgatory, and silence means annihilation." Upon hearing these words, everyone fell silent. The phrase was all too fitting for the scene before them. The interstellar missile bombardment from the Hell's Angels elite fleet of the Jiaolong Empire lasted a full 10 minutes, with every missile launched. Though the dust in the distance had yet to settle completely, everyone who witnessed it was filled with awe. This was the true power of the Hell's Angels elite fleet of the Jiaolong Empire. Even through the video screen, the Flame Elf King could feel the heart-pounding intimidation. Commander Xavier of the Elf Forces opened his mouth, but found himself speechless, the shock in his heart beyond words. His deputy stood frozen, eyes glued to the area where the invading fleet of the Devourer civilization had been bombarded by the interstellar missiles. The Flame Elf King was the first to regain composure, shifting her focus to more critical battlefield information. "Do we have any data on enemy casualties from this attack?" Commander Xavier immediately responded, "We are currently compiling the data and will report to you as soon as we have it." The Flame Elf King nodded, her gaze fixed on the dust-covered area of the explosion. She knew this was far from over. The firepower assault by the Hell's Angels elite fleet was just the beginning. The true outcome would depend on the three soul altars. As the dust began to clear, the battlefield became visible. The area once occupied by the invading fleet of the Devourer civilization was now a vast expanse. In this newly cleared space, the tracks of the Imperial Guard fleet were evident, followed closely by the Holy Elf 30th Legion fleet. Their mission was to secure a safe retreat route for this offensive. Commander Xavier whispered to his deputy, "Any friendly ships hit by mistake?" The deputy replied excitedly, "According to our inquiries, not a single one of our starships was hit by the Hell's Angels elite fleet's missiles. It seems the Long Huang had pre-notified the potentially affected starships of the missile impact points and explosion locations. Our starships strictly followed Long Huang's instructions, down to the exact speed and course. The missile impact points, explosion timings, and affected areas were unbelievably precise. As long as we stayed within the allowed range, we were absolutely safe." Hearing this, Commander Xavier widened his eyes in disbelief, looking towards the T-6 Long Huang Interstellar Command ship. He was unsure whether to marvel at the precision of the Hell's Angels elite fleet's attack or at Long Huang's data analysis capabilities. But from the results, it was clear that this demonstrated the Jiaolong Corps' exceptional combat skills and coordination. They dared to launch such a fierce attack amidst friendly fleets without fear of friendly fire, a level of trust that was truly astounding. Commander Xavier couldn't help but question himself. Could his fleet achieve this level of coordination? The answer was obvious. The Flame Elf King, having overheard their conversation, genuinely praised, "The Jiaolong core fleet never ceases to amaze us." Commander Xavier nodded in agreement. As a soldier, even a proud high elf had to acknowledge this fact. At that moment, the deputy excitedly reported, "We just received the first round of statistical results from the Hells Angels elite fleet's bombardment. While it may not be entirely accurate, the rough numbers shouldn't be too far off." The Flame Elf King and Commander Xavier immediately perked up, eagerly awaiting the crucial battle outcome data. The Elven lieutenant promptly reported, "During the 10-minute fire strike by the Hells Angels elite fleet, we destroyed 200,000 interstellar warships from the devouring civilization. This includes nearly 50 T6 class ships, almost 10,000 T5 class ships, and the rest were T4 class. Additionally, nearly 100,000 devouring civilization warships have sustained varying degrees of damage." The Flame Elf King and Commander Xavier both showed expressions of shock and approval upon hearing these staggering numbers. They had witnessed the entire attack firsthand and experienced the terrifying power of these interstellar missile ships, understanding the accuracy of the data. Commander Xavier remarked, "To annihilate 200,000 warships in just 10 minutes, equivalent to the size of 2 Legion fleets, I've never seen such a formidable battlefield weapon." The Flame Elf King suddenly asked, "Xavier, what would happen if our holy elven empire faced these interstellar warships?" Commander Xavier, slightly taken aback, quickly responded seriously, "If we were to engage with a Legion fleet equipped with these interstellar missile ships, even with full preparation, we would lose at least 50,000 holy elven interstellar warships under such a fire strike." The Flame Elf King remained silent, aware that the actual loss could be even greater. This elite fleet of the Draconic Empire was like a guillotine hanging over the enemy's head, serving as a powerful deterrent even without being used, constraining the opponent's strategic planning. The Elven lieutenant muttered softly, "But these interstellar missile ships have very weak defenses. If we could find an opportunity to launch a surprise attack." Commander Xavier gave a disapproving look and retorted, "Do you think the officers and Emperor of the Draconic Empire aren't aware of this? Do you think they would let you easily approach this elite fleet?" The Flame Elf King summed up, "Everyone knows the weaknesses of interstellar missile ships, but the problem is you simply can't get close to them. The Draconic Empire is renowned for its adept use of interstellar missile ship tactics, and no enemy has been able to truly threaten these warships so far." Commander Xavier and the lieutenant fell silent, their emotions mixed. While they were pleased to have heavily damaged the invading fleet of the devouring civilization, they were also uneasy about the neighboring Draconic Empire possessing such powerful weapons. The Flame Elf King interrupted their thoughts. "Stop worrying about that. Right now, we are allies. Other matters can wait until after the war." She knew that staying vigilant was important, but they couldn't let these concerns affect the current battle. At that moment, the situation on the battlefield began to change. Their gazes also turned to the past. The Hell Angels flagship fleet had cleared a vast area between the 3 Soul Altars and the Imperial Guard fleet with their powerful bombardments. At this moment, the T6 Luosha Hades-class interstellar dreadnought had reached the front line. Facing a hastily assembled fleet of over 100,000 Black Legion ships, this was the last line of defense for the 3 Soul Altars. The main weapon of the Luosha Hades, the fearless cannon, Demon King mode, was ready to fire. The crew's eyes were fixed on Marshal Charlotte on the command platform. The Marshal stared at the star map. A red line extending from the Luosha Hades-class interstellar dreadnought crossed the positions of the first 2 Soul Altars, but narrowly missed the third. "Prepare to fire the fearless cannon, Demon King mode. Also, order the navigation department to turn hard to port immediately. Even when the main weapon is firing, don't stop," Marshal Charlotte ordered in a deep voice. The vice captain, worried, reminded, "Marshal, we've never attempted to turn the ship while firing the fearless cannon, Demon King mode. Could this be risky?" "Time waits for no one," Marshal Charlotte responded firmly. "Every minute we delay, more shields will appear in front of those 3 Soul Altars. We must attack now. Fire." Seeing that persuasion was futile, the vice captain had no choice but to follow the order. The bow of the T6 Luosha Hades-class interstellar dreadnought began to glow, and then a dazzling beam of light illuminated the entire universe. Everyone on the battlefield could see this brilliant beam, and all starships in its path were instantly obliterated, whether they belonged to the devouring civilization or the newly formed Black Legion fleet. The beam quickly reached the first Soul Altar, where an energy shield appeared. The collision between the shield and the beam was as spectacular as a comet striking a planet. The Elven adjutant covered her mouth in tension, whispering, "That's the energy shield of a level 5 Soul Altar." It's said to be as strong as a T-6 class interstellar battleship. Commander Xavier of the Elves muttered. Now we can only see how powerful this T-6 Luosha Hades class interstellar dreadnought really is. Even the most advanced interstellar battleships might not be able to break through such a defense shield. Everyone knew that this moment was the turning point of the battle, and everything depended on the T-6 Luosha Hades class interstellar dreadnought. Seconds later, the energy shield of the first Soul Altar suddenly shattered, and the beam pierced through the altar. After the explosion, the beam continued forward, targeting the second Soul Altar. Come on, come on! The Elven adjutant couldn't help but pray for the fearsome interstellar warship. If we can destroy two Soul Altars, the situation on this battlefield will change dramatically. The Flame Elf King on the other side of the video screen unconsciously clenched her fists, biting her lip and whispering, Zhao Chen, don't let us down. This strike was not only the turning point of the war, but could also give her more influence in the High Council, securing more support for the Xiaolong Empire. The energy shield of the second Soul Altar also shattered. The Elven adjutant cheered excitedly. Great! But the beam didn't stop and continued forward. Commander Xavier exclaimed in awe. The range is incredible. Even our Holy Elf Empire's most advanced T6 class cluster laser cannons don't have such range. However, the Elven adjutant suddenly noticed something unusual and shouted, Wait, something's wrong. The attack trajectory is slightly off. It might miss the third Soul Altar. At this moment, everyone's attention was drawn to that massive beam of light, which suddenly struck the defensive shield outside the third Soul Altar. However, upon closer inspection, it became clear that the beam's impact point was slightly off from the altar itself. This indicated that even without the shield, the attack might not have hit its intended target. Nevertheless, the personnel of the Devourer civilization controlling the Soul Altar were not willing to take any chances and continued to maintain the defensive shield. Meanwhile, the power of the cluster laser fired by the T-6 Rakshasa Hades-class interstellar dreadnought had noticeably weakened due to the increased energy consumption over long distances. Report, the core energy consumption of the dreadnought cannon has exceeded 70 and is approaching the high-risk zone. The officer in charge of the dreadnought cannon's Demon King weapon module solemnly reported to Marshal Charlotte. The deputy captain immediately added, under normal circumstances, the energy consumption of the dreadnought cannon's two attack modes does not exceed 50 during regular use. This time, we've gone beyond standard operating procedures, which could lead to wear and overload of the main weapon module. If we continue, the consequences are unpredictable. Although Charlotte was the captain of the T-6 Rakshasa Hades-class interstellar dreadnought, her true identity was that of a 5-star marshal of the Empire and the commander of the Newline Ace Fleet Group. Therefore, the daily management of the starship was mostly handled by the more ship-savvy deputy captain. Turning to the young female deputy captain, Charlotte said gravely, You know the Rakshasa Hades best. Manage this critical juncture carefully. But remember, our main objective is to destroy the enemy's 3 Soul Altars. The Hell Angel Ace Fleet Group and the Emperor's Guard Fleet are clearing the battlefield for us, and His Majesty the Emperor is watching us from nearby. The female deputy captain remained silent for a moment before replying firmly, Rest assured, Marshal, I know what to do. With that, she personally went to the main weapon control department, standing behind all the staff, closely monitoring the data from various instruments. On the control panel, yellow warning signals were already spread across various module nodes, indicating they were nearing their limits. Soon, red alarms began to appear. Just as the department head was about to speak, the deputy captain immediately ordered, Ignore them. Without my command, the weapon attack must not stop. Not far away, Charlotte glanced over and then turned her attention away, trusting her subordinate. She focused solely on the starship's core energy, which had now plummeted to just 20. This was an unprecedentedly dangerous situation for the Rakshasa Hades-class interstellar dreadnought, as if it were teetering on the edge of a cliff. The situation had now turned into a race. Would the Rakshasa Hades-class interstellar dreadnought's core energy be depleted first, or would the Soul Altar's energy shield be breached first? Meanwhile, the surrounding Devourer civilization invasion fleet was doing everything it could to reinforce the area. Tens of thousands of summoned Black Legion ships were throwing themselves into the path of the terrifying cluster laser like moths to a flame, trying to use their shields and hulls to buy more time for the Soul Altar behind them. Oh my god! That cluster laser seems to be slightly deviating from its original attack trajectory, the elf adjutant suddenly exclaimed. Elf Commander Xavier widened his eyes and immediately pulled up the relevant data and battlefield model. Indeed, the attack trajectory of the terrifying cluster laser from the T-6 Rakshasa Hades-class interstellar dreadnought was different from before. The elf adjutant reached a shocking conclusion. This T-6 Rakshasa Hades-class interstellar dreadnought is adjusting its bow direction while using the bow cannon. Commander Xavier the Elf and the Flame Elf King fell silent, their eyes fixed on the battlefield. Conducting an offensive while navigating wasn't particularly difficult, but it did involve trade-offs. The T-6 Rakshasa Underworld-class interstellar dreadnought was unleashing a ferocious assault while also adjusting its bow direction, significantly increasing the difficulty. Any slight error could cause massive damage to the starship. The two elven leaders once again marveled at the military technology of the Xiaolong Empire. Suddenly, the elf adjutant shouted excitedly, "Look! The shield of the third soul altar seems to be failing." Indeed, the shield under continuous attack started showing signs of instability. As the light screen dissipated, the long-stalled, terrifying cluster laser finally shot out, targeting the last soul altar. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. The laser didn't hit the altar's core directly, but struck its flank, like taking a bite out of an apple. Even more frightening, the laser continued to move towards the center, gradually destroying the altar structure. The elf adjutant clenched his fist, cheering for the Xiaolong Empire's warship. "You can do it! Just a bit more effort." Commander Xavier and the Flame Elf King also focused intently on the scene. However, the deputy captain of the Dreadnought Cannon Department on the Rakshasa Underworld-class starship noticed that 1/10 of the control panel windows were showing red warnings, with most of the others displaying yellow overload indicators. The core energy was down to less than 10. Finally, the deputy captain issued the command, "Cease fire." "Cease fire," echoed the department head, shutting down the Dreadnought Cannon weapon module. The terrifying cluster laser disappeared into the dark void of space like a light bulb being switched off, leaving only a stretch of emptiness along its attack path and the shattered corner of the soul altar. The deputy captain quickly returned to the command platform to report to Marshal Charlotte. "Report. The core energy of the Rakshasa Underworld-class dreadnought is down to 10, and the Dreadnought Cannon weapon module has reached its overload limit. Considering the circumstances, halting the attack is the best option." Marshal Charlotte nodded. "Understood." She then issued follow-up combat orders through the command channel for the entire battlefield, as the initial objectives had been achieved. The elf adjutant looked at the spot where the laser had vanished, feeling a sense of emptiness. "Is it over?" Commander Xavier quickly regained his composure and immediately ordered, "Calculate the probability that the damaged soul altar can still function normally." "Yes, sir." The elf adjutant promptly began the analysis. The immediate priority was to assess the extent of damage to the soul altar and whether it was severe enough to affect its normal operation. This directly impacted the success of the surprise attack. If only 2 altars were destroyed and 1 remained intact, the gain would be significant, but the battlefield pressure would still be immense. The Flame Elf King surveyed the battlefield with a complex expression. "Judging by the damage to that soul altar, it likely won't function properly. The Xiaolong Corps' battle plan has succeeded." She thought to herself that if the task had been assigned to the Holy Elf Corps fleet, success would have been improbable, and no one would have agreed to such a risky plan. Finally, the Flame Elf King said to Commander Xavier, "I'm withdrawing. You continue to oversee this battlefield. Remember one thing. Unconditionally cooperate with the Xiaolong Corps' operations." "Understood," Commander Xavier responded solemnly. Commander Xavier's eyes flashed with determination upon hearing the order. He had no doubts about it. The Griffin Legion had already demonstrated their capability by completing such arduous combat missions. He understood the Elven King's urgency. This battlefield maneuver was a ploy to demand more fleet support from the High Council. Xavier's thoughts raced. In the past, he might not have fully agreed with the Flame Elven King's strategy. But now, he realized this could be the Holy Elven Empire's golden opportunity to decisively confront the devouring civilization. With the powerful Griffin Empire as their ally, their combined forces could surely eliminate this looming threat. Thinking of this, Xavier's eyes sparkled with excitement. The desire to annihilate the devouring civilization was a deeply held wish for every elf. Despite assurances of the Empire's protection and the World Tree's shelter, most still felt a lingering unease. This uncertainty drove many elves to seek pleasure and indulge in anything that could uplift their spirits. Now, at last, there was a chance to join forces with a formidable ally and destroy the soul altars of the devouring civilization. Unable to contain himself, the elf adjutant interjected, "Sir, this seems to be the first recorded instance of destroying a soul altar deployed by the devouring civilization." Xavier recalled the battle records of the devouring civilization against other interstellar civilizations and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this is the first time an interstellar fleet has destroyed a soul altar of the devouring civilization, and they've taken down 3 at once. Previously, the best result was a heavily damaged altar by one civilization at great cost, without actually destroying it, and exhausting their top military forces in the process. The elf adjutant, brimming with excitement, asked, "Does this mean we truly have a chance to defeat the devouring civilization?" Xavier pondered for a moment, and then said solemnly, "If the High Council isn't made up of fools, they should recognize that this is our only opportunity now and in the future. As the Flame Elven King stated, the chance is right before us. If we don't seize it, once the fires of the devouring civilization reach the Holy Elven Empire's homeland, we'll be utterly helpless." At that moment, Secretary Lilith excitedly reported to Zhao Chen, "Sir, 3 soul altars have been destroyed. Although one is merely damaged, it won't be operational in the short term." Zhao Chen couldn't hide his smile. "I saw that." He then turned his gaze to the interstellar war map, where the remaining invading fleets of the devouring civilization were in disarray. Some fleets, initially poised to support the soul altars, were now frozen in place, unsure of their next move. The T-6 Rakshasa-class interstellar dreadnought's single shot had completely turned the tide of the battle. Suddenly, Charlotte's communication video window popped up. She reported in a serious tone, "Your Majesty, the plan has been initiated. The first step is complete, confirming its feasibility." Zhao Chen nodded. "Since it's viable today, proceed as you initially planned." Charlotte hesitated, but Zhao Chen remained resolute. "I know what you're thinking. If she chose that position, she must act according to her choice. It's her decision. No matter what situation or danger arises, it's her choice. In the Griffin Legion, there are no special exceptions." Charlotte acknowledged the order and ended the communication. Lilith, standing nearby, seemed hesitant to speak. Zhao Chen smiled and asked, "What? Are you worried about her too?" Lilith sighed. "She is your? This mission is extremely dangerous." Even Charlotte initially reported the success rate was less than 50%. Zhao Chen said firmly, "The mission is indeed dangerous, but it can solve the major threat hanging over us. We must take the risk, no matter how great. I believe in her." The battlefield dynamics in the Luoyang 11 star system underwent a dramatic shift due to the destruction of 3 soul altars. The Hell Angel Ace Fleet, the Emperor's Guard Fleet, and the T-6 Rakshasa Hades-class interstellar dreadnoughts launched a powerful offensive, inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy. What was once a spherical battlefield quickly transformed into a concave shape. Although the Soaring Dragon Legion and the Holy Elf Legion had the opportunity to split the enemy's battlefield in two, the mission to destroy the altars had drained most of their combat power. Even the T-6 Rakshasa Hades-class interstellar dreadnoughts had to retreat to the second line due to energy shortages, barely maintaining the current formation. The devouring civilization's invasion fleet was caught off guard by this sudden assault, unable to mount an effective response for the time being. Their attack intensity even dropped back to previous levels. Clearly, the rapid changes in the battle situation had exceeded their expectations. On the bridge of the Dragon King Interstellar Command ship, Charlotte's holographic image appeared before Zhao Chen to report the battle results. Zhao Chen nodded with satisfaction. "I saw everything. You all did great." Charlotte didn't elaborate further, but instead analyzed seriously. "The enemy's 3 soul altars have been destroyed, and the Dark Legion fleet is down to less than 10,000 ships, posing no significant threat. Our multidirectional coordination inflicted massive losses on the enemy. Not only in the main attack direction, but also in other faint areas, we achieved an astonishing 20-10 kill ratio. In a single hour, we destroyed over 200,000 interstellar warships, totaling nearly 500,000 during this phase. Although we lost nearly 30,000 warships, the situation has turned in our favor." She continued, "The Hell Angel Ace fleet has entered the resupply phase and has chosen to head to Luoyang City for this. Given the fleet's massive scale, resupplying there might cause logistical congestion, so returning to Luoyang City is the best option." Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. "Proceed with the best option." Charlotte added, "According to calculations, resupplying the Hell Angel Ace fleet will take at least 24 hours. This timeline was within Zhao Chen's expectations, considering the intensity of resupplying nearly 40,000 interstellar missile ships. If not for the Soaring Dragon Empire's efficient resupply protocols and the support of T-6-class interstellar transport and supply ships, the process would have taken even longer." Charlotte continued to report, "Additionally, with the technology provided by the Holy Elf Empire, we can indeed destroy the cosmic space channels established by the devouring civilization." She pulled up a video window, showing a starry sky-like rupture slowly healing. Zhao Chen observed this scene carefully. According to the information shared by the Holy Elf Empire, this was near-savant-level civilization black technology used by the devouring civilization, provided by order. It could establish short-lived space channels, but with limited capacity, resulting in multiple rupture windows. The fatal flaw of the spatial channels is that they cannot allow soul entities to pass through, which is why the Dark Fleet under Order's command cannot directly invade the Xiaolong Empire's universe. To overcome this obstacle, Order has had to deploy other types of minions. However, the Holy Elven Empire has long mastered the technology to disrupt these spatial channels. Reaching T5 level in spatial technology is enough to handle this easily, with the only requirement being proximity to the spatial window. In previous battles, the Xiaolong fleet had already approached some of the decayed windows and successfully conducted disruption experiments. The current scene is a testament to this achievement. Zhao Chen looked around, nodding in satisfaction. As long as we can do it, don't destroy them all for now. We need to avoid affecting our subsequent battle plans. He turned to Charlotte, who nodded in understanding. Zhao Chen continued. Although we have successfully thwarted the Devourer civilization's attack plan this time, they will not give up easily. We must prepare for the next wave of attacks. Charlotte's expression was serious as she said, "To be honest, given the current state of our Xiaolong fleet, we cannot withstand a few more such offensives from the Devourer civilization. They could send out 10 million, 20 million, or even 30 million interstellar warships at any time, along with an unknown number of soul altars. And us? We've already deployed almost all our armed forces. The newly built interstellar warships are barely maintaining the frontline consumption. It's hard to muster more combat power. As we increase the frequency of using interstellar missiles, the pressure on logistics and supplies will also grow. As Lilith mentioned, under such high-intensity combat, we won't last long. Once we lose the interstellar missiles, our trump card, the battlefield situation will quickly collapse." Zhao Chen's expression was grim. He was well aware of these issues. The gap between the Xiaolong Empire and the Devourer civilization was currently insurmountable. If not for the support of 5 Holy Elven fleet groups before the war, the Xiaolong Empire situation could be even more perilous. The Devourer civilization is rumored to possess over 80 million interstellar warships, yet they have deployed less than half of their military forces so far. Even so, the Xiaolong Empire has already put forth its utmost effort, highlighting the precariousness of their current situation. In a low voice, Zhao Chen said, "I hope our performance this time makes it clear to some people what they need to do." Charlotte understood, but as the Grand Marshal of the Empire, she could not change the situation and could only strive for better results on the battlefield. Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte and solemnly said, "No matter what, the most important thing right now is to do our job well. That peace is in place, and when to act is up to your arrangement. You don't need my order. You can command at any time." He granted Charlotte significant authority. Charlotte nodded firmly. Meanwhile, in the High Council of the Holy Elven Empire, the Flame Elf King had personally returned to Lunistar in the Sacred Tree star system, standing in the council chamber. After playing a series of battlefield videos and data, she looked around at the council members and the 4 Elf Kings seated on their thrones and said solemnly, "This is the battle that took place 10 hours ago in the Luoyang 11-star system of the Xiaolong Empire's universe. The Devourer civilization invested nearly 5 million interstellar warships and 3 T5 soul altars in this small star system, launching the strongest offensive ever. But even under such intense assault, the Supreme Commander and the Emperor of the Xiaolong Empire personally led an inspiring military operation on the battlefield. Under the fire support of the Interstellar Missile Fleet, the Emperor's elite fleet launched an assault, coordinated by the Sacred Elven 30th Legion Fleet. Ultimately, the T6 Rakshasa Underworld-class interstellar dreadnought unleashed a devastating shot from its superbow cannon, obliterating 3 level 5 soul altars of the devouring civilization. The voice of the Flame Elven King echoed through the conference hall. "You all know that before this, the soul altars of the devouring civilization were their trump card, a death knell for every invaded interstellar civilization. No military force had ever destroyed even 1 soul altar. But now, the Xiaolong Empire has taken down 3. This proves their strength." Her gaze swept across everyone present, her voice rising. "With their support, we have a real chance to eliminate the devouring civilization. Seeing such a battle outcome, I don't understand what you are hesitating about. Do you really want to wait until the invasion fleet of the devouring civilization breaches our sacred Elven Empire to regret it?" The Flame Elven King's challenge plunged the conference hall into silence. No one dared to respond, for they knew full well that the Sacred Elven Legion could not withstand an attack of this scale. Their pride did not equate to foolishness. Private battle simulations had already made them acutely aware of the terrifying power of the devouring civilization. Right now, the Xiaolong Empire's forces are still fighting bloodily. Next, the enraged devouring civilization will surely send more warships to invade maybe 10 million, maybe 20 million, or even 30 million ships. The Flame Elven King's voice grew somber. The Xiaolong Empire is strong, but has reached its limits. If we continue to stand by, or even withdraw our forces as previously agreed, the Xiaolong Empire will be annihilated. And the next target will be us. Her gaze sharpened, her voice icy. If I were the Xiaolong Emperor, facing such a situation, what do you think I would do? I would be angry, filled with hatred. Not towards the devouring civilization, for they are the enemy. I would hate you, hate the sacred Elven Empire, hate that I once allied with a bunch of ignorant fools. Knowing that defeat is inevitable, I would launch an attack on the sacred Elven Empire. They wouldn't dare. An elite elf stood up and shouted. The flame Elven king sneered. If their homeland is destined to be destroyed, why wouldn't they dare? Or perhaps you're gambling. So let me ask you, if such a situation arises and the Xiaolong Empire's fleet aims its cannons at us, or even directly invades the sacred Elven Empire, what kind of situation will we face? Even if we eventually defeat them, what kind of casualties will those terrifying interstellar warships inflict on us? These words plunged the elite elves present into deep thought. The battlefield videos just played had left a profound impression on them. The powerful Xiaolong interstellar warships, especially the Hell Angels elite fleet, seemed capable of igniting the entire universe with their firepower. The T-6 Rakshasa underworld-class interstellar dreadnought alone, with its power comparable to an entire fleet, was a sword hanging over their heads if it threatened the sacred Elven Empire. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, the flame Elven King knew her words had taken effect. She softened her tone and made her request. I don't ask for much. Allow me to take my Legion fleet now, and give me 5 sacred Elven Legion fleets to support the Xiaolong Empire on the battlefield. She didn't ask for too much because she knew these people's temperaments well. The more she asked for, the longer they would hesitate. And now, the Xiaolong Empire's battlefield could not afford to wait. Upon hearing the proposal from the Flame Elf Queen, the members of the High Council began to murmur among themselves. Compared to their previous attitudes, many were now seriously considering the suggestion. Some even felt that the demand was not unreasonable and could be accepted. This shift in perspective clearly indicated that the recent battle by the Xiaolong Legion had, to some extent, convinced these High Elves. The Flame Elf Queen frowned as she watched the High Elves discuss. Her face remained expressionless, but internally, she felt a deep sense of disgust. At this moment, she even began to doubt the validity of the Holy Elf Empire's current system. Reflecting on the system of the Xiaolong Empire, its efficiency was astonishing. In contrast, these people in front of her only delayed crucial decisions time and again. Just then, a High Elf counselor directed the question to the other 4 Elf Kings. What are the opinions of the esteemed Elf Kings? The Kagaya Elf King maintained his earlier stance. With a cold gaze, he slowly scanned the room and said, I don't deny the combat prowess the Xiaolong Empire has demonstrated. However, consider this. If the Xiaolong Empire possesses such strength, once we eliminate the devouring civilization, might they become our next enemy? From what I understand, the Xiaolong Empire has been at war for most of its 3-year existence. Even looking at the history of their leader, Xiaolong Lord, it's a chronicle of continuous warfare. Can we trust such a person not to become the next tyrant after defeating the 3 monarchs of the devouring civilization? The Kagaya Elf King's words were like a wake-up call, plunging everyone into deep thought. The warning was clear to all. The Flame Elf Queen glared at the Kagaya Elf King. She couldn't stand this sharp-tongued, narrow-minded individual. If not for the support of the Kagaya tribe, he wouldn't have the qualifications to be an Elf King. Suppressing her anger, she retorted, I don't deny that your concern has some merit. But based on my investigation, the Xiaolong Empire has always engaged in defensive counterattacks and has never initiated an invasion against any interstellar civilization. If you don't believe me, you can investigate yourselves. It's no secret. Moreover, the immediate threat remains the devouring civilization. Compared to the potential threat of the Xiaolong Empire, isn't the present danger from the devouring civilization something we should be addressing? The Aqua Elf Queen, with her usual gentle tone, said, I believe we should look at the bigger picture. As Solomon mentioned, the combat power displayed by the Xiaolong Empire proves they can contend with the devouring civilization. We are all aware of the threat posed by the devouring civilization. This is a rare opportunity. I agree to send a second fleet of reinforcements to the Xiaolong Empire. The Flame Elf Queen breathed a sigh of relief and turned her gaze to the remaining 2 Elf Kings. It all depended on them now. With 5 Elf Kings, the majority would rule. As long as one of them sided with her, it would be enough. Unexpectedly, the Emerald Elf King stepped forward to show support. The interstellar warships of the Xiaolong Empire are indeed formidable. Many of their warships surpass our own in combat capability and are far superior to the grotesque ships of the devouring civilization. The T-6 Rakshasa Dreadnought, the T-6 Gluttony Battleship, and the T-6 Dragon Emperor Command Ship all possess technological levels we cannot match. This gives them the ability to counter the devouring civilization. I believe we should support them now. The Flame Elf Queen exhaled in relief again. She understood the Emerald Elf King's perspective. As a scholar and scientist, he was known for his rigorous and cautious approach. This time, the impressive combat performance of the Xiaolong interstellar warships had evidently convinced him. Seeing that 3 Elf Kings already supported sending the second reinforcement fleet, the Radiant Elf King said, since Mansfield also agrees, my stance becomes irrelevant. The majority of the Elf Kings support sending the second reinforcements to the Xiaolong Empire's cosmic battlefield. Now it's up to the High Council members to decide. With that, he handed the matter back to the High Council. The High Council, though nominally the governing core of the Holy Elven Empire, is essentially a reflection of the thoughts of the 5 Elven Kings. Since the majority of the Elven Kings had reached a consensus, the High Council's agreement was a foregone conclusion. The following hours were filled with intense discussions in the meeting room, as everyone debated fiercely over the scale of the reinforcement fleet. Eventually, a somewhat compromised plan emerged. 5 Holy Elven Legion fleets would be dispatched to support the Xiaolong Empire's battlefield, but the request from the Flame Elven King to deploy her own Legion fleet was denied. This decision left the Flame Elven King displeased, but faced with the insistence of the others, she had no choice but to accept it grudgingly. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for further disputes. With a hint of reluctance, the Flame Elven King led the 5 Holy Elven Legion fleets on their mission to support the Xiaolong Empire. By the time the Flame Elven King arrived on the bridge of the T-6 Longlong interstellar command ship, she had regained her usual composure. Smiling, she reported to Emperor Zhao Chen, "Your Majesty, I have brought 5 Holy Elven Legion fleets this time. We will fully cooperate with your military operations." A sly glint appeared in Zhao Chen's eyes as he teased. "Any restrictions like before?" The Flame Elven King shrugged helplessly and admitted, "Officially, there are no restrictions, but those folks will definitely keep a close watch on us. If the results and losses don't match up, or if the losses are too severe, they might intervene and withdraw these fleets at any moment." Zhao Chen nodded in understanding and then turned his attention to Marshal Charlotte. "Marshal Charlotte, whatever combat missions you have, you can assign them directly now." The Flame Elven King also looked at Charlotte, her eyes filled with genuine trust and respect. In her view, the capabilities of this Imperial Grand Marshal far surpassed her own. Charlotte didn't stand on ceremony and directly issued orders. "Please deploy these 5 new Legion fleets to support 5 different battlefields, allowing our original 5 Legion fleets to rotate out for comprehensive rest and recovery." The Flame Elven King silently accepted this arrangement, fully aware that the combat readiness of the Xiaolong Empire's Legion fleets far exceeded that of her own. They could efficiently recover during battles, whereas the Holy Elven Legion fleets were increasingly worn out from continuous combat. Turning her attention, the Flame Elven King asked with concern, "What has the devouring civilization been up to during this time?" Having been delayed for over 2 days traveling back and forth to the Holy Elven Empire, she was quite anxious about the battlefield situation. Charlotte responded gravely, "Since the last major battle, the enemy's offensive has significantly slowed, maintaining only low-frequency engagements. Daily losses have even hit a new low since the war began. But we can't let our guard down. This could very well be the calm before the storm. Since the devouring civilization hasn't chosen to retreat, it means they have further plans." The Flame Elven King nodded in agreement. Once the devouring civilization sets its sights on an interstellar civilization, they won't give up easily. They've invested so many resources in the Xiaolong Empire's universe. Retreating now would mean a 6-month to a year-long preparation for the next wave. So, they won't give up. Besides, order is watching them, and poor performance will lead to punishment. Charlotte suddenly raised a critical question. "On that note, I'd like to hear your opinion. Do you think the devouring civilization might launch an all-out war against our Xiaolong Empire's universe, deploying all their interstellar warships to our battlefield?" The Flame Elven King shook her head without hesitation and explained, "That's something those 3 monarchs would never do. They must always ensure the stability of their own territories and won't risk deploying all their forces to a single location. There are plenty of enemies that devour civilizations." A flicker of caution crossed the eyes of the Flame Elf King as he scanned the surroundings to ensure no outsiders were present. Only then did he lower his voice and continue, "Within our known boundaries, apart from the Sacred Elf Empire universe and the Xiaolong Empire universe, there are no other universes. But who can guarantee there aren't other civilizations farther away?" He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present to ensure they were listening intently. "According to intelligence from our undercover agents within the devouring civilization, their exploration technology far surpasses ours. Even more concerning, they recently underwent a major upgrade, tripling their exploration range." Charlotte furrowed her brow, pondering. "You mean, in the eyes of the devouring civilization, there might be more universes we are unaware of?" The Flame Elf King nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. These unknown universes could already be aware of our war. In such a scenario, the devouring civilization would never risk leaving their home base vulnerable." His voice suddenly grew deeper, tinged with mystery. "Besides, do you think everyone in the devouring civilization's home universe is truly loyal to the 3 monarchs?" Charlotte's eyes lit up as she pressed on. "Are you saying the devouring civilization is unstable internally?" "Precisely. The Flame Elf King explained. Nearly half of the current population of the devouring civilization consists of kingdoms and interstellar races that chose to submit during previous invasions. Given a chance, these people might turn against the three monarchs. The monarchs are well aware of this. He continued to analyze. Meanwhile, many of our Sacred Elf Empire's fleet groups have yet to be deployed. If we find the devouring civilization's interior unguarded, we could seize the opportunity to strike. Not to mention the interstellar civilizations that have taken refuge in our universe. Although their military might is weak, they could still cause trouble for the devouring civilization. The Flame Elf King concluded. With these potential threats, the devouring civilization can't possibly commit all its military forces to the Xiaolong Empire battlefield. This explains why they only sent 15 million warships in the First War and 30 million in the Second, despite publicly declaring an arsenal of 80 million ships, with actual numbers possibly exceeding 100 million. After hearing this analysis, everyone present fell into deep thought. Charlotte broke the silence, asking, "So, in your opinion, how many fleets will the devouring civilization send to the Xiaolong Empire battlefield at most?" Without hesitation, the Flame Elf King held up 5 fingers, 50 million ships. This is a critical threshold. Exceeding this number would attract attention to their home base. He explained, based on our research, the devouring civilization never deploys more than 70 of their total warships in any external conflict. 50 million is exactly 70 of their declared fleet. Zhao Chen nodded thoughtfully. So, the Xiaolong Empire faces an additional threat of 20 million warships. The Flame Elf King let out a bitter smile. That's right, the situation is indeed grim. But from another perspective, the Xiaolong Empire is like a quagmire right now. The deeper the devouring civilization sinks, the more enemies will target them. When a certain tipping point is reached, these wolves will pounce and carve up the devouring civilization. Our Sacred Elf Empire won't miss this opportunity either. Zhao Chen understood the Flame Elf King's implication. The Xiaolong Empire had effectively become bait, luring the devouring civilization to pour in more resources. The Flame Elf King continued. I will also strive to persuade the High Council to send additional reinforcements. At least another batch of 5 million Sacred Elf warships to the Xiaolong Empire battlefield. Additionally, I have a fleet group under my command. Although it may not match the Emperor's elite fleet, it is certainly on par with any standard Imperial Legion. His words carried a hint of pride, clearly confident in his fleet's capabilities. The colossal figure that devours civilization sat upon his throne, clutching something in his enormous hand and continually stuffing it into his mouth. As he chewed, thick liquid dribbled from the corners of his mouth, and in the silence of the Grand Hall, only the eerie crunch, crunch sound echoed. 2 holographic projections appeared on either side of the giant figure. One of the lean figures stared coldly at the constantly chewing mouth, a flicker of disgust in his eyes. He knew that the mouth was chewing on none other than the supreme commander of a certain devoured civilization's interstellar fleet, who once commanded 1 million starships. However, after just a month of war, this fleet had been reduced to less than 300,000 ships. The corpulent monarch spat out a mechanical arm, which bounced a few times on the ground, still covered in blood and flesh. Useless waste of space, he remarked casually. The armored figure interrupted them in a deep voice. Let's get to business. The lean monarch reported icily. The Xiaolong Empire is stronger than we anticipated. They possess several near T-7 class starships with formidable combat power. We lost 3 level 5 soul altars to one of these ships. More troubling, they have a specialized interstellar missile fleet, reportedly nearly 40,000 T-6 and T-5 class missile ships. This is the main reason for our setbacks on the battlefield. The corpulent monarch showed a hint of interest. I'm quite curious about this Xiaolong Empire's emperor. I wonder how he tastes. As he spoke, he deliberately licked his lips. The armored monarch responded coldly. I've just received instructions from the great entity. We must destroy the Xiaolong Empire's universe as quickly as possible. This is the first time the great entity has given such an order, and you all know the consequences of failure. Hearing this, the other 2 monarchs fell into a brief silence. Though they were powerful destroyers in the eyes of other civilizations, they knew that everything they had came from the Order's blessing. They dared not entertain even a single thought of defying the will of the Order. The lean monarch broke the silence. Then let's send another wave of fleet attacks. It's said that the Xiaolong Empire's main forces are on the front lines. Although the Holy Elven Empire just supported them with 500,000 warships, as long as we launch a new offensive, we can surely conquer the Xiaolong Empire's universe. The corpulent monarch nonchalantly reminded, an attack is inevitable, but we don't have many fleets left to mobilize. After all, quite a few are watching us. The armored monarch uncharacteristically made a direct statement. For this attack, we need to go all out. Deploy 30 million starships, 30 fleet groups. The other two monarchs were taken aback, their expressions turning serious. Mobilizing such a massive force at once was significant, even for a civilization that devours others. The armored monarch continued. Given the scale of the war, one of us needs to oversee it personally. I'm currently tied up, so you two decide who will go. I'll go, the lean monarch said without hesitation. I haven't had a good workout in a long time, the fat king said with a chilling smile, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I'm quite interested in the Xiaolong Empire. I have no objections, the thin king replied indifferently, his tone carrying a hint of aloofness. The armored king glanced at his two comrades and said in a deep voice, "Then the command of this battlefield will be handed over to you, fatty. I don't care about the process. I just want results. You have 1 month. Within that time, you must make significant progress in the Xiaolong Empire, not just remain in a stalemate like now." No problem, the fat king said, licking his thick, black-red tongue over his lips, a cruel glint in his eyes. Turning to the thin king, the armored king spoke seriously. Thin king, be extra vigilant during this period. The movement of so many Devourer fleet corps is bound to attract attention, and we can't rule out the possibility that they'll make a move. Don't worry, the thin king responded coldly, his eyes revealing a fierce determination. Anyone who dares make a move, I'll cut their claws off. All right, that's the plan. If anything comes up, we'll stay in touch, the armored king concluded. Understood? No problem. The communication ended. In the dimly lit hall, the fat king slowly raised his head, his deep voice echoing through the vast chamber. Relay my order, prepare the juggernaut for departure. Meanwhile, in the Xiaolong Empire's universe, Zhao Chen was in an urgent meeting with the Flame Elf King. Noticing the rare serious expression on the Elf King's face, Zhao Chen frowned and asked, "Is this the latest intel?" The Flame Elf King nodded gravely. Yes, the infamous Juggernaut King is personally leading the third wave of 30 million Devourer interstellar warships into the Xiaolong Empire battlefield. Zhao Chen analyzed solemnly. It seems the three Devourer Kings are very dissatisfied with the current state of the Xiaolong Empire battlefield. This time, they're going all out, sending 30 million warships, 30 Devourer fleet corps, to seize the initiative as quickly as possible. More importantly, the Juggernaut King personally commanding the battle is extremely rare, the Flame Elf King added. Moreover, the presence of the three kings on the battlefield means their elite three kings fleet corps will also join the fight. At the mention of the three kings fleet corps, Zhao Chen noticed a flicker of fear in the Elf King's eyes. He recalled the information about this fleet. Three corps personally assembled and commanded by the three kings, with the Juggernaut King's fleet being the largest, boasting a standard Devourer civilization core structure 100,000 interstellar warships. The Flame Elf King continued his analysis. I have reason to believe they will open new battlefronts in addition to the existing 5 to accommodate more warships. We could be facing 50 million Devourer interstellar warships. 50 million? Zhao Chen muttered. They had fought desperately for a month to destroy just 10 million Devourer warships. Even if they managed to win, it would take at least 5 more months of fighting. Not only would they need to consider whether their interstellar fleets could hold out, but the resource consumption alone would be astronomical for the Xiaolong Empire. In comparison, their forces seemed somewhat meager. The Xiaolong Empire maintained about 300,000 interstellar warships in good condition, and the Holy Elf Empire had 800,000 warships on the current battlefield. A total of over 1 million warships. 1 million against 50 million seemed overwhelmingly outmatched at first glance. However, considering the Xiaolong Fleet Corps could achieve a 10-ton kill ratio, and the Holy Elf Fleet Corps at least 5-ton, the forces appeared evenly matched. Nonetheless, how this prolonged interstellar war would unfold remained an unknown. The combat prowess of the Xiaolong Empire's fleet is formidable, yet it heavily relies on strategic resources like interstellar missiles. As the war progresses, these resources are bound to run low, drastically reducing the fleet's effectiveness. Even the flagship Xiaolong vessels and the Hell Angel Ace fleet won't be able to maintain the element of surprise they had during their initial appearance. The enemy has become familiar with their capabilities and will undoubtedly take precautions. The Flame Elf King noticed this looming crisis and anxiously reported it to Zhao Chen. However, Zhao Chen's response was unexpected. He remained calm, as if he had heard something trivial. "Aren't you worried at all?" the Flame Elf King asked, astonished. Zhao Chen shrugged and replied calmly, "I'm aware of the situation. Since we can't change the enemy's condition, what's the use of worrying? It's better to focus on finding ways to deal with it. Do you have a plan then?" The Flame Elf King's eyes lit up, pressing eagerly. Zhao Chen's slight smile only heightened the Flame Elf King's anticipation. She abandoned her usual grace, impatient to hear Zhao Chen's strategy. Given the trust they had built and the need for the Flame Elf King's cooperation in the upcoming plan, Zhao Chen decided to be transparent. He first sternly requested her to keep it confidential, then activated the encrypted communication system and began to reveal the long-devised but secret plan. Even with just a brief overview, the Flame Elf King was left astounded. "You're planning to do this? Was this considered from the beginning?" Zhao Chen explained that while the plan carried risks, it had become the only viable solution in the current circumstances. After careful consideration, the Flame Elf King agreed to keep it a secret and promised to follow Zhao Chen's orders unconditionally. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly feeling honored to be part of such an exhilarating plan. A few days later, 5 battlefields suddenly saw the appearance of numerous Devourer civilization fleet groups. According to the Flame Elf King's intelligence, the front lines of the Devourer civilization's universe were now crowded with their interstellar fleet groups. Even more alarming was the presence of the Demon King, personally leading the demon legions into battle. Among the Devourer civilization's fleet, one massive interstellar warship stood out. Its colossal size made it resemble a moving interstellar fortress. This behemoth, named the T6 Demon King Interstellar Fortress Warship, exuded an intimidating presence even from afar. In front of the monarch's throne, an officer knelt, not daring to look up at the towering figure. The chilling sound of chewing filled his ears, and he struggled to contain his fear as he reported, 30 Devourer fleet groups are ready. Over the past few days, he had witnessed the terrifying actions of the Troll King firsthand. The immense figure would grab errant officers, shoving their heads into his mouth and biting down hard, a scene that haunted his mind. Although he considered himself no saint, the visceral act of consuming people left him deeply unnerved. The Troll King's voice, tinged with mockery, rumbled, "Are you afraid of me?" "Not fear, but reverence, your majesty," the officer quickly replied. "Fear is fine," the Troll King said coldly. "I want you all to fear me, truly fear me. You should tremble at the sound of my voice. Let it be known that any mistakes made under my watch will lead to the same fate as those others. If you want to avoid that, then fight this war properly." "Yes," the officer responded immediately. "With your majesty leading us, we will surely defeat the enemy and claim victory." The Troll King ignored his subordinate and turned his gaze to several video screens. The screens were filled with the dark mass of Devourer civilization interstellar battleships. This was the third wave of reinforcements. 30 million ships across 30 Devourer fleet groups. "Since they're all here, relay my orders. Execute the battle plans I've outlined," the Troll King commanded lazily. "Yes." The officer, feeling as if he had been pardoned, hurried away to relay the orders. Immediately, the space previously occupied by the 30 million Devourer interstellar battleships became bustling. One by one, space warping devices activated, opening new spatial corridors. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the T6 Dragon Emperor command ship, alarms blared. "Report, 6th Devourer invasion detected in Dark Reef Starfield, System 06. Report, 7th Devourer invasion detected in Seraph Starfield, System 11. Report, 8th Devourer invasion detected in Crow Starfield, System 01. This string of warnings shattered the brief calm on the bridge. Zhao Chen opened his eyes, which he had just closed, and immediately saw the holographic images of Charlotte and the Flame Elf King. Zhao Chen brought up the interstellar war map, where 3 new and expanding red dots were clearly visible. An officer reported, in the original 5 systems, enemy Devourer fleet numbers have increased, and their attack intensity has escalated again. It seems this is their new wave of all-out attacks, Zhao Chen observed calmly as he looked at the map. The Flame Elf King turned to Marshal Charlotte. "Marshal Charlotte, what are your orders? How should we proceed?" Though both held equal status in the high command, numerous battles had led the Flame Elf King to fully trust this Grand Marshal of the Xiaolong Empire. Charlotte had never assigned high-risk tasks to the Holy Elf fleet simply because they did not belong to the Xiaolong Empire. On the contrary, she always took special care to avoid sudden high casualties among them. The trust that the Flame Elf King had in Charlotte, the Grand Marshal of the Xiaolong Empire, was evident. She gazed intently at the interstellar war map, her expression focused. Charlotte wasted no time with pleasantries and issued her orders directly. First, deploy 3 Holy Elf Legion fleet groups to support the 3 new star system battlefronts. We don't need to overpower the enemy, but we must at least contain their offensive within acceptable limits. This is just the first wave of their attack. We need to stabilize our position to engage in a prolonged battle with the Devourer civilization's monarch. The Flame Elf King nodded in agreement and quickly made her arrangements. Based on the battlefront distribution, I'll send the 15th, 19th, and 28th Holy Elf Legion fleet groups to the new battlegrounds. Although these forces alone won't be enough to defeat the 5 million Devourer civilization starships deployed at each new front, they should be able to maintain stability for a few days. Charlotte acknowledged the plan, and the Flame Elf King continued her cautious analysis. The Troll King mobilizing such a massive Devourer civilization fleet means they will likely use the Soul Altar as their trump card. We must be fully prepared for this, and we might even face a level 6 Soul Altar. Zhao Chen frowned slightly at this. According to intelligence, the Devourer civilization possessed 3 level 6 Soul Altars, which had only been used twice before in battles against level 6 technological civilizations. A level 6 Soul Altar could summon T6 Obsidian Legion starships, presenting a whole new level of threat. The Flame Elf King reminded them. And don't forget the fleet personally led by the Troll King, as well as the T6 Troll King's Fortress Starship. Though nominally T6, our assessments show it is practically at a quasi-T7 level. It is equipped with black technology from the Order, with a massive hull and numerous weapon modules. If it appears on the battlefield, we must be exceptionally vigilant. Charlotte responded, I've already ordered that any sighting of these special fleets and starships be reported to the Dragon Emperor immediately. The Flame Elf King's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, Are you planning to implement that operation? Charlotte calmly replied, That is our trump card. We will use it when the time is right. Zhao Chen smiled with a hint of mischief. They've been running rampant in our territory for long enough. We always believe in reciprocation, so naturally, we have a grand gift prepared for them. The Flame Elf King's eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement. With the emergence of the 3 new star system battlefronts, the timely arrival of the 3 Holy Elf Legion fleet groups helped establish defensive lines. But the pressure on the Xiaolong Empire increased significantly. Maintaining combat and logistical support across 8 star system battlefronts became a daunting task, with the constant threat of resource shortages. Fortunately, the Flame Elf King was acutely aware of this. Although she lacked the authority to mobilize additional Legion fleets without the consent of the High Council and other Elf Kings, she could fully leverage the resource production and industrial systems within her own tribe's territory to supply the Xiaolong Empire with the necessary war materials. At this time, the Xiaolong Empire's advantage in having a Stargate navigation network was fully realized. The Stargate network has become the lifeline for strategic material transport between the Xiaolong Empire and the Holy Elf Empire. Star freighters loaded with supplies shuttle through it, reaching various battlefields and starports in the shortest possible time, continuously replenishing the front lines. This is precisely why Zhao Chen places such trust in the Flame Elf King. They have given their all to support the Xiaolong Empire's war efforts. Zhao Chen has always been perceptive, able to clearly distinguish friends from foes. His way of dealing with people is straightforward. If you show him respect, he will return it tenfold. It is out of this trust that Zhao Chen shared that confidential battle plan with the Flame Elf King. Meanwhile, the Devourer civilization's interstellar fleet is gradually assembling across various star system battlefields, but this will take some time. The true climax of the confrontation is expected to come in 30 hours. However, beneath this seemingly calm surface, undercurrents are surging. In the dark void behind the busy cluster of interstellar warships, near the Devourer civilization's forward base, a pair of sharp eyes is silently watching the enemy's every move. Report, the enemy's soul altar is starting to move, the aide informed Marshal Zhao Wanner. Scanning the messages in front of her, Zhao Wanner allowed a slight smile to play on her lips. We've been lying in wait for so long, and finally, the opportunity has come, she decisively ordered. Notify all Fleet Corps on the encrypted channel to prepare for action. Yes, ma'am. The aide immediately set to work executing the order. Zhao Wanner then issued commands to the interstellar warships in her area. Commence covert infiltration. All ships, primary targets are the enemy's soul altars, logistics supply fleets, temporary starports, and supply bases. Ignore the combat warships. Understood. The commanders of the various fleets responded in unison. At this moment, the Devourer civilization's interstellar warships were oblivious to the Xiaolong Empire's fleet lurking right under their noses. Zhao Wanner suppressed her inner excitement. Despite being the frontline commander for this mission, she couldn't help but feel a surge of exhilaration when she recalled hearing about this plan from her brother and sister-in-law. She remembered the scene vividly. Charlotte had solemnly explained the plan in detail. This is the full battle plan. Take it back and study it thoroughly. You have 1 week to prepare, after which the operation could commence at any time. The plan is divided into several phases. The first phase involves our operations in the Luoyang 11 star system, where we will destroy 3 of the enemy's soul altars, pushing close to their space traversal points. You will use this opportunity to infiltrate. The second phase involves sending a few stealth reconnaissance ships to attempt crossing the Devourer civilization's space traversal points to confirm feasibility. The third phase, contingent on the success of the first 2, requires you to lead the Shadow Hunter elite fleet group across the traversal point, infiltrating the universe controlled by the Devourer civilization. Remember, this is an infiltration, not an assault. Your goal is to silently identify all enemy frontline bases and pinpoint target locations. Your targets are not combat warships, but the enemy's soul altars, starports, transport ships, supply ships, and related industrial facilities. The aim is to cripple their logistics and industrial systems. Although destroying enemy warships is effective, it is not the optimal strategy. If you can eliminate these targets, even if their combat ships remain, it will have a significant impact on the overall war effort. Do you understand? Zhao Wana nodded solemnly. I understand. Zhao Chen looked at his sister seriously. Wana, this mission involves deep penetration into enemy territory and is extremely risky. If you are exposed, you may be surrounded and annihilated, and we might not be able to provide any support. Think carefully about whether you want to accept this mission. Zhao Wanner looked at her brother and smiled slightly. Brother, if I don't take this mission, will someone else command the Shadow Hunter Elite Fleet Group? Zhao Chen did not answer. Zhao Wanner rubbed her nose and laughed. Brother, the Shadow Hunters are my creation. They are my children, and I can't hand them over to someone else. Besides, as the Marshal of the Xiaolong Empire and your sister, I will not shy away from any mission. With that, she stood straight, saluted Zhao Chun with a standard military salute, and declared firmly, Rest assured, Your Majesty the Emperor of Xiaolong. Zhao Wanner and the Shadow Hunter Elite Fleet Group will complete the mission. Back to the present. Zhao Wanner stood on the bridge, recalling the moment when the Shadow Hunter Ace fleet silently slipped through the warp point of the Devourer's civilization space. Beyond the pitch-black portal, the scene transformed dramatically, with interstellar warships faintly visible in the distance. Thanks to the reconnaissance by the advanced squad stealth ships, they managed to slip past the enemy unnoticed and arrive in this unfamiliar universe. Zhao Wanner's eyes scanned the holographic display on the bridge, which showed the intelligence they had painstakingly gathered. 1 level 6 soul altar, 6 level 5 soul altars, and 40 level 4 soul altars. These formidable weapons were likely prepared for an imminent assault on the Xiaolong Empire. Clenching her fists silently, Zhao Wanner knew her mission was to ensure these soul altars remained in this universe forever. Suddenly, a subordinate reported nervously, Commander, one of the level 4 soul altars has already crossed the warp point into our universe. Zhao Wanner remained composed, her voice calm and resolute. We can't catch them all in one sweep. As long as we can keep the primary targets here, that's what matters most. The top priority is that level 6 soul altar. Her gaze pierced through the viewport, settling on the massive structure on the deck of a distant interstellar transport ship. The still unfolded level 6 soul altar was several times the size of the level 5 ones. Zhao Wanner's T-6 Shadow Phantom-class medium stealth bomber was lurking nearby, ready to launch a lethal strike at any moment. Report the positions and status of each battle group fleet, Zhao Wanner said, glancing at the time, to her adjutant. The adjutant promptly began a detailed report. 90% of the first battle group fleet is in position. 80% of the second battle group fleet is ready, expected to be fully prepared in 5 minutes. The third and fourth battle group fleets have locked onto their targets. The fifth and sixth battle group fleets are encountering some difficulties and will need 30 minutes to reach optimal combat positions to avoid exposure. Zhao Wanner frowned slightly. 30 minutes? The adjutant quickly added. The commanders of both groups have taken the time issue into account and have prepared contingency plans. If they relocate their hiding spots, they can be in position within 15 minutes. Although the hidden location wasn't optimal, it would ensure the elimination of all high-priority combat targets during the battle. Hearing this, Zhao Wanner finally relaxed her furrowed brows. Her gaze swept over the star map, listening intently as her subordinates reported on the status of other fleet contingents. Most of the fleets have either completed or are about to complete their covert missions. The remaining ones will be in position within 15 minutes, one subordinate reported. Zhao Wanner nodded slightly and decisively ordered. Inform all fleet contingents that the operation will commence in 15 minutes. Yes, ma'am, the subordinate responded. What about the perimeter? Zhao Wanner continued to inquire. The perimeter teams are all in place, just waiting for our signal, the subordinate replied concisely. Zhao Wanner nodded again, her sharp eyes scanning the red-marked targets on the star map. The purpose of this expedition went far beyond just destroying the soul altar. Since they had come all this way, it was only fitting to prepare a grand gift for their guest. Thinking of this, a smile crept onto Zhao Wanner's lips. Her gaze shifted to another video window, displaying the legendary fortress ship of the Troll King, the T-6 Troll King-class Star Fortress. Her eyes burned with determination. As an assassin, she relished the challenge of high-value targets. However, she was also aware of the immense risks and costs associated with this particular target. It wasn't included in their initial operation plan. Before they set out, Zhao Chun had specifically emphasized that their mission did not involve engaging combat starships, including the T-6 Troll King class. But now, with this tempting prize right in front of her, Zhao Wanner couldn't help but feel a bit restless. Nevertheless, as the supreme commander, she had to keep her personal desires in check. Let's focus on completing our primary mission first. Zhao Wanner reassured herself, though her gaze couldn't help but drift back to the T6 Troll King-class Star Fortress. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the T6 Troll King-class Star Fortress, a subordinate officer knelt and reported, "My king, we have dispatched nearly 20 million starships to various battlefields within the Xiaolong Empire. The Soul Altar is being positioned. For your safety, you and the Troll King class do not need to personally enter the Xiaolong Empire." The Troll King looked coldly at the kneeling officer and said indifferently, "Are you implying that I'm afraid to die?" The subordinate officer quickly defended, "That was not my intention. You are a mighty king. Dealing with those lowly ants doesn't require your personal intervention." "Humph, you say that now," the Troll King sneered. "If you had fought properly before, I wouldn't have to be here." The subordinate officer fell silent, trembling. The Troll King continued, "Send the Soul Altar first. I and my flagship will follow with the fleet. If you truly don't want to see me on the battlefield, then clean up those ants before I arrive. Stop wasting my time with useless talk." The subordinate officer immediately pledged, "Rest assured, my king, we will defeat the Xiaolong Empire's fleet in this wave of attacks." The Troll King said no more and turned his attention to the star maps displaying the Xiaolong Empire's battle conditions. The subordinate officer quickly got to work, fearing any mishap that might anger the king. However, misfortune struck. Suddenly, blinding explosions erupted from the bridge's side windows, drawing everyone's attention. The Troll King's brows furrowed. "What is happening?" Before anyone could respond, more explosions lit up outside the windows, and the bridge was filled with the sound of blaring alarms. "Report!" a panicked officer shouted. "Our starship transport and supply fleets are under attack by unidentified stealth bombers." The alarm on the bridge was piercing and sharp, with one emergency report after another flooding in like a tidal wave. "Report! Several of our interstellar transport ships, carrying the Soul Altars, have been attacked by unidentified stealth bombers." "Report! Our starport is under assault by unknown enemy ships." The messages came in one after another, each detailing the grim news of attacks. The Troll King's face was as dark as iron as he looked out through the bridge's porthole at the starry sky. What were once scattered fires now filled the view, with dozens of flickering points of light, each representing a location under attack. Several video relay windows suddenly lit up, displaying the contours of the attacking ship's stealth bombers. Each ship bore an Alto Familiar fleet emblem. As soon as the emblem appeared, the entire bridge shook violently. Terror was etched on every soldier's face, but none dared to look directly at the king. One unlucky bridge soldier was suddenly seized by a pair of giant hands. "Aya, help!" His scream was abruptly cut off, replaced by the crisp sound of bones snapping. The previously reporting subordinate officer immediately dropped to the ground, not daring to look up at the now standing giant. They all knew that when the Troll King rose, his fury had reached its peak. Any slight misstep could mean becoming his next meal. "Sire, please calm your anger." The subordinate officer trembled as he spoke. "Tell me, why are these Xiaolong interstellar warships here?" The Troll King's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of its usual mocking tone. Everyone felt as if they were walking on needles, not daring to breathe. This, the subordinate officer stammered. "This happened so suddenly. We can't ascertain why these Xiaolong warships have appeared here in such a short time. But rest assured, sire, we will investigate this matter thoroughly and provide you with an answer as soon as possible." Taking a deep breath, he continued, "The immediate priority should be to handle the current emergency. The purpose of these Xiaolong stealth bombers is clear: to destroy our Soul Altars, interstellar transport fleets, supply fleets, and other critical strategic facilities. If we let the enemy achieve this, our offensive momentum will be severely impacted." The subordinate officer kept his head down, feeling a massive shadow looming over him, as if it would crush him at any moment. His heart felt like it was being pressed by a giant mountain, and he closed his eyes tightly in fear. However, the anticipated oppression did not come. He cautiously opened his eyes to find the massive figure had returned to the throne. But those eyes were now filled with an icy coldness. The subordinate officer let out a long breath, knowing he was temporarily safe. How long he would remain so was another matter entirely. "Send personnel to find out how these Xiaolong warships appeared in our universe as quickly as possible," the Troll King ordered coldly. "If they build a Stargate or use something similar to the Holy Elven Empire's one-time, one-way space travel devices, hold the responsible monitoring personnel accountable. Bring them all before me." "Yes, sire," the subordinate officer responded, immediately issuing orders for all attack starships to enter combat status. "Don't let this sudden attack cause us heavy losses. If anyone's losses are too severe, bring the responsible fleet commander to me. Remember, I do not permit the loss of even a single Soul Altar." "Yes, sire," the subordinate officer replied again, silently mourning for the fleet commanders, hoping nothing would go wrong on their end. Otherwise, their fate would be grim. However, misfortune struck quickly. A trembling soldier reported. Rear report Seoul, Alter number 07. A level 4 was attacked by Xiaolong stealth bombers and exploded. Before he could finish, an arrow whizzed through the air, instantly piercing the soldier's body. The iron chain attached to the arrow yanked him over, sending him straight into the giant maw. Damn it, you worthless fools! The Troll King's roar reverberated through the bridge, causing everyone to shiver and tremble uncontrollably. In a dilapidated corridor that once devoured the starport of civilizations, a soldier from the Devourer fleet regained consciousness. He struggled to shake his head clear and forced himself to stand. A sharp pain shot through his arm, and when he looked down, he saw it was twisted and deformed. Memories flooded back. Just before he blacked out, there was a deafening explosion, and the walls around him began to collapse and warp. A heavy piece of debris had struck his arm, knocking him out cold. Despite the severe injury, he was still alive. However, if he didn't tend to the wound soon, he risked bleeding out. The soldier surveyed his surroundings. Though the corridor was heavily damaged, it was still passable. The ground was littered with several crushed bodies, and the flickering, dim lights indicated that the electrical systems had also been compromised. Hello, this is Section B61. There's been an explosion. He tried to report using the starport's communication network, but all he got was a busy signal, no response. He called repeatedly, to no avail. He even tried contacting a few colleagues, but there was no answer. Doubt crept into his mind. Had the explosion affected the communication systems, or was his device faulty? With these questions lingering, he stumbled forward, hoping to find others or more clues. As he ventured into other sections, the sight before him grew more unsettling. The damage didn't seem to be caused by a mere explosion. It looked more like an attack. The most shocking sight was a massive crater that had punched through several sections' walls. Fortunately, his personal spacesuit was still functional. The crystal bubble over his head would allow him to survive in a vacuum for 12 hours. He stared in horror at the surrounding ruins, clearly the aftermath of intense combat. But how could there have been a battle inside the starport? Though he had his suspicions, he didn't want to believe it. He tried to peer through the crater to see outside, but saw only darkness. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he hurried in another direction. He fell several times along the way, but each time he gritted his teeth, got up, and pressed on. He was desperate for answers to ease his growing anxiety. Finally, he saw a familiar section marker on the wall, and his pupils dilated slightly. His destination was ahead, where he might find the answers he sought. He breathed a small sigh of relief when he saw the relatively intact door to the next section. This suggested that the section beyond might be undamaged. Crossing the threshold, he entered a corridor with large floor-to-ceiling windows. This was a spot where he and his colleagues often took breaks, admiring the interstellar views and dreaming of past spacefaring adventures. Now, he stared in disbelief at the windows, which were veined with web-like cracks. He saw the flames outside, the shattered remnants of the spaceport, and the unfamiliar interstellar warships. The red warning lights flickered on the cold metallic surfaces of the ships, with the fleet's emblem faintly visible in the firelight. Suddenly, a barrage of interstellar torpedoes and bombs roared out from these warships, pouring down like a meteor shower towards the spaceport. The deafening explosions shook the ground beneath him, even through the thick bulkheads. Every tremor was a stark reminder of the peril they were in. He stared at the emblems on the warships, feeling a mix of familiarity and strangeness. The dragon-shaped emblem belonged to the Xiaolong Empire's interstellar fleet, the very empire they were invading. But why were these Xiaolong warships here? This question swirled in his mind, unanswered. At that moment, several interstellar torpedoes streaked through the night sky, heading straight for his location. The shadow of death loomed over him, leaving him little time to think. This scene was not unique to his location. The entire Devourer civilization frontline base was plunged into chaos. The most heavily damaged were the defenseless interstellar transport and supply ships, like lambs to the slaughter. While the spaceport and Seoul Alter had fleet protection, the transport and supply ships lacked such advantages. Their massive size required extensive fleet coverage for protection, and they were defenseless. A few interstellar stealth bombers could easily destroy hundreds of these ships. The sudden attack caught everyone off guard. The interstellar stealth bombers launched their assault from close range, raining torpedoes and bombs. The defense systems couldn't activate in time, leaving them to watch helplessly as their ships were devastated. Worse still, in some battlefields, they couldn't even detect the enemy's presence. It was only after deploying rarely used anti-stealth equipment that they spotted the elusive enemy ships on radar. These were the Xiaolong Empire's advanced T-6 Shadow Phantom-class medium stealth bombers, whose debut brought devastating blows to the Devourer civilization. In the seemingly empty space, three black beams suddenly appeared, targeting an interstellar transport ship carrying a Level 6 Soul Altar. This transport had the highest level of defense, an outer ring of interstellar escort ships forming a defensive field, the T-6 transport ship's own shield, and a specialized defensive field around the Soul Altar. 3 layers of defense underscored its importance. However, the power of the black beams was beyond expectation. They first struck the outer defensive field, piercing it in less than 10 seconds. The transport ship's shield quickly followed. Now, only the final shield protecting the Soul Altar remained. If this barrier fell, the Soul Altar would be defenseless and destroyed in an instant. Sensing the imminent danger, the Troll King urgently commanded, "Quick, intercept those attacks." This Level 6 Soul Altar was specially prepared for this offensive and could not be lost. The Troll King gazed coldly at the remnants of the Tier 4 and Tier 5 Soul Altars, his heart unfazed. However, when he turned his attention to the Tier 6 Soul Altar, a flicker of worry crossed his eyes. This altar was of immense significance to them and could not be lost. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the silence. The Troll King's eyes widened as he witnessed the T-6 interstellar transport ship, along with the Tier 6 Soul Altar, disintegrate into dust amid the flames. In an instant, only a searing fireball remained, raging in the void. "Who did this?" the Troll King roared, his voice seething with barely contained fury. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. Trembling, a subordinate officer stepped forward, his voice quivering. "My lord, I might know." Taking a deep breath, he continued, "We received intelligence earlier. The Xiaolong Empire may possess a T-6 class interstellar stealth bomber. Based on the performance of the previous T-5 Yuming Wolf King class medium stealth bomber, we speculate that this T-6 starship might have long-duration stealth and combat capabilities. But since it has never appeared on the battlefield, we know nothing specific about it." After hearing the report, the Troll King's expression turned as cold as iron. His voice, deep and menacing like it came from the depths of hell, said, "I don't care what happened. I only have one demand. No Xiaolong Empire starship that appears here is to escape. Destroy them all." Why, sir?" The subordinate immediately responded, swiftly turning to carry out the order. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanner looked through the bridge window, satisfied as the bow cannon slowly retracted. She exhaled deeply, relieved by the successful completion of the mission. "No wonder my brother prepared this T-6 interstellar stealth bomber for me. Its performance is outstanding," she thought to herself. "Especially this bow cannon. It finally let me experience the power Shui Xiaoxiao often talked about with interstellar battleships." Zhao Wanner's ship was none other than the flagship of the Shadowhunter elite fleet, the T-6 Shadow Phantom-class medium interstellar stealth bomber. This fleet currently boasted 30 such warships, each executing critical missions on various small battlefields. Recalling the introduction she saw when she first received this warship, Zhao Wanner couldn't help but marvel once again at its formidable capabilities. Shadow Phantom-class medium interstellar stealth bomber. Ship type: interstellar stealth bomber. Technology level: T-6. Star shield energy: 36 million units. Cruising speed: 1,800 knots. Warp engine: level 9 warp engine. Length: 20 kilometers. Mass: 1 million tons. Crew: 2,000 personnel. Starship weapons: 1 Shadow-class dark matter heavy pulse bow cannon. 500,000 heavy short-range high-explosive stealth torpedoes. 20,000 short-range heavy anti-ship missiles. 20,000 short-range heavy cluster bombs. 3,000 optical camouflage missiles. 3,000 electromagnetic interference missiles. 3,000 thermal disruption missiles. 3,000 smoke interference missiles. Special features: Phantom cloaking core, capable of continuous stealth. In addition to upgrading the general performance from T-5 to T-6, this warship had 2 new critical features. First, permanent stealth. Unless the enemy possessed full-spectrum anti-stealth equipment, the starship's energy fell below 30, or some crucial modules were damaged. Second, it was equipped with a Shadow-class dark matter heavy pulse bow cannon, which did not affect its stealth capabilities, could pre-charge, and had firepower comparable to the bow cannon of a T-6 class interstellar battleship. The only downside was that firing it could easily reveal its position. These new features made the Shadow Phantom class the ideal choice for destroying high-defense targets like the Soul Altars. Zhao Wanna knew well that it was this bow cannon that had enabled her to successfully obliterate the Tier 6 Soul Altar. On the bridge of the T-6 Phantom-class medium stealth bomber No. 1, Admiral Zhao Wanner stared intently at the enormous holographic window before her. The window was densely marked with various combat targets, starports, interstellar transport fleets, and the 6 Soul Altars, among others. A third of these targets had already turned black, indicating they had been successfully destroyed. The most prominent target was the level 6 Soul Altar at the top, undoubtedly the primary objective of this mission. Standing next to Zhao Wanner, the aide-de-camp rapidly reported the battle results. Report. In the 5 minutes since the attack began, we have destroyed 1 level 6 Soul Altar, 2 level 5 Soul Altars, 5 level 4 Soul Altars, nearly 20,000 various interstellar transport ships, 5,000 various interstellar supply ships, and 2 starports. These achievements were staggering. Aside from the interstellar missile fleet, no other fleet could have accomplished so many objectives in just 5 minutes. Even more astonishing was the minimal losses suffered by the Shadowhunter elite fleet. The aide-de-camp continued. The enemy has begun to react, mobilizing anti-stealth equipment and starships to encircle us. Following your orders, we have instructed all units to destroy as much anti-stealth equipment and enemy ships within firing range as possible, in addition to completing their original objectives. All units are to expedite their tasks and withdraw from the encirclement, avoiding prolonged engagement with enemy ships. Zhao Wana nodded in satisfaction, then asked sternly, "How is the preparation for the second phase of the plan?" "Everything is ready. We can start at any moment," the aide-de-camp replied, barely concealing his excitement. The importance of this plan was evident. Fewer than 10 people in the entire Xiaolong Empire were aware of it, and before the operation began, even fewer than 5 were in the know. Zhao Wanner decisively ordered, "Initiate the second phase of the operation in 5 minutes. Before that, ensure that 2/3 of the original targets are destroyed." "Understood." The aide-de-camp immediately turned to relay the command. In the next 5 minutes, the devouring civilization fleet launched a frenzied counterattack. The Shadowhunter elite fleet faced immense pressure, with the number of interstellar warships lost increasing sharply. However, they had no choice but to complete this mission. Zhao Wanner recalled Charlotte's warning before their departure. Charlotte had cautioned her that this could be the most devastating mission for the Shadowhunter elite fleet, with the worst-case scenario being complete annihilation, and at best, a 50 casualty rate. This meant that out of the nearly 80,000 interstellar warships, up to 40,000 might be lost forever in this foreign universe. Despite this, Zhao Wanner showed no sign of tension. She had told Charlotte at the time, "I'm the Imperial Admiral of the Xiaolong Empire." The Shadowhunter elite fleet was established to fight for the Empire. Whether the battle is easy or tough, we will press forward without hesitation. The Shadowhunters are the Empire's ace, and they will appear wherever the Empire needs them. Even if we face a 50 casualty rate, even if we know it's a suicidal mission, we will have no regrets. Time ticked by. Zhao Wanner watched as the names on the interstellar warship list turned gray one by one. In the enemy's stronghold, facing millions of enemy ships, the 80,000-strong Shadowhunter elite fleet had to scatter and penetrate deep into enemy lines, constantly at risk of being surrounded and destroyed. A common scene unfolds. A T-5 Ghost Wolf-class medium stealth bomber exposes its position. Even in its final moments, it relentlessly unleashes interstellar torpedoes, bombs, and missiles towards its target. The operators on the bridge, their faces tense, fingers dancing over the control panels, are determined to complete their mission. The surrounding enemy combat starships seem non-existent as the bomber's firepower focuses solely on critical targets. The captain stands at the command post, his eyes gleaming with resolve. "Keep attacking," he orders, knowing this might be their last stand. With a deafening explosion, the bomber turns into a brilliant burst of fireworks under enemy fire. Such scenes play out repeatedly across the battlefield. The Shadowhunter elite fleet loses starships almost every minute. By the 10th minute of battle, Marshal Zhao Wanner's holoscreen shows nearly 10,000 starships lost from her fleet. Although this represents less than a 15 loss rate, the grayed-out ship names are more alarming. Nearly 5,000 captains have reported they are locked by the enemy and will fight to the last moment. Zhao Wanner frowns deeply, realizing the actual loss rate is nearing 20. And this is just the beginning. The mission is far from over. She takes a deep breath, looks firmly at the time display, and orders, "Commence Phase 2. "Yes, ma'am." The adjutant immediately responds and begins relaying the command. On the battlefield, the previously scattered stealth bombers suddenly change tactics. They no longer conduct sporadic attacks, but converge towards the warp points created by the Devourer civilization, as if attempting to flee the battlefield. In the Devourer civilization's command center, an officer urgently reports to the Troll King, "Your Majesty, the stealth bombers from the Xiaolong Empire are trying to escape. They seem to be attempting to use our warp points to return to their universe." The Troll King hears this and smirks coldly. "Hehehe, trying to escape under our noses using our technology?" His expression then turns to rage as he roars. "Do these Xiaolong Empire fools take us for idiots? Destroy their starships. Do not let a single one return to their universe. They must pay for their actions." The Troll King's fury stems from multiple pressures. The Xiaolong Empire's bombers have already destroyed significant military equipment, which, though non-combat, will severely impact their invasion strategy. He can imagine the rebukes from the other two kings and the decline in his prestige within the Devourer civilization. If the great entity blames him, his position will be in serious jeopardy. These thoughts fill him with both anger and fear, compelling him to act and at least annihilate this elite fleet from the Xiaolong Empire. However, the Devourer civilization fleet's interception makes it nearly impossible for the Shadow Hunter elite fleet's stealth bombers to advance. Every step forward comes at a heavy cost. This seemingly irrational tactic puzzles the Devourer commanders. Breaking through the perimeter seems more feasible than a direct assault on the warp point, especially since millions of Devourer starships await on the other side. It appears to be a death trap. Just when everyone believes the elite fleet from the Xiaolong Empire is about to be annihilated, the unexpected happens. A Devourer communications officer suddenly shouts, "Report! A swarm of interstellar insects is emerging at Warp Point 3. They are attacking our starships." This sudden news leaves the Troll King stunned, momentarily unsure how to respond. The Troll King furrowed his brow, confusion evident in his voice. "Zerg swarm? I heard the Xiaolong Empire control the fleet. But how did they manage to warp through our space jump points and end up here?" The officer beside him pondered for a moment before cautiously replying. "The only plausible explanation is that the battlefield on the other side of Jump Point 3 has already fallen into the hands of the Xiaolong Empire." This statement immediately enraged the Troll King. He bellowed, "Nonsense! We have deployed at least 5 million starships in every battlefield. There's no way the enemy could control any battlefield in just a few minutes." Suddenly, a thought crossed the Troll King's mind. His pudgy face twisted in contemplation as he muttered, "The Hell's Angels elite fleet group of the Xiaolong Empire. It's possible. The level 5 soul altar that was destroyed earlier briefly exposed our space jump point during the battle. The enemy does have the capability to breach our defenses in a short time." The officer continued to analyze. The enemy only has one Hell's Angels elite fleet group. At most, they can temporarily control the jump point of one battlefield. Their Shadow Hunters elite fleet group is scattered across multiple battlefields. The Troll King's brow relaxed as he stared at the screen displaying the emerging Zerg swarm. He said in a deep voice, "Even if we can't annihilate the Hell's Angels elite fleet group, we can at least cripple them. As for those Zerg, they are not to be feared. They rely on swarm tactics. And even if there are billions of them, they can't make a significant impact against us." At that moment, a massive Zerg mothership suddenly appeared in the cosmos. Its size dwarfed even the most prominent T6 Troll King-class space fortress on the opposite side, resembling a gigantic living brown planet. This was the T6 class Zerg mothership, the flagship of the Zerg Queen. Standing at the bow, the Zerg Queen calmly observed the battlefield. A voice sounded in her ear. "Zerg Queen, these are the coordinates of my fleet." "Got it, Sister Wanner," the Zerg Queen replied with a slight smile. She then issued a command. "Begin deploying the Zerg tunnels." Several specialized Zerg units started operating at various distances. Soon, cracks began appearing in the space of other battlefields, as if torn open by some creatures. Countless Zerg swarm poured out from these fissures. "This is bad," the officer exclaimed in panic. "The enemy has established Zerg warp points, and they're doing it at an incredible speed." The Troll King's face was etched with shock. "How is this possible? I know the Zerg have T5 level star network worms, but they need time to establish warp points. Yet now, these Zerg have set up multiple warp points almost instantly, increasing their efficiency by hundreds of times." The officer continued to report, "Your Majesty, the situation is even worse. The number of enemy Zerg has surpassed 10 million, and their combat strength far exceeds our intelligence. Not only have their abilities increased, but they can also coordinate tactical maneuvers." "Tactically coordinated Zerg?" The Troll King's expression turned ashen, as if he had swallowed a fly. As the number of Skydragon interstellar Zerg swarms surged, the frontline base of the devouring civilization began to face severe challenges. A subordinate officer reported to the Troll King with a grave expression. "Report, the total number of enemy interstellar Zerg has exceeded 300 million and is still increasing." The Troll King's face darkened upon hearing this. He wouldn't be too concerned about ordinary interstellar Zerg, even if they numbered 300 million. However, this batch of Skydragon interstellar Zerg was clearly stronger than the usual varieties, making them a formidable threat. He turned to look out of the porthole, where his flagship, the near T7 level Troll King-class interstellar fortress, was fully engaged in battle. The ship's hull bristled with primary and secondary artillery, originally intended for clearing out the Skydragon Empire's stealth bombers, now redirected to fend off the relentless Skydragon interstellar Zerg. Despite having destroyed several Skydragon Zerg motherships, the Troll King knew that these motherships' true purpose was to tie down his flagship, leaving it unable to focus on other threats. This situation might be acceptable for the Skydragon side, but for the Troll King, It was intolerable. His bulky frame trembled slightly as he asked in a deep voice, "If the enemy's Zerg motherships continue to increase, can we still destroy their starships?" The subordinate officer pondered for a moment before answering truthfully. "To be honest, the current situation is not optimistic. It's highly likely that before we can eliminate these Skydragon interstellar warships, they will retreat to the Skydragon Empire's universe through the space warp points. Forget about annihilating or severely damaging them. Even destroying 60 to 70% would be difficult. After all, we have less than 10 million interstellar warships here. While that's more than enough to deal with the Shadowhunter elite fleet, handling these ever-increasing Skydragon interstellar Zerg will require more time and effort." Upon hearing this, the Troll King's expression grew even grimmer. He had already lowered his expectations, yet he hadn't anticipated such unfavorable circumstances. If these culprits of Skydragon Empire's Shadowhunter elite fleet escape back to the Skydragon Empire right under his nose, where would his dignity as a king be? Making a swift decision, he ordered, "Immediately send orders to our fleet on the other battlefield. They can delay their attack, but must seal all gaps and prevent the escape of these Skydragon interstellar warships. Also, command my Interstellar Legion fleet to dispatch 5 more Legion fleet groups to reinforce this location." Pausing, he added, "The Troll King Legion fleet is to launch an all-out assault on the space warp points controlled by the enemy. Spare no effort to seal this gap as quickly as possible." "Yes, sir." The subordinate officer immediately began executing the series of commands. Currently, the key to breaking the deadlock was to find a way to block the Skydragon Interstellar Zerg's entry points. The Troll King frowned as he stared at the holographic star map in front of him, silently marveling at the strength of the Skydragon Empire. He had to admit, the Skydragon Empire's tactics far exceeded expectations. At this moment, he could only hope that the situation wouldn't spiral further out of control. Meanwhile, aboard the T-6 Dragon Emperor-class interstellar command ship in the Skydragon Empire's universe, Lilith was reporting the latest battle developments to Zhao Chen. According to the latest information, Marshal Zhao Wana has entered the third phase of the plan. The Zerg fleet led by the Zerg Queen has successfully entered the devouring civilization's universe through our controlled space warp points and established a Zerg path jump point, providing support for the dispersed divisions of the Shadowhunter elite fleet. Zhao Chen gazed at the new holographic star map, displaying information from the other universe's battlefield. Although the information wasn't real-time, it was better than being in the dark. The holographic image of the Flame Elf King beside him couldn't hide his excitement, exclaiming, "Amazing! I never thought we would see the day when we could launch a counterattack into the home universe of the devouring civilization." Charlotte stood in front of the interstellar sandbox, her voice calm, "But we are far from success. It's too early to celebrate now." Zhao Chen nodded, pondering for a moment before asking, "So the next step is the most crucial one, right?" Charlotte gazed at the galaxy representing the devourer civilization in the sandbox and said solemnly, "Exactly. If we succeed, not only will our current operation be a massive victory, but it will also significantly reduce the pressure on the Xiaolong Empire. We might even deal a heavy blow to the devourer civilization, buying us more time to develop." The Flame Elf King interjected excitedly, "If everything goes according to plan, this will be an unprecedented triumph." Lilith glanced at the Flame Elf King, hinting, "If such a great situation arises, I wonder if the Holy Elf Empire will still act so timidly." The Flame Elf King caught the sarcasm in Lilith's words, and his expression turned serious. "If it comes to that, I will do my utmost to persuade the High Council to launch a full-scale war against the Devourer civilization. Ignoring such an opportunity would be foolish." Zhao Chen quickly interrupted the tense exchange and asked, "What about the Troll King? How are they responding to the emergence of our Xiaolong interstellar Zerg?" Charlotte explained, "They have taken action, but because the Xiaolong interstellar Zerg, led by the Insect Empress, are vast in number and far more powerful than ordinary Zerg, they caught the enemy off guard. The wormhole jump points have been established, and the enemy can only stop us by taking the warp point in the Luoyang 11-star system. But that's precisely where the Insect Empress's fleet is densest. The Troll King will find it tough to crack that nut." Zhao Chen turned to the Flame Elf King, expressing his gratitude. "This operation's success is largely due to the technical information you provided on the Devourer civilization's warp point technology." The Flame Elf King smiled. It was a small effort. She then detailed this quasi-T7 level black technology, including its advantages and the drawback of uncontrollable usage permissions. The Flame Elf King continued, "Your Xiaolong Interstellar Zerg, especially the Interstellar Network King Worm, played a crucial role in this mission. Its ability to establish wormhole jump points in a short time caught the enemy completely off guard." Zhao Chen nodded, briefly explaining, "The Interstellar Network King Worm is an upgraded T6 version bred by the Insect Empress, much more powerful than the T5 Interstellar Network Worm. The T6 interstellar Worm King's advancements have not only significantly increased the efficiency of establishing wormhole transit points, but also enhanced the passage capacity of the Hive mothership by several magnitudes. This technological leap allows the Xiaolong interstellar Zerg to support other battlefields in the shortest possible time. However, the technology has its limitations. The efficiency of establishing wormhole transit points decreases as the distance increases, taking longer for greater distances. Zhao Chen naturally wouldn't disclose specific data on this to the Flame Elf King. But Lilith posed a concerning question. If I were the Troll King on the opposing side, I might choose to launch a full-scale assault on that space transit point with the T6 Troll King's interstellar fortress and the elite guard fleet. Can the interstellar Zerg alone withstand that? Zhao Chen replied with a light chuckle. Perhaps the previous interstellar Zerg couldn't. But now, the Zerg under the Worm Queen are entirely different. The Flame Elf King keenly noted, if I'm not mistaken, the flagship of that Worm Queen commander should be a Quasi-T7 Hive mothership, right? Zhao Chen was somewhat surprised by the Flame Elf King's insight, but on second thought, it was not unexpected. As a well-known cosmic threat, the interstellar Zerg's intelligence must be extensive. He candidly confirmed this. The Flame Elf King remarked, it's a pity I can't be there in person. A showdown between two Quasi-T7 interstellar warships, especially biological ones, would be thrilling to witness. Lilith asked in surprise, is the Troll King's interstellar fortress a biological warship? The Flame Elf King explained, this information should have already been shared with you by the Holy Elf Empire. The Troll King ship is classified as a Quasi-T7 warship due to its core technology. Strictly speaking, it isn't entirely a biological warship, but an interstellar fortress built upon a giant cosmic creature. She then displayed a holographic image of a creature known as the Starships Beast. This creature, comparable in size to a small asteroid, has 9 hearts capable of generating immense energy and can eject highly corrosive black fluid. The Troll King somehow captured and enslaved the Starships Beast, using its body as the keel and core energy source to construct the Troll King's interstellar fortress. After hearing the origin of this warship, Lilith frowned, clearly repulsed by the act of enslaving other beings. This attitude was closely tied to her background as a succubus and her experiences before meeting Zhao Chen. Charlotte reminded, this confrontation is indeed exciting, but it isn't the primary focus of this operation. Zhao Chen checked the time and asked, if all goes well, when will the next phase of the plan commence? Charlotte replied, once preparations are complete, wait another 15 minutes. Approximately 30 minutes from now, Zhao Chen thought to himself. In 30 minutes, the grand gift he had prepared for the devouring civilization would make its dazzling debut. At this moment, the long-awaited showdown between two Quasi-T7 interstellar warships is unfolding at the stronghold of the devourer civilization, much to the anticipation of the Flame Elf King. On one side of the battlefield, the Troll King's flagship, the T6 Troll King-class interstellar fortress, is making a formidable advance towards the warp point from which the interstellar insectoids are swarming. This massive vessel exudes an intimidating presence, its armor bristling with energy weapons that glow ominously. Facing it is the T6 Hive mothership, guarding the warp point controlled by the Xiaolong Empire. This biowarfare ship rides as if alive, ready to repel any invaders at a moment's notice. Everyone present, from the commanders of the Shadowhunter Ace Fleet to the generals of the Devourer civilization, and even the Insect Empress herself, is acutely aware of the current strategic situation. The Troll King's only path to victory lies in seizing control of this critical junction, thereby severing the Xiaolong Empire's supply line of interstellar insectoids. Without this, even a victory would come at a devastating cost. After all, engaging in a war of attrition with the insectoids is sheer folly. This warbred species can quickly replenish their numbers as long as they have enough food. Moreover, the Xiaolong interstellar insectoids are far more formidable than usual, already causing significant trouble for their enemies. Not far away, Zhao Wana nibbles on a peach while closely observing the flagship duel. She murmurs thoughtfully, I was wondering if we'd ever get a chance to take a shot at that behemoth. Didn't expect the Insect Empress to seize the opportunity. Her secretary, looking worried, asks, will the Insect Empress's flagship be in danger, facing the Troll King? Do we need to provide support? Zhao Wanner takes another bite of her peach and dismissively replies, don't underestimate that girl and her Hive mothership. It's not just any T6 warship. The Insect Empress is sharp, and she's been breeding her interstellar insectoids to be much stronger than the ones we encountered before. If my brother's Xiaolong fleet had faced these insectoids back then, even he would have been in serious trouble. The secretary, feeling a bit awkward, cautiously reminds her, ma'am, that's your brother. You might feel comfortable talking like this, but it's a bit unsettling for us. So, we just watch and wait, the secretary tentatively asks. Zhao Wanner tosses aside the peach pit and wipes her mouth. Just keep an eye on things. Let's finish our assigned tasks first. If there's still a chance or the insect empress needs help, we'll step in then. The secretary immediately understands the marshal's intentions and respectfully responds. Understood. Zhao Wanner scans the various interstellar fleets of the Shadowhunter Ace fleet group on the battlefield, noting that they are all executing their planned operations. She refocuses on the epic flagship duel before her, saying with excitement, "This is a rare spectacle. I bet my brother is also curious about how this will end. It's lucky to witness it firsthand." The secretary, intrigued, asks, "Marshal, what's different about the Insect Empress's flagship compared to other Xiaolong T6 Glutton-class hive motherships? You mentioned it's not a regular Glutton class, but visually, aside from being larger, there doesn't seem to be much difference." Zhao Wanner smiles mysteriously and begins to reveal. First of all, this Glutton-class hive mothership, as the Insect Empress's personal flagship, has its own name. And that name adheres to the Xiaolong Empire's interstellar warship naming conventions. The secretary's eyes widened instantly, showing a look of surprise. As someone well-versed in the naming conventions of the Xiaolong-class interstellar warships, she knew exactly what this meant. According to regulations, mass-produced interstellar warships are not allowed to use nicknames in official settings. Captains and crew members can privately give their warships nicknames, but they must never appear in official communications. The only exception is when a specific model undergoes upgrades that significantly enhance its combat capabilities, warranting a unique designation. However, such occurrences had never been seen among the active warships of the Xiaolong Empire. The Xiaolong Empire has always prioritized rapid upgrades over long-term modifications. Currently, only a few super flagships have exclusive names, such as the Rakshasa King, Dragon Emperor, and Gluttony Demon King. Now, the fact that the original T6 Teodi-class Zerg mothership of the Xiaolong Interstellar Zerg had been given an exclusive name unmistakably showcased its exceptional combat power, evidently recognized by the military high command. The secretary blinked curiously and turned to Zhao Wanner, asking, "How much do you know about this Zerg mothership?" Zhao Wanner shook her head and explained, "Although the Zerg fall under the military's jurisdiction, they are actually directly controlled by the Emperor. All related matters are reported by Secretary Lilith directly to the Emperor, who then discusses them with Lilith and Marshal Charlotte." The secretary nodded in understanding. Given the unique nature of the Zerg, this arrangement was reasonable. Zhao Wanner continued, "However, I do know some information. This super flagship is called the Dragonbone Taotai Ultra Heavy Zerg Mothership. Dragonbone Taotai. The meaning behind the name was self-evident. The Zerg Queen resembles Zhao Chen's sister, and considering the special significance of dragons to the Xiaolong Empire and the Zerg Queen's admiration for the Xiaolong Emperor, the naming made perfect sense." Zhao Wanner went on, "It said that its combat capability is more than 10 times that of a T6 Teodi-class Zerg mothership. This statistic was astonishing, but not entirely unexpected. First, the Dragonon Taotai is significantly larger than the largest Leviathan-type T6 Teodi class, which inherently means a substantial boost in combat power. It's well known that a Zerg mothership's combat strength primarily comes from the Zerg units it carries. The larger the ship, the greater the combat power. Add in potential special weaponry, and it's not impossible for it to be 10 times stronger than a regular Teodi class." Both were curious about its specific upgrades. However, it was certain that the Dragonbone Taotai still relied on the core technology of a Zerg mothership, and its combat mode would likely resemble that of an aircraft carrier. Zhao Wanner analyzed. In a confrontation with the Ogre King, the Dragonbone Taotai might strike first, deploying Zerg combat units. Meanwhile, the Ogre King, being a heavy firepower fortress, would probably close the distance and launch attacks once within firing range. At that moment, the video footage began to change. The Dragonbone Taotia's hull, resembling a giant fish, unfolded all its scales simultaneously. Immediately, a swarm of Zerg combat units surged out like a tidal wave, their numbers difficult to estimate. According to standard T6 Teodi class data, it could carry at least 1 billion Zerg combat units when fully loaded. The secretary muttered, "If this is a super heavy brood mother ship, then its capacity should reach the scale of 10 billion units." Zhao Wanner shook her head, her expression serious. "From what I know, the T6 Dragon Skeleton Gluttony class super heavy brood mother ship's capacity for combat units is still around the scale of 1 billion. The secretary's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? A ship this big can only carry 1 billion. Unless... Her voice trailed off as a crucial thought struck her. She quickly pulled up several recordings of the T6 Dragon Skeleton Gluttony class super heavy brood mother ship deploying combat units and zoomed in for a closer look. Sure enough, she noticed something unusual. First, there were the lower tier units. In the current interstellar war, the starborn insect race is the only military force that still retains low-tier combat units, such as T1 flyers, T2 hydralisks, T3 explosive beetles, and T3 corrupt dragons. The T6 Dragon Skeleton Gluttony class super heavy broodmother ship also retained these units, but they had significant differences from the standard low-tier insect combat units. The screen showed swarms of T1 flyers, each 10 times their usual size. They were no longer simple insects but fearsome creatures with fangs, wings, and scales. The T2 hydralisks resembled coiling serpents surrounding the mothership. The T3 explosive beetles had grown to at least 30 times their original size, resembling explosive elephants. As for the T3 corrupt dragons, they had completely transformed from their original decayed, lethargic forms into gigantic, menacing dragons. Higher-tier insect combat units had also undergone significant changes. The secretary excitedly remarked, "Lady Insect Queen has upgraded these combat units, significantly increasing their size. That's why the capacity is similar to that of a regular gluttony-class broodmother ship." Zhao Wana nodded in agreement, but her gaze remained fixed on the T6 Dragon Skeleton Gluttony-class super-heavy broodmother ship. She had some unspoken suspicions. If it were merely the size of the combat units that had increased, it wouldn't take up so much of the ship's space. Unless, within that massive hull, there were other secret weapons hidden. However, this answer would only be revealed in time. Returning to the current battlefield, the confrontation between the two super flagships was not happening in isolation. Other warships were present. Over 90% of these were from the devouring civilization. The T6 Dragon Skeleton Gluttony class super heavy broodmother ship led the charge, shielding the other broodmother ships. At this moment, the combat units dispatched by the T6 Dragon Skeleton Gluttony class super heavy broodmother ship were attacking enemy starships along their path. Even T6 level interstellar warships struggled to fend off these terrifying swarms. Starships that were approached by the swarms were immediately covered in a mass of insects and quickly dismantled, torn apart with hardly any remains. These interstellar insects could devour anything and everything, including the metal armor of the starships. As long as they could bite through it, they would consume it. The crew members of the devouring civilization within the ships were not spared, becoming feasts for the insects. However, these small-scale skirmishes were not the true target of the Dragon Skeleton Gluttony class super heavy broodmother ship. Its only objective was the T6 Ogre King-class interstellar fortress ship approaching from the opposite direction. As the swarms neared the T6 Ogre King-class interstellar fortress ship, the latter's weapon systems activated. Although it couldn't yet directly attack the Dragon Skeleton Gluttony class super heavy broodmother ship, it could start by eliminating the incoming swarms. The Ogre King knew well the combat strategies of the interstellar insects and would never allow these combat units to get too close to its super flagship. Even a single insect might seem insignificant, but in large numbers, they posed a considerable threat to the super flagship. On the bridge of the Dragon Skeleton Gluttony class super heavy broodmother ship, the Insect Queen stood on the command platform. Despite her petite stature, she exuded an overwhelming sense of authority. Her gaze was fixed on the distant T6 Ogre King-class interstellar fortress ship, as if she were preparing for the next devastating strike. The Insect Queen closed her eyes, yet it felt as though she were physically present on the battlefield, sensing every corner with perfect clarity. Her consciousness was tightly linked to the myriad of insectoid combat units, enabling her to see through their eyes and issue commands instantaneously through this unique hive mind. Inside the T6 Dragon's maw, an ultra-heavy insectoid mothership, countless combat units surged forth like a tidal wave, charging towards the enemy. Their singular thought was to close in and destroy the T6 Troll King, an interstellar fortress ship. This directive was the sole command given by the Insect Queen. Simultaneously, the Insect Queen's focus never wavered from the logistical operations within the mothership. Through relentless effort and modification, this super warship now boasted astounding wartime production capabilities. Within its honeycomb-like incubation chambers, countless insectoid seeds were being nurtured. With activation and energy infusion, these seeds could rapidly mature into formidable combat units. The revamped T6 Dragon's maw had achieved a qualitative leap in production efficiency. Originally capable of breeding only 100,000 T1 flyers per hour, it could now produce 3 million enhanced T1 flyers within the same time frame. Even more astonishingly, it could cultivate T4 Leviathan combat units, something previously unimaginable for a T6 maw-class insectoid mothership. To sustain such high-intensity production, the Insect Queen implemented energy compression technology, condensing what used to require 10 times the space into a single unit area. This significantly enhanced the mothership's energy reserves, ensuring a continuous supply of power during wartime. As the enemy's T6 Troll King interstellar fortress ship drew nearer, the Insect Queen opened her eyes, gazing intently at the holographic star map before her. The map clearly marked the enemy ship's position and its concentric rings of firepower coverage. she murmured. According to previous battle data, the main firepower coverage radius of the Troll King should be within this area. The insect queen knew that once within range, the enemy ship's colossal cannons, already locked onto them, would unleash a devastating barrage, covering the entire T6 Dragon's Maw. Time was of the essence. Every second could determine the outcome of the battle. These circles represent the different weapon fire radii of the T6 Demon King class interstellar fortress ship. The times marked on each circle indicate the countdown until the enemy enters attack range. The insect queen stared at the holographic projection, lightly rubbing her chin with her fingers, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. There were 5 minutes left until the enemy ship entered the attack range, and her preparations were complete, just waiting for the prey to take the bait. The next 5 minutes unfolded exactly as anticipated. Tens of thousands of insect swarms surged towards the T6 Demon King, the colossal ship advancing while its defensive weapons continuously shot down the insect units. Surrounding Devourer starships also joined the fray, but at the cost of nearly 1,000 ships. The few swarms that reached close to the giant ship could only cause minimal damage to the Starshield force field, unable to even touch the hull. 30 seconds left, the insect queen murmured, then focused her thoughts. The abdomen of the T6 Dragonbone Devourer class super heavy insect mothership slowly opened, releasing a group of jellyfish-like insect combat units. They did not attack, but quietly floated around the mothership like a group of guardian spirits. As the T6 Demon King entered the main weapon range, the gun ports on one side of the ship lit up with dazzling light. Subsequently, several beams of light shot through the void, destroying numerous insect units along the way. Although these swarms acted as a sort of shield, many attacks still broke through the defense, targeting the Dragonbone Devourer. It is well known that as a biological interstellar warship, the insect mothership typically relies on biological armor to withstand attacks. However, the expected scene did not occur. The jellyfish-like units seemed to sense the threat, instantly turning from light blue to crimson. They rapidly expanded and then hurled themselves at the incoming beams. Upon collision, they exploded into a cloud of red powder, neutralizing the attacks completely. What are these things? The Demon King's voice was low and perplexed. We don't know, sir. There has never been any record of such combat units in the history of interstellar insects. The subordinate officer replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his voice tinged with evident unease. Could it be a new species of interstellar insect? The Demon King frowned in thought for a moment before issuing an order. Prepare the thousand-eyed demon cannon. I refuse to believe these jellyfish can withstand our full-force attack. Yes, sir. The subordinate officer immediately went to make arrangements. Zhao Wanner's secretary asked in astonishment, what are those jellyfish things? I've never seen such insect units before. I haven't either, Zhao Wanner replied, curiously observing the peculiar creatures. Based on our observations, they seem to be a type of defensive organism. They can hover around the insect mothership and actively defend when they sense an attack. Moreover, they appear to have an intelligent mode, with multiple jellyfish intercepting if the attack intensity exceeds a certain threshold. So, they're basically like defensive interstellar missiles, Zhao Wanner concluded, her eyes gleaming with a professional glow. Zhao Wanner paused for a moment before continuing. Before this, my brother had already mentioned the insect queen's plans. She's been working tirelessly to enhance the capabilities of the insect species, even creating more powerful new strains. That T6 Interstellar Wormhole King was developed during this process. This jellyfish might be another one of her creations. The secretary couldn't help but marvel. The insect queen's abilities are truly astonishing. To develop such powerful insect creatures single-handedly in such a short time is incredible. Zhao Wanner didn't respond. She knew that her brother often secretly assisted the insect queen, especially by providing mysterious materials regularly. The rapid progress in her research was likely connected to him. The secretary speculated excitedly. I wonder what other secrets the insect queen has hidden aboard the Longhai Taotai. They soon got their answer, thanks to the fierce attack from the T6 Demon King class interstellar fortress. Suddenly, a terrifying golem appeared at the top of the Demon King, covered in numerous black cannons, resembling countless eyes. That's the legendary thousand-eyed demon cannon, one of the most powerful weapons on the T6 Demon King class interstellar fortress, Zhao Wanner whispered. The secretary quickly pulled up an information window, detailing the specs of the thousand-eyed demon cannon. According to the data, it's one of the most powerful weapons equipped on the T6 Demon King, similar to the configuration of an interstellar heavy artillery ship. It has 99 heavy cannons capable of continuous fire for 60 seconds, launching nearly 6,000 shells in total. So far, no T6 interstellar warship has withstood this onslaught at full strength. It even broke through the defenses of 3,000 enemy warships in an invasion war, directly destroying the enemy commander's flagship. Seeing these terrifying achievements, Everyone present couldn't help but shudder. Such combat power had reached a quasi-T7 level. Zhao Wan'er crossed her arms and calmly added, "This weapon, though powerful, requires a long cooldown period after use, about 30 minutes. In large-scale battles, that's manageable, but in an unknown duel, the opponent won't give you 30 minutes to catch your breath." The secretary nodded in agreement, but then worriedly asked, "But can the Insect Queen's T6 Longhai Taodai super heavy insect hive mothership withstand this round of attacks? Those jellyfish obviously can't withstand such fierce firepower, and the Longhai Taodai doesn't have a star shield. While its biological armor is stronger than conventional ship armor, it also means that being attacked impacts the ship's interior more directly." As they spoke, the thousand-eyed demon cannon had already started firing. 99 massive cannon barrels simultaneously launched black energy balls at incredible speed toward the target. New shells were fired every second, creating a scene as dense as a rainstorm. Everything in the trajectory was obliterated, leaving only the distant enormous target, the T6 Longhai Taodai super heavy insect hive mothership. At this critical moment, the bow of the T6 Longhai Taodai slowly opened, like a giant dark flower blooming. All the shells from the thousand-eyed demon cannon were absorbed into the mouth of this giant flower. Surprisingly, the expected explosion didn't occur. Instead, the blooming flower became increasingly radiant, with purple spots appearing on its originally black petals. As it absorbed more attacks, yellow lines like cracks appeared on the flower's surface. What is this?" The secretary was dumbfounded. He had never seen anything like this on any T6 Teodi-class insect hive mothership. Zhao Wan'er frowned in thought for a moment before saying, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be another upgrade the Insect Queen made to this hive mothership. She installed a device at the bow that can absorb enemy attacks, a kind of alternative defense mechanism. So far, it seems quite effective." The secretary remained anxious. "But I wonder if it can withstand the entire barrage." He watched the astonishing scene nervously, eagerly awaiting the final outcome. The relentless barrage of the thousand-eye troll cannon aboard the T6 Troll King-class Star Fortress finally ceased. All the cannon muzzles glowed a fiery red from overuse, emitting wisps of smoke as if they were panting. Continuing such high-intensity bombardment would likely cause the cannon itself to collapse. However, when the focus shifted to the target of the attack, the T6 Dragonbone Glutton-class Super Heavy Hive Mothership sight was astonishing. At the bow of the Hive Mothership, a massive purple-gold flower pattern had blossomed, its radiant beauty standing out against the dark backdrop of space. From a distance, it looked like a stunning flower quietly blooming in the vast cosmos. "It really held it off," Zhao Wan'er's secretary exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Zhao Wan'er was equally shocked and quickly began analyzing the principles behind this defensive weapon. Although energy-absorbing defensive devices are not uncommon, they often fail in real combat due to their limitations. It's like inflating a balloon. Once it surpasses its limit, it explodes, sometimes with more force than a regular warship explosion, potentially harming allies. This is why most starships, including those of the Holy Elven Empire, prioritize star shields for defense. Yet, the Bug Empress had equipped her flagship with such a rare defensive system, which was truly unexpected. At that moment, the secretary suddenly pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "Wait, what's that?" Zhao Wan'er focused her gaze and saw the gigantic flower starting to slowly rotate and twist, its petals retracting as if wringing out a towel. In an instant, the once beautiful flower transformed into a colossal cannon. The scale of this cannon was staggering, with light spots from the absorbed attacks still visible on its barrel. Even more astonishing was the massive amount of energy accumulating within the cannon's chamber, growing ever more brilliant, like a giant torch burning in space. "Could it be?" the secretary murmured, covering her mouth in disbelief. A flash of insight hit Zhao Wan'er. She fixed her gaze on the newly formed cannon and analyzed in a low voice. That gigantic flower wasn't just a simple energy-absorbing defensive weapon. It's a weapon that can convert absorbed enemy attacks into our own offensive power. Although the specific details were still unclear, Zhao Wan'er had roughly deduced the principle and structure of this weapon. The design seemed simple, but its application in actual combat was immensely challenging. If the Bug Empress had truly succeeded, it would not only significantly enhance the combat capabilities of the T6 Dragonbone Glutton class, but also, if this technology could be extended to other Hive motherships, elevate the power of the entire Sky Dragon Interstellar Zerg by several levels. Realizing this, Zhao Wan'er's breath quickened. She understood that she might be witnessing a breakthrough capable of altering the interstellar balance of power. Meanwhile, the T6 Troll King-class Star Fortress on the opposite side seemed to sense the impending danger. Its front instantly deployed multiple layers of star shields, Likely the special feature of this giant ship multiple star shields that could not only withstand more attacks, but also reduce the risk of being penetrated by powerful enemy weapons. Of course, maintaining such massive energy consumption could only be sustained by the unique constitution of the T6 Troll King class. The Troll King stared at the distant T6 Hive mothership, which was gathering its strength, and admitted, "It seems I have indeed underestimated these bugs. No matter the method, anything that can withstand a frontal assault from my T6 Troll King class Star Fortress is undeniably powerful," the Troll King said coldly, a flicker of apprehension briefly flashing in his eyes. But then he arrogantly added, "But it's still no match for the Troll King. I refuse to believe that a mere insect can do anything to my ship." The subordinates around him stood tense and silent, not daring to make a sound. They exchanged nervous glances, each wondering, is the king truly confident or just putting on a brave face? At that moment, the T6 Dragon Skeleton Teodi class super heavy Hive mothership completed its energy absorption and launched a stunning counterattack. A massive, multicolored beam shot out from the Hive mothership, dazzling and brilliant, starkly contrasting its menacing appearance. Everything in the beam's path was reduced to dust. Even T5 class warships stood no chance. The instant the beam collided with the Troll King's star shield, the entire battlefield seemed to freeze. Zhao Chen felt a wave of dizziness, the scene before her as blinding as a newborn star. Her secretary, standing beside her, clenched his fists and whispered a prayer. "It has to work, it has to work." But Zhao Chen calmly analyzed, "Don't get your hopes up. A single strike won't take down the Troll King. Although this attack is indeed powerful, the Troll King's energy reserves and star shield defense system far exceed those of a standard T6 warship. This attack is mainly draining its shield energy." Sure enough, the terrifying multicolored beam lasted for a full 3 minutes, directly destroying 5 layers of the Troll King's star shield. This meant that in just one strike, half of the Troll King's defenses were compromised. The battle situation suddenly became delicate. The previously dominant Troll King now had to reassess the circumstances. Both sides were silently calculating. How many hidden cards does the opponent have left? How much shield energy does the Troll King have remaining? The Troll King's thousand-eyed demon cannon requires half an hour to recharge. But what about the Dragon Skeleton Taoye's defensive weapon? How long is its cooldown? Are there any usage restrictions? These unknown factors led both sides in a careful deliberation. Every move from this point on could determine the outcome of this interstellar war. The battlefield was filled with a tense and eerie calm, like the stillness before a storm. Everyone was waiting for the next action that could turn the tide of the battle. "The trouble has now been passed to the Troll King," Zhao Chen said with a light laugh, her eyes gleaming with wisdom. The secretary chuckled playfully and added, "I bet that fat guy on the other side is having a headache now. Should he order his flagship to continue the frontal assault or maintain its current position for long-range fire while mobilizing other starships from the Devourer civilization for support? Each choice is a tough decision." They exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of the pressure that high-level decisions entail. A single wrong move could change the entire course of the battle. Soon, the Troll King's decision became apparent. The movement of the T6 Troll King-class interstellar fortress ship caught the attention of Zhao Chen and the secretary. The ship's speed gradually slowed, losing the momentum of its previous charge towards the Lonkai Teodi-class super-heavy insectoid mothership. But it didn't come to a complete halt. "It looks like the Troll King has chosen to engage directly, but without charging," Zhao Chen analyzed. "They might be planning to engage in a firefight at a suitable distance with the Lonkai Taotai. After all, even the Troll King-class ship needs to be cautious against the vast number of insectoid units." The secretary suddenly scoffed. "Humph, can't handle it." Now he's calling in his minions. The Devourer civilization's interstellar fleet began to flank from both sides, aiming to encircle the T6 Lonkai Teodi-class super-heavy insectoid mothership. This was clearly the Troll King's new tactic: frontal firepower exchange while flanking from the sides, attempting to take down the enemy flagship in one fell swoop. "Should we assist Lady Insect Empress?" the secretary eagerly asked, yearning to join the battle of super flagships. Zhao Chen calmly replied, "No need. The Insect Empress has her own fleet and will call for help if needed. We must focus on our own mission." As the Marshal of the Empire and the Supreme Commander of the Shadow Hunter Fleet Group, Zhao Chen had developed a composed demeanor through countless battles. She knew the importance of timing for their specialized fleet group. Though somewhat disappointed, the secretary nodded silently. Zhao Chen sternly emphasized, "Keep a close eye on that plan. Ensuring its success is our top priority right now. If it fails, no amount of enemy destruction will matter." The secretary immediately assured, "Rest assured, Marshal. I've been monitoring the plan closely. If anything goes wrong, I'm willing to atone with my life." Zhao Chen said no more. her gaze returning to the T-6 Lonkai, Toady-class, super-heavy insectoid mothership. On the bridge of the mothership, the insect empress pouted and complained. Just as my brother said, this weapon has significant limitations. Moreover, the absorbed energy can't be fully converted into attack energy. It looks like further improvements are needed. If outsiders heard the insect empress's critique of the recent astonishing attack, they would be shocked. But no one knew her thoughts. She coldly surveyed the battlefield, disdainfully saying, "Can't win a duel, so you call in your teammates? Humph. When it comes to calling teammates, what right do you have to compare with us insects? But today I won't call in my team. I'll make you lose fair and square. This Lonkai, Tao isn't an ordinary mothership. It's the result of my and my brother's joint efforts." The insect empress clenched her fist, her eyes gleaming with determination. This battle was not just about victory. It was the perfect opportunity to showcase her achievements to her brother. She yearned for victory and to prove her capabilities. The battle between the T-6 Longhai Taotai, super, heavy hive mothership, and the T-6 Troll King Star Fortress is growing increasingly fierce. The battlefield situation is changing rapidly, forcing the Longhai Taotai to divert forces to defend its flanks while intensifying its frontal assault due to the threat posed by the Devourer civilization starships. Swarms of insect-like creatures surge towards the Troll King, relentlessly battering its star shield defense system. Each impact brings the defensive layers closer to failure, and if the last few layers are breached, the consequences would be catastrophic. The Troll King's Closian weapon systems are operating at full capacity, creating a dense web of fire. Countless insect units are incinerated in the barrage, but continuous reinforcements quickly fill the gaps. The battle has reached a delicate balance. Meanwhile, the Troll King's main and secondary cannons unleash a relentless barrage at the Longhai Taotai. However, most of the attacks are intercepted by the mysterious jellyfish defense system. The few shots that do break through only leave shallow dents in the hive mothership's bioarmor, which quickly heals due to its powerful regenerative abilities. The jellyfish defense system demonstrates remarkable intelligence, accurately identifying threat levels and prioritizing the interception of the most lethal attacks. This precise defensive strategy renders the Longhai Taotia's protection nearly impenetrable. Amidst the stalemate, the insect queen stands with her arms crossed, a glint of determination in her eyes. She is clearly tired of this protracted battle. Suddenly, multiple sections of the Longhai Taotia's hull split open, revealing several massive shadows. These previously unseen insect units are far larger than any known insect combat unit. As they slowly detach from the mothership, all observers are left in utter shock. This unexpected development signals that the tide of the battle is about to undergo a dramatic shift. "What is this?" Zhao Wanner's secretary exclaimed, stepping forward quickly and almost pressing her face against the video screen. Zhao Wanner squinted, carefully observing the scene on the screen. "A new type of Zerg unit?" she muttered. These creatures had two distinctive features besides their enormous size. They had two heads and skeletal wings on their backs. They resembled skeletal double-head dragons, reminiscent of the order of the undead they had encountered before. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Wana noticed some familiar traits. The Zerg species were known for evolving by devouring other species, but this process usually took a long time. However, it seemed that the Zerg Queen had significantly accelerated this process. These skeletal double-head dragons were emerging from the T-6 Longhai Taotai, a super-heavy Zerg mothership, and were heading towards the T-6 Troll King, a star fortress. They flapped their massive wings, scattering the debris of nearby warships. Zhao Wanner quickly scanned the scene and saw that there were only about 100 of these new units. In the Zerg hierarchy, fewer numbers often meant greater strength. These are likely T-6 class combat units, she thought. But what special advantages do they have? At that moment, the secretary noticed another change. The side of the Longhai Taotai slowly opened, and several bulky figures floated out. At first glance, they looked like upside-down hot air balloons, but on closer inspection, they were another type of Zerg akin to queen bees. Their upper bodies were egg yellow and resembled queen bees, while their lower halves, which were 4 or 5 times larger, hung like massive hives. There were thousands of these new units, protected by numerous combat Zerg and the jellyfish-like creatures they had seen before. Zhao Wanner grew more curious about the Zerg Queen's upgrades to the Longhai Taodai. However, aside from these two new types of units, no other new Zerg combat units appeared. Suddenly, a video window popped up in front of Zhao Wanner. It was the Zerg Queen, Wanner's sister. The Zerg Queen called sweetly, her voice a stark contrast to her role in commanding this super flagship battle. Why are you contacting me now? Is there something important?" Zhao Wanner asked in surprise. She knew that ordinary Zerg motherships didn't have this kind of quantum communication capability, but the Zerg Queen had specially modified her flagship with a communication system from the Xiaolong series of star warships. "I just wanted to check how things are going on your side," the Zerg Queen said, blinking seriously. Zhao Wanner was taken aback, not expecting the Zerg Queen to be concerned about her affairs at such a critical moment. Everything on my end is arranged. You don't need to worry about it. Just focus on your tasks, she replied. The Zerg Queen stuck out her tongue and laughed. Sorry, it's just that this is the first time my brother has assigned me such an important task, so I'm a bit nervous and concerned about everything. Chongji looked earnestly at Zhao Wanner, her eyes shining with determination. If there's anything you need help with, Sister Wanner, just let me know. I'll do everything I can to ensure this mission is a success. Zhao Wanner observed Chongji's focused expression and understood her sincerity. She replied gently, I know you want to complete the task assigned by your brother perfectly, but we can't rush things. As long as we follow the plan, we'll succeed in this mission, and you'll get your brother's praise. Zhao Wanner's tone was like that of an older sister comforting her younger sibling. This sense of closeness stemmed from Chongji viewing Zhao Chen as a brother. And after spending time together, Zhao Wanner had also grown fond of this adorable child, naturally seeing her as a little sister. Chongji nodded obediently. I understand. I'll do everything my brother asked me to. Suddenly, Zhao Wanner remembered something and couldn't help but ask, Chongji, if it doesn't interfere with your tasks, could you tell me about the new Zerg combat units on your Longhai Taodai? Hearing this, Chongji's eyes lit up with excitement, as if showing off her achievements to a parent. Oh, those! My brother and I developed them together. That giant flower you saw earlier is called the T6 Ghostface Sunflower. It's located at the bow of the Longhai Taodai, but it's actually a symbiotic organism. It can protect the ship, defend against frontal attacks, absorb energy-based weapon attacks, and convert them into its own energy to launch counterattacks. Zhao Wanner recalled the scene from before and suddenly understood. Chongji continued. Those cute little jellyfish are called Fortress Jellyfish Guardians, a T5 level Zerg unit. They can automatically track and intercept enemy attacks, much like a missile defense system on a starship. To improve interception efficiency, I equipped them with mid-level brains, giving them some intelligence to prioritize which attacks to intercept and which can be blocked by bioarmor. Chongji blinked playfully and added, the big, impressive one out there now is the T6 dual-headed skeleton Dragon King, and the other T5 unit is the Swarm Queen. I named them myself he. As for their abilities, I'll keep that a secret for now. You'll see soon enough. Zhao Wanner was amused by Chongji's childish side and said gently, all right, I'll take a good look at the little creatures you've bred. Chongji maintained the video communication, directing the battle while letting Zhao Wanner observe the new Zerg combat units. The appearance of the T6 dual-headed skeleton Dragon King caught the enemy's attention, and the T6 Demon King class Star Fortress focused its weapons on this target. Despite its massive size and slow movement, making it unable to dodge attacks, a black mist suddenly surrounded the T6 dual-headed skeleton Dragon King just as the attack was about to hit, acting like a star shield to block the assault. The secretary exclaimed, doesn't this look like the undead bone dragon we encountered before? Chongji proudly explained, you're right. The T6 dual-headed skeleton Dragon King was inspired by that undead bone dragon. After many attempts with captives, we finally mastered the technique. It not only has the characteristics of the interstellar Zerg, but also features of undead creatures. In some aspects, its bioarmor even surpasses our Zerg. That black mist acts like a star shield, providing double-layer protection. Zhao Wanner's eyes lit up, realizing that this level of defense was comparable to a starship with battleship-grade armor. Led by the T6 dual-headed skeleton Dragon King, a massive swarm of Zerg advanced towards the enemy's T6 Demon King class Star Fortress like a dark cloud. The T6 dual-headed skeleton Dragon King opened its massive jaws and unleashed a terrifying energy beam, fiercely striking the star shield of the T6 Demon King class fortress. In her mind, Zhao Wanner quickly categorized this interstellar Zerg unit. It's practically a heavy interstellar battleship. At this moment, the T6 Swarm Queen launched her attack. The beehive-like structure on her abdomen suddenly burst open, releasing millions of miniature bees that surged forth like yellow lightning. These head-sized creatures sped towards the T6 Troll King class Star Fortress with astonishing speed. The Star Fortress's Closian defense system fired, but it could only intercept a small portion of the swarm. As everyone held their breath, expecting the tiny bees to crash into the star shield, a shocking scene unfolded. The swarm passed through multiple layers of the star shield effortlessly. Zhao Wanner's secretary widened his eyes in disbelief at the sight, while Zhao Wanner herself squinted slightly, showing intense interest. The swarm breached the star shield without any hindrance and landed on the surface of the fortress, launching a ferocious attack. They drove their stingers into the ship's armor, causing a series of explosions. Although each individual explosion was not powerful, the sheer number of bees continuously attacked the same spot. Besides targeting the ship's armor, the swarm also focused on exposed weapon systems, rendering them inoperative after a few rounds of explosions. The Troll King class Star Fortress was in trouble. Urgent reports came flooding into the bridge. Multiple weapon modules are under attack. Several sections of the hull armor are about to be breached, and internal compartments are at risk. The Troll King's face darkened upon hearing this. He had hoped to regain his honor, but now his flagship was in a dire predicament. He quickly issued orders. Deploy the Space Marines to the threatened compartments to repel the invading swarm. Seal off any compartment that falls. Dispatch drone swarms and combat mecha units to eliminate the bees outside the ship. Soon, fully armed Space Marines rushed into the threatened compartments. The captain of the 3rd Marine Squad led his team to compartment MY-111, swiftly establishing a defensive perimeter. Soldiers set up various weapons, and 3 small mechs took positions, with heavy machine guns aimed at potential breach points. The captain looked up at the ceiling, aware that the hull above was the weakest point, with armor less than 1.5 meters thick. The vibrations and faint buzzing grew louder. All combat squads, prepare to engage, he ordered over the comm channel, gripping his light machine gun tightly. As time passed, cracks began to appear on the ceiling. Everyone's nerves were on edge. Suddenly, a loud bang accompanied by thick smoke erupted. Before the smoke could clear, the command to open fire rang out. Dense barges of fire blanketed the explosion zone, flickering in the blaze as the calm voice of the Marine Squad captain rang out. Stay calm. Follow orders and use alternating fire. Treat the enemy like regular space bugs. As long as we provide enough firepower, they pose no threat. Gripping his weapon tightly, his finger firmly on the trigger, he continued to spray bullets while encouraging his troops. This intense shooting lasted a full minute, and the gun barrels began to heat up. Don't stop, the captain shouted again, his voice cutting through the gunfire and explosions. Just then, a squad leader suddenly yelled, "Captain, there's a crack in the ceiling on the left." Another voice followed, "We've got cracks above us too." The Marine Squad captain quickly looked up, his eyes scanning the areas. More and more spots began to show web-like cracks, and his heart sank a bit. But he remained composed, loudly ordering, "Don't panic. Hold your positions, and keep an eye on those spots." No sooner had he spoken, the ceiling cracks burst open, sending debris and dust cascading down. The soldiers immediately redirected their guns, firing fiercely at the new openings. However, this inevitably weakened the firepower of their original defense line. As the breaches multiplied, maintaining effective fire coverage became increasingly difficult. The previously orderly alternating attacks began to falter, giving the invaders an opening. Suddenly, several yellow streaks darted in like lightning. These were the intruding bees, agilely dodging the dense fire, aiming their stingers at the Marine positions. "Watch out!" someone shouted, but it was too late. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted, followed by a cacophony of gunfire, screams, and cries for help. These sounds intertwined but quickly began to fade, as if swallowed by some even more terrifying force. In an adjacent chamber, another Marine squad had been closely monitoring the situation. Upon hearing the unusual noises, someone promptly hit the button to close the compartment door. The heavy metal door slammed shut, completely sealing off the 2 chambers. Just then, a bloodied soldier stumbled towards them, desperately shouting, "Don't save me! Save me!" But he was a step too late. The door fell mercilessly, leaving only a severed arm lying on the threshold, with blood slowly pooling on the metal floor. Witnessing this, the Marine Squad captain's expression grew grave. He took a deep breath and ordered solemnly, "7th Marine Squad, prepare for combat." His eyes fixed on the sealed door as he pressed the communication button, urgently calling, "Report, report. The swarm's attack is fierce. We need backup, we need backup." From the ordeal of their comrades, it was clear that the threat posed by the swarm far exceeded expectations. Otherwise, the adjacent chamber couldn't have been breached so quickly. Similar scenes played out in other compromised compartments, like cracks in a dam gradually widening. Inside the Troll King-class Star Fortress, the compartments faced unprecedented threats. Outside the ship, the scene was even more harrowing. Following the Troll King's orders, several large hatches on the fortress ship opened. Behind these hatches were spacious cargo holds, neatly lined with squads of interstellar combat mechs. Simultaneously, tens of thousands of interstellar drones swarmed out like bees. Unlike the drones from the Xiaolong Legion's carrier starship, the drones on the Troll King-class fortress ship were primarily tasked with close defense. They quickly targeted the bees, damaging the ship's weapon barrels, and launched fierce attacks. The bees soon noticed these new adversaries and split their forces to engage them. Additionally, they dispatched another group specifically to counter the interstellar combat mechs. The combat mechs swiftly formed a battle formation, creating a solid defense line on the fortress ship's surface. They fired relentlessly, attempting to eliminate the surrounding bees. The bees, in turn, formed charge formations, launching suicidal attacks on the mechs. Once in close range, they would stab at the mech's surfaces with their stingers, then explode. As the battle raged on, more and more combat mechs fell, while swarms of bees were also annihilated. At this moment, the surface of the Troll King-class star fortress resembled a field being ravaged by countless sparks. Efforts to extinguish these sparks were made, but they stubbornly burned on, not yet forming a raging inferno, but also refusing to be completely snuffed out. Although the damage wasn't substantial, the sudden attack by the small drones caused significant psychological impact on the battle aboard the Troll King Star Fortress. The scenes of surface defense combat made one question. Is this super flagship really all it's cracked up to be? With pride in her voice, Chong-ji said, "Are my little drones impressive?" Zhao Wanner keenly picked up on the key point. Chong, can your drones bypass the star shield? Chong-ji explained, individually, these drones are only as powerful as a T-4 level starfighter. Their only effective attack is their Stinger missiles, but these missiles are one-time use, and once they're spent, the drones lose their combat capability. Their advantage lies in their numbers and their ability to bypass the star shield. If they couldn't bypass the shield, the dense Closian defense systems would quickly eliminate them outside the shield. This is something my brother and I developed together, Chong-ji continued. We discovered that the star shield doesn't intercept all external matter, like tiny cosmic dust particles. This means the shield has a minimum interception limit, dependent on the object's strength. Our drones have an ecological camouflage feature that allows them to reduce their strength to a signal level lower than that of a T1 level starship, thus avoiding the shield's interception. Pouting, Chong-ji added, but they have their drawbacks. First, they're one-time use, and second, they have a very short lifespan, only able to fight for 30 minutes after deployment. The farther they fly, the shorter the combat time. So, the Queen Bee must get as close to the target as possible before deploying them. This is their first real combat, so the effect was excellent. My brother said that once the enemy is prepared, the effectiveness will be greatly reduced. I'll keep improving them. Zhao Wan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this tactic had indeed delivered an outstanding performance in the current super flagship confrontation. At that moment, the secretary reported, "Marshal, all packages have been arranged at their positions. Activation in 10 seconds. Zhao Wanner turned to Chong-ji. Chong, you heard that. Activation in 10 seconds, and the process will take 10 minutes. We will evacuate first, and you must also evacuate as required." Chong-ji nodded emphatically. Got it? Then she mumbled, 10 minutes might not be enough to take down that big bad guy. Zhao Wanner couldn't help but chuckle, then turned her attention to the 5 newly opened video windows. In the footage, 5 stealth reconnaissance ships were quietly hovering, their belly hatches slowly closing to reveal 5 red-gold giant eggs. These were the T-6 supernova ultimate bombs familiar to the high ranks of the Xiaolong Empire, which had once destroyed a star system in the battle against the Order of the Undead. This massive weapon required 10 minutes to activate, during which a series of internal fissions would occur, ultimately resulting in a brief miniature supernova. Unlike dealing with the mindless Order of the Undead, this time the enemy was more formidable, requiring special arrangements. Once activated, the T-6 supernova ultimate bomb would be exposed to everyone. Just then, urgent alarms sounded on the bridge of the Troll King Star Fortress. Warning! Warning! Detected extremely strong energy wave reaction. The Troll King stared in astonishment at the 8 flashing warning signals on the star map, his brows deeply furrowed. These warnings were spread across 8 different locations, all within the control zones of the Shadow Hunter ace fleets of the Xiaolong Empire. What was even more alarming was that the detected levels of these disturbances were rising exponentially, the terrifying numbers making even the Troll King uneasy. Find out what those Xiaolong starships are up to. And do it fast, the Troll King roared, his voice echoing through the bridge. Recent encounters had left the once proud king feeling unprecedented frustration. His flagship, the Troll King, had suffered repeated setbacks against the enemy's hive mothership, fueling his fury. Now, this unexpected situation had pushed his anger to the brink. At that moment, an officer hurried over, holding a display screen. "Reporting, Your Majesty," he said, pointing to several video feeds. "These unusual energy fluctuations seem to be coming from these red gold eggs. Based on our observations, these eggs were deployed by Xiaolong's stealth reconnaissance ships. We suspect they might be some form of high-intensity explosive weapon, capable of causing devastating damage within a certain range. Although we can't determine their exact power, the current high-intensity energy reaction suggests that each local battlefield could be covered." The officer took a deep breath and continued, "At present, we have 2 options. Either destroy these red gold eggs within a short time, or retreat swiftly to a safe distance." Hearing this, the Troll King's frown deepened. Retreat? That word was almost non-existent in his vocabulary. Issuing such an order would mean only one thing, and he knew it all too well. It would be a mark of shame that could haunt him for life. In the Devourer civilization, everyone would know that the mighty Troll King chose to flee in the face of the enemy. Although the actual circumstances might justify it, outsiders wouldn't care about those details. They would only remember that the Troll King showed cowardice when facing the enemy. Thinking of this, the Troll King felt a splitting headache. The other option, destroying these red gold eggs in a short time, seemed almost impossible. Suddenly, a terrifying realization flashed in the Troll King's mind. He finally understood the true intent of the Xiaolong Empire's star fleets. They never intended to escape through those cosmic war points. Their goal was to prevent the Devourer civilization's fleet from escaping. The Xiaolong Empire's fleets had almost blockaded all major routes outside the cosmic war points. The appearance of those interstellar insects on various battlefields wasn't to defeat the Devourer civilization's starships, but to ensure the success of this plan centered around the red gold eggs. Regardless of the final explosive power of these eggs, based on the current energy levels, if detonated at each location, they would not only cause massive losses to the surrounding Devourer civilization star fleets, but also likely destroy all cosmic war points. This would mean the complete collapse of the Devourer civilization's invasion plan of the Xiaolong Empire's universe. To launch a new attack would require extensive preparations, which would take months. And the failure of this assault would be a burden solely on the Troll King's shoulders. Damn it, those Xiaolong bastards, they all deserve to die. That Xiaolong Emperor should be skinned alive by me, the Troll King bellowed in rage, slamming his fist onto his chair, causing the entire bridge to shake violently, as if struck by an earthquake. Your Majesty, an officer cautiously reminded him, head bowed, the most important thing now is for you to make a decision. The Troll King took a deep breath, trying to calm his anger, and asked coldly, how long until those red gold eggs are expected to explode? The officer quickly replied, according to our scientist's analysis, it won't be more than 15 minutes. Not more than 15 minutes, the Troll King muttered to himself, a resolute look flashing in his eyes. Time was running out, and he had to make a decision immediately. Breaking through the defenses of the interstellar Zerg and the Shadow Hunter's elite fleet within 15 minutes to destroy those red gold giant eggs seemed like an almost impossible task. The Troll King faced a difficult decision. Although retreating would bring shame, minimizing the Legion's losses was also a means of salvaging the situation under the current circumstances. If nearly 10 million interstellar warships were all lost here, even the devouring civilization could not bear such a massive loss. Relay my orders, the Troll King said in a deep voice. All Legion fleets, do not engage further. Retreat from the battlefield immediately, as far as possible. When this order was issued, many fleet commanders were taken aback, even suspecting it to be a forgery by the Xiaolong Legion. After repeated verification, they confirmed it was indeed the Troll King's command. Despite their doubts, they chose to execute the order unconditionally. The devouring civilization fleets on the outskirts of the battlefield were the first to turn around and retreat, followed by the fleets within the battlefield. Even the Troll King's flagship, the T-6 Troll King-class interstellar fortress, began to withdraw. However, a bizarre scene soon unfolded. The Xiaolong interstellar Zerg started to obstruct the retreat of the devouring civilization fleets. These Zerg spared no effort to prevent the enemy's retreat, focusing not on destroying the warships, but on crippling critical components like engines. As long as they could prevent the enemy ships from leaving within the set time, they would have achieved their goal. This strategy was quite effective, forcing many devouring civilization fleets to remain on the battlefield. As the primary target, the T-6 Troll King-class ship naturally became the main focus of the Zerg's attacks. Even the Zerg Queen's T-6 Dragon Carcass-class, super-heavy Zerg mothership halted its retreat to fully obstruct the Troll King's departure. With both sides evenly matched in strength, one side eager to escape and the other determined to block, the battle became even more complex. Just as everyone imagined they could intercept the Troll King's ship, a squad of interstellar daredevils suddenly emerged from the Troll King's Legion. These warships, driven by a do-or-die resolve, charged towards the Zerg frontline, sacrificing everything to cover the Troll King's retreat. Despite suffering heavy losses, their efforts eventually paid off. The T-6 Troll King-class ship managed to break free from the entanglement of the T-6 Dragon Carcass-class ship, activated its single-ship space warp technology, and swiftly escaped the battlefield, leaving the remaining devouring civilization fleets to fend for themselves. Report, 3 minutes remaining. Someone reported to Zhao Chen. Order the entire Shadow Hunter elite fleet to retreat. Zhao Chen immediately commanded. Subsequently, in 8 battlefields, the previously hidden T-6 interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships deployed special devices, objects resembling white jade mirrors that expanded rapidly and tore through space. These were inter-universe space traversal devices. Although not unfamiliar to the devouring civilization and the Holy Elven Empire, this T-6 white J-type, single-use inter-universe space gate from the Xiaolong Empire made its debut. Once the gates were open, the Shadow Hunter elite fleet swiftly traversed them, retreating from the Sunto-B-destroyed star system. Although 3 minutes was not a long time, it was more than enough for the well-prepared shadow hunters. Bug, you should retreat too, Zhao Wana reminded the Zerg Queen before leaving. Although you can't take all the Zerg with you, you can choose some of high value. The Zerg Queen replied with a grin, don't worry, sister. I've already figured out how to arrange these bugs. I'll catch up soon. After Zhao Wano left, the Zerg Queen watched the countdown on the display screen, which had less than a minute remaining, and the ongoing interstellar war before her. The Shadow Hunters had withdrawn, but the Xiaolong interstellar Zerg were left behind. This was a prearranged plan between Zhao Chen and the Zerg Queen. Although it would sacrifice many Zerg, it was a necessary choice to protect the T6 supernova ultimate bomb. Muttering softly, the Zerg Queen's T6 Dragon carcass class, super heavy Zerg mothership also traversed the White Jade Gate, departing the battlefield. The remaining Xiaolong interstellar Zerg then began to exhibit unusual behavior. Just moments ago, the interstellar battlefield was ablaze with fierce combat, but now it lay deserted, making everyone keep their distance. The Shadow Hunters' elite fleet retreated swiftly like a receding tide, leaving behind a vast expanse of empty space. The High Command and main fleet of the Xiaolong Star Zerg followed closely, disappearing into the vastness of the cosmos. The remaining mid-level Zerg fleets busied themselves creating wormholes, disappearing one after another into unknown realms. Only the lower-level Zerg motherships remained on the battlefield, relentlessly entangling the Devourer civilization's fleet to prevent their escape. These massive bioships attacked the enemy vessels with tentacles and acid, slowing them down. Meanwhile, the Troll King's flagship, the T6 Troll King Fortress, had already silently departed as if it had never been there. The elite fleet of the Devourer civilization had also withdrawn, leaving behind a vast number of regular ships scrambling for escape routes in chaos. Nearly 10 million interstellar warships crowded the limited flight paths, creating a scene of utter pandemonium. Ships collided frequently, sparks flew, and debris scattered everywhere. Some captains, in their desperation to secure escape routes, even fired upon allied ships, further exacerbating the chaos. At that moment, 5 crimson gold giant eggs began to bloom slowly, like magnificent flowers blossoming in space. No one dared to underestimate this seemingly beautiful sight. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the impending disaster. Suddenly, a blinding light burst forth from the center of the flowers, rapidly spreading across the battlefield. The first to be engulfed by the light were the Devourer civilization's ships, ensnared by the Zerg and unable to flee. Alarms blared on the bridges, and detection equipment displayed energy readings far beyond their limits. The database's conclusion sent chills down everyone's spine. A suspected supernova explosion. The news hit like a sledgehammer, shattering any remaining hope of escape. Even if it wasn't a true supernova, a weapon of such magnitude was enough to instill despair. The first wave of Zerg and Devourer civilization ships vanished silently in the light, as if they had never existed. Along with them, the 5 spatial warp points used by the Devourer civilization to invade the Xiaolong Empire's universe also disappeared. The light continued to spread, consuming more and more of the Devourer civilization's ships. By this time, the Troll King had already used the T6 Troll King's capabilities to escape several star systems away. We should be safe here, a relieved officer remarked. The Troll King, with a grim expression, ordered, immediately check the status of our frontline battle bases. The officers quickly carried out the command, but a series of bad news soon followed. Report, we can't contact the frontline base. Report, all military facilities at the frontline positions are out of reach. The Troll King's heart sank as he issued another order. Contact any interstellar ships we can reach. Find out what exactly happened. Though he had sensed the immense threat posed by the objects deployed by the Xiaolong Empire's stealth reconnaissance ships, no one knew what would actually transpire. To be safe, he had ordered a retreat, only to lose all contact within minutes. Impossible! The Xiaolong Empire can't possibly have such advanced technology, the Troll King murmured, though doubt was creeping into his mind. As he pondered, an officer reported, "We've made contact with some interstellar fleets that successfully retreated." The officer respectfully responded, "Yes, sir. I will immediately dispatch the starships to investigate the situation." The Troll King nodded silently, then frowned and asked, "How many starships have we withdrawn this time?" The Xiaolong Empire's plan must have cost us heavily. Around 2 or 3 million ships, right? The officer's face turned pale, and he stammered, "Well, this..." Sensing something amiss, the Troll King leaned in, glaring at his subordinate, and demanded, "Speak up, how many did we lose?" The officer swallowed hard and trembled as he answered, "So far, we have received feedback from less than 1 million ships." Before he could finish, a giant hand grabbed the officer and lifted him slowly. The Troll King's massive face twisted with rage, his eyes wide open. What did you say? I'm just reporting the truth. Oh no, please. With a blood-curdling scream, the officer met his end. The others on the bridge felt a chill down their spines and lowered their heads, not daring to look directly. The Troll King chewed on his lip, blood seeping from his mouth. He raised his hand to bring up the report, the screen dominated by large black areas that made his heart sink. That many starships lost? How is that possible? The Troll King coughed violently in his fury, spitting out blood and bits of flesh. Nearly 10 million starships reduced to less than 1 million in an instant was a catastrophic blow to the Devourer civilization. As the Troll King struggled to comprehend, a surviving starship transmitted shocking information. The nearly destroyed ships had recorded crucial data, a supernova explosion. The Troll King stared in disbelief at the conclusion on the screen and the video showing the burst of white light. He never imagined the Xiaolong Empire could wield such a terrifying superweapon, far beyond T6 technology. More detailed reports soon followed. All matter within the 8 bridgehead star systems targeted by the Devourer civilization had vanished completely. This meant that in just a few minutes, 8 star systems, along with millions of starships, were obliterated. How could this happen? How could this happen? The Troll King's face was filled with disbelief. At that moment, 2 figures appeared beside him, 2 other kings of the Devourer civilization. The skinny king berated, "Troll, look at what you've done. 8 star systems destroyed, nearly 10 million ships vaporized. Do you realize the crisis we're facing now?" Although his expression was unclear, the armored king's aura radiated anger. The Troll King wasn't surprised by their sudden appearance. They had spies in the fleet, and such a major incident would be known immediately. The Troll King defended himself. "This isn't my fault. I didn't expect the Xiaolong Empire to have such a powerful weapon, capable of simulating a supernova explosion to destroy entire star systems. Even if you were here, you couldn't have done better." The skinny king sneered. "Are you making excuses for your failure? Even if we couldn't counter this weapon in the end, look at how you fought. You gave the Xiaolong Empire the opportunity to use this weapon by letting their ships run rampant in our territory." The Troll King tried to explain, but the armored king interrupted. "Enough. Now is not the time for this. Given the situation, we need to deal with the current mess. Troll, are you aware that the Xiaolong Empire is already attacking our territories across the universe?" "What? That's impossible. They clearly retreated," the Troll King said in disbelief. The skinny king sneered and displayed several videos. "Retreated? Then explain these Xiaolong interstellar bugs appearing all over our universe. They've started attacking our star systems and causing significant trouble." In the videos, the Xiaolong interstellar bugs were clearly visible, wreaking havoc in the Devourer civilization's territories. The Troll King stood frozen, realizing that the situation was far worse than he had imagined. On the bridge of the Cosmic Command ship, Yuzhou Longhuang of the Xiaolong Empire, Zhao Chen sat in the command chair, his expression stern. His gaze shifted back and forth between the holographic clock and the interstellar war map, checking the time every few seconds. Lilith, his secretary, remained silent, but understood Zhao Chen's thought. She was worried about the battle against the devouring civilization and whether the Shadowhunter Ace fleet would successfully complete their mission and return safely. "Lilith, according to the original plan, how much longer until they return?" Zhao Chen finally asked, his voice tinged with concern. Lilith quickly checked the time and replied, "According to the scheduled operation time, the Shadowhunter Ace fleet should return to our universe in no more than 5 minutes." 5 more minutes, Zhao Chen muttered under his breath, his brow furrowed. Lilith tried to reassure him. "Sir, there's no need to worry too much. According to our simulation, Warner and her team should complete the mission and return safely." Zhao Chen didn't respond. All he could do now was wait. At that moment, the bridge doors slid open, and a figure walked in briskly. It was the Flame Elf Queen, her curvaceous figure accentuated by her hurried steps. "Have they returned yet?" she asked directly, her tone anxious. Lilith explained, "There's still a bit of time according to the plan. The enemy's interstellar warships have blocked the warp point at the Luoyang 11 star system. Although there is a warp tunnel established by the Xiaolong interstellar insects, we can't communicate with those low-level insects, so we have no information on the situation there." The Flame Elf Queen pursed her lips and fell silent, her eyes fixed on the interstellar war map. As the minutes ticked by, she began pacing the bridge, her anxiety palpable. Zhao Chen closed his eyes, hands clasped in front of him, taking deep breaths to calm his nerves. The bridge was silent, the tension thick in the air. Suddenly, a report broke the silence. "Report. We have new information. There are spatial anomalies detected at the designated star systems." Zhao Chen's eyes snapped open. Along with the Flame Elf Queen and Lilith, he stared intently at the interstellar war map. Several points on the map lit up red, and a live video feed appeared before them. In the feed, the area with the spatial anomalies became blurred, then solidified into a jade-like mirror. Suddenly, starships began emerging from the mirror, their hulls bearing signs of battle, but all unmistakably marked with the Xiaolong fleet's insignia. "It's our Shadowhunter Ace fleet starships," Lilith exclaimed excitedly. Zhao Chen's clenched fists finally relaxed, a relieved smile spreading across his face. At that moment, delicate hands grabbed his shoulders, shaking him. "We did it! We did it! We did it!" The Flame Elf Queen's voice transitioned from doubt to jubilant celebration, echoing across the bridge. The Flame Elf King's eyes were filled with disbelief, her excitement completely shattering the elegance expected of a high-ranking elf. Lilith, standing nearby, gave a deliberate cough, reminding her of the occasion. Realizing her lapse, especially in the presence of the Emperor's wife, the Flame Elf King quickly stepped back and explained, "I got carried away, I apologize." Nevertheless, she couldn't suppress the smile on her face. Zhao Chen turned to Lilith and commanded, "Lilith, try to contact the flagship of the Shadowhunter Ace fleet. Also, keep monitoring the movements of the Draconian interstellar Zerg." Understood, Lilith immediately began the communication. Soon, at a jump point, a T-6 Shadow Phantom-class medium stealth bomber appeared. Zhao Wanner's image then materialized before everyone. Upon seeing Zhao Chun, Zhao Wanner first saluted and then solemnly reported, "Your Majesty, the Shadowhunter Ace fleet has successfully completed the mission you assigned. We destroyed the enemy's 5 bridgehead fortress jump points and, in alliance with the Draconian interstellar Zerg, annihilated nearly 10 million enemy starships. Our losses," she paused briefly, "exceed 20,000 starships. Awaiting your orders." This loss was staggering, amounting to 50 of the Shadowhunter Ace fleet strength. Nevertheless, considering the mission's difficulty, the results were commendable. Zhao Chen smiled and replied, "Excellent. You are all heroes of the Draconian Empire. I will organize a celebration for the entire Shadowhunter Ace fleet. Fighting for the Empire is our honor and duty." Zhao Wanner responded firmly. Zhao Chen sighed inwardly, recognizing that his younger sister now truly had the demeanor of an imperial marshal. He continued, "All right, your mission is complete. Now take a good rest. Lilith will arrange for your fleet to enter the starport for maintenance." "Yes, sir," Zhao Wanner responded, and the communication ended. Although Zhao Chen had much more to say to his sister, he had more pressing matters to attend to as the Emperor. He turned his attention to the other video windows, which were monitoring various interstellar battlefields in real time. At that moment, urgent reports came in from different departments on the bridge. Report from Luoyang 02 Star System Battlefield. The enemy's space warp points are collapsing. Report from Milram Star System Battlefield. The enemy's space warp points are also collapsing. Report from Scorpion Tail Tiger Star System. Similar reports came from almost all battlefields. Zhao Chen turned to the Flame Elf King, Solomon, and said, "It's time to proceed with our next battle plan." The Flame Elf King responded with a bright smile, "Don't worry. With their retreat cut off, we can now take them down without concern." She then left the bridge with a spring in her step, her mood vastly different from when she arrived. Before the destruction of those space warp points, there were still over 30 million enemy starships in the 8 battlefields of the Draconian Empire's universe. This was a daunting number, but it also presented an excellent opportunity for the Draconian Empire to annihilate the enemy completely. Although the enemy starships were numerous, their logistics routes were now severed, rendering them like floating weeds, and their combat effectiveness would quickly diminish. If the Draconian Empire's fleet and the Holy Elf fleet seized the moment, they could devour these 30 million starships in the shortest time. If the Draconian Empire could destroy these enemy starships, it would be a devastating blow to the devouring civilization. Destroying the 8 bridgehead fortresses established by the devouring civilization and then eliminating all the enemy starships within the Draconian Empire's universe was the complete battle plan, a true trap and kill operation. However, these dogs were still fierce, and their bites were painful, so caution was necessary, as was the full support of the Holy Elf Empire. Zhao Chen suddenly remembered another fleet tasked with this mission. "Any news from the Insect Queen?" Just as Lilith was about to respond, a video window popped up, revealing the Insect Queen. Her face was lit with joy as she mimicked a Draconian officer and reporting, "Emperor Brother, the mission was a complete success." Zhao Chen nodded and replied, "I know, you did an excellent job. After the battle, I will celebrate for you all." The Insect Queen blinked, seemingly expectant. Zhao Chen quickly understood her thoughts and, feigning seriousness, said, "Insect Queen, report the detailed results of the mission, including enemy casualties and our losses." "Yes." The Insect Queen's eyes sparkled as she immediately reported, "In this operation, we, along with Marshal Zhao Wanner's Shadowhunter Ace fleet, annihilated nearly 10 million enemy starships and destroyed 8 enemy frontline star system fortresses. Our draconian interstellar Zerg lost 3 billion insect hive motherships, and 3 million elite insect hive motherships have retreated. Additionally, 10 million insect hive motherships, unable to retreat, have been deployed across the devouring civilization star systems, using insect paths to harass their home systems. At first glance, it seems like the Xiaolong interstellar swarm suffered significant losses in this battle. However, the reality is quite different. The number of Xiaolong interstellar swarm units that the Insect Queen deployed to the devouring civilization's interstellar battlefield represents only half of their current total. This massive swarm now exceeds 1 billion units, not including the lower-tiered ones. Under the Insect Queen's meticulous control, the swarm has been growing efficiently and robustly. If restrictions were lifted and she were allowed to fully harness her breeding capabilities, the lost units could be replenished rapidly with sufficient resources and food. At this moment, vast amounts of food are floating in space to 30 million or so devouring civilization starships stranded in the Xiaolong Empire's cosmos. Zhao Chen turned to the Insect Queen, his tone filled with anticipation. Insect, we need your swarm fleet to assist in the upcoming battles on Xiaolong Empire's home turf. You can take all the wreckage from those starships back as food to quickly recover the losses of the Xiaolong interstellar swarm. The Insect Queen nodded lightly, a spark of excitement in her eyes. Got it, brother. With that, her video window closed. At that moment, only Lilith remained by Zhao Chen's side. A comforting smile appeared on her face. You can rest easy now. Everything is going smoothly, and we've managed to get through this tough spot. However, Zhao Chen's expression was unusually serious. It's not over yet. The devouring civilization has 30 million starships stranded within our empire. Their kings won't just sit back and let us annihilate their fleet. They will definitely try to send reinforcements, and they might open several more space warps into our universe in the shortest time possible. Lilith nodded thoughtfully. You're right, but they need to gather resources and mobilize the necessary fleet, which will take considerable time. At least in the short term, they won't be able to complete it. Zhao Chun turned to the AI of the Long Wang. Long Nu, can you calculate how long it would take for the devouring civilization to launch another invasion against us? Long Nu's eyes focused on the void, her pupils flickering with streams of data. Moments later, she provided a startling answer. Based on the intelligence in my database regarding the devouring civilization, the quickest they can launch another invasion into the Xiaolong Empire's universe is 1 week. 1 week? Lilith exclaimed. How can it be so short? Lonu explained. This conclusion is drawn from various intelligence data. Previously, the devouring civilization did not launch a full-scale invasion against us, indicating they still have significant resources and strength in reserve. If they are determined, 1 week is entirely possible. Lilith looked at Zhao Chun with concern. It's incredibly difficult to destroy those 30 million starships in just 1 week. Remember, it took us a month of fierce fighting to eliminate just 10 million of them. Zhao Chun spoke in a grave tone. No matter what, we must destroy those 30 million starships in the shortest time possible. Although the enemy has lost their logistical support and supplies, and their morale might be unstable, their numerical advantage remains overwhelming. Our Xiaolong Empire fleet has less than 300,000 ships, and the Holy Elf fleet has about 700,000 to 800,000 ships, totaling just over 1 million. Even with the Insect Queen's 5 billion interstellar swarm units, it's still a daunting task to eliminate them quickly. Lilith gazed at the twinkling starlight in the void, as if she could see the 30 million devouring civilization starships hovering on the edge of the abyss. She knew that every second ahead would be a life-and-death race against time. Time is running out. We only have 1 week left. Everyone knows that a cornered enemy might unleash incredible fighting spirit. At this moment, a video window popped up and Marshal Charlotte's face appeared on the screen. Judging by your expressions, you're worried about dealing with the remnants of the devouring civilization within the Xiaolong Empire's borders. Charlotte immediately read the concern on Zhao Chun and Lilith's faces. Lilith nodded and relayed the data that the young dragoness had just calculated to Charlotte. 1 week. That's about what I expected, Charlotte said calmly. Lilith scratched her head. In 1 week, let alone 3 million interstellar warships, it would be a challenge to take down even 1 million. It's too difficult. The difficulty is indeed significant, Charlotte said with a light laugh. After all, we're talking about swallowing 3 million interstellar warships in one go. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin and said seriously, but we don't necessarily need to destroy all these warships completely. He pulled up several reports on the devouring civilization, including the composition of various interstellar fleets. The devouring civilization has absorbed many invaded interstellar races, making nearly half of their forces foreign in origin. Among their officers and soldiers, many come from destroyed interstellar races, and some fleets belong to families that have pledged allegiance to the devouring civilization. These individuals serve the devouring civilization, but it doesn't mean they are entirely loyal. Lilith immediately understood. You mean to sow discord among them, while also recruiting them? Zhao Chen nodded. If we can get some fleets to surrender, it would be a feasible strategy. This would also cause internal divisions within the enemy, significantly reducing their combat effectiveness and easing our pressure. Charlotte agreed. I've considered this too, but it's not easy. Zhao Chen chuckled. If it were easy, we wouldn't need to think about it. We must seize every possible opportunity now. Lilith pouted. It would be great if the Holy Elf Empire could send more reinforcements. Zhao Chen responded, the Flame Elf King is already working on it. But we can't put all our hopes on others. We need to be prepared for both scenarios. Charlotte concurred, Your Majesty's idea is very appropriate. Even if we can't annihilate all 3 million warships, reducing their numbers would still be advantageous for us. If the devouring civilization makes a comeback with fewer than 1 million warships, our burden will be much lighter. Zhao Chen nodded. Let's proceed with this approach. Lilith asked, if some warships surrender, how should we handle them? Zhao Chen thought for a moment. As long as they surrender on the battlefield, we won't hold them accountable for their previous normal combat actions. They will be granted equal citizenship in the Xiaolong Empire and basic living conditions. Those who wish to leave won't be stopped, but they must surrender their weapons and equipment and obey our orders while within our territory. Charlotte added, the placement of the first batch of surrendering forces is crucial. If handled well, it could be used for propaganda to influence the enemy further. Lilith smiled, leave that to me. Succubi are experts in understanding minds. With the plan set, everyone immediately began preparing. The attempts to persuade surrender would be conducted simultaneously with the battles. Lilith established a public universal channel covering the battlefield to ensure enemy crew members could receive the messages. She also borrowed representatives from various interstellar races who had fled to the Holy Elf Empire, having them personally persuade their compatriots within the devouring civilization's fleets to surrender, enhancing the effect. A woman from an invaded interstellar race, with 4 eyes on her face and braid-like appendages at the back of her head, looked nervously at the Xiaolong female officer in front of her. What should I say? The female officer smiled reassuringly. Just say whatever comes to mind. You can recall the scene 40 years ago when the devouring civilization invaded your star system. You were only 20 then, still a minor in your race. Just tell the story of your hometown. These female officers were carefully selected, holding degrees in interstellar race psychology, and were skilled at guiding and comforting the emotions of different races. My name is Priestliwa, and I hail from the once glorious kingdom of Telva. In my universe, our nation was once lauded as the pearl of the stars, its beauty leaving everyone in awe. But all of that was shattered by the brutal onslaught of invaders. On that fateful day, the sky was darkened by a myriad of enemy warships. Our proud interstellar fleet was reduced to fireballs in an instant. Once thriving space cities fell one after another, and our beautiful home planets turned into infernos. Trillions of our compatriots perished in this calamity, and the culprit behind it all was the abhorrent devouring civilization. At 20 years old, I was bewildered and lost, unable to comprehend why this disaster had befallen us. All I remember are the blinding flashes of light, the falling debris of starships, and the burning planets. My brave brother, a starship commander, vanished without a trace. My father, a planetary lord, chose to stay behind to fulfill his duties after sending us off on an evacuation transport, and we never heard from him again. Fortunately, under my mother's guidance, we escaped to the Holy Elven Empire. Although we were granted residency and rebuilt our homes on several planets, as my mother said, this place could never replace what we had lost. Today I have been invited to the Xiaolong Empire. This nation, too, has suffered under the invasion of the devouring civilization and is valiantly fighting to defend its homeland. I cannot bear to see the tragedy of my homeland repeat itself here. I don't know how many Telvans can hear my plea. Whether you joined the devouring civilization willingly or were coerced, now is your chance for redemption. Lay down your arms. The Xiaolong Empire promises not to persecute you. You will have a chance at a new life. You can choose to stay in the Xiaolong Empire or come with us to the resettlement areas in the Holy Elven Empire. Whatever you decide, please do not fight for the devouring civilization any longer. They are the true enemies who have harmed our families and destroyed our homes. My voice, starting as a whisper and growing to a choked sob and finally to an angry cry, echoed through the public channels. This broadcast of surrender was even hacked by the Xiaolong Empire's stealth reconnaissance ships directly into the main channels of the devouring civilization's warships. Aboard one of the devouring civilization's interstellar warships, the bridge fell silent. A deputy captain cautiously glanced at the middle-aged man seated in the captain's chair and softly said, "Captain, the Telvans are our people." The The middle-aged captain remained silent, his gaze heavy as he looked at the smoke-filled battlefield in the distance. The scene seemed to take him back to that day years ago when his own home was invaded. Despite his vow to defend his homeland to the death, the enemy fleet was too powerful, and his comrades fell one by one. Just when he thought he was about to meet his end, his interstellar family struck a deal with the devouring civilization and chose to surrender. Initially, he was furious and couldn't accept this decision. But after repeated persuasion from the family elders, he chose to remain silent, numbly going through the motions day after day. Eventually, under his family's orders, he led his fleet to join the devouring civilization, carrying out invasions on other universes, committing the very acts that once enraged him. Now his long-numbed heart was suddenly stirred. The sound of stifled sobs broke the silence on the bridge. This was his family's fleet, his flagship, and most of the crew were his people and trusted aides, more than half of them Telvans. A department head on the bridge lifted his head, his eyes filled with confusion and pain. "Captain, what have we been doing all these years?" The middle-aged captain remained silent, but a flicker of complex emotion passed through his eyes. "What did you do?" An officer sneered. "Everyone knows you sided with the demons." The atmosphere on the bridge was tense and heavy. Another department head pulled a cup from under the table, sipping its contents. Everyone knew it wasn't water, but prohibited alcohol. Yet, no one commented. In fact, many had a drinking habit. In such desperate circumstances, alcohol was their only solace, preventing them from contemplating suicide. "We still have family in the devouring civilization universe." An officer suddenly shouted, "If we surrender now, the triumvirate will surely target our families." His words cast a complex expression across everyone's faces. It was a difficult choice, and everyone understood the stakes. The drinking officer chuckled bitterly. "You know, in that battle, I lost 3 of my 5 children. I survived with the remaining 2, but they never called me father again. They look at me with hatred, saying they'd rather have died in our homeland." He took another swig of his drink. Those around him lowered their heads. Such experiences were all too familiar. Despite living in the devouring civilization's galaxy, many endured humiliation and lived in disgrace. Letting go of hatred was incredibly difficult. The middle-aged captain clenched his fists, as if 2 opposing voices were arguing in his mind, making it hard to decide. Just then, an officer reported, "Captain, there's a riot in Starship V-41's compartment. The area is sealed off. How should we proceed?" The middle-aged captain immediately pulled up the surveillance feed, revealing chaos in the compartment. Dozens of soldiers wielding various weapons were wrecking the place. Bloodstains from the skirmish scattered across the floor, and some crew members were tied up. Clearly, this was a clash between the surrender faction and the resistance faction. "Report, the crew's emotions are fluctuating across all departments," another officer added. Suddenly, an officer on the bridge drew his sidearm. This action immediately put everyone on alert, with all armed personnel pointing their guns at him. However, the tearful officer only pointed the gun at his own temple. "Captain, make your decision," the officer said with a resolute, despairing gaze. "If you still decide to fight alongside those beasts, I'll have to search for our lost home in my dreams." The middle-aged captain took out a pocket watch-like item from his coat, opening it to reveal a torn and reassembled photograph. It was a family portrait of 4, now marred with cracks. He gripped the photo tightly, as if making a firm resolution. "Transmit my orders," the captain said solemnly. "Our ship will surrender to the Draconian Empire. If anyone disagrees, I will provide escape pods. You have 10 minutes to leave the ship, and I won't stop you." As he spoke, he tore off the devouring civilization insignia from his uniform, drew his sidearm, and sat in the captain's chair with the same determined look he had when first defending their homeland. The bridge erupted in cheers. People tore off their uniforms, laughing and crying, as if celebrating. For the first time in years, they released their pent-up emotions, though they knew it might mean death. "Captain, the Draconian Empire is requesting a communications link on the surrender channel." The vice captain reported promptly, evidently prepared. "Connect it. Ask them what they need us to do," the middle-aged captain ordered. Soon, the vice captain received a response. "They say they will honor the surrender agreement. For now, we just need to stay put and await further instructions, which may include shutting down our engines or engaging the devouring civilization starships." The middle-aged captain clenched his fist and said sternly, "Tell the Draconians we surrender unconditionally and are willing to fight the devouring civilization starships to the end, no matter the cost. If they trust us, we will be a sword aimed at the heart of the devouring civilization." The Draconian Empire's surrender announcement spread like wildfire through the devouring civilization's fleet. With their retreat cut off and morale shaken, many starships experienced mutinies or surrendered in response to the plea from their kin. Some ships even self-destructed without being hit, a result of internal saboteurs. Meanwhile, the Draconian Empire's fleet, the Holy Elf fleet, and the Draconian Star Insect fleet launched fierce attacks. Rebel devouring starships targeted strategic units like enemy transports, supply ships, and carrier-class starships, inflicting massive losses on the devouring civilization's fleet. At the same time, news of the devouring civilization's disastrous invasion of the Draconian Empire spread like a storm across the galaxy, reaching all factions watching this war, including the Holy Elf Empire. In the Grand Hall of the High Council of the Sacred Elven Empire, a cacophony of voices filled the air. The High Elves were deep in a heated discussion over a shocking piece of news. The Xiaolong Empire had launched a counteroffensive into the devouring civilization's universe, annihilating nearly 10 million starships and even engaging the T6 Troll King's interstellar fortress. Were these rumors true? What were the specifics? As the debate reached its peak, a figure slowly entered the hall. All eyes immediately turned to the newcomer Yin, the Flame Elf Queen. As one of the commanders involved in the war, her arrival promised firsthand and reliable information. Guangyao, the Radiant Elf King, spoke up. Xiaoyuomen, the purpose of this emergency meeting is clear. We need you to detail the Xiaolong Empire's military actions against the devouring civilization. While we have some information, the authenticity and details are yet to be confirmed. Lai Yin surveyed the room, her expression serene. I assure you all, on my honor as the Elf Queen, that everything you have heard is true. The Xiaolong Empire did indeed launch a surprise attack on the devouring civilization's home territory, destroying nearly 10 million starships and severing all spatial jump points connecting to the Xiaolong Empire's universe. The hall erupted in astonishment. Despite their suspicions, hearing the confirmation was still overwhelmingly shocking. A high elf counselor, renowned for his military expertise, stood up and asked loudly, Your Majesty, Flame Elf Queen, how did the Xiaolong Empire achieve such a feat? As far as we know, even facing the devouring civilization heat-in would be extremely challenging for the Xiaolong Empire, let alone annihilating millions of their starships. Lion didn't hold back, detailing everything she knew, from the Xiaolong Empire's initial strategic planning to the covert deployment of the Shadowhunter elite fleet during the last assault on the Soul Altar. From the commencement of the current operation with a surprise attack on the enemy's stronghold, to the deployment of over 1 billion interstellar insectoid ships, and finally, the Shadowhunter elite fleet's use of a superweapon to destroy nearly 10 million enemy starships. She also mentioned the ongoing siege of over 30 million devouring civilization starships by the Xiaolong Empire. Listening to these details, everyone present felt as though they were hearing a legendary tale. However, the most striking revelation was undoubtedly the supernova ultimate bomb, capable of destroying an entire star system. A supernova ultimate bomb? Capable of destroying a star system? That's T7 level technology, isn't it? Someone exclaimed. Though the Sacred Elven Empire also possessed means to destroy star systems, such as igniting stars or using large amounts of explosives, these methods were typically time-consuming and impractical in combat. The Xiaolong Empire's supernova ultimate bomb, being a miniaturized and mobile weapon, left everyone both astonished and intrigued. After listening to the Emerald Elf King's inquiry, Xiaoyuomen pondered for a moment before speaking. Regarding the ultimate supernova bomb of the Xiaolong Empire, the specific data I have is indeed limited. This weapon is extremely mysterious, and outsiders rarely get to see it. Currently, we only have a few early-stage images and some scattered intelligence about its performance during use. The Flame Elf King picked up the conversation. In fact, the intelligence we have is also quite limited. Even though we are in a cooperative relationship with the Xiaolong Empire, such top-secret weapon information is not easily shared, just as we have secrets we don't disclose to them. She paused and continued analyzing. However, from some details, we can infer that this weapon is also scarce within the Xiaolong Empire. Each one requires a highly demanding and costly process to build. This time, they use 7 at once, so they probably don't have many left. Otherwise, they would have used them in earlier battles instead of waiting for the optimal moment. Additionally, the Flame Elf King added, although it is called a supernova, it is actually just a weapon that simulates a supernova explosion. We all understand that the power of a real supernova explosion is far greater than this. Hearing this explanation, the elves present nodded in agreement. The Flame Elf King shifted the topic, but my hasty return is not just to discuss this. The most pressing issue is the current situation on the Xiaolong Empire battlefield. Her tone became serious, due to the Xiaolong Empire's previous military actions destroying the 7 cosmic war points established by the Devourer civilization for their attack. Over 30 million Devourer civilization starships in the Xiaolong Empire's universe have been cut off. They have lost their logistics, support, and even communication. Now, these starships are like fish in a barrel, presenting us with a perfect opportunity to annihilate them. The Flame Elf King's words sparked a heated discussion among the high-ranking elf counselors. One of them excitedly said, If we can cooperate with the Xiaolong Empire to eliminate these over 30 million starships in a short period, it would be like cutting off the arms of the Devourer civilization. Even if we don't take the initiative to attack afterward, the Devourer civilization won't be able to pose a substantial threat to us for decades. However, some voice concerns. Although this is a rare opportunity, we have already dispatched 10 million starships. Sending more troops might be too risky. Moreover, in the process of eliminating these 30 million starships, we could suffer significant losses ourselves. The three kings of the Devourer civilization will not sit idly by. They surely have backup plans. Let's not forget, they have already allied with the Order faction. That's right, someone echoed. They must have other means up their sleeves. If we rashly join the battle and suffer heavy losses, what will we do? We must proceed with caution. Listening to these arguments, the Flame Elf King suppressed her anger and looked towards the other Elf Kings. She knew that the final decision rested in their hands. The Elf Kings then convened a brief, closed-door meeting. After just a few minutes, they reappeared in the hall, standing together rather than returning to their respective thrones. The Emerald Elf King looked around and announced, "After our deliberation, given the unique opportunity in the current situation, we have decided to dispatch an additional 5 million starships to the Xiaolong Empire battlefield. Meanwhile, all interstellar fleets within our empire will immediately enter a state of highest alert, ready to respond at any moment." The decision of the Elven Kings swept through the Holy Elven Empire like a whirlwind. The High Council had no objections, as the plan to support the Xiaolong Empire on the battlefield posed the least risk and gave them no reason to refuse. Soon, a fleet of 5 million ships from the Holy Elven Legion began rigorous preparations. The Flame Elven King, who orchestrated all of this, was exceptionally busy before the departure. At this moment, her flagship's bridge welcomed two special visitors, the Radiant Elven King and the Emerald Elven King. The Flame Elven King's sharp gaze swept over her colleagues, discerning their purpose for the visit. "You've come because of the T6 supernova ultimate bomb of the Xiaolong Empire, haven't you?" The Radiant Elven King, with a grave expression, got straight to the point. Compared to the devouring civilization, this weapon from the Xiaolong Empire poses a greater threat. Although we are allies now, there are no eternal friends in this world. The Xiaolong Empire has risen too quickly, and in some aspects, they are even more dangerous than the devouring civilization. They have been almost constantly at war since their founding, which makes it hard to trust them completely. Now, this supernova bomb only adds to the concern. From our perspective, we must consider this issue separately. We are already facing threats from both the Order and the devouring civilizations. We cannot afford another threat from the Xiaolong Empire. The Emerald Elven King, with eyes full of fervor, asked eagerly, "I know it's difficult, but can we obtain more information about this bomb? For example, its explosive composition, internal molecular structure, and so on. If we can replicate this weapon using plant technology, with our efficient production capabilities, we could possess more weapons of the same caliber. This might even lead to a technological breakthrough for us." The two Elven Kings had entirely different attitudes. The Radiant Elven King was deeply concerned, while the Emerald Elven King was filled with enthusiasm and curiosity, seeing it as a rare opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, the Flame Elven King responded, "I understand your concerns. However, the threats from the Order and devouring civilizations are more immediate. At least until they are destroyed, our alliance with the Xiaolong Empire will not be broken. In this unfamiliar multiverse, we are the only allies of the Xiaolong Empire, and they will not turn against us at this time." The Radiant Elven King fell into deep thought, while the Flame Elven King turned to the Emerald Elven King, speaking seriously. "Your proposal is extremely challenging, as I'm sure you are aware. The supernova ultimate bomb is the highest secret within the Xiaolong Empire. Obtaining even the slightest bit of information, let alone the full details, is extraordinarily difficult." The Emerald Elven King showed a look of helplessness, but he knew that missing this opportunity would lead to regret. The Flame Elven King continued, "However, from what I know about the Emperor of the Xiaolong Empire, everything can be negotiated. As long as the conditions are sufficient, he might agree to some of your requests." Sufficient conditions essentially meant an equivalent exchange. The Emerald Elven King fell into contemplation, understanding that to acquire such crucial technology, he would need to offer something of equal value. He began to ponder whether they had any technology that could rival the supernova ultimate bomb. The Jade Elf King stood in the center of the conference room, his brow furrowed as he muttered to himself, "The technology for those T6 class interstellar warships. But the Xiaolong Empire already possesses several T6 class technologies. Or is it the raw materials from the World Tree?" Though his words were soft, they were clearly heard by those around him. The Radiant Elf King, upon hearing this, was taken aback. He knew the Jade Elf King's character well. To obtain the technological data he desired, this guy might stop at nothing. The radiant elf king quickly stepped forward, raising his hands slightly in a gesture of reassurance. Mansfield, calm down a bit. It's not absolutely necessary to exchange for the Xiaolong Empire's technology. There might be other ways to acquire this series of technological data. We can think this through slowly. The Jade Elf King did not respond, merely standing there silently, but his eyes gleamed with a peculiar light, as if some idea was brewing within him. Sensing the tension in the room, the Radiant Elf King cleared his throat and turned to Shalaman, who stood nearby. Ahem, Shalaman, you're about to lead the third wave of reinforcements to the Xiaolong Empire. We won't keep you here any longer. Safe travels, and keep us informed of any developments. With that, he hurriedly pulled the Jade Elf King out of the conference room, leaving the Flame Elf King standing alone, a faint smile playing on her lips. The Flame Elf King was secretly pleased. She knew that her earlier words had planted a seed in the Jade Elf King's mind. Given his nature, that seed would inevitably take root and grow, driving him to initiate a series of transactions with the Xiaolong Empire to obtain the technological data for the ultimate supernova bomb. This was precisely what the Flame Elf King had hoped for. After engaging with the Xiaolong Empire, she had come to believe that they were the best possible allies for the Holy Elf Empire, and certainly not an entity to be made an enemy. To solidify this relationship, close exchanges in various fields, including culture, technology, and military, were necessary. If they could engage in deep cooperation in military technology, even exchanging and learning each other's secret technologies, it would undoubtedly strengthen their ties. Additionally, given some of the secrets held by the Holy Elf Empire, the Flame Elf King thought this was an opportune moment to inform the Emperor of Xiaolong. This would not only fulfill previous promises, but also avoid betraying the Holy Elf Empire. With these thoughts, the Flame Elf King's smile widened. This return to the Holy Elf Empire was arguably the most satisfying she had ever experienced. At this very moment, both the Xiaolong Empire and the Devouring Civilization are racing against time. In the universe of the Devouring Civilization, interstellar fleets are rapidly assembling, and countless war resources are being transported to several adjacent frontline star systems. These supplies are not only used to construct space warp points, but will also support subsequent interstellar fleet expeditions. Every starship is operating at full capacity, especially the interstellar transport ships. Almost all T3 level and above transport ships, whether owned by the military, private entities, or interstellar lords, have been mobilized. The Troll King is personally overseeing this operation, a task specifically entrusted to him by the other two kings. The Armor King has even hinted that failure would result in divine punishment. The Troll King has mobilized a vast amount of his resources, striving to complete the deployment within the stipulated time. He is extremely harsh in punishing mistakes. When one transport ship caused a 3-hour delay due to operational errors, the entire crew was executed. Their bodies were suspended along the work route as a warning. With similar incidents occurring, the number of corpses in the area reportedly reached millions. Although the sacrifice of 1 million people is insignificant in the context of war, the sight of floating corpses struck fear into many, causing nightmares and further errors, creating a vicious cycle. However, the Troll King believes that only through such brutal methods can high efficiency be ensured. Meanwhile, in the universe of the Xiaolong Empire, a real slaughter is taking place. Around 7 interstellar battlefields of the Devouring Civilization remnants, the Xiaolong Empire's Legion fleets have formed meat grinders, gradually annihilating the Devouring Civilization's starships. Initially, the Devouring Civilization could barely resist, but as the Xiaolong interstellar insect swarm, particularly the terrifying infestation bugs, joined the fray, the situation rapidly deteriorated. When more and more Holy Elf Empire Legion fleets appeared on the battlefield, the morale of the Devouring Civilization remnants completely collapsed. Although the Holy Elf Empire actually dispatched only 5 million starships, the Xiaolong Empire claimed in their surrender channels that the Holy Elf Empire had fully joined the extermination campaign. This news left the Devouring Civilization remnants unable to distinguish truth from falsehood, in utter despair. Under multiple pressures, more and more remnants of the Devouring Civilization chose to surrender. The battle quickly worsened, with the number of starships lost in a single day surpassing 1 million, breaking previous wartime records. The performance of the Devouring Civilization fleet remnants in this campaign was utterly disastrous, teetering on the brink of complete collapse. The siege operation has entered its 5th day, and the battle remains fierce. On the bridge of the Dragon Emperor, the interstellar command ship, Zhao Chen stared at the interstellar war map, his brow furrowed. The combat zones of the 7 battlefields had noticeably shrunk, but numerous enemy ships still flickered within. In the past 4 days, we've destroyed nearly 8 million enemy ships, and over 1 million have surrendered, Zhao Chen said quietly. But the enemy still has over 20 million ships left, and we only have 3 days. Lilith quickly ran simulations and reported, according to our projections, we can destroy 6 million and persuade 1 million more to surrender in the next 3 days. That would leave the enemy with around 10 million combat-ready interstellar warships. Zhao Chen chuckled softly. Taking down over 30 million interstellar warships in a week is indeed a bit of a challenge. However, eliminating over 20 million is already a significant achievement. A hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. This forces the enemy to make a choice. Continue fighting us to the death or give up now. If they keep fighting, they risk everything in their civilization. If they stop, all their investments in this war will be for nothing. The war map showed varying situations across the battlefields. In some areas, enemy forces resisted stubbornly, leading to stalemates. In others, the enemy had been successfully isolated, awaiting final elimination. Zhao Chen and his team employed a variety of effective tactics: direct assaults, flanking maneuvers, precision fire coverage, and even decapitation strikes. These strategies quickly weakened the main combat forces of the Devourer civilization's fleet. However, as the number of enemy ships dwindled, the survivors' resistance grew fiercer. The number of destroyed interstellar warships steadily climbed, including an increasing number of surrendered ships. Meanwhile, the enemy was tirelessly preparing rescue plans, attempting to turn the tide of the battle. Zhao Chen knew the next 3 days would be decisive. Whether they could crush the enemy's resistance within the allotted time would directly influence the outcome of the war. For the 3 kings of the Devourer civilization, this might be a crucial moment of life and death. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.